Then, returning to Guesu sect, he could lead a life without worrying about food and clothing, and also improve the cultivation of his dormitory brothers. They had followed him for so long, and Murray genuinely hoped they could progress further within the inner sect, at least not continue doing errands. Upon discovering Murray could fight him to the extent of both their ultimate moves canceling each other out, Jameson was greatly astonished. Before, he considered Murray easy to deal with, but unexpectedly, Murray could battle to such an extent, proving his capabilities. Not bad, not bad. I'm honored to face a genius like you. However, your brilliance should come to an end here. Jameson took a deep breath and became more serious in facing Murray. After all, Murray's performance this time was outstanding and had become a highlight of this sect contest. To be fair, Murray was stronger than him. At least when they were the same age, Murray could defeat him. What's going on up there? Is Jameson an actor? Is Murray already this strong? To fight to this extent at the second layer of Lock Realm, is this guy cheating? This time, things get interesting, but I still think Jameson will win. After all, his strength speaks for itself. Hearing discussions centered around him and Murray below, Jameson's expression turned somewhat strange. Logically, being discussed by so many should increase his fame, making him happy. But the focus of discussion was his inability to resolve Murray promptly. Chapter 136. There must be something fishy. Failing to defeat Murray for such a long time was, without doubt, a stain on Jameson's reputation. Eventually, word would get around, tarnishing his name. Next time he came to the Imperial City, people would likely remember him as the one who had trouble dealing with a mere 9th rank of Aura Realm cultivator. Feeling extremely agitated, Jameson sneered and said, "Humph, Murray, you feel confident now, don't you? Now, I'll show you my true strength. Today, you are certain to die." With that, Jameson used his strongest divine ability, starting an intense attack towards Murray. However, Murray showed no fear and charged forward aggressively. After a fierce battle, Jameson ended up underfoot of Murray, having lost miserably. Jameson's expression darkened. Being defeated by a 9th rank of Aura Realm cultivator was undoubtedly shameful for him. However, he could not deny that Murray did indeed match up to second layer of Shackle's realm in terms of combat prowess. This victory, although narrow, confirmed Murray's strength. Boy, this time, consider yourself lucky. You won. Though unwilling, Jameson could do nothing but scoff, expressing his dissatisfaction. But Murray didn't remove his foot. Instead, he smiled sardonically at Jameson and asked, "Have you forgotten our bet?" Hearing this, Jameson's face changed. If he knelt down and barked like a dog, his reputation would be thoroughly ruined. "Murray, I warn you, don't overstep your boundaries. Just because you've beaten me doesn't mean you can humiliate me." Jameson roared in anger, trying to struggle free, but found Murray's strength extraordinary. Struggle as he might, he couldn't move. "Huh, so you plan on defaulting?" Murray coldly laughed, revealing a sinister look. Then, gathering fierce spiritual energy in one hand, he placed it before Jameson's chest, saying coldly, "In that case, I'll have to cripple you. You broke your promise, and there were witnesses, including the referee. Disabling you would render you a cripple for life. But it doesn't matter, as I have powerful backing in the Imperial City. I believe our sect will protect me. Besides, you agreed to this. Don't blame others for your folly." Murray made as if he really meant to disable Jameson. Fearing this, Jameson tried to negotiate. No, let's talk. Can we come to an agreement? I'll pay you." Jameson was genuinely scared. Having lost the fight, the crowd was already berating him fiercely. Kneeling down and barking like a dog would spread his disgrace far and wide. "Sorry, I'm rich enough. I don't need your money." Murray scoffed. He considered this self-inflicted punishment just, since Jameson sought to use him as a stepping stone, so Murray decided not to spare him easily. From a distance, Lingxi sect elders watching the confrontation changed their expressions. Honestly speaking, Jameson wasn't some unknown disciple in Lingxi sect. Such duels among disciples involved the honor of the sect, causing them concern. But they saw the wager established beforehand, making it difficult to interfere forcibly. Forced intervention would likely displease the imperial family. The elders of Lingxi sect then transmitted a voice message to Murray. "Brother Murray, can we find a middle ground? If Jameson kneels before you, where does that leave our sect's dignity? We would become a laughingstock. Here's a deal. I offer 10,000 spirit stones and ask Jameson to apologize publicly. Is that acceptable?" Spirit stones were trivial compared to the dignity of the sect. If this happened, other sects elders might openly compete for recruits while using this incident against Lingxi sect, a heavy price they couldn't afford. Upon hearing about the 10,000 spirit stones and sensing the elder's urgent tone, Murray hesitated. He had already offended Jingguang sect. Offending another would be unwise. He couldn't grow strong enough to challenge an entire sect anytime soon, so fully antagonizing one now wouldn't benefit him. Given the elder's promise for Jameson to apologize, Murray thought resolving matters thus was reasonable. "All right, proceed as you suggested. Deliver the spirit stones to our elder and let Jameson apologize publicly." Murray replied with firmness via the voice transmission. Seeing Murray agree, the elder breathed a sigh of relief, immediately instructing someone to deliver the 10,000 spirit stones and ordering Jameson to apologize. With the elder's directive, Jameson's face turned crimson red, yet he complied, standing and bowing deeply to Murray. "Sorry, junior brother Murray. My previous insults stemmed from arrogance. Only now do I realize the gap between us. Please forgive me." When Jameson apologized, the crowd erupted in jeers. "The hell? Aren't you acting? Were you in on the betting scheme involving Murray? How else could a second layer of Shackle's realm lose to you? Blast it. I staked everything on you and now you lost." Many viewers grew infuriated, wanting to strangle Jameson for being such a failure, losing not only the match but also apologizing publicly. It made everyone uneasy. This outcome dashed many people's hopes for a comeback. Murray's win nullified their spirit stones. Losing years of wealth left them feeling suicidal. After all, most people came here to profit. Due to the significant disparity in power, many had placed safe bets on Jameson. The unexpected turn of events left many unable to accept reality. There must be something fishy. A 9th rank of Aura Realm Cultivator can't possibly defeat a 2nd layer of Shackle's Realm. Chapter 137. Rat crossing the street, Murray. Someone stood up and loudly protested, claiming it was unfair. Many others followed suit, hoping to cancel this round of betting. However, how could such unruly behavior be allowed in the Imperial arena? Moreover, in this world where strength commands respect, ancient emperors might have considered the plight of commoners losing their money and forcibly ended the bets to stabilize their rule. But in this survival of the fittest society, such actions were impossible. Soon, the referee declared Murray the winner, confirming the bet results as usual and having the guards strictly watch over the betting boxes. Hidden in the shadows, Zoe nearly burst into laughter at this scene. Honestly, such a lucrative way of making money was rare. She had once again reaped the majority of wealth from the crowd. If they continued with this strategy, they would soon possess as many spirit stones as Guesu sect did, enough to found their own sect. However, for now, they were still pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts and wouldn't concern themselves with founding a sect until their cultivation stagnated. After stepping down from the platform, Murray faced fruit peels being thrown at him, resembling a rat crossing the street. Murray felt rather helpless. Was he really that unpopular? Just because he made them lose some money? Besides, they could always borrow more. Perhaps they'd win next time. As Murray came down, Guesu sect's disciples surrounded him, turning him into a star within the sect. This time, almost all of Guesu sect's disciples had hit the jackpot. They knew about Murray's combat prowess, so they had wagered all their assets on him. And Murray indeed doubled their earnings. Not far away, the sect leader saw this scene and smiled. For him, the disciples' winnings would be used for cultivation, further enhancing Guesu sect's overall strength. Next time, Guesu sect's overall strength might significantly increase. These disciples didn't necessarily need to come to the Imperial City later on. Many would remain in the sect. Then, the elders' power would also increase, and if they ever wanted to break free from Kori Kingdom and stand alone, it might become possible. Actually, the sect breaking free from Kori Kingdom wasn't impossible. The place where the sect resided was within their sphere of influence. Many such desolate mountains existed in Kori Kingdom, mostly unclaimed territory. However, resource supply and accumulation of cultivation techniques were problems. Guesu's sect's store of cultivation techniques was sufficient, but acquiring resources, especially spirit stones, required either controlling mines or accumulating through strong cultivators. Only with enough powerful members could they become self-sufficient. If these disciples grew strong, the sect could eventually separate from Kori Kingdom and establish its own rule. The sect leader was already dreaming of the day when the sect would stand independently. After Murray left the platform, several intense battles followed, but none were as spectacular as his. Quickly, Murray advanced to the second round. In the second round, Murray repeated his tactics, barely winning another round and causing many more losses. Some people started hating Murray intensely, while the Chavi smiled happily. Having such a prodigy in his nation delighted him. It added to his prestige during future exchanges with other nations. He might even recruit Murray as a royal guard someday. Clearly, this Hassan's potential was terrifying, and the Chavi naturally wished to nurture him well. After constant battles, Murray became the top ranked in the second level of Shackled Realm, awaiting the third level competition the next day. This made many second level Shackled Realm disciples look disgruntled. Honestly, the top rank in the second level was held by a 9th layer Vast Chi Realm disciple, which felt like an insult. But Murray's strength was undeniable. They had no choice but to accept it. Fewer participants entered the third level, limited to each sect. Tomorrow would see the third and fourth levels compete, truly revealing the outcome of the sect trials. Only a few matches were held today because one reason was to allow people to prepare funds for tomorrow's bets, as many had already lost much. Another reason was that fighting at this level consumed immense amounts of spirit energy, requiring recovery time. Murray and company returned to their inn. This inn differed from those occupied by other sects. It was filled with joy, like a New Year celebration. Many disciples were playing mahjong, celebrating their unexpected windfalls. After years of hard training, a break was welcome. It didn't hurt to take a day off since tomorrow's match didn't involve them. Relaxing a little was fine too. Participating in mahjong weren't just disciples but elders who gathered in several tables, all very happy. Of course, the disciples only took out a small portion of their spirit stones for entertainment. No one would risk all their winnings. Murray quietly approached Zoe and whispered, "Bet on me again tomorrow. I'm not hopeless. When betting, use only a large sum, say, 1/20th of ours. That's still a considerable amount. Likely, you'll be the only one betting on me, ensuring us a profitable day. I guarantee that I will win at least one round tomorrow." Chapter 138. The first to take the stage. Upon hearing Murray openly express his confidence in tomorrow's battle within the third level of the Shackles realm, Zoe felt as if she were seeing a ghost. It seemed somewhat unreal that Murray could still be so confident. But seeing Murray's determined demeanor, she could only nod and said, "Tomorrow, I will stake 1/4 of your total spirit stones on you. I believe no one else will bet on you in tomorrow's battle. The disparity is too great. It should be just me, and even if there are others, they won't take much of the prize money away. Since you have this confidence, I definitely have to support you. Rest assured." Murray nodded heavily, touched by Zoe's unwavering trust in him. If it were anyone else, they might not easily trust him and could even think he was overconfident, acting beyond his capabilities. With Zoe's strong trust, everything was set for the next day. He had absolute confidence in securing victory. Though his current cultivation level was weaker, he had a strategy to break through during the fight. As long as he could achieve an on-the-spot breakthrough tomorrow, his opponent wouldn't stand a chance. Even against a 4th-level Shackles Realm cultivator, Murray believed he had the strength to fight. Next, Murray walked over to where the other disciples of Guesu sect were seated, engaged happily in mahjong games. Upon seeing Murray, they greeted him immediately. "Hey Murray, tomorrow's match is probably your limit, but don't feel down. After all, everyone has limits. You've done pretty well to get this far. Unlike days before when the Guishu sect disciples treated Murray with disdain for not practicing and always going out to play, they now held him in higher regard after he helped them win substantial sums of money. His final ranking didn't matter to them anymore. Money certainly had its power. Even these once arrogant elites began showing goodwill towards Murray. Murray smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I still have confidence to win tomorrow's match. As for betting, it's up to you. I won't force anyone. If you don't think I can win, that's also normal. I won't get upset." Honestly, Murray hoped that none of them would place bets on him. That way, he wouldn't have to share the winnings. All the stakes would belong to him, which he could use for various purposes. If they placed bets, especially those who thought he couldn't win, the amount might surpass many people. Murray wasn't happy about sharing the potential winnings. Haha, it's good you have confidence. Losing isn't a big deal either. After all, you've already been quite extraordinary. Seeing Murray full of confidence, the disciples patted him on the back, showing their support. Murray smiled lightly without saying anything. Soon, it was the next day, and Murray returned to his seat. This time, there were very few qualified combatants, making it the most intense phase. Many had prepared themselves to make bold bets. That damn Murray. Today, I'm definitely betting on him losing. Hell, I can't believe this kid could still be so lucky and keep winning. The second-level Shackles Realm disciples yesterday were utterly useless, costing me a lot of money. Stop talking. We're doomed this round. Many felt hatred towards Murray, as if he had taken their money, which was indeed true. But Murray wouldn't admit it. Look, Murray is actually the first one to take the stage. It seems the sect doesn't believe he can pull off another miracle, placing him first. Is this the Bohan's pity for our losses, giving us an easy start? I hope someone still places huge bets on him. Whatever it takes, we need to recover some money, otherwise, we'll lose everything. Damn, my Reba was complaining last night, saying I had blind eyes and couldn't recognize the best genius. Now she wants a divorce because I backed the wrong Breedley because the substantial amount of money being wagered could expose Murray as a financier. It wasn't just about exposure. It would bring scrutiny to the origin of this wealth. Where did the capital come from? Despite her father being the head of Guishu sect, this matter would undoubtedly spark heated discussions. There was a risk that these funds might be confiscated, leaving very little for Murray. This was something Zoe wanted to avoid. Though her father was the sect leader, the next head wouldn't be her. The Guishu sect wasn't their family business. Hence, Zoe acted cautiously. When everyone saw the overwhelming support and substantial bets placed on Murray, they became excited. Many people shed tears in anticipation. The mysterious benefactor behind Murray was finally making another move, and this time, they were ready to turn the tables, recovering all their losses and returning home with dignity. This time, there could be no more losses. From afar, Emma observed the scene, contemplating silently. This time, it's a Tier 3 lock realm battle. No matter how monstrous Murray is, winning this time will be incredibly difficult. Even though we're friends and I'm not short of money, placing a bet now feels like belittling him, adding pressure. After much thought, Emma decided not to place any bets this time. While Murray's loss seemed inevitable, reaching this point was already extraordinary. People grow step by step. One cannot expect perfection immediately. Unaware of her fortune's potential earnings from betting, she missed out on considerable gains due to this decision. Elsewhere, the Emperor observed the scene approvingly. For Murray to appear now, some losses would be necessary. Otherwise, future bets would leave others without money. Though it didn't significantly impact him, the constant financial losses faced by citizens reflected poorly on his leadership. Of course, even if Murray won, it wouldn't affect him. Cory Nation would merely gain another peerless genius. After the intense betting, Murray knew it was his turn. He appeared on the battle platform. His opponent turned out to be a woman named Tallulah from Jingguang sect, their eldest senior sister. Tallulah exuded boundless fighting spirit, especially facing Murray again. Her sect leader had warned them not to underestimate Murray and instructed them to defeat him at all costs, ending his streak and demonstrating the consequences of defying Jingguang sect. By chance, Tallulah found herself facing him. Smiling wickedly, she felt elated. In her view, Murray's journey to this point was commendable, but against her, he stood no chance. This was a golden opportunity to humiliate him thoroughly on the platform, showing Murray the cost of crossing Jingguang sect. When the disciples of Jingguang sect saw their elder sister face Murray, they erupted in cheers. They had lost nearly everything because of him, including their elders' fortunes. Their deep-seated resentment toward Murray only intensified. Now, unexpectedly, he faced their master sister. Many disciples messaged her to handle Murray swiftly, ensuring he couldn't plead defeat. She assured them she had her plans. Haha, who would have thought it'd be someone from Jingguang sect this time? I understand your thoughts. Don't worry, since I'm on the platform, I have no intention of losing. Everyone from Jingguang sect will end up under my feet, so you're in danger this time. I don't know where your original strength ranks, but I can guarantee that facing me will make you the first to fall among Tier 3 lock realms. Murray chuckled arrogantly. Hearing his bold words infuriated many disciples, who shouted encouragement. Elder sister, teach him a lesson. Show him our Jingguang sect's might. He's so damn audacious even now, clearly not respecting our Jingguang sect. Huh, we'll see if he wins this time. Seeing Murray's fearless demeanor, elder sister paused before smiling. You have more backbone than I expected. While I admire your resolve, I can't let you go. Between us, I'm destined to crush you. Rest assured, as your opponent, I will absolutely ensure you won't have it easy. With that, Tallulah's cultivation burst forth, and she lunged at Murray with a long sword. Murray sneered, swinging the war god spear, unleashing fierce spear techniques. He chose not to break through immediately, but to test his current 9th stage vast chi realm against hers. The previous battles in the Imperial City weren't truly Tier 3 lock realms. So, Murray aimed to discover his true limits. Wielding his spear, Murray clashed with Tallulah rapidly. However, his disadvantage soon became apparent. Outmatched in cultivation, Murray quickly found himself suppressed after just a few rounds, struggling. If this continued, Murray would likely lose within an hour. Witnessing this, Hassans cheered loudly, while those from Guesu sect grew anxious. Note: names are kept as pinyin to maintain accuracy. The story's tone and style have been preserved, ensuring a natural, fluent English translation. Chapter 140. Is he about a breakthrough? Although Murray's defeat was inevitable, as disciples of the Guesu sect, they naturally hoped that Murray could continue his glory. Even though Murray had always been carefree and unrestrained before, it didn't affect their support for him. But given the current situation, Murray seemed to have no hope at all. After all, the gap between the two sides was too great, and Murray even crossed a major realm boundary. Murray, why don't you break through yet? If you don't, you're going to lose. It doesn't matter if you lose, but what matters is that we've put in so much money. It's all going down the drain. This time, although I only put in a quarter of my money, the amount is still enormous. Far away, Zoe anxiously stared at Murray, hoping that he could hold on. If Murray couldn't persevere, losing so much money would genuinely hurt her deeply. As for Murray's loss, she didn't care about it. Right now, she only cared about the money. On the battle platform, Murray fought fiercely with Tallulah and appeared very disheveled. But only Murray knew that he was merely testing the waters. He had long been ready to break through, but had been suppressing his realm to keep making money. Now, he couldn't wait to break through, especially since he had obtained almost all the attributes he needed from this fight. Heh, Tallulah, you can't really think you have everything under control, can you? You don't know that I've been toying with you like a cat playing with a mouse. Your dominance looks utterly laughable to me. Murray finally decided to stop pretending. I'm breaking through, for sure. However, Yu Lingling was thoroughly confused by Murray's words. Had this guy lost his mind? Why did he suddenly start talking nonsense? Honestly, at this moment, Tallulah felt the true terror of Murray, who was still fighting her for such a long time despite being only at the 9th level of the vast Qi realm. But Murray wouldn't be able to maintain this state for long. She sensed it. Now, Murray suddenly said this nonsensical sentence, which made her feel very strange. Could it be that Murray couldn't bear losing at the 3rd layer of the Shackles realm and went insane? It couldn't be. It was well known that Murray was already freakishly strong. Still, while thinking this way, Tallulah sneered on the surface. Haha, Murray, are you trying to make yourself look less pathetic by tough talking? If so, I can only say you're immature. Even if you're incredibly gifted, you're just an ant in the face of absolute power. You will never stand out. Thank fate for bringing us together, giving me the chance to take you down. The people of our Jingguang sect hate you with a vengeance. This time, I will not let our elders and disciples down. Don't count on me to go easy on you. Tallulah's ridicule was actually a test to see if Murray had really gone mad. If he was close to insanity, then these words would push him over the edge completely. Though Murray was excellent, because of the opposing camps, Tallulah would not pity him. If there was an opportunity to cripple him, she would not hesitate, as kindness to an enemy is cruelty to oneself. She understood this clearly. Haha, everyone saw that. Murray has had it. For heaven's sake, this kid is finally done for. Damn, I lost so much money on him earlier. Tallulah, we support you. Crush Murray this time. Many spectators started jeering, and for a moment, Tallulah's not-so-pretty face turned charmingly pitiful. In fact, they hated Murray to the core, wishing to eat his flesh and gnaw on his bones. Now, finally, there was a chance to win money. How could they miss this opportunity? This chance also gave them a chance to mock Murray and vent their accumulated dissatisfaction. This guy was finally going to lose. That's how spectators were. If you could help them win money, then you were their god. But if you made them lose money, well, you'd be drowned in curses. This would never change. Before, Murray, who seemed the weakest, unexpectedly defeated his opponents time and again. If his cultivation was a bit stronger, it would be fine. They would at least have seen some hope. Instead, his weak cultivation misled them into betting on his opponents, only to result in huge losses. This frustration was enough to drive anyone mad. So, Murray's popularity among the crowd was predictably poor. Oh, really? So no one thinks I can turn things around? Well, I'll show you. A smirk curled at the corner of Murray's mouth, and instantly, something strange happened. Seeing this, many people were enraged, especially the disciples of the Jingguang sect. At this moment, the Jingguang sect's disciples felt as if all the spectators were standing on their side, condemning Murray, especially with Murray about to lose. This feeling was incredibly satisfying, and they didn't believe Murray could turn things around. Elder sister, crush him. Let this guy stop putting on an act. The Jingguang sect's disciples started shouting, hoping Tallulah would win, and began to see hope. Originally, this place was where their dreams started, but now, due to Murray's presence, it became their nightmare. They naturally harbored much anger. Heh. After letting out a cold laugh, Murray immediately began to break through. Instantly, there was a sound of something cracking within him. The feeling was as natural as water filling up and overflowing, and Murray's cultivation finally reached the first layer of the Shackles realm. Though it was just the first layer, his previous combat ability was evident to everyone. Therefore, when many saw Murray break through at this critical moment, they were momentarily stunned as if seeing a ghost. Immediately, many spectators started wailing and howling. Murray's breakthrough meant they had bet on the wrong person. This time, they might end up losing more money. The ones who felt the deepest pain were the disciples of the Guesu sect. They hadn't bet on Murray this time. Hashtag chapter 141. The strongest disciple showdown. This damn Murray has broken through? Heavens, he was almost invincible when he was at the 9th layer of the Haoqi realm. Now that he's at the 1st layer of the Jiasua realm, who can match him? Damn it, this time I've lost all my savings. Suddenly, the audience erupted in wails and complaints. Their hatred for Murray not less intense than the hate one might feel for... Not exactly. Maybe Murray just got lucky. It could also mean we're too timid and lack the fate to get rich. Earlier, I never liked Murray, thinking he wouldn't last long without serious cultivation. But now, he has risen to the 3rd layer of the Jiasua realm by his own power. Yes, I suspect Murray might even win 1st place in the 3rd layer of the Jiasua realm battles. The disciples of Guesu sect sighed deeply, realizing they had missed a golden opportunity to profit. Yet, they couldn't blame Murray. After all, how could they accuse him of intentionally holding back their wealth because he made them so much money earlier? On the stage, Tallulah was stunned to see Murray break through mid-battle. She began to take him seriously and felt a hint of wariness. With Murray rising a whole realm, she feared she might no longer be his match. Realizing Murray's terrifying combat ability, Tallulah clenched her teeth and shouted, "I forfeit." As Tallulah's shout echoed, many spectators sucked in cold breaths. No one expected Murray, having just entered the Jasua realm, to make a seasoned third-layer Jasua realm expert lose confidence and immediately surrender. At this rate, who could stop him? Could this boy eventually enter the fourth layer of the Jasua realm competitions? Fourth-layer Jasua realm disciples were among the strongest from each sect, and not every sect had such powerful members. Murray might indeed enter the fourth-layer Jasua realm competition. Tallulah's forfeiture left Murray surprised but soon understanding. Her quick decision spared him the chance to humiliate her, a fortunate outcome for both sides. He promptly stepped down from the arena. Half the crowd started wailing again. Murray's victory was driving them crazy, especially knowing how much money they lost. The mysterious benefactor betting on Murray likely now possessed spirit stones comparable to an entire sect or a wealthy family. They had missed multiple opportunities to profit while placing wrong bets. Regretting their choices, the disciples could do nothing but watch Murray's success. After leaving the stage, the head of Gueshu's sect approached, patting Murray on the back and said, "You did well. Do you think you can win against other third-layer Jasua realm opponents? Or even enter the fourth-layer Jasua realm?" Murray smiled lightly and replied, "I should be able to win at the third layer, but entering the fourth layer is hard to say. I doubt I can win first place, but I will try my best." The head nodded, saying, "Do your best. Don't burden yourself. You've done outstandingly this time. Regardless of future battles, it's okay." Murray nodded. Back at his seat, the Gueshu sect disciples now revered Murray as a living legend. If he could defeat the third-layer Jasua realm opponent, it meant almost no one in Gueshu sect could suppress him except the Eagle Alliance leader. Such exceptional talent rarely appeared. In the subsequent third-layer Jasua realm battles, Murray dominated. Almost no one could force him into dire straits. Victory after victory led him to become the first-place winner of the third-layer Jasua realm. Of course, few placed bets on the third-layer matches anymore, knowing Murray's prowess would only lead to losing money. Soon, all eyes turned to the arena where the fourth-layer Jasua realm competition was about to begin. The showdown between each sect's strongest disciples. ##### Chapter 142. Murray admits defeat. This time, including Murray, there were a total of 9 individuals at the fourth level of Shackle's realm. Achieving the fourth level of Shackle's realm was not something an ordinary sect could typically possess. Even if they did, these cultivators might have already participated in the sect competition and become core disciples, so there would be no need for them to come here. Therefore, the number of such cultivators was very few. Murray's presence here was purely accidental, mainly due to his extraordinary combat strength. This time, he glanced at the other fourth level of Shackle's realm disciples surrounding him, feeling somewhat melancholic. These disciples were undoubtedly elites among elites, top-notch talents among the best. The skills they possessed were certainly formidable, and it was almost impossible for him to secure the Ultimate Champion title this time around. However, Murray was not intimidated. He wanted to personally test just how powerful those at the fourth level of Shackle's realm truly were, whether they had reached a level where physical strength was no longer a factor. In the first round, Murray was once again the first to step up. It was clear that the organizers did not expect him to continue his previous streak of success, hence his placement as the first competitor. Upon stepping onto the arena, Murray discovered that his opponent was none other than Bryson, the leader of the Eagle Alliance. He hadn't anticipated that he would be matched against someone from his own sect. However, this was likely arranged considering the face of the Gueshu sect, as losing to a fellow disciple was much better than being defeated by someone from another sect. Upon mounting the stage, Bryson narrowed his eyes and said to Murray, "I never expected you to make it this far, to stand here with me. Your arrogance, I now understand a bit. No wonder you didn't think highly of our Eagle Alliance. If you continue to grow stronger over time, even I might not be your match." Hearing this, Murray smiled calmly. This Eagle Alliance leader seemed different from the other members, being relatively more approachable. Murray responded lightly, "Apologies for always refusing the Eagle Alliance. My heart craves freedom and cannot bear restrictions, so I apologize." The entire audience was confused by the conversation between the two on stage. Only those from the Gueshu sect understood the situation. Now, it was practically common knowledge that the Eagle Alliance had been repeatedly inviting Murray, who kept declining. Those participating in the competition were all top-tier disciples of the Gueshu sect, and were well aware of this information. None of the Gueshu sect disciples, including those from the Eagle Alliance, chose to place bets this time. It wouldn't look good betting on either side since both were from the Gueshu sect. One was the spiritual leader of the Gueshu sect's disciples, and the other was Murray, who had earned them substantial wealth. Not only did the Gueshu sect members refrain from betting, even the audience did not place any bets. Firstly, most people in the audience had run out of money after multiple rounds and could no longer bet. Secondly, Murray had left a strong impression, instilling fear in many. Despite appearing the weakest every time, Murray always managed to turn the tide dramatically, making others hesitant to place bets easily. "Come, let me see just how powerful the leader of the Eagle Alliance is." Murray smiled calmly and immediately drew his War God Spear, ready to engage in a true battle with the Eagle Alliance leader. Unlike the Golden Light sect, the Eagle Alliance leader would not torture him after defeating him. Thus, Murray felt at ease. It was also time to settle matters with the Eagle Alliance. If unresolved, they would likely continue to pursue him upon returning to the Gueshu sect, which had already tired him out. Bryson nodded and drew his square heaven halberd. The battle between Murray and Bryson commenced. This time, Murray fought with all his might against Bryson. The gap between them was not significant, and Murray was not entirely outmatched. After more than an hour of intense battle, both ended up gasping for breath on the platform. Ending the fight conclusively would require more time. Murray estimated that to win, he would need to continually use the system to gain attributes for recovery, possibly leading to a realm breakthrough. Revealing the existence of the system was not what Murray desired, so after careful consideration, he announced publicly, "I admit defeat." Hearing Murray's declaration of surrender, the entire venue fell silent. Even the Guisu sect disciples stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they saw. Considering Murray's performance, he definitely had the capability to continue the fight. Why would he choose to surrender at this critical juncture? It didn't make sense. Who wouldn't want to unleash their full potential and push their limits? At this level, every top talent had a competitive spirit. By dropping his pride and admitting defeat, Murray left everyone puzzled. Do you really want to admit defeat? Even Bryson couldn't understand why Murray chose to surrender, but watched him walk off the stage gracefully. Ultimately, Bryson sighed deeply and let him go. The final result was that Murray admitted defeat early, conceding victory but after a battle, they would rest for a considerable amount of time to recover their strength before engaging in another fight. At this moment, Bryson looked at Murray with an inexplicably complex expression. Murray ignored this and continued to observe the combat techniques of the 4th level Shackles realm fighters. It must be admitted that battles in the 4th level Shackles realm were far more adept than his own. After all, those who reached this level had been through countless battles. Although Murray's cultivation had reached the Shackles realm, most of the time, it was the system forcibly enhancing him. As for combat skills, he still needed refining. Time passed quickly, and by the end of the afternoon, the final results of the entire sect competition were announced. Bryson placed 3rd in the entire sect competition. Murray ranked 9th. Though he was ranked 9th, everyone knew that given enough time, once Murray reached the 4th level Shackles realm, he would definitely surpass many of them. Although he lost the first place in this competition, Murray felt no regret. When he reached the 4th level Shackles realm, he would still have the ability to fight across realms, just with fewer realm differences. In the Shackles realm, each realm's gap was significant. At this stage, one was already considered a powerhouse. Fighting across multiple realms was almost impossible. This time, because of Murray and the overall excellent performance of its disciples, the Guisu sect ranked 5th. This made everyone in the Guisu sect ecstatic. Usually, the Guisu sect was mid-tier or even lower in previous competitions. So, achieving 5th place this time, while not unprecedented in the history of Guisu sect, was indeed an outstanding result. The overall performance improved significantly, plus the disciples won a lot of money. The atmosphere became much better. Even though Guisu sect wasn't number 1, it was undoubtedly the happiest among all sects. The top-ranked sect this time was unfamiliar to Murray. But Murray didn't care about the ranking between these sections. Corey State and its sects were merely fleeting parts of his life. In the future, he would move on to bigger worlds, and there was no need to dwell on such things here. After the rankings were announced, there was no grand celebration as in previous years. Many spectators suffered heavy losses due to Murray, leading to mixed feelings. If it weren't for Murray's formidable presence and the presence of Guisu sect strong members, these people might have sought revenge. Several people went bankrupt, but the funds didn't flow into the hands of others in the capital. Instead, they went to Murray. Technically speaking, Murray gained the most from this competition. However, such matters required discretion. Indeed, making a fortune quietly was best. Otherwise, if others found out, they would certainly become resentful. Didn't want to see the Allison. During the competition, Murray noticed that the Emperor kept looking at him, and this time, the Emperor likely favored him the most. If the Emperor discovered his close relationship with the Allison, complications could arise. Murray didn't want to cause trouble. Having Zoe, he didn't want her to suffer any harm because of this. Now, as a celebrity, if he met the Allison in public, he'd be easily recognized, and rumors would spread. This was something Murray wanted to avoid. Suddenly, Murray received a message from the Allison. "Ganon, the competition is over. Let's go out and play. I have some good news for you." Seeing this, Murray smiled and immediately replied, "Your Highness, I can't go out now. There are too many people in the capital who recognize me. I'd probably get beaten up as soon as I step outside." ####Chapter 144, Disguise Face Mask. Upon hearing Murray's explanation, the Allison sent a message saying, "Okay. Then," she suddenly added, "what if I come to visit you?" Murray. "Your Highness, to be honest, I'm not going out now, am I? Isn't it because I'm trying to avoid you? Zoe is so happy right now over her winnings. If I were to bring an unfamiliar girl over at this moment?" But when Alex saw Zoe smilingly welcome the Allison, he was taken aback. This relationship is a bit too complicated. At this moment, Alec wished he could pretend he hadn't seen anything, but once Murray noticed him, he decided to invite Alec along to accompany the Allison. After all, it wouldn't be good if Murray spent too much time alone with her. Inside the inn, the Allison met Murray's significant other, and she couldn't help but feel impressed by Zoe from the first glance. Indeed, someone who managed to secure a relationship with such an outstanding boy must be extraordinary. Murray then introduced everyone. Of course, just Alec and Nathaniel, not anyone from Guisu sect. Smiling mischievously, the Allison looked at Murray and said, "Murray, guess what I've brought for you?" "What is it?" Murray was confused. He remembered having already claimed his reward. Was the Allison secretly giving him something else? At this moment, the Allison pulled out a mask-like object, which puzzled Murray further. Why would he, not being a girl, be interested in such a thing? However, her next words surprised everyone. "Don't underestimate this thin item. Once applied to your face, it can alter your appearance. Of course, to revert back to your original look, you just need to take it off. I asked Father for a few of these before. Since you're here in the capital and can't go out to enjoy yourself, I thought I'd give one to you. After all, it would be quite pitiful if you couldn't wander around a bit." Hearing the Allison's words, Murray understood. So this world had such items. It appeared that the Allison was considering his situation and wanted him to have some fun outside. It wasn't a bad idea. This way, he wouldn't be holding Zoe back. Given that the Allison was here, Zoe might feel uncomfortable if she went out to play. "Hold on a second. let me change my clothes. Murray immediately hurried back to his room to change. He couldn't wear the same outfit he wore during the competition. Otherwise, he'd likely be killed by those who lost money. Sighing, Murray felt somewhat sad. If it were anyone else, people would blame themselves for losing bets. But Murray kept winning while others kept losing. Now, everyone probably hated him. Next, Murray put on the mask-like item and checked himself in the mirror. To his surprise, his facial features had changed completely, but they had become absolutely hideous. He would undoubtedly attract attention walking down the street. Seeing this, Murray sighed. His once handsome face had been altered due to its excellence. Soon, Murray walked out. When the others saw his new appearance, they all gasped in shock. The difference between his current and original looks was astounding. Some even began to sympathize with Murray. Murray, seeing everyone's reactions, felt almost tearful. Thankfully, Zoe didn't distance herself from him or abandon him immediately. Otherwise, he would have sought a quiet place to cry. Oh right, when you return, it won't be long before you'll be heading to the battlefield, the Allison suddenly interjected. To the battlefield? Hearing this, Murray was startled. He hadn't heard about this before. Did Corey recently declare war? Zoe, Nathaniel, and Alec also looked confused. They too were unaware of this development. The Allison quickly explained, here's what's happening. Ivor, our neighboring country, has been aggressively invading Corey's borders recently. Father is extremely angry and plans to launch a direct assault on Ivor. After all, over the years, Ivor's continuous invasions have cost many lives among our border civilians. I've even heard that Ivor soldiers have been using our border residents to practice evil spells. Such acts are intolerable. The purpose of this great competition among sects is to demonstrate to all soldiers that Corey is filled with talented young heroes. Therefore, Corey plans to mobilize fully and prepare for a protracted battle against Ivor. This time, the goal is to eliminate Ivor. As outstanding young heroes, you will certainly participate in this war. We will likely meet on the battlefield. Note: names are kept as pinyin, maintaining the tone and style while ensuring fluent English. Chapter 145, A Sense of Humiliation. The Allison spoke at length, her expression unusually serious. Clearly, even this fearless princess regarded this matter with utmost importance. After hearing what the Allison said, Murray and his group became genuinely concerned. If it were true, these elite prodigies would indeed have to go to war. Moreover, an enduring battle was bound to follow, leaving no one at ease. The strength of Ivor is absolutely not inferior to our Corey. Friction between the two has existed for thousands of years, the Allison continued. During these millennia, both sides have attempted to annihilate the other, yet neither side had the capability. Now, after accumulating enmity for countless years, a war has finally erupted. We all must be prepared for the battlefield. Hearing this, Murray nodded and assured her, rest assured, Your Highness. As members of Corey, we will naturally defend its territory. Alec and others quickly agreed. Upon returning from their excursion, everyone in Gueshu sect began preparing. With the sect competition over, they would finally return home. Everyone's mood was pleasant. Gueshu sect's ranking this time was commendable, and they had made money, so spirits were high. However, Murray and his group seemed unusually unhappy. Seeing this, many people were confused, especially those who knew Murray well. Everyone knew his character. Why was he suddenly unhappy? On the airship earlier, he had always been sleeping, completely unfazed by the tense atmosphere. What was different now? Thinking about Murray, many sighed. They figured that on the way back, he would still not practice. This person was perpetually love-hate material. When would he realize that failure in Dominic only leads to regret in old age? Especially the elders and sect master. They appreciated that Murray brought honor to the sect, but also missed the opportunity to teach him properly. Now they didn't know how to reason with him, or get him to stop being so lazy. However, on the airship back, when all disciples were basking in the joyous atmosphere, Murray alone was diligently practicing. This left many stunned. Seriously, you're already at the 4th stage of Shackle's realm. You should be floating on cloud 9. How can this be? Is he pretending? But seeing Murray frown at his slow progress and take heavenly materials to aid his cultivation, everyone realized he was genuinely trying. What was going on here? He shouldn't have felt this way. Perhaps Murray's reaction was delayed. Realizing the urgency of the sect competition now? When asked why, Murray's answer nearly made everyone want to beat him up. It's nothing much. I just saw the gap between me and the 4th stage of Shackle's realm this time. In the past, I could easily cross several realms, but now, crossing just 3 realms requires my full effort. I got severely beaten down and can't afford not to try harder. No one knew how to scold him. Was he serious? Were you humiliating others? Elders watching couldn't help but feel speechless. How could he be so infuriating whether he tried or not? But at least he realized he needed to try. That was something good. Gueshu sect soon arrived. As the disciples' airship returned, many in the sect already knew about their impressive performance, especially those in By Alliance. Upon hearing that their leader had shone brightly in the competition, reaching the 4th stage of Shackle's realm battles, By Alliance was ecstatic. Many mid-level disciples applied to join, with top-tier powerhouses trying to get in too. However, it was too late. By Alliance now had strict selection criteria. Many disciples felt proud. Previously, Gueshu sect always hovered in the middle ranks, making disciples feel frustrated. After all, Gueshu sect was considered first-rate in their hearts. Now, with a higher ranking and By Alliance reveling, they felt they could hold their heads high, especially since some initially doubted their choice to leave other alliances for a lesser-developed sect. Now, they envied them, boosting their pride. When Murray and others disembarked, the main square was filled with welcoming disciples. Female disciples draped flower garlands around Murray, making him the center of attention. Embarrassed by the cheers, he felt he hadn't really put in much effort. It was just his raw strength. Seeing this, the sect master inwardly smiled, gaining more respect for this disciple. The master wasn't clear about Zoe and Murray's relationship but understood it's some for battle. It was uncertain how the disciples would react to this news. The Tyson continued, everyone should be aware that our neighbor, Ivor Kingdom, has had numerous confrontations with us, accumulating deep-rooted enmity over thousands of years. This grudge can never be forgiven, not only by Corey's warriors but also by countless disciples of our Gueshu sect who have served on the border. Many have even lost their lives there. As he spoke, a disciple appeared beside the Tyson, his body wrapped in bandages, exuding an overwhelming aura of killing intent. He looked sternly at the other disciples and said fiercely, I am a disciple returning from the battlefield, severely wounded and forced to retreat to recuperate. On the front lines, I witnessed the unconscionable acts committed by Ivor. Villages along our border were raided, and many infants were brutally killed, used to cultivate evil magic to attack our people. To be frank, those children were innocent, and their mothers were captured and humiliated. Ivor Kingdom is less than beasts. Many disciples were shocked upon hearing these words. They knew little about the border issues, only aware of sporadic skirmishes, unaware that the situation had escalated to such atrocities. The Tyson then said, this disciple Edgar hails from the border region. Upon learning of the turmoil back home, he volunteered without hesitation. On the battlefield, he saw his homeland transformed into a war zone, watching families torn apart. He witnessed his once peaceful village reduced to ruins by the enemy. Now, the war between Corey and Ivor has intensified. Our men must fight to support the front lines. If we do nothing soon, our lands will face the same fate. This is something none of us want to see. Therefore, Gueshu sect must mobilize to support the battle on the border. We will commit all our resources, and every disciple who has reached the Haochi realm must participate in this battle. I know some of you may not wish to go, but we have no choice. Enemies are advancing. We cannot hide under someone else's protection. We must bravely stand against them. For the sake of our homeland, let's fight. With the last sentence almost roaring out, the dominicful enthusiasm of the disciples flared up. Instantly they shouted, for Corey Kingdom, we fight. For Corey Kingdom, we fight. Moved by the disciples' fervor, the Tyson said, on the battlefield, death is inevitable. You may lose your comrades. Are you afraid? Not at all. Their resounding answer echoed throughout, shaking the air. The Tyson nodded and continued, good. This is not just a fight for Gueshu sect but for the entire Corey Kingdom. Other sects, large or small, will also join forces against the enemy. Most likely, many would be injured or fall in battle. Chapter 147, Heading to the Frontier. After the patriarch finished his speech, the entire Gueshu sect entered a state of heightened preparation. The usual hustle and bustle within the sect had vanished. The disciples were now busy preparing for imminent battle. Murray looked at the tense atmosphere in the sect and sighed. The grand competition had just concluded not long ago, leaving no time for celebration. In an instant, everyone was heading into another battlefield. This departure would likely be a farewell between life and death. At this moment, all members of the alliance began donating supplies urgently. The management skills of the major alliance officials became evident as they helped the elders coordinate everything. Remaining disciples swiftly maintained order, assisting the elders in redistributing resources. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere enveloped the entire Gueshu sect, with the sky turning ominously gray. Murray sat on a stone pillar, watching the bustling surroundings and feeling a wave of melancholy. If nothing had happened, life would continue as usual. The disciples would still exist, and the daily dramas of laughter, love, and hatred would play out as before. A sudden war disrupted everything, casting uncertainty over everyone's future. Murray experienced the terror of war for the first time in both his past and present lives. Zoe walked over, seeing Murray, and seemed to understand his thoughts. Patting Murray's back, she said, you don't need to feel sorrowful. War always claims lives. In this world, wars occur every moment, and people die every second. But living, isn't it to prove one's value? Sometimes, even if someone loses their life, they will die without regret if they protect others in their last moments. Listening to Zoe's words, Murray nodded and sighed deeply. That day, hidden flying boats within the Gueshu sect were brought out. Soon after, announcements informed everyone that 3 batches would depart for the frontier battlegrounds. All disciples needed to be ready, while some elders stayed behind to oversee them. Not all disciples would go to war. Murray returned to the White Alliance base. When he entered, Murray saw many people discussing what would happen once they reached the battlefield. Some were busy working, but construction on the White Alliance base had halted. Looking at the vast, unfinished base, Murray felt a deep sense of emotion. This base was proof of his worth. Each brick represented his rise to power. However, news of the border war forced them to leave the project unfinished. Could his path to prominence also be left incomplete? Murray didn't know how things would develop. Leader, let's go. I've spoken with the elder. He agreed to gather our White Alliance members together. We will act as a group, Nathaniel said as he approached, noticing Murray's somber mood. All right, the construction here will resume in the future. At the battlefield, we might not die, considering we are all elites. Rockoli, dangerous missions aren't assigned to us. Due to Gueshu sect being a martial sect, most battles involve the elders, reducing the risks for disciples. Thus, disciples had a higher chance of survival in these bloody battles. Nodding, Murray went to his residence, packed his belongings, and headed to the small plaza. On the Gueshu sect plaza, several flying boats were docked. Murray led a group of White Alliance members towards the plaza. Everyone decided to stick with Murray no matter what. With Murray's formidable strength, he would be difficult to defeat in battle, ensuring their survival. Reaching the flying boat, the weather remained gloomy, and a cold wind blew, adding to the solemnity. Murray asked an elder, Elder, which boat should the White Alliance board? The elder pointed to a distant boat and said, There, that one. You must be cautious, Murray. On the battlefield, try to stay alive. You have a great future ahead. Do not risk yourself unnecessarily. Walking beside Murray, the elderly elder continued his paternal advice. He was almost at the end of his days, an old-timer of Guisu sect. Seeing a young talent like Murray heading to war, he felt concerned. "I'll take care, Elder," Murray replied seriously, then signaled to the White Alliance members. Soon, they lined up and boarded the flying boat. Finally, Murray followed and found his seat inside. Surprisingly, Zoe joined him this time. It seemed everyone was mobilizing, including the patriarch's daughter. The disciples clutched their bags tightly, feeling safer seeing Murray and Zoe. Not only because they had Murray, but also because Zoe was present. Her importance meant less dangerous missions were likely assigned. Still, fear lingered in their hearts. No one knew if they would return to Guisu sect alive, so everyone looked out the windows, feeling nostalgic about the huge sect. In that instant, the flying boat burst into flames and took off. Chapter 148. Do it ourselves? The flying boat carried the disciples of Guisu sect over vast mountains, continuously soaring through the skies. This time, all the disciples finally had a clear view of the entirety of Kori Kingdom. Most regions were desolate, with mostly green mountains stretching as far as the eye could see. Occasionally, a small city would appear below, and standing on the flying boat, the disciples observed the myriad lives below, which made many sigh. In that moment, they suddenly felt less afraid. The height of the flying boat gave them a sense of responsibility to protect these people, to guard the lands of Kori Kingdom. Soon, the flying boat arrived at the front lines of the border battlefield. From the flying boat, many disciples saw the chaos and warfare ahead, with supreme beings battling in the sky. Below, massive armies clashed, and directly beneath the flying boat was a fortress-like structure. The mighty creatures fighting above seemed indifferent to their presence, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Such powerful beings, if they targeted the flying boat, might cause it to crash. The flying boat began to descend slowly and eventually landed within the fortress, which was a small city but distinctly different from other cities. They were entirely military camps with no ordinary civilians. Its sole purpose was to defend the borders of Kori Kingdom. After landing, Murray and others quickly gathered their belongings and disembarked. At the entrance of the fortress, an officer greeted them. "Young heroes, please follow me. This time, I'll lead you to your camp," the officer said to Murray and the rest. Following him, they walked toward a hillside area. The mountain ahead wasn't very tall, and the surroundings were littered with garbage, indicating poor living conditions. They saw a cluster of tents up ahead, newly erected, which likely housed their camp. Nearby was a small stream, but its water had nearly stagnated and would soon become a cesspool. At this point, the officer apologetically explained to Murray and the others, "Sorry, young heroes. You've come here to support us, yet we can only provide you with such living conditions. However, it's unavoidable. This region has been at war for years, leaving us no time to clean up. Moreover, the sudden conflict between Kori Kingdom and Ivor Kingdom left us unprepared. The small river is slightly foul-smelling, and you'll need to unclog it yourselves. Only after doing so can you use the water for daily cleaning. Furthermore, meals will be announced daily. For drinking water, there are no nearby sources, but water carriers will bring you several water pots each day, containing your drinking water for the entire day. If you run out of water, you can boil the river water for consumption, provided you set up a pot to heat it." The officer sounded genuinely apologetic, as these disciples were elites in their respective sects, accustomed to better conditions. "No problem, we didn't come here for comfort." "It doesn't matter," one disciple replied. "Yes, thank you. Without your protection at the border, we wouldn't have peaceful lives," another added. "Now that we're here, it's our turn to protect you." Upon hearing this, even some initially frowning female disciples softened, realizing they shouldn't complain. The officer nodded and said, Young heroes, stay here temporarily. You won't be sent into battle right away. Later, someone will organize you into a special task force. Please get used to it." With that, the officer left. Murray looked around at the miserable environment. However, this wasn't the time to be picky. He gathered the White Alliance members and found their tents. They needed to tidy up at least the river because, otherwise, they'd have significant water issues. Many disciples turned to Murray and asked, "President Bai, what should we do next?" Among this batch of disciples, only a few were at the Jiasua realm. Leaders like Eagle Alliance President were in subsequent batches, so Murray was currently the strongest here, especially since he had all his White Alliance members present, making him the most influential. Murray surveyed the surroundings and instructed, "First, let's assign a group to unclog the river, then clean up the surrounding area. We'll be staying here long term, so we need to make it livable. Others can visit other camps if there's nothing else to do. We just arrived and haven't been assigned tasks, so helping others clean up would be good. Let's do any available work in the camp. We're idle anyway." Many disciples nodded in agreement. Some started cleaning inside the camp while others joined Murray to find the source of the blocked river. This river was crucial for survival, and they had to ensure clean water. Although water would be delivered daily, it wouldn't be enough. Murray knew that, unlike their sects where everything was provided, they must now fend for themselves here. Murray led a group from the White Alliance toward the river's source. ####Chapter 149, Cleaning the Barracks. This small river was clearly not the most important one within this fortress. There were several rivers here, many of which were man-made, even diverting mountain springs into channels to be used by the people. Murray led a group from the Bai Alliance and walked over 100 meters before finally reaching where the small river was blocked. Initially, the area near the barracks was relatively clear, but in other parts, years of fallen tree leaves had accumulated, resulting in piles of branches and leaves clogging the river. When they cleared these branches and leaves, insects and toads jumped out. Some of the toads had died inside, creating a foul smell due to the prolonged lack of use. Seeing this, Murray drew his god of war spear and levitated in midair. The other disciples also came to help. Their weapons worked together, lifting the branches and leaves and throwing them onto nearby hills. "Clear out the scattered branches and leaves in the river," Zoe instructed the other disciples. "These can accumulate over time and become troublesome later." Murray and his team worked hard to clean everything up, eventually clearing all the branches and leaves. However, there was still some rotten silt and foul-smelling areas in the river. They spent a considerable amount of time cleaning it until the river was finally clear. Murray traced the river upstream and found that it originated from a mountain spring. At this rate, it would take less than a day for the stagnant water to be flushed away by the spring's flow. Soon, the river would be usable again. Murray then led the group back to the barracks. Upon return, the remaining disciples were busy tidying up the camp. After everyone's efforts, the place was swept clean, and many areas were scrubbed spotless, making it look completely refreshed. Next, all the disciples started helping out in other barracks to ensure the injured soldiers could rest and recuperate. Although there were some low cultivation individuals responsible for hygiene, they were far too few to handle the workload alone. Only after the Guisu sect disciples joined did the barracks regain some semblance of normalcy, albeit still somewhat shabby. Murray led his group towards the mess hall to clean it up. His experience told him that the mess hall was often the dirtiest place and would require significant effort to clean thoroughly. Upon arriving at the mess hall, the Guisu sect disciples were surprised by the stark contrast between this and their own sect's facility. The floor was covered with thick grime, and some tiles were even moldy. With furrowed brows, Murray and his team managed to clean the entire place. Afterwards, they had little else to do. Murray stood in the barracks, gazing at the sky nearby. It was as gray as it was at the sect, and it looked like a heavy rain was imminent. He wondered how the soldiers outside were faring in the bloody battle, waiting for a meal back at the camp. This was the first time he realized how difficult it was to be in charge. But such challenges wouldn't deter Murray. He searched around and found wild vegetables growing abundantly. Wild game might be scarce, but not entirely absent. Catching some rabbits and rodents could add some flavor, and filling the rest with wild vegetables would suffice. Additionally, some disciples probably had food supplies of their own. Combining everything into a big stew would solve the problem. Thus, Murray divided the tasks among everyone. Some searched for wild vegetables while others caught wild birds and beasts, taking them to the river for dissection. The remaining members cut wood for fire. Everything proceeded smoothly, except for identifying wild vegetables, which required Murray's personal oversight. Most people didn't know how to distinguish edible plants from harmful ones. So, he taught them step by step, showing which were safe to eat and which could cause stomach trouble. Then, he gathered the wild vegetables and took them to the barracks to start cooking. The paragraph structure, tone, and style are maintained as requested, ensuring a coherent storyline and fluent English translation. Chapter 150. If you ask me, who should I ask? Under Murray's leadership, the disciples of Guisu sect began to forage for wild vegetables and hunt game, eventually gathering a fair amount of food. However, the disciples of Guisu sect had some reservations. Could these foods really be eaten? Seeing Murray's confident demeanor, the disciples ultimately decided to trust him, as Murray was certainly not there to harm them. Afterward, everyone followed Murray down the mountain, with firewood and other necessities already prepared. Upon arriving near the military camp, Murray instructed everyone to start clearing the surrounding area and set up large pots. Next, he borrowed kitchen knives and other tools from the kitchen to skin the game and wash the wild vegetables. Then, everything was thrown into the big pot, forming a large cauldron of mixed dishes. I'll handle the fire. Alec eagerly volunteered, clearly excited by this new experience, much like a child. Seeing his enthusiasm, Murray directly assigned the task of tending the fire to Alec. Everyone watched intently as the pot simmered away. After some time, an aroma began wafting from the pot, surprising many. After about half an hour, the large pot of stew was ready. Everyone, bear with it. This is all we can do under these conditions. Don't blame me. Murray chuckled at the disciples, who then picked up their bowls and began serving themselves. The flavor turned out to be quite decent. Honestly, it was the first time these disciples had eaten wild vegetables, and though they were inferior to the spirit rice from the sect, they were far better than nothing. Everyone enjoyed the meal immensely, eating nearly everything but leaving a small portion in the pot. Well, let's clean up. We'll wait for further instructions regarding the rest. Murray sighed inwardly, seeing how no one had yet told them what to do next in this situation. Were they supposed to just spectate indefinitely? Especially since spectating was practically impossible amid the ongoing battles on the city walls, which could hinder other soldiers. This was where Murray and the others felt truly helpless. As night fell, many began preparing for sleep. If they didn't rest, they might be woken early the next day. At dawn the following morning, while all the disciples were lost in deep slumber, a heavy stomping noise intruded into the military camp. The battle cries from outside last night kept everyone awake until late. Now, hearing these footsteps, several disciples felt annoyed but begrudgingly opened their eyes. They saw an officer leading more disciples of Guisu sect approaching. Here are your fellow sect members who arrived yesterday. For now, you stay here. The officer said to the second batch of disciples from Guisu sect, who widened their eyes upon seeing the living conditions. None of them expected battlefield life to be like this. Well, since you're here, find a place to rest for a while. We need to continue sleeping as the noise from the battle last night prevented us from resting properly. Once we wake up, I'll explain the rules here. If you're hungry, there's still some food in the pot. The fire isn't out yet, so heat it up yourselves. A disciple, barely opening his eyes, mean constant confrontations with enemies, excitement, and peril. Instead, it seemed Murray and his group were practically going stir-crazy. Hey, wake up. This is extremely irresponsible. We're here to fight, not to rest. Many new disciples indignantly expressed dissatisfaction with Murray's attitude, given that he was the strongest among them, making him the go-to person for responsibility. Murray, irritated, retorted. Yesterday, the officer gave us the same instructions. We've done what we had to do. Now, you can chat, talk, even practice cultivation if you want. No one's stopping you. Don't ask me what to do. If you ask me, who should I ask? This is the current situation. We just have to wait patiently. Even Murray felt uncomfortable. These people immediately turned to him for solutions when they faced problems, but he wasn't in charge here. It would be better if they found something to occupy themselves. However, there was no work left for them in the camp. All they could do was wait. Wait until the officer remembered them and came to give them assignments. Chapter 151. Unexpected boredom. Seeing how irresponsible Murray was, the others were also somewhat annoyed. But soon they encountered their first problem. It was the issue of how to get enough food. All the disciples were stunned. Since you arrived, you've been eating this? New disciples were stunned. If that was the case, life here would be unbearably boring. Of course, if you can eat, eat. Otherwise, scram. Either help or go down. You've already scared away the field mice. A disciple said angrily. Seeing this scene, many disciples sighed and started helping. It wasn't because they were all exemplary Dominics or very enthusiastic, but simply because it was too damn boring. They needed to do something. Eventually, through the collective efforts of the disciples, everyone collected wild vegetables, firewood, and game, then made a fire downstairs to continue cooking. According to the schedule, the third batch of disciples would likely arrive by evening. When the third batch arrived, all elite disciples of the Guishu sect would be gathered. Apart from these 3 batches, the remaining disciples were sent elsewhere, possibly not meeting for a long time. But that's how war was. By dusk, the third batch of disciples finally arrived. Among them were many disciples in the Shackles realm, including leaders of various alliances, mostly sent here. And Murray waited enthusiastically for them. Not because of these disciples, after all, the inner sect wasn't large, and they had mostly seen each other, but for the officers' arrival. Only after the officers came could they inquire about organizing themselves and having something to do. After all, bringing them here only to let them idle around wasn't good. But this time, the officers seemed deliberately avoiding them. After this batch arrived, they were directly informed of the camp's location and told to come here, with instructions that any issues should be addressed with those who arrived yesterday. Upon their arrival, these disciples stared at each other, wide-eyed. Learning that the people before them had idled all day without doing anything, everyone was stunned. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Logically, shouldn't they be in the midst of a bloody battle? Why did things differ upon their arrival? In fact, the battle outside was too intense. Due to urgent warfare, both sides suddenly declared war, leading to insufficient supplies and reinforcements. Everyone was engaged in the fight outside, with no time to attend to them. Anyway, being cultivators, the disciples wouldn't starve easily. This also tested their reactions after arrival. Eagle Alliance leader brought Denim and others to find Murray. Upon seeing Eagle Alliance members, White Alliance members became nervous. Now, White Alliance knew Eagle Alliance wanted to recruit their leader. What if their leader disagreed and a conflict erupted? However, Bryson considered the bigger picture, knowing it was unwise to confront Murray. Thus, he greeted. Murray. What? Still haven't gotten over our match back in the sect? Looking for another duel? Murray glanced sideways at Bryson with understanding eyes. Bryson? Was he really so short-tempered? Honestly, Murray was indeed irritating, but it didn't matter. Bryson looked at him and asked, Murray, you don't intend to stay idle here, right? We're here to fight. Murray glanced at the muscular man and replied, on the battlefield, soldiers obey orders. Unauthorized actions will lead to punishment even if successful. We are following orders now. Don't try to be clever. I know your Eagle Alliance is strong, but disobeying orders can cause chaos on the battlefield. Murray rolled his eyes at Bryson, seemingly unwilling to engage further. Chapter 152. The arrival of Jingguang's sect. Who are you talking about? Is our alliance leader that superficial? You're clearly talking about yourself. Upon hearing this, Mackenzie's temper flared up immediately. The people from Eagle Alliance generally had short tempers. Now, seeing Murray's lecturing demeanor, they immediately got angry. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Don't stir up trouble. We absolutely didn't come here to find fault. Seeing this scene, even Bryson felt somewhat intolerant. Indeed, he came here intending to discuss this matter with Murray. However, after being lectured by Murray, he hesitated to speak his mind. He admitted that what Murray said made sense and demonstrated that Murray was indeed more thoughtful than him. But Bryson's pride wouldn't allow him to easily reveal his true intentions. With a turn of his eyes, Bryson sat down and asked, Murray, do you have any thoughts on this battle? How should we attack the enemy to make them feel our power? How can we contribute to the Kori kingdom? Murray looked at Bryson as if he were an idiot, saying, firstly, we need the Homer's approval. Secondly, since we just arrived and must follow orders, we aren't familiar with the overall war situation yet. To my knowledge, this is just one battlefield. There are many others. What we need to do now is not to seek immediate success, but to thoroughly examine the terrain and consult with superiors. Ideally, we'd achieve some results. The outcome of the war doesn't hinge on us small fry, do you understand? Seeing Murray's condescending attitude, Bryson couldn't help feeling embarrassed. After all, Murray looked at him as if he were an idiot. He originally meant well but hadn't thought everything through. After Murray spoke, Bryson suddenly felt like a complete fool. He stood up and left, leading the Eagle Alliance members away in dejection. At this point, Murray was essentially the leader here because he arrived first and had the strongest combat ability. Therefore, everyone could only recognize Murray's authority. Conflicts over these issues would be seen as provocation. Besides, Bryson knew that they owed their survival to Murray, making them feel helpless towards him. After reprimanding Bryson, Murray stood up and addressed everyone. Come on, everyone, take a bath while there's no battle happening. War is imminent. If war starts, we won't have time for baths. So let's use this opportunity to clean ourselves. With that, Murray led by example, preparing towels. This scene stunned the 2 batches of new disciples. What was going on? Taking a bath here? How? Everyone watched in amazement as the first batch of disciples from the previous day took out basins, fetched water from the nearby stream, and returned to their tents to bathe. Before leaving, Murray sternly warned the new disciples. Don't dirty the stream for your trivial needs. Otherwise, cleaning duties will fall on you. Oh, and no bathing directly in the stream. It's used for cooking too. If you're thirsty, fetch water elsewhere or boil it using large pots. Of course, you can choose to bathe. Seeing Murray and others starting to bathe, everyone was taken aback. They hadn't expected conditions to be so challenging here. As Bryson and his group started fetching water to bathe, a group of disciples suddenly appeared. This piqued the curiosity of Guisu sect's disciples, as all 3 batches were supposed to be present already. Despite having multiple waves, sending more elite forces due to the importance of this. At least explain the situation to us. What attitude do people from Guisu sect have? Are you treating the war like this? Outside, it's a heated battle, but here you're bathing and enjoying yourselves. Many of the Jingguang sect disciples were indignant. While they couldn't beat Murray, they knew the purpose of their arrival. These people from Guisu sect, with their current attitude, genuinely made them angry. After all, they didn't come here for enjoyment. Huh. Murray smiled faintly and said, given that you're also here to fight, I won't hold our differences against you now. Right now, the Homer has us waiting here until the unified training begins and squads are formed. Then the Homer left, and we've been here ever since. Forget fighting. We've even had trouble getting food. The cafeteria doesn't provide meals. Of course, we've cleaned up and done all the tasks available here. Now, there really isn't anything else to do, so it's not our fault. We're just following orders. Murray looked lazy as he explained, leaving the Jingguang sect disciples stunned. One of them retorted, you could launch attacks on the enemy. Doing nothing. What sense does that make? Murray looked at him as if he were an idiot, saying, I'm not in charge of the war, so I can't command anyone. If we blindly join the battle, will it really be effective? Can we be sure not to cause more trouble? We came here to follow orders, not to show off personal abilities. The Jingguang sect disciples were speechless under Murray's reprimand. Bryson and others who were fetching water heard Murray's words and frowned. Meanwhile, the Jingguang sect members were especially irritated. They had good intentions, only to be lectured by this guy. How infuriating. Though Murray spoke the truth, they still felt some resistance internally. Listen, since you've arrived, set up your tents quickly and then take a bath. After all, if the real battle starts, you probably won't have time to bathe. So, take the opportunity while you can. This is a piece of advice. There's nothing much to do right now, so rest if you want. Murray reminded them again. That's all I can say. What you do next is up to you. Now, taking a bath is the best way to pass time. Oh, don't dirty the river we cleaned. We need that water for washing and cooking too. Saying this, Murray walked into the main hall, humming a tune, heading back to his tent. The Jingguang sect disciples exchanged glances. Ultimately, they had no choice but to follow Murray's advice and quietly bathe. Many of the Jingguang sect's fine young men sighed inwardly. Life wasn't supposed to be like this. Who would have thought that the battlefield was so different from their imagination? After bathing, both sects rested. Except for eating and drinking, there was practically no work to do. These past few days, everyone lived quite leisurely. Tallulah orderly led the Jingguang sect disciples in imitating the Guisu sect's meal preparations. Naturally, they refused to eat with the Guisu sect. After all, the two sects were very close and tensions had risen due to Murray's behavior. The two sects were now nearly at each other's throats. If not for being on the battlefield, any encounter between the disciples of the two sects might spark conflict. After 3 days of waiting, the long-awaited Homer finally appeared. Looking at the disciples, he nodded approvingly, you are better than I expected. I hope you meet my expectations during the upcoming training. Upon hearing the Homer's praise, many disciples felt somewhat ashamed. Frankly, most of the groundwork was done by Murray and the first group of arrivals. Without Murray, they might not have accomplished much. All credit should go entirely to Murray. Following the Homer, all the disciples gathered at a dilapidated square nearby for basic training before joining the battle. The training mainly involved forming battalions and maintaining order, not combat techniques. After all, most disciples already knew how to fight. Instead, the focus was on Zhuyi Shishang. Asterisk note, Zhuyi Shishang should be translated to English for a fluent reading. Based on context, it likely means precautions or matters of attention. Asterisk. Revised. The training mainly involved forming battalions and maintaining order, not combat techniques. After all, most disciples already knew how to fight. Instead, the focus was on precautions and matters of attention for when they entered the battlefield. In reality, the Homer kept them here for so long to test whether the disciples would act impulsively and go to the battlefield or clean up around them. This tested their mindset. The Homer had specific arrangements for these top disciples, many of whom were tasked with assassination missions on the battlefield, so he gave detailed instructions. During the training, the external battle ended. The Ivor troops had been repelled from this border area. Returning soldiers enlivened the camp, giving Murray and the others something to do. Their main task was aiding wounded soldiers. Besides that, they were assigned guard duties to prevent enemy attacks. These duties were crucial. If guards failed to spot an enemy attack promptly, it could place the battle in a disadvantageous position. One night, Murray and Alec were assigned to guard duty on the city wall of the border. Below, the plain was covered in blood, the moon hanging high, casting a chilling glow over the night. Murray and Alec sighed, sitting down. Guarding only required occasional checks and didn't necessitate constant vigilance. Honestly, given the atmosphere, Murray wished he could get some dishes and a little wine to enjoy with Alec. Note: please inform me if you'd like me to translate more chapters or have any specific requests. Chapter 154. The War Begins. Standing on the city wall, Murray felt an indescribable loneliness in his heart. In the past, he could always practice cultivation to pass the time. Now, all he could do was gaze into the distance and sigh at this battlefield. Hey, young brothers, I've brought you some food. At that moment, an old soldier wheeled a trolley up. On it were several dishes and a bottle of wine. This surprised Alec and Murray. In the middle of a war, they could drink alcohol? Wasn't that risky? As if reading their thoughts, the old soldier calmly explained, warfare is bound to be dreary, especially at night. So, naturally, we need something to lift our spirits. Don't worry. This kind of alcohol can be expelled using one's cultivation skills. You just need to maintain the atmosphere. You don't have to worry because this is arranged by the officers. After hearing what the old soldier said, Murray and Alec felt relieved. The meal was simple, just 4 dishes and a bottle of wine. But for them, it was absolutely good. Even having this much was great since there usually wasn't any. Remember, while drinking, you must keep an eye on your post. Although others are watching too, if anything goes wrong, all who were on watch tonight will be executed. Just check once every incense sticks duration. Also, not everyone gets to drink every night. Drink 2 nights in a row, then rest 1 night, and that's how it goes. After giving these instructions, the old soldier left. Nearby soldiers, noticing Alec's group had drinks as well, immediately brought their own meals over and joined them. Little brothers, how do you feel after being here for a few days? The 2 veterans asked Alec and Murray. Boring, really. After waiting for so many days, it's finally getting serious. Alec answered honestly. After all, back at Gueshu sect, he was straightforward and had no need to beat around the bush. Upon hearing this, the 2 veterans smiled. We also came from your age. Back when we were your age, wars weren't as frequent. So, after finishing our cultivation at the sects, we came to the battlefield, but we didn't have it as easy as you. On the battlefield, people die. As day after day passes and we witness our comrades' deaths, we've become numb. We only wish for the war to stop and for everyone to live peacefully. Now, we miss our days at Lingxi sect. When we were there, life seemed perfect. Only on the battlefield did we truly understand the value of life. The veteran took a sip of wine and continued eating. You might find this boring now, but we hope you cherish these idle days. Because eventually, you'll end up on the battlefield where the bloodshed is real and intense. Murray and Alec fell silent upon hearing the veteran's words. Honestly, they suddenly realized that tranquility could indeed be a form of happiness. Although standing guard was dull, it was far better than enduring heart-wrenching pain. The veteran went on to share more with Murray and Alec about life on the frontier. Life here was monotonous and filled with shadows cast by the frequent loss of brothers. Sometimes, they questioned the purpose of their existence. Was it all for war? Why did certain people always choose war for greater benefits when living harmoniously wouldn't be better? Murray and Alec remained silent after hearing this. The next morning, Murray and Alec returned to change shifts. Back in the tent, the usual lively atmosphere was gone. Everyone was either on duty or training, making the days somewhat mundane. Back in the tent, Murray quickly fell asleep. Just as he was dreaming, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Murray woke up immediately and heard the thunderous shouts outside. Sir, Ivor Kingdom is attacking again. Both of you, as geniuses in the Shackles realm, must join the fight now. The enemy is aggressive this time, but the situation seems unusual. You'll see once you get there. A soldier informed Murray. Upon hearing this, Murray immediately got up, dressed, and headed towards the city wall. On the wall, soldiers were bracing themselves, nervously watching the distance. Ahead, a large crowd gathered but merely shouted without immediate. It really thinks he's Murray, daring to provoke us. Many people were indignant and started shouting at the officer. Then the officer waved his hand without acknowledging the disciples' request to fight. Instead, he looked at all the Shackled Realm disciples and said, You must consider carefully. If you go down now, you might not come back. After all, if they dared to provoke us, it means they have full confidence and can kill a few of us at least. I think we should be cautious. The officer was well-intentioned. These disciples had grown up through much hardship. It would be regrettable if they were sacrificed so easily. However, since a first-level Shackled Realm opponent came to provoke them, sending a second-level Shackled Realm disciple would seem condescending. Sir, send me. Don't worry. This time I'm confident I can defeat him. I defeated a Shackled Realm opponent not long ago in the clan contest. At this moment, the disciple who raised his hand initially spoke up loudly. Alright, then you go, but be extremely careful. Do not be complacent. After all, since he came here, his strength is likely not far from yours. Hearing the officer's words, the disciple nodded and walked down. The city gate opened, and everyone saw the disciple step out and laugh arrogantly. Ivor Nation ants, how dare you come here to challenge us? Who gave you the guts? If you were forced by Ivor Nation, I will give you a chance to join our Cory Nation. Once in Cory Nation, we will treat you well, and then you can seek your revenge. Clearly, besides arrogance, this Jin Guang clan disciple felt some pity for the other side, believing they were just offering their heads. Foolish Dominic, you are too arrogant. Upon hearing this, the Ivor Nation Dominic became enraged and immediately attacked with an axe towards the abdomen of the Jin Guang clan disciple. Seeing this, the Jin Guang clan disciple quickly countered. Soon, they were engaged in battle. However, Jin Guang clan's disciple soon lost composure because the opponent was indeed stronger. Shortly after engaging, the Jin Guang clan disciple was suppressed. Die. Taking advantage of Jin Guang clan's disciple being caught off guard, the Ivor Nation Dominic suddenly attacked, and the Jin Guang clan disciple's head separated from his body. Seeing this, the Jin Guang clan disciples collectively wailed. Indeed, this disciple was one of their strong members and was quite renowned within the Jin Guang clan. To be killed in mere dozen exchanges made everyone uneasy, especially considering he was their senior brother whom they spent days and nights with, even daydreaming about battles together. Now, he was gone. War often sees people failing to achieve what they imagined. Thus, many lives end abruptly. After the Jin Guang clan disciple was slain, the opposite camp cheered while the Cory Nation officers wore grim expressions. Cory Nation's geniuses are all weaklings. Is there anyone else who dares to fight me? The Ivor Nation Dominic taunted again after killing the Jin Guang clan disciple. What nonsense, see how your grandfather kills you. Provoked, an Eagle Alliance member of Gueshu clan swiftly jumped off the city wall to engage in decisive combat with the opponent. Cory Nation's people focused on the battle below once more. Initially, someone from Jin Guang clan also wanted to participate, but they weren't as impetuous as the Gueshu clan's Eagle Alliance member, who jumped directly down. Hence, this opportunity went to him. Although Jin Guang clan's members were somewhat reluctant, they now held greater respect for Gueshu clan. At least, Gueshu clan had some decent individuals. Suddenly, everyone turned their attention to the battle below again. Unexpectedly, the Eagle Alliance member was killed within a few rounds by the opponent. This made all disciples draw in a sharp breath. It appeared that Ivor Nation had meticulously planned this to crush their morale. Seeing the fully prepared opposition looking very formidable, many shackled realm disciples hesitated, unwilling to go down easily. I'll face him. At this moment, Alec and Nathaniel volunteered simultaneously to the officer. One was a genius of Guesu clan, and the other was an assassin from Darkgate, both exceptionally powerful. Especially Nathaniel. His skills would give Alec quite a headache if they fought. Forget it, let me deal with this guy. Murray sighed, stepped forward, and calmly looked at the officer. Are you sure? Going down means risking your life. The officer asked Murray and the others. At this moment, Murray looked at Nathaniel and Alec and said, he is beyond your capabilities. Let me handle it. Don't worry, I'll surely capture him. I'm not underestimating you. I observed carefully, and this guy is definitely stronger than you. If you go, you might die. Seeing Murray say so, Nathaniel and Alec naturally chose to listen and stepped back 2 steps, clearly indicating their stance. Great, finally Murray is stepping in. This way we won't lose face. He must humiliate and avenge our 2 disciples. Seeing Murray volunteer, many disciples were exhilarated. Earlier, they hadn't thought of asking Murray because they underestimated the opponent, thinking he wasn't worth Murray's efforts. Now, Murray had to go to prevent the continuous provocations. Since you're sure, then go, but stay safe, the officer told Murray. Chapter 156. One man can match 1,000 armies. After gaining the officer's approval, Murray nodded and strode forward toward the city wall. A formidable enemy has arrived. They must be vanquished. Since the opponent was issuing such a challenge at their doorstep, if he were not defeated, it would surely bring ridicule to the Kori kingdom. That was something Murray absolutely could not allow. Therefore, this time Murray decided not to give this person any chance of retaliation. He would immediately eliminate him upon descending. The city gates slowly opened for Murray. Holding the spear of war, he stepped out, releasing his cultivation as he approached the Iver Kingdom Dominic outside. He didn't ask the Dominic's name because there was no need. It made no sense to ask a dead man his name. Heh. Is it that your Kori kingdom has no one left? Could it be that you only have 2 Lock Realm disciples? Now, you send a mere novice who just broke into the Lock Realm. Do you want to die? The Iver Kingdom Dominic had a playful expression, looking carefree and treating Murray as prey before him. After all, judging by Murray's age and the aura of cultivation emanating from him, it was clear that he hadn't been in the Lock Realm for long. For such a novice to now confront him, wasn't this asking for death? You leave. Your cultivation is too weak. At these words from the Iver Dominic, Murray's pupils constricted. Could this guy also have compassion? The Dominic's next words soon followed. You are too weak. You're not even worthy to be my opponent. Battling you would soil my pair of axes. Hearing the Dominic's words, Murray's expression turned cold. In the next moment, an overwhelming wave of cultivation erupted, and in an instant, he charged at the Dominic with the spear of war. Boom! Chaotic spirit energy raged around him as Murray appeared like a living god of war, thrusting toward the Dominic. The Iver Kingdom Dominic raised an eyebrow, and then his axe swung towards Murray. To him, Murray was ultimately just a disciple who had just entered the Lock Realm and didn't require serious attention. What he didn't know was that the moment he underestimated his opponent sealed his fate. Murray's momentum was like a rainbow, rapidly appearing in front of him. The sharp tip of the spear of war pierced through the Iver Dominic's axe. With a powerful upward strike, Murray yanked the double axes out and threw them into the sky. The Iver Dominic's pupils contracted, his heart pounding wildly, but before he could deploy any skill, the spear of war already impaled his chest. The Dominic's eyes bulged wide. In that instant, even before the axes fell from the sky, the Dominic's breath was cut off, and he perished. Thud. As the Dominic fell, the axes landed on the ground. Murray stood there, expressionless, showing no signs of emotion. Cheers erupted from atop the city walls. Many Kori Kingdom Dominics became elated. Murray had powerfully slain the great enemy, eliminating the Iver Dominic. It was indeed exhilarating. On the other side, the Iver soldiers collectively gasped. This was too unexpected. The Dominic they sent to challenge was a top-notch genius within the Iver Kingdom, very famous. Yet, he was so decisively slain by the opponent. No one thought the Kori Kingdom could produce such a figure. After slaying the Iver Dominic, Murray did not return to the city walls immediately, but stood where he was, gazing at the Iver troops. Murray knew that this situation felt strange. There would be more geniuses to face. So, it couldn't possibly end here. Sure enough, after the Iver Dominic was killed, another Dominic with fiery red hair approached Murray, brimming with combat intent and rage on his face. If one looked closely, one could see some resemblance between this Dominic and the one Murray had just killed. Don't worry, I will send both of you brothers down together, so you can keep each other company. Murray roared, swiftly wielding the spear of war to unleash a fierce, spiritual windstorm toward the red-haired Dominic. Swoosh! The red-haired Dominic leaped over the windstorm, his halberd stabbing directly toward Murray. He aimed to kill Murray in one strike. Heh. Murray sneered, turning the spear of war with lightning speed toward the Dominic's throat. His speed was too fast to evade. The red-haired Dominic was greatly shocked because Murray's speed far exceeded what a first-layer Lock Realm should possess. However, by the time the red-haired Dominic realized this, it was too late. The spear of war was already right in front of him and instantly stabbed his neck. Instantly, the red-haired Dominic's head separated from his body, tumbling down from the sky. The fallen corpse still dripped fresh blood from its severed neck, quickly staining the yellow earth around him. Who's next? Standing like a god of war, Murray called out loudly to the opposing Iver troops. By swiftly killing these brothers, Murray intended to show the Iver Kingdom that no matter how strong their geniuses were, they would fall under his might. Who controls the tide of battle? Panic erupted among the Iver troops. This sudden appearance of a formidable warrior truly surprised them. After all, these two brothers were outstanding among their elite Dominics. Now, with both brothers gone, who could stand against this Kori Kingdom genius? Was this campaign doomed to fail? Who's next? Murray yelled again, urging the opponents to send someone else. Just killing these two wasn't enough for him. He wanted to completely demoralize the opposition. Below the city walls, Murray's combat intent was soaring, yet the Ivor Kingdom delayed in sending a new challenger, not because they lacked candidates, but because they were afraid. Many Cory Kingdom Dominics were stirred by this scene, cheering Murray's name with fervor. Indeed, Murray was the enduring star, the brightest presence on the entire battlefield. When will we ever match this kid? Yeah, that Cory. In the Ivor Kingdom's camp, many faces were pale with anger, wishing they could tear those Dominics limb from limb. But alas, if they rushed over together, it would make Ivor look even more contemptible. After all, resorting to group attacks when one cannot win individually is not an honorable thing, especially since the opponent was merely a Dominic. If this news spread across the battlefield, other soldiers might be disheartened for quite some time. At this moment, they had to find a way to deal with this Dominic, restore their dignity, or else the plan would fail. Now, we absolutely can't let that guy keep taunting us over there. Otherwise, what does it make us, the Ivor Kingdom? That guy has very peculiar cultivation and combat skills. I seem to have heard that when that Dominic came down, the others on the city wall cheered loudly, showing immense confidence in him. What does this mean? It means that Dominic is likely a renowned figure within the Cory Kingdom. We've stumbled upon tough resistance this time, but it's also an opportunity, understand. The commander glanced at the other commanders, explaining. The other commanders immediately grasped his meaning. Rest assured, my unit has Imelda, and killing that Dominic will definitely not be a problem. However, this time, the Imelda might not be able to escape. But ever since arriving at the battlefield, she has resolved to serve her country, a world-class genius. Although sacrificing a second-level Lock Realm disciple was significant, preventing the rise of a great general in the future was worth it. Moreover, this Eileen's strength, fueled by forbidden elixirs, surpassed typical second-level Lock Realm practitioners. Not good, Murray, retreat. Ivor is playing dirty. Seeing her speed, the officer was alarmed, frantically waving at Murray and preparing to jump down to rescue him. For Cory, losing such a talent would be a huge loss. The commander, disregarding face now, shouted. Stop, officer. You're too reckless. How inappropriate is that? Yes, it's only a second-level Lock Realm. You underestimate Murray too much. Don't worry. He's almost invincible. Just stay here and guard. The disciples quickly restrained the officer, acting like he overreacted and lacked experience. Everyone knew Murray's true fighting prowess. He could match fourth-level Lock Realm disciples. This girl wouldn't be a match for him. Then, why were the disciples unconcerned? This situation felt odd and opaque. To him, Murray's defeat seemed inevitable due to the realm gap between the first and second levels of Lock Realm, making it impossible to win. Why did these disciples appear confident and entertained? Even worse, the officer felt subtly ridiculed for his naivety. What was going on? Next, the officer watched as Murray stood fearlessly as the girl approached. Chapter 158, Consecutive Victories. Don't be alarmed, officer. Just watch Murray take down the enemy next. Yeah, there's no need to overreact. Think of how many people went bankrupt because they lost to Murray due to his overwhelming strength. Compared to Murray, you should be more concerned about why they suddenly sent a genius this time. Several disciples tried to calm the officer down. Then, the officer saw Murray move. At this moment, Murray was no longer the lazy man he usually was. Instead, his face carried a teasing and playful expression, as if the woman were his prey. The Eileen instantly turned into a blur, moving very fast, and at this moment, her entire second-level locking domain cultivation was unleashed. She extended her claws towards Murray's neck. Her speed was incredible, and her nails were laced with potent poison. This time, she was confident that she could defeat Murray. Too slow. Murray let out a light shout and in the next moment, swiftly swung his war god spear, striking with blinding speed. This speed far surpassed the Eileen, and almost instantly, it pierced through her body. The Eileen's eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly unable to understand how this first-level locking domain opponent could be so powerful. It was truly inconceivable. But this was the reality. She had failed, slain by Murray. As she beat her, they could only wait. Humph, I don't believe this kid can defy heaven. How about we send another second-level locking domain Dominic? Whoever defeats him will be directly ennobled as a marquis. The leader began offering rewards for Murray's head. Soon, a Hassan with a ruthless expression stepped forward and ran quickly toward Murray. Clearly, he valued being ennobled. He was from a prestigious family, but being born into a branch lineage and having a low-born mother left him in a low position. If he were ennobled, who would dare look down on him in the future? Currently, despite his cultivation, his lack of status made him feel inferior within the family. They treated him like a future bodyguard rather than someone important, which is why he joined the sect to gain recognition. Being ennobled would elevate his status above many others. Perhaps, he might even inherit the position of patriarch. Thinking of these benefits, the Hassan rushed at Murray, but Murray showed no fear. He even found the Hassan's efforts somewhat amusing. Murray successfully enraged the Hassan, who attacked immediately. Haha, Murray laughed, then reversed his war god spear and thrust it towards the Hassan's chest. In just one exchange, the second-level locking domain disciple was once again slain by Murray, dead beyond any doubt. The Ivor camp was shocked again. The Ivor elite felt humiliated. How could they deal with such a strong opponent? If he kept killing like this, morale would plummet further, and their plan would suffer. They might even be wiped out completely. What should we do? Send a few more people? If not, send them out one by one to delay. We can't afford for our plan to fail. Otherwise, we'll all die. It seems we have no choice. Then, the Ivor side sent another second-level locking domain disciple, who met the same fate at Murray's hands. The Ivor side's momentum faltered, leaving them no other option. However, Murray frowned, puzzled. He sensed that this new challenger was weaker than the previous one. Why send a weaker person? Shouldn't they find someone stronger to eliminate him? Or were they delaying for some reason, not aiming to kill him or provoke him? But what was their true intention? Murray couldn't figure it out. Yet, more disciples kept challenging him, all ending up dead. Murray stood there like a war god, humiliating the Ivor faces. Everyone grew uneasy, wondering if this Dominic intended to wipe out all Ivor geniuses. Finally, the Ivor side couldn't bear it and sent a third-level locking domain disciple. There were only a few such cultivators in the Ivor side. If they were all killed, they would have to send their only fourth-level locking domain. Chapter 159, Slaying Another Foe. Seeing the other side had taken a long time to send out a disciple, Murray knew in his heart that this was probably one of the few remaining disciples Ivor Kingdom could dispatch. The previous second-level shackles ranked Murray. Losing to him would be a disgrace. If you can't defeat this guy, don't come back. From atop the wall, numerous disciples shouted loudly, all knowing about Murray's monstrous combat prowess. As long as Murray was present, short of a fourth-level Shackles realm opponent, there was no one who could match him. This was a combat technique everyone witnessed firsthand, so no one doubted Murray would win. Hearing the cheers from the wall, the Ivor Kingdom Dominic froze for a moment before abruptly rushing towards Murray. Because the Ivor Dominic knew that if he could slay Murray when the cheering was at its loudest, the morale of the opposition would plummet drastically. This was the only way to boost Ivor Kingdom's flagging morale. Heh, do you think you've got everything under control? A smirk spread across Murray's face as his aura exploded outward. Instantly, he wielded his battle spear against the Dominic. To be honest, a third-level Shackles realm opponent already had the ability to contend with Murray, but it still wasn't enough. After just over a dozen exchanges, the Dominic fell into a disadvantageous position, clearly startled. This kid was clearly a first-level Shackles realm, but why was his combat power so formidable? Isn't that crazy? Soon, the Dominic realized he was completely suppressed and would inevitably fall if things continued like this. Attempting to flee, Murray wouldn't let him go. Deciding not to waste any more time, Murray summoned a blood-red cloud above him. Seeing Murray unleash this divine skill, the Ivor Dominic knew he was done for. Desperately, he shouted, "This guy rivals the fourth-level Shackles realm. Any third-level Shackles realm who comes forward is just asking for death." Even at death's door, his words carried meaning. Now, Ivor's Dominics weren't thinking solely of themselves, but of their entire kingdom. At this stage, these disciples still harbored affection for their nation and naturally didn't wish more to die needlessly. In an instant, a corrosive torrent made of blood and tears rushed towards him. In mere moments, the Dominic was corroded down to nothing, disappearing entirely. Another uproar erupted among the Ivor forces, their morale hitting rock bottom. Had Corey Kingdom turned demonic? Why was it so sinister? Why did each challenger meet a similar gruesome end? Could Corey Kingdom's Dominics be reincarnations of ancient ferocious beasts? Especially, the last words of their genius chilled even more hearts. The message was clear. Third-level Shackles realm couldn't match him. Only a fourth level could hope to stand a chance. How could they continue to fight in such circumstances? Within the entire encampment, there was only one fourth-level Shackles realm disciple, specially trained for the war using special means. Was it really time to send them out? On the city wall, the commander glanced down, then laughed slightly to Bryson. "They won't send you up, or else you won't be spared. Today, either you go and fight to the death, or you'll face military discipline." Chapter 160, The Ivor Kingdom Disciples' Defection. The Grand Prince was resolute, insisting that the Hassan must go to face Murray. At that moment, the Ivor Kingdom's genius had no other choice but to accept the challenge. After all, fighting and defeating Murray might still leave a sliver of hope for survival. If he refused, it was clear the Grand Prince wasn't joking. He could end up dead at the hands of his own people and be disgraced for eternity. The Dominic took heavy steps, approaching Murray. As he reached him, the sneer on Murray's face sent a chill through his heart. Murray's continuous victories had left an indelible shadow over him. He didn't want to die in vain. "What's going on with your side? Why are you dawdling?" Murray mocked, carrying his war god spear like a rogue but insurmountable force. The Dominic felt angered. Yet this wasn't the time to quibble. Everyone from the rear watched him, hoping he would buy as much time as possible. On the opposite side, the Ivor Kingdom's Grand Prince saw the Dominic standing there without engaging and immediately became elated. He believed the Dominic was merely stalling for time, which could indeed delay things significantly. Kingdom Commander hysterically ordered, "Aim the crossbows. Don't let him escape. This traitor will pay. Report back about this person and exterminate his family." Instantly, numerous crossbows targeted the Dominic and Murray, seeking to eliminate both. Run. Seeing this, many hearts raced, caring little for the Ivor Kingdom Dominic, but deeply concerned for Murray's safety. With Murray present, no one from Ivor could prevail. The Dominic quickly prepared, sprinting towards the city gates, followed closely by Murray. As soon as they entered, the gates slammed shut, crossbows thudding harmlessly against them. "Hurry and report to your commander. I have critical secrets to share. This concerns the war. Ivor Kingdom will suffer greatly this time," the Dominic said grimly, quickening his pace. Earlier hesitation stemmed from his family in Ivor, but after careful deliberation, he decided to preserve his life, vowing to avenge them later. "Now that I can't return, and facing death wasn't appealing anyway." "All right," Murray responded, watching the Dominic warily, ready for any sudden move. The Dominic's strength was formidable, and if he lashed out unexpectedly, few would survive. Most soldiers were mere mortals, around Huachi realm, with few surpassing Jiasua realm, where true power began. Murray accompanied the Dominic upward, and disciples like Tallulah and Bryson moved down to. The troops here have already been moved to attack other border forts. I'm not quite sure which border fort they are attacking, but I can guarantee one thing. The Ivor soldiers outside are all just a front. Although they appear numerous, there are actually very few left. If we take this opportunity to attack them, we can surely capture their commander. At that point, when they launch an attack elsewhere, won't you know about it? This is also why, at first, the Ivor Kingdom held back and only sent young elites to challenge you. If not for an unforeseen event, the Ivor Kingdom might still be sitting back and reaping benefits while you hesitated to engage. they would have concentrated all their forces to attack your borders, causing your defenses to fall quickly. The Hassan from the Iver Kingdom spoke with urgency. Clearly, he was worried that the commander would report his words to the Iver side. Although reporting was inevitable, if the Iver forces panicked and retreated now, they wouldn't have time to make arrangements. In that case, he could pretend to have died in battle, at least ensuring his parents' safety. Once Corey won, he could return home to visit his parents. Even if both sides ceased fighting, he could find ways to secretly bring his parents over since they lived in remote mountains, and no one would think their son had betrayed them. No one would know about this matter. Seeing that the commander was looking at the retreating soldiers but hesitating, the Dominic pleaded, "Please, send troops now. If we wait, the Iver will escape. Otherwise, we'll miss this rare chance. Such opportunities don't come often." Noticing the commander deep in thought, the Dominic begged, "Prince, they really are retreating. But because they're far away, we can't see how many remain." At that moment, the commander was torn. This was indeed a rare opportunity, but if the Dominic couldn't guarantee the truth, venturing out recklessly could result in an ambush. "Prince, regardless, inform the other forts to guard strictly," someone suggested. "Also, our quick-moving disciples can scout ahead. They can't move too fast with regular troops. If it's a trap, we can retreat in time. At this moment, we cannot miss this chance. Even if it's a setup, we should investigate. Our strength ensures we can escape if necessary." Murray's clear thoughts influenced the commander's decision. "Very well, dispatch troops to follow me. Murray, you go ahead to scout but stay a safe distance. We'll send strong reinforcements to protect you. If something happens, they can rescue you, ensuring your safety. If this is true, young brother has done great service for Corey, and we will reward him accordingly. But if it's a trap, you will die a terrible death." Seeing the seriousness, the Dominic nodded. Relying on these few people would be insufficient. The Lock Realm fighters seemed strong, but the opposing commander's cultivation and combat power would surely be even greater. Should they be caught by the enemy commander, none would have a place for burial. However, no one felt fear. Everyone knew that only through victory could the people behind them truly be safe, allowing everyone to enjoy peace. Since they had come here this time, now was not the time to be afraid. They had been prepared since their departure, and thus everyone rushed forward with all their might. "This time, Bryson, I never thought we'd be leading the charge. Indeed, this is unexpected. I just hope that after this war, we can all survive. If we live through it, I'm willing to let the Bi Alliance cooperate with you. From then on, the Bi Alliance and Eagle Alliance will be one family," Murray said as he ran beside Bryson. Hearing Murray's words, Bryson smiled instantly and replied, "No problem. I also hope we can collaborate with the Bi Alliance later. Although I didn't allow you to join the Eagle Alliance, your strength cannot be confined there. It would indeed be a good thing to work together. Our Eagle Alliance is not just about appearances. Each member has impeccable morals and principles. Apologies for what happened before. We insisted on your joining because we didn't want you wasting talent outside. Being around geniuses fosters growth. It seems my vision was too narrow." Understood the tensions created between their sect leaders. Resolving these issues was something he had decided on personally. Therefore, he apologized. Otherwise, according to his usual temperament, he would never do so. "It's fine. In the past, our Golden Light sect's disciples also acted improperly." Relieved, everyone exhaled deeply, fearing a refusal from Murray that might cause an awkward encounter later despite being on the same battlefield. Indeed, elder sister Tallulah of the Golden Light sect had already warned everyone not to provoke Murray, as she knew she wasn't a match for him. Provoking him might bring disaster to their sect. Knowing Murray's formidable strength, she had given this advice. It seemed Murray was approachable, forgiving the past grievances easily. "Damn it, those little bastards behind us are still chasing us. Looks like Corey's son has informed them of our plan. What do we do, Prince? If it continues like this, we might die here. How can we possibly live? Prince, should we fight them to the death? At least it wouldn't be dishonorable, and Corey's state might think they're deceived, then kill Corey's son. Maybe we can scare them off. Don't be foolish. How could that happen? So what do we do? Can we retreat with these troops and defend the camp? Without the border or city walls, if this continues, our military camp will be trampled upon, and everyone will die." Many officers were incessantly arguing, their frustrations mounting over the sudden complications caused by a prodigious Dominic who turned the once steadfast plan into uncertainty. No one can accept such changes. Everyone hopes to return and deal with him. "Stop arguing. Let's run quickly. Retreating now is futile. The Corey state side likely believes in this plan very strongly. Trying to fight back head-on will only result in our loss." At that moment, the Iver state commander responded. Chapter 163, Counterattack. Hearing the commander speak like this, the people of Corey state couldn't help but sigh, but there was nothing they could do. War was like this. Every moment carried the risk of life and death. Yet it didn't matter if you died, for behind you stood Norman's forces, and you still had responsibilities to the war and your soldiers. Many admired officers who wielded the power of strategizing from behind the scenes. Some wondered why commanders were often very smart, but not necessarily strong in combat. Why not have those with extremely high cultivation levels be commanders? That was because war wasn't just a contest of strength, but also of intelligence. Without strategic thinking, blindly attacking would result in devastating losses regardless of how many men you had. History was full of such examples. So everyone aspired to become a commander, working hard to cultivate themselves. But in the end, they could only achieve the rank of general and not an excellent commander, lacking real authority, serving only as martial men following orders. We can't let these youngsters follow us like this. Now, gather some third-rank Locking Realm generals to go back and slay these Dominics. Also, dispatch a fourth-rank Locking Realm disciple to definitely get rid of that boy. Damn it, just thinking about it makes me furious. We've been utterly sabotaged by this kid. If it weren't for him, we would have succeeded this time. This war could have been historic, the commander said, clearly annoyed, then issued orders to some subordinates. Subsequently, several third-rank Locking Realm generals came forward, joining the fourth-rank Locking Realm Dominic. They began running toward Murray's group, evidently intending to wipe out all the elite dominics of Corey's state. After all, Ivor's state had lost many of their elites, which left them boiling with anger. The enemy side had only lost 2 and even pursued them. This indeed stirred fury. Come on, let's slay these elites of Corey's state. Once we return, we'll at least earn a title. At this, a general shouted, then quickly charged towards Murray's group. Upon seeing so many people appear and charge at them, everyone became unsettled. No one knew exactly what the capabilities of these attackers were, or whether there were hidden strong individuals among them. If there were hidden powerful figures, they might all die. However, retreating without knowing the number of enemies felt too shameful. No one wanted to feel such frustration. Many looked at Bryson and Murray for advice since they were now responsible leaders, having the strongest cultivation levels. Why don't we retreat? We've done our best. Bryson hesitated, unsure about the opponent's sudden deployment of forces against them. If these enemies caught up and hit an unparalleled powerhouse, wouldn't they all be doomed? No one wanted to see so many talents lost here. No, we absolutely can't retreat. Think about it. The number of strong warriors is limited. No one wants to lose a powerful fighter here. It's likely sending out some generals isn't problematic for them, but losing a true powerhouse is something they can't afford. These people are probably just here to slow us down. I decide we should continue pursuing them. Murray spoke resolutely. He wasn't driven mad by a desire for glory. He had thoroughly considered the situation. Murray clearly understood that these people had returned to impede them. However, Ivor's state likely wouldn't send real strong warriors against them given the impending major battle. Everyone knew more powerful fighters meant a better chance to kill more of the enemy during the Great War. Even if both sides were equally matched, they wouldn't waste resources on this chase. Especially considering Ivor's state had fewer fighters left this time around. Murray told everyone, "Follow me. I refuse to believe they have the strength to do this. Trust me, there's at most a 4th-rank locking realm warrior among them, but certainly no excessively strong individual. Even if things go wrong, Bryson and I can hold them off while you escape." Murray had another thought. By observing whether the other side sent enough strong warriors, he could judge their overall strength. If they only sent lesser fighters, or those equal to them, it indicated the opposing army might have moved away. If the enemy sent real strong warriors, it meant they were confident, and Corey's state needed to retreat immediately. After all, Ivor's state had lost many talented dominics already. Losing more of their own would only make it a draw at best. Moreover, they'd gain morale advantage. Since they were fighting, being prepared to die was essential. Murray wanted to push through and assess the situation fully. Therefore, he urged everyone to continue chasing. Well, if Murray insists, we'll follow him. Seeing Murray's resolve, Bryson wavered internally but decided to trust Murray's judgment. A man must take risks once in his life. Otherwise, he can't call himself a man. A man should face storms fearlessly. Then, Murray and Bryson sped up, engaging the enemy. These people clearly have similar combat abilities. The enemy likely has no strong reinforcements. Everyone, attack. Slay all these enemies and report back. Murray seemed excited and encouraged everyone. Hearing his words, all the young warriors grew enthusiastic. Chapter 164, Fierce Battle. Douglas and his companions found themselves embroiled in a battle. Bryson engaged one of their adversaries, a Hassan who was at the 4th level of Shackle's realm. Clearly, this Dominic belonged to the opposing side and had come to hunt down Douglas. However, the enemy likely hadn't anticipated that besides Douglas, there was also another powerful individual on their side, Bryson. Immediately, Bryson began an intense clash with the disciple, while Douglas took advantage of the distraction to rescue the others. After all, among those who fled, only a few were at the 3rd level of Shackle's realm. Most of them were disciples at the 2nd level of Shackle's realm, as well as some soldiers from the military camp. Therefore, the only one confident enough to engage these dozen or so 3rd level Shackle's realm adversaries was himself. Douglas sighed and then commenced fighting with these people. Though he was alone, Douglas's speed was very fast. The other side soon realized that if they couldn't take care of him, they would likely all die here. After all, despite the genius being restrained, they didn't believe a group as large as theirs could not defeat a single 1st level Shackle's realm disciple. Even though he previously had shown the ability to kill 3rd level Shackle's realm fighters, they believed that in a joint attack by over 10 of them, he would ultimately die. The 4th level Shackle's realm fighter did not intervene because they were unsure of Douglas's true strength. They only knew he was comparable to a 4th level Shackle's realm fighter, but no one knew his exact capabilities. The gap between 3rd and 4th levels was considerable, yet it wasn't insurmountable. With their superior numbers, even a 4th level Shackle's realm fighter might feel a chill run down their spine. Everyone knew that a gathering of 3rd level Shackle's realm fighters was not to be trifled with. This explained why Douglas and Alec desperately tried to escape during their previous battle against Glenn's sex leader. With only 3 of them, they couldn't shake off the opposition. Although Douglas had once fought 7 Shackle's realm opponents, he never managed to kill them all, constantly playing hide and seek. Therefore, Douglas was in a precarious position now. Otherwise, if their abilities were more evenly matched, he wouldn't have been in such a dire situation. Humph boy, I'd like to see how you can escape this time, someone sneered. You killed so many of our nation's geniuses, don't think you can survive this. Everyone act quickly, we cannot be lenient this time. We must end this kid right here. Many people shouted as they launched fierce attacks on Douglas. Indeed, such a combined assault brought tremendous pressure on him. However, he was already tightly engaged and could do little more. Any slip could mean his doom. Haha, the Ivor side truly has no one left, but they also exposed their own weaknesses. The people of Ivor would look down on them forever. Haha, the Ivor side is panicking. Let's catch up quickly. We must commend Murray upon return. I've never seen such a formidable disciple. With this victory, our side will return triumphantly, while Ivor suffers a crushing defeat. The generals laughed heartily. A small victory on the battlefield could influence the overall war situation. Everyone hoped their country would gain an advantage, boosting morale. Thus, all the generals rushed forward to assist Douglas and company. Let's retreat. Corey's army is catching up. If we continue, we'll fail our mission and possibly lose our lives. Yes, although returning might lead to accountability, staying would mean certain death. The world is vast. As strong individuals, we'll find refuge somewhere. No need to return to face certain death. Many generals grew anxious and decided to defect collectively. Returning to Ivor meant facing a leader who would likely be enraged and kill them for making Ivor a laughingstock to Corey. Rather than dying, they chose freedom. Though losing power, they could at least ensure their safety. Chapter 165. Kill Murray. As those generals began to scatter and flee, Murray and his companions were finally safe. On the Ivor side, seeing this situation, they immediately launched into a string of curses. These generals infuriated and angered them by deserting in the midst of battle. However, some people understood the actions of these generals. After all, they were acting out of desperation. They would face punishment from others upon their return, so fleeing might be the only way to survive. After ensuring their safety, Murray and his group saw that the border general was leading a large army to charge over. It seemed they intended to wipe out the Ivor forces completely, a very domineering attitude. You're safe now. Next, you will join the army's charge to eliminate all of Ivor's generals. Remember, do your best to protect our soldiers and minimize casualties as much as possible. The general spoke to Murray and then led him and the others forward. Upon witnessing this, Murray and company grew excited. This time, they had truly accomplished a great feat, having thwarted Ivor's cunning schemes. Subsequently, Murray and the others continued to advance. Due to the escalation of the war, the lack of high-ranking officers became apparent on the border. As a result, those who reached the Shackles realm like Murray were tasked with the responsibility of leading the assault against the enemy. They pursued for about an hour until both sides were only 100 meters apart. Suddenly, the Ivor forces realized there was no escape. Only through a decisive battle could they possibly survive. Otherwise, they faced total annihilation. Seeing everyone being chased like stricken dogs, the general cursed the traitor disciple but failed to consider that if he hadn't pressured the other side, this disaster might have been avoided. Everything was his own doing. Soldiers, charge. We must defeat these Corey troops this time. They've fallen into our trap. Haha, these Corey men have courage but no strategy. They actually think we're about to give up. Even the spy we sent over couldn't fool them. Why bother fighting? Corey has no talent left. The commander of Ivor laughed maniacally, drawing his sword to attack the Corey troops. Despite the psychological impact of these words on some, most remained clear-headed. The Ivor side had no strength left to oppose them and was merely trying to boost morale to kill more Corey soldiers. It was evident that Ivor was too clever by half, thinking such tactics could turn the tide. At this point, many Ivor soldiers, knowing the inside story, fought desperately despite being cornered. However, the Corey side's morale was high while theirs was low. Consequently, many started falling back, filled with fear. Some even committed suicide on the spot due to unbearable terror. War revealed every human emotion imaginable. Murray charged ahead, using the Godslayer's spear to sweep down a large number of Ivor soldiers. These were mostly at the Aura realm level and stood no chance against him. Yet not fatally. Ivor still had a chance to turn things around. Faced with 2 4th-level Shackles realm opponents and several others, Murray struggled. Even though he was formidable, matching a 4th-level Shackles realm, the combined strength and numbers against him put him in a tough position. He felt increasingly powerless, finding the entire ordeal overwhelming. Chapter 166. Besieged on all sides. Execute the Corey Nation's elite to restore our great Ivor's glory. Many were shouting this slogan, aiming to slay Murray. After all, to them, Murray was simply too detestable. He had continuously killed their elites. Had it not been for him, they would probably not have been pursued so fiercely, losing so many people and ending up as miserable as homeless dogs. Therefore, all firepower was concentrated on Murray. Boom. Murray struggled fiercely in battle, surrounded by formidable enemies. Though he could hold out for a while, he clearly felt that he wouldn't last long. Fortunately, Bryson helped detain one of his opponents. Otherwise, with 3 Lock Realm 4th layer attackers surrounding him, he would have been extremely helpless. At this moment, Murray suddenly broke free, starting to escape. He couldn't help but flee since all attacks were focused on him, and he simply couldn't handle so many adversaries. If he didn't escape, certain death awaited. Murray was extremely angry. Most people from the Ivor Kingdom had recognized his face, blocking his path repeatedly along the way. At this rate, even if he survived this time, he anticipated his head would be very valuable, likely making the hit list eventually. Crack! A war chariot stood in Murray's path, but he directly used the Godly War Spear to shatter it into pieces. Then, Murray hurriedly fled, while the pursuers continued their chase behind. Quickly, go help Murray. Some people, seeing Murray's dire situation, began to worry about him. Do not harm my brother. Nathaniel and Alec suddenly flew out from the crowd, striking down several people around who were ready to deal with Murray and then escaping together with him. As mere first-layer Lock Realm disciples, they were no match for those weak second-layer Lock Realm foes. Fleeing was their only option in this hopeless situation. Humph, we must catch this guy this time. Absolutely cannot let him escape. Otherwise, our losses this time will be huge. The officers behind immediately shouted at those chasing Murray. At this moment, Murray was like a rat in the street. Everyone wanted to strike. This state of affairs made survival increasingly difficult. Murray, I'm here to save you. At this point, a disciple from Golden Light Sect, at the second-layer Lock Realm, rushed. Finally, 2 4th-layer Lock Realm figures spotted Murray among the crowd, fighting their way through to offer support. Without their help, Murray might indeed fall here. F***K, finally, some backup. Not easy at all. Seeing the reinforcements, Murray spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression grotesque. Desperately wanting to escape, he knew remaining here meant the Ivor Kingdom would keep attacking without cease. Even an Iron Man couldn't withstand such overwhelming assaults. Following a small path, Murray quietly escaped into a chariot, donning the disguise mask given by Emma. Ugly or not, being presumed missing was better than being dead. Then, like a slippery eel, he moved through the battlefield, ambushing high-ranking officials from the Ivor Kingdom. The Ivor side was virtually defeated, tipping the scales in favor of Corey. Seeing this, the Corey commander laughed wildly, encouraging everyone. Brothers, the Ivor Kingdom is falling apart. Keep it up. Tonight we'll occupy their camp and wipe them out. If these people are gone, our future pressure will decrease. Ivor won't likely set up camp here again. Chapter 167. Are you really Murray? Encouraged by their commander, the morale of Corey's troops soared for a moment. The desire to fight the enemy grew stronger and stronger. This time, if they could win, Ivor wouldn't come here for life. At that moment, Murray was battling a Ivor general. Suddenly seeing his own countrymen attacking him, Murray stared wide-eyed. It was unprecedented. While he was disguised, he was mistaken for an infiltrator by his own commanding officers. Haha boy, no matter how you disguise yourself, you can never be one of us. There's no way you could fool us like this. One soldier laughed and lunged at Murray. For a moment, Murray felt targeted by everyone, with almost all fighters converging on him. Stop, stop, stop. I'm Murray, don't attack me. Murray yelled urgently, then looked at the Corey general. Don't attack your own man. Murray? The Corey general paused, laughing loudly. Ha, with that look, you're claiming to be Murray? Do you think I'm stupid? Do you think I don't know what Murray looks like? That boy is delicate, not ugly like you. You want to confuse us? Ha, find a better reason. You're trying to make us laugh. Furious, Murray retorted. Take a good look at my weapon and armor. It's undeniable. I just used a special method to alter my features. If you dare attack me, you'll regret it. Murray provided evidence by showing his weapon and armor to the encircling Corey generals. Always being surrounded by his own people, wouldn't that cause hatred towards him? By then, even Corey might consider him a foreigner. Turning appearances were incredibly rare. Murray rode inwardly, originally thinking he was a hero on the battlefield, expecting better treatment. It turned out he had overestimated them. They were clearly disappointed about losing potential war credits. Chapter 168. Capture the Prince. At this moment, upon confirming it was indeed Murray, these soldiers reluctantly released him and turned to attack other enemies. Murray's face showed frustration. He had finally explained his situation clearly, but now some of Ivor's soldiers had also seen his true appearance. However, much to Murray's relief, most of the Ivor generals were nearly all slain, and very few of their troops remained. In summary, Ivor's defeat in this battle was inevitable. There was no way they could turn things around. At this point, Corey's soldiers grew increasingly excited as they continued their slaughter, filled with enthusiasm. On the other hand, Ivor's side continuously retreated, and some even tried to escape to solve their problems. But how could Corey allow them to flee? Murray also began to launch assaults on those remaining at this time. Those who could pose a threat to Murray were few and far between. Even if someone did present a danger, such individuals would inevitably be surrounded by Corey's other generals, making for a remarkably smooth fight. After 7 or 8 hours of intense battle, the few remaining Ivor captured by Corey's leaders. Push forward everyone. Raise that Ivor military camp to the ground this time. Corey's commander, elated at this great victory, issued orders to everyone. Without strong adversaries left, many soldiers rushed toward the Ivor camp enthusiastically. Eliminating the Ivor camp was incredibly easy now, as there were almost no defenders left. No need to worry about unexpected incidents. Corey's commander had achieved a tremendous feat and was overjoyed. He and some leaders can find the captured Ivor commander immediately. Tell us where your troops have been relocated. If you do, we will give you a chance to join our Corey nation. Corey's commander asked the Ivor commander. However, the Ivor commander snorted coldly, closed his eyes as if meditating, ignoring the request. To him, losing meant death. It didn't mean betrayal. Ha, so stubborn. I don't believe you can stay silent forever. As the commander said this, he beat the captive mercilessly. Instantly, the Ivor commander spat and cursed. Bloody hell, dog. If it wasn't for Murray's interference, would you be treating me like this? Most likely, you'd be the one suffering this fate. What kind of skill is it to rely on juniors? Why don't you challenge me in a one-on-one duel? Hearing this, Corey's commanders all looked at the Ivor commander as if he were a fool. Indeed, he seemed. Chapter 169. Complete victory. Otherwise, we would never let you go. As war criminals, all of you must die. The Corey general said this with a chilling demeanor, making them look rather terrifying. Many of the Corey soldiers immediately drew their weapons. At this moment, the supreme commander and the defeated commanders from the Ivor forces remained silent, showing no intention of speaking up. Seeing this, Murray and the others became increasingly anxious. If they refused to talk, there was no telling when the interrogation would end. Calculating the time, it seemed that the reinforcements from Ivor had already traveled more than half the distance. Witnessing this, Bryson rushed up to one of the Ivor commanders and pressed a dagger against his chest, shouting, "Talk or not, if you don't speak, you'll die right now." Bryson's voice carried a wild energy, causing the commander's face to change dramatically. "I'm not sure either. Only the supreme commander knows everything. You have to ask him." This commander trembled in fear, dreading death. Seeing this, many realized that only the supreme commander of Ivor might know. But how could this supreme commander reveal such information? It was virtually impossible for someone who had become a supreme commander to betray their loyalty. Thus, getting him to confess would be extremely difficult. Seeing this, Murray grew anxious. If the Ivor side kept silent, the enemy might quickly capture their city, neutralizing any advantage gained from this battle. Murray walked over to the supreme commander and said, "If you talk, we will give you a chance to live. In the future, you can even become part of our Corey forces. What do you say?" Torturing them into submission would take time, so Murray had no choice but to personally intervene, hoping to persuade him to divulge the secrets. Then, Murray added, "You don't need to worry about us going back on our word. After all, we can use you as an example to persuade other Ivor commanders to surrender when we encounter other enemies in the future." Hearing this, the Ivor supreme commander smiled mockingly. His expression spoke volumes. He would not betray his allegiance no matter what. Seeing this, Murray sighed. As the Supreme Commander himself, he understood the mindset. He would remain loyal even under similar circumstances. Drag him away for intense interrogation. I refuse to believe we won't find out where their troops went. With a wave of his hand, Murray instructed others to handle the interrogation and then ordered the remaining Ivor commanders to be brought in as well. He then turned to look at Murray and others. In this battle, Murray and his disciples stood out the most. Especially Murray, who made significant contributions. Turning to Murray, the commander declared, "Murray, due to your great efforts, I hereby promote you to 3rd rank bin, overseeing 1,000 disciples from the Guesu sect. This time, your contributions were significant. The success of this battle is greatly attributed to you." Interrogating the Ivor Supreme Commander was left to the higher-ups, not their concern. A young trader from Ivor also approached, temporarily handed over to Jin Guang sect along with rewards for his assistance. Seated by a stream, Murray encountered the young Ivor trader named Corey Sun approaching, smiling and saying, "Murray, I admire you greatly. Thank you, as without your hesitation back then, I wouldn't be here today to share these secrets with you." Chapter 170, Interrogation. Murray smiled faintly upon hearing this, without offering much explanation. After all, this man had joined the Corey Kingdom's camp out of a will to survive. If it weren't for Murray's strength, the other party would probably have tried their best to kill him and then strut around in front of the city wall in triumph. However, now that he had already joined the Corey Kingdom, there was no point in discussing this anymore. Nevertheless, Murray could not be friends with such people, even if the guy was indeed pitiful. Realizing that Murray didn't intend to talk much, the man wisely shut his mouth and left immediately. At this moment, disciples from the 2 major sects were cheering inside the entire military camp. After all, becoming officers, they had achieved their first war merit, making many of them so excited that they couldn't sleep. Just then, Murray received a message via a jade slip from Emma. In her message, Emma informed Murray that she was on a flying boat heading towards their border to join him in battle. Upon reading Emma's message, Murray sighed. What was this little princess doing coming here now? This was a battlefield. If anything happened to her here, how could he explain this to the emperor? Moreover, as someone with the temperament of a princess, wouldn't she just come here to play around? However, since Emma was already on her way, Murray had no way to stop her. He could only let her come for this trip. He could only hope that, after seeing the bloodshed of war, Emma would choose to leave instead of causing trouble here. Zoe and Alec along with Nathaniel came over. Seeing Murray, they immediately addressed him. "Murray, it's our turn to patrol again. This time, we need to inspect the soldiers on the city wall." As officers, they had more power but also additional responsibilities, which was part of what being an officer entailed. Murray nodded and followed Zoe and the others. On the way, they encountered Bryson and people from the Golden Light sect. Virtually all the disciple officers were familiarizing themselves with everything related to being an officer. They needed to simulate some officer roles, familiarize themselves with the entire process, and obtain a manual titled The Cultivation of Bins. No matter where or when, one always had to keep learning. After touring around, everyone was covered in wounds, almost unrecognizable, yet remained steadfast, unwilling to reveal where the Ivor Kingdom forces had been sent. Seeing this, Murray and the others felt helpless. They weren't experts in torture and were inexperienced in these matters. All they could do was spectate. At that moment, the commander looked at Murray and the others and said, "Think up something immediately. Use any method. Do you have any methods to make him talk? Or any similar tactics?" Chapter 171, Guchong. Upon Murray's inquiry, Nathaniel hesitated for a moment before replying, "I'll give it a try, but I can't guarantee success." Nathaniel, as an assassin trained by the Dark Sect, naturally possessed more methods for torture compared to righteous disciples like Murray. Nathaniel then took out a storage ring and, with a cold laugh, turned to look at the Prince of Ivor. He said, "Let me handle this next. I was fortunate enough to obtain something when we eradicated a cult. However, testing it bit by bit is necessary. We might not get any information, but at least he will suffer quite a lot." Seeing someone volunteer, many people became excited. Nathaniel took out a small bottle from his storage ring. If you observed closely, there were numerous tiny insects inside the bottle. This is called the bloodlust bug. It brings immense torment and keeps its host alive throughout. Nathaniel's face, so brave of you. Keep silent no matter what. Nathaniel's grim expression was terrifying, making everyone around feel uneasy. However, he didn't show signs of indecision, merely observing quietly, adding invisible pressure. To the commander, Nathaniel seemed less human and more devilish, despite being weaker than him in martial prowess. His aura was bone-chilling, like a vengeful ghost from hell. The commander's agony increased dramatically, unable to bear it anymore. Nathaniel leaned close to his ear, whispering softly, "Don't worry, these bugs won't let you pass out or kill you. You will be eternally tormented by them until you die of old age." This statement sent shivers down the commander's spine. The fear overwhelmed him. If the torture lasted forever, death would be a mercy. Desperate, he pleaded, "I will talk. Just please remove the bugs. I promise to tell the truth." Intense physical pain and psychological terror broke the commander, agreeing to reveal all unconditionally. "All right, tell me now, and after that, I'll release you," Nathaniel responded coldly, looking like a monstrous spirit. "I will tell you everything. Our forces have gone to a distant frontier called Nuoma Border Fort. We plan to capture it first, and then everyone knew that this time, relying on Nathaniel, they managed to extract information. This time, Nathaniel would likely be credited for his contribution. "Boy, you did very well. Yes, if there's anything like this in the future, I will seek your help. You have some talent in this regard. However, after picking up those bugs, you secretly practiced with them. That really isn't good. But I also know you wouldn't easily experiment. You are a good boy." Even though he knew Nathaniel was one of them, the Corey Kingdom's Grand Commander felt uncomfortable under Nathaniel's gaze. The sight of Nathaniel earlier genuinely terrified him. Under such circumstances, he had to force himself to steady his nerves. After all, how could he lose composure before a mere disciple? Where would he put his dignity then? One thing was certain. If a disciple like this joined the enemy, it would be a massive blow to their side. Such a disciple mustn't be treated unfairly or feel wronged. Otherwise, if they defected to the other side, it could significantly impact them, possibly even exposing many secrets. While the Corey Kingdom did have a criminal investigation department, they were ultimately disciples of righteous sections. Compared to others, they were mere novices. Members of some evil sects excelled at such things, but most righteous disciples, let alone excelling, had never even witnessed such methods. Limited by their imagination, they didn't know how to devise ways. As a result, Iver Kingdom's calculations went awry, leading to significant losses. Not only did they lose a battlefield, but they also suffered many casualties. This would greatly affect Iver Kingdom. When their soldiers heard the news, their morale would plummet. At the very least, their leaders would suffer mental setbacks. If leaders faced psychological challenges, it could be fatal for the entire war. Any mistake affecting performance or mindset would cost them the advantage. In ancient times, when cultivation levels were similar, battles were decided by numbers. But there were cases of fewer forces defeating larger ones, proving that overall command was crucial. Upon exiting the dungeon, several disciples felt lingering fear as they glanced at Nathaniel. His methods were indeed peculiar, making them uneasy. Living with someone like him, though knowing he wouldn't harm them, left a strange feeling in their hearts. Nathaniel naturally sensed the looks he was getting but shrugged indifferently. After all, coming from the dark sect, he didn't care about such matters. Otherwise, he wouldn't have endured such brutal training. However, deep down, Nathaniel did care about others. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted this time. Without his intervention, everyone's ranks would be stripped. But what did that have to do with him? Losing. The consequences were clear. That night, there was a battle at the other side of the border, but Murray and his men knew that Iver Kingdom couldn't win. At this moment, a figure bounced before Murray and made a face, saying, "Hello." The arrival was a lively and adorable Adrian, which drew attention from many disciples. Murray and Zoe looked unperturbed. They naturally recognized her. She was none other than the Allison, whom they knew all too well. "Well, I seem to have arrived a bit late. The battles here are already over." The Allison sat down uninvited, grabbing the rabbit and tearing off a piece to eat. Good, very good," Murray said helplessly. "My little princess, why are you here? War doesn't spare eyes. If someone discovers your identity, can you imagine the consequences?" If the little princess were captured in the battlefield, the human emperor would likely halt the war and pay compensation immediately. Indeed, the importance of the Allison was unquestionable. No one could allow her to be harmed. The Allison retorted, "Hey Murray, don't underestimate me like that. I am a 4th grade officer, which is 1 rank higher than you. Is this how you speak to a superior officer?" This revision maintains the meaning, reads naturally in English, and keeps the formal tone appropriate for military context. Besides, my capabilities are not what you imagine. As long as I keep my identity confidential, no one will know. This revision maintains the meaning while ensuring it reads more naturally in English. I came here to seek some excitement. After all, do you know who I am? This revision conveys the intended meaning. "Prince, why have you come to our camp?" The most curious among them were Murray and his group. They had just finished a battle and were mostly idle. What brought this distinguished man here? Hearing their question, the prince-in-chief smiled and explained, "As it turns out, we've located the whereabouts of the Iver troops. However, Iver's attack on Noma Frontier is bad news for us. Decisions from above have us mobilizing to intercept the fleeing Iver soldiers. We mustn't let them escape. We're ordered to annihilate these soldiers. That's why I'm here. We need you to lead the forces to Noma Frontier immediately." Before Murray could respond, the Allison leaped up exclaiming, "Hooray! Finally, some action." Seeing this, the prince-in-chief felt embarrassed. He had been instructed not to offend the Allison, so he carefully addressed her. "Corey, you should stay behind. It's too dangerous." "No, why should I stay? Even if it's dangerous, I'm going," replied Corey, making the prince-in-chief helpless. He could only comply with her wishes and ordered everyone, "Make sure to protect Corey at all costs. Her identity is crucial. Ensure nothing happens to her." "Yes, sir," everyone replied together. But Murray knew the burden of protecting the Allison would fall on him. Knowing Corey real identity, any mishap would drive the human emperor mad. Furthermore, rumors claimed the human emperor had come to the front lines due to the war, facing the Iver emperor. If war broke out, beyond combat strength, the human emperor's emotional stability would be crucial. Any concern over Corey safety could devastate them, possibly costing countless lives. So Murray knew his duty was grave. He must protect the Allison, even at the cost of his own life. Then he said to the Allison, "Corey, let's get ready. It's time to depart." By now, the battle at Noma Frontier has likely begun. If we delay any longer, it'll be too late. Note: for better readability and continuity, I adjusted some parts slightly while keeping the essence and tone intact. Chapter 174, Murray's Concerns. Emma nodded upon hearing this and quickly gathered her things, then followed Murray and the others to the small square. At this moment, standing in the square, Claire had become a genuine military officer. Looking down at the soldiers and their battle formations, Murray felt a wave of honor. For the first time, he truly felt the weight of responsibility for his region. In that instant, Murray shouted loudly, "For the Corey Kingdom! For the Corey Kingdom!" At that moment, all the soldiers shouted in unison with Murray. After a few more shouts, Murray began pointing with his war god spear toward other directions. The soldiers immediately lined up and began advancing one by one. This time, Murray was going to support other areas together with some new officers. After all, the commander-in-chief needed to remain and continue guarding the frontier. It was impossible for him to go along. Most of the generals also stayed behind to avoid making the border seem weak. Those who left were mostly soldiers, followed by officers like Murray. Most of these officers were cadets who had become officers, such as Murray and his disciples. The remaining few were experienced senior officers. Such figures did not need to be many. Just a few were enough to keep order. Next, Murray and his group led all the soldiers out of the city, marching toward Noma border defense. This was the first time these newly minted officers were leading troops on a large scale. Though there were some senior officers taking care of them, they still couldn't help but feel excited. After all, among all the officers, they were undertaking their first mission, leading these soldiers into battle. All the cadet officers were thrilled, wishing they could achieve a great victory immediately. Thus, Murray and the other new officers started leading the troops toward Noma border defense. After several days and nights, they neared Noma. In the distance, intense battles must have been happening, or even concluded, with the enemy forces scattering in retreat. Murray picked up a jade communication tablet to contact the people at Noma border defense. As an officer, he now had access to other officers' contact information, allowing him to reach them directly, unlike before when only the Supreme Commander would do so. Soon, Murray learned from the jade tablet the current position of the enemy. The Iver Kingdom soldiers attacking Noma had suffered defeat and were fleeing en masse but in an orderly manner, mostly moving in one direction. This route could be intercepted by Murray and his troops. Meanwhile, the Noma border defense forces were fiercely pursuing the enemy, hoping to completely eliminate them. They wanted revenge after being tricked this time. Currently, there was no need for too many soldiers to guard the border since Iver wouldn't be able to swiftly reinforce the area after their defeat. Iver lacked the immediate capability due to losses sustained and the short distances between borders preventing timely reinforcements. However, Murray had another concern during the journey. That was, after leading these soldiers out, they might encounter another major battle in a new location. Given the defeat at Noma, the Iver Kingdom would likely send reinforcements to support. Although it would take some time, once these reinforcements arrived, they could encounter Murray and his victorious forces. Murray worried whether the soldiers under his command could safely return if another conflict arose. Although Corey had backup forces domesticated and rushed towards him, these defeated Iver soldiers were desperate to stay alive. In war, soldiers are not much different from anyone else. Most hope to survive. Chapter 175. Annihilation. Protect Ben Murray. Everyone follow me and fight the enemy. Seeing Murray being targeted, Alec immediately roared and charged forward to protect him. There were just too many people focusing on Murray this time. Instantly, Murray swung his war god spear towards the throats of those people, but no matter how powerful he was, he could only kill a dozen or so at a time while thousands upon thousands aimed to take down their supreme commander. This was a situation Murray had never encountered in his life. Enraged and fighting desperately, he continued slaughtering as surrounding soldiers rushed to help ease the pressure. It was unbelievably tough. Murray hadn't expected that soldiers would treat him like an avenger for the death of their father just to survive. How could he continue fighting like this? So many common soldiers surrounded him, intent on killing him. At this moment, Murray truly understood the difficulty of being the supreme commander. Fortunately, he still had another high-ranking officer nearby. Otherwise, if he were to die here, it would be utterly unacceptable. After killing a circle of enemies, Murray quickly retreated. It wasn't wise to rely purely on brute force now. Otherwise, his strength would eventually run out. However, during this massive war, Murray managed to break through to the second level of the Shackles realm. While battling, he also used the system to collect attributes, constantly strengthening himself. Reaching the second level of the Shackles realm was reasonable under these circumstances. Damn it, kill these guys. The Iver Kingdom soldiers were enraged. Despite suffering a defeat, the Iver Kingdom still had significant forces, while the Corey Kingdom's army consisted mainly of Murray's troops from this frontier post, with other post reinforcements probably still en route. In this life-or-death situation, the Iver Kingdom soldiers showed incredible courage, causing Murray's men to struggle against the attacks and begin retreating. Ultimately, both sides had different goals. The Iver soldiers wanted to live, while Murray's side aimed to kill more enemies for credit. No achievement surpassed one's own life. Thus, Murray's forces started retreating. We've arrived from Noma frontier. Reinforcements from the Noma border joined the battle, greatly reducing Murray's pressure. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and felt less burdened. Fight! Noticing low morale among his men, Murray roared loudly to boost their spirits. Low morale could bring a military unit to its knees. Immediately after Murray's shout, Nathaniel, Alec, and Emmeth led by example, charging to the front lines, killing enemies fiercely. Nathaniel and Alec had become seasoned warriors over recent battles, going berserk in combat. Emmeth's performance also surprised Murray. He didn't expect the pampered princess to stay unshaken by the chaos and even gain merit. Murray was delighted. Be cautious. We have few officers, but protecting Corey Quinney is critical. Her life must be safeguarded. Sacrifice more if necessary. He communicated to others to protect Corey Quinney, especially informing Nathaniel, Alec, and Zoe. Move to protect Emmeth now. You know her identity. Any harm to her would mean our downfall. Absolutely, protect Emmeth. Murray told them and turned to handle more enemies, though his pressure didn't decrease much since he was the apparent officer everyone sought revenge on. Don't worry, protect yourself. Alec, Nathaniel, and Zoe realized the little princess's importance superseded Murray's. Anything happening to her could impact the entire war. Identity mattered beyond comparison. Regardless of Murray's valor, Emmeth outweighed everyone individually. Originally, Emmeth didn't need to be here, but insisted on joining, drawing attention from Iver commanders. Murray could only tolerate her willfulness, while hoping nothing happened to her. As the battle intensified and other garrison troops arrived, Murray saw some relief. Now, they could annihilate the Iver forces. My princess, once the Corey loses and you're given as a gift to the Iver Emperor, you won't find it exhilarating anymore. He feared she'd only experience overwhelming terror. Yet, Murray lacked the audacity to voice such thoughts, nor did he have the time for idle chatter. The journey home was relatively smooth until halfway through when Murray saw a vast force approaching. His expression grew serious. Obviously, the late arriving garrison had sent troops, and while his own soldiers had just won, many had been lost. Could they win another battle in such condition? Murray wasn't sure. Hey, what do we do now, Murray? Do we fight or retreat? Seeing the approaching Ivor soldiers, Bryson became worried. It was no longer a matter of individual combat where he could choose to fight to the death or flee quickly. Now, responsibility mattered. If they were defeated here, all soldiers might perish, and most officers like him and Murray would be eliminated. Why don't we rest for now? Let's see their reaction, Murray said calmly, after looking into the distance. Bryson nodded. It made sense to observe first. Furthermore, negotiation was preferable to reduce losses. Everyone began resting, exhausted from continuous travel. But Emma questioned why Murray wasn't continuing the fight. Our soldiers are tired and need rest. Murray glanced at her briefly, then focused ahead. The Ivor soldiers were also resting. Murray signaled the Ivor commander over and walked forward alone to converse. Zoe watched anxiously. Murray was not only her partner but also the army's soul. Combat here won't serve any purpose. I have a suggestion. Why don't we both withdraw our troops and return? This way, we can conserve some strength. After all, your territory is quite far away. So it's understandable that you couldn't save those people over there. Why engage us in combat? If this leads to heavy losses, or if you fail to defeat us, how will you explain it when you return? We are all officers. We must think of the bigger picture. Murray was guiding them calmly. At present, repelling these men was not absolutely necessary for him, so taking risks wasn't warranted. Moreover, they still had Kala with them. Upon hearing Murray's words, the officer fell into deep thought and finally decided, all right, since that's the case, let's each withdraw our troops. However, as fellow officers, I look forward to the day we meet again on the battlefield. I hope one day we can see who is stronger between the two of us. The Ivor Kingdom officer laughed and exhaled in relief. Frankly speaking, the concerns Murray raised were also his own. At this moment, he didn't know the strength of the Kori Kingdom forces either. He only led a part of the army and wasn't the commander-in-chief, so he was unwilling to start a conflict easily. After all, such actions wouldn't control the entire battle's dynamics, but would only result in unnecessary losses. After conversing with this young Ivor officer, Murray immediately returned to camp and addressed all the soldiers. Well, we don't need to engage in battle anymore. Let's hear for a moment. I need to discuss something with you, Bryson said in a low voice as he approached Murray. Intrigued yet puzzled, Murray followed Bryson and asked, what's the matter? Bryson gazed at the distant battlefield before continuing. I believe that upon receiving news of their defeat, the Ivor Kingdom will bear a grudge. Do you think it's possible they won't attack our frontier? Murray was stunned. He hadn't considered this. Bryson continued, I suddenly realized that they might indeed launch a massive attack on our frontier. Everyone thinks we're vulnerable right now, so Ivor Kingdom may take advantage. Even the Supreme Prince believes Ivor won't attack our frontier. So, once he relaxes, we should be vigilant. We need to investigate further into the battlefield to ensure no enemies approach. That way, if they do come, we can report it back and prevent any mishaps at the frontier. Murray found sense in Bryson's reasoning and replied, it makes sense, but we must inform the Supreme Prince first. Bryson frowned. If we report now, the Supreme Prince will think we're being overly cautious and might not allow us to go. Murray smiled helplessly. True, but if we don't report and just leave, the Supreme Prince might think we've betrayed him. There's no other way. As officers, we must report, especially in this situation. Do not confront it head-on. If you can gather intelligence on enemy movements, that would be ideal. Relieved that the Prince-in-Chief agreed, Bryson felt reassured. With the Prince-in-Chief's approval, they could embark on the mission without worries. Moreover, with official acknowledgement, even if they went missing, they wouldn't be suspected of being traitors. Prince-in-Chief, we'll head out now. Murray and Bryson walked towards the military camp. It would be wise to assemble all locking stage disciples since the area outside was vast and more manpower would increase their chances of successful reconnaissance. Upon reaching the military camp, many soldiers were seen rejoicing after taking baths. Some had even brought food from the mess hall to celebrate. With the mess hall functioning normally, the burden of meal preparations was lifted off their shoulders. Otherwise, despite Murray's decent meals, eating them for too long would naturally get tiring. Seeing Murray and Bryson approaching together puzzled several disciples. All locking stage disciples, please gather here. Bryson called out. Murray added, locking stage officers as well? Many approached with confusion, including Emma, who questioned Murray, are we assigned a new task? Nodding, Murray knew she would follow. Given the lack of imminent danger, he saw no reason to dissuade her. Still, he said, the journey might be boring. If you're not keen, we understand. Our objective is to investigate whether the enemy will shift their forces toward our border. We must be prepared while enjoying peace. Emma immediately lost interest. Such a lengthy journey wasn't something she could endure, especially with no battles involved. Seeing little point in it, she waved her hand, saying, you go ahead. I prefer to sleep. Murray was surprised by her refusal but appreciated the reduced pressure, knowing that ensuring her safety amidst potential dangers would have been crucial. Thus, Murray and Bryson addressed everyone succinctly, emphasizing their responsibility as officers. As officers, we should lead by example. Even non-officers among you, given your locking stage prowess, becoming officers is just a matter of time. Some reluctant disciples sighed upon hearing this. As Murray and Bryson were the strongest disciples, anyone else rejecting the mission wouldn't look good. Why withdraw when we can accomplish it together? How long will we be away? Alec asked. Managing the troops for an extended period could leave a void in leadership. After some thought, Murray replied, 4 to 5 days should suffice unless the enemy launches an attack. Everyone nodded in agreement and began preparing, donning black masks before heading out. Concealing their identities, effective. Murray and his team moved rapidly ahead. The night was desolate, with moonlight casting a silver hue over the land. They soon advanced over 100 kilometers. For the next 2 days, they saw almost no enemies and relaxed somewhat, given that no alerts had been transmitted via the jade slips. Were they safe for now? Just as Murray's team was slightly relieved, Alex suddenly exclaimed, "Hey Murray, look over there. Your guess seems to have come true." Hearing this, Murray's expression changed drastically. Looking eastward, he saw a vast, dark mass moving in the distance. Seeing this, Murray and his men felt alarmed. Fortunately, their group was small, or they might have been spotted immediately. These troops weren't necessarily coming to attack their border fort, but they were definitely not from the Kori kingdom. Their armor didn't match. Murray quickly used a transmission jade slip to report to the prince, informing him about the enemy passing through, uncertain if they intended to attack them. But one thing was certain. If the enemy wanted to reach other border forts, they would definitely pass through here. After sending the message, Murray and his men started running back. They couldn't risk being detected by a powerful enemy. If someone at the 8th or 9th layer of the shackled realm found them, they'd be swiftly annihilated. While fleeing, Bai Changxiang kept sending updates to Bryson and Tallulah, urging them to return quickly. Just as Murray was about to send another message to Tallulah, he received one from her. Enemies are attacking from the west. Retreat quickly. Murray. Was the Iver Kingdom determined to attack them from both sides? This was certainly a serious predicament. If the enemy truly launched a heavy assault, they would soon overrun the border fort with double the forces. It appeared that the Iver Kingdom was intent on revenge. Murray was extremely anxious. Thankfully, Bryson had suggested checking the perimeter. Otherwise, a sudden enemy attack could have been fatal. If reinforcements from other border forts or military camps arrived, it would take some time. Therefore, they would likely need to hold out for a long period until help arrived. Soon, Murray rejoined the others and began a frantic retreat. Upon reaching the border fort, they found the gates tightly shut and the fort bracing for battle. "Hey, don't attack us, it's us, I'm Ben Murray." The city gate finally opened, allowing Murray and his men to rush inside, after which the gate closed again securely. What's happening? Why would the enemy attack us now, and from two directions? Seeing Murray return, the prince rushed down anxiously. Due to previous battles, the fort had lost many soldiers, and many were injured. Facing a force twice their size would put immense pressure on them. "We're indeed surrounded from the east and west. What should our next move be?" asked Murray and Bryson. The enemy had suffered a significant defeat and must regain face, so they sent elite forces. "Our defense won't be easy if a major battle erupts here," noted Murray. The prince reassured them, "Don't worry. I've already reported this, and reinforcements are en route. We just need to hold on for a while, and we'll win. Go secure the city gate now." With that, Murray and Bryson hurried to the walls. All officers were on high alert, watching intently. A day and a night later, dense footsteps approached. Scouts confirmed the enemy's large-scale advance toward the border fort. Chapter 180. The frontier is besieged. At that moment, upon hearing this news, the great prince's worry was almost enough to turn his hair white. He wished more than anything that this time, Murray and the others had exaggerated the situation, and that it hadn't really happened. Unfortunately, there was no what if in this world. It was indeed true that they were attacking the frontier. Everyone prepare for battle. Since the enemy has come, we must ensure that whoever comes will not return. The great prince screamed at everyone at the top of his lungs. He then stood up and began to assign tasks to various personnel. After half a day had passed, two armies advanced towards the frontier. This time, after arriving at the frontier, these people didn't even have time to set up camp before launching an attack, eager to seize the city. When Murray and the others saw this, they immediately ordered the soldiers on the wall to start throwing stones down and continuously using bows and arrows. Below, countless troops surged forward. The soldiers inside the city didn't dare to go out and fight recklessly. After all, the enemy's force was double this time around, clearly capitalizing on the weak defense here. Murray's expression turned cold. According to the schedule, reinforcements would take at least another day or so to arrive. Right now, the most important thing was to hold the frontier. Thinking about this, Murray looked at the Great Prince and said, "Great Prince, do we have any hidden weapons? We need them now." The Great Prince's face darkened instantly. "What hidden weapons? Are you dreaming?" "Murray." At this moment, the soldiers below kept surging up the walls while the defenders on the wall kept clearing the enemies away. Unfortunately, their numbers just kept increasing. The soldiers on the wall became increasingly exhausted, and at this rate, all the soldiers would be utterly drained. The horns of Ivor's army blew fiercely. At this point, Kori's frontier was on the verge of collapse. Murray and the other officers stood on the wall, armed with weapons, and started to push back the soldiers who tried to climb up. In this situation, if ordinary soldiers were standing here, they might not have been able to hold out. It was fortunate that their side's officers hadn't taken any significant losses. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't have held out today. Kori's army is afraid. They're going to fall apart soon. Let's give it our all. Once we breach the city, we can occupy it and avenge our fallen brothers. An officer from Ivor yelled, shaking Murray's troop morale. Many felt that the city was about to be breached, and they might become prisoners. Previous victories now seemed insignificant, as fear gripped many in the face of death. This was not good news for Murray. "Damn it, I don't believe that you officers can actually defend this frontier." A Ivor officer flew up and drew his weapon, engaging Murray in a fierce battle. Two Ivor officers surrounded Murray, looking ready to slay him on the spot. However, Murray was exceptionally ferocious and quickly killed both officers with swift strikes. Then Murray saw a fourth layer Shackles realm officer step onto the wall, preparing to attack Alec. Seeing this, Murray immediately rushed over, leaping toward him with his spear. "Oh, haha, you actually dare to attack me? You're only a second layer Shackles realm." The officer did not understand why Murray dared to attack him, but instead saw it as a suicidal act. To him, it was impossible for someone at the second layer of the Shackles realm to challenge him. However, this officer ultimately paid the price for his arrogance. As Murray attacked, he unleashed tremendous strength, forcing the fourth layer Shackles realm officer to retreat. "This kid is formidable. Damn it, I can't believe it." Shocked, the officer licked his lips. He realized Murray must be a prodigy among them, and killing such a person would earn him great merit when he returned. Hee hee boy, if I were you, I'd keep a low profile and aim to remain undefeated. Since you're so eager to show off, I'll take your head now and make you pay for your arrogance. The officer laughed menacingly, black aura swirling around him, giving off an evil and bewitching vibe. Murray was startled upon seeing this. It was black magic. Indeed, Ivor was known to cultivate black magic, which significantly increased one's power. Despite this, Murray felt no fear, but burst into action, fighting the officer mid-air. Unexpectedly, Murray's strength far exceeded what the officer expected. After the initial clash, Murray swiftly pierced through the officer's chest and moved on to the next target. On the battlefield, Murray was the most agile. Anyone who provoked Murray underestimated his combat prowess and couldn't match him. Those who could truly defeat Murray had their own enemies to deal with. After resolving one threat, Murray swiftly moved to assist other areas of the battlefield, saving as many officers as possible. This greatly reduced the pressure on Corey's officers, with many successfully saved by Murray. Damn it, kill him. We didn't realize he has the ability to fight beyond his rank. Seeing fewer of his officers, the commander of Ivor finally understood the truth. One individual had been playing possum, while others overlooked him, thinking he was too weak to warrant attention. Instantly, several officers charged at Murray, and thus, Murray found himself in a dangerous position. Note: I've maintained the paragraph structure and line breaks to align closely with the original text while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 181. This life was worth it. Seeing Murray in danger, many people panicked at that moment. Indeed, Murray was very important to the border region. At this time, the Great Prince was already engaged by their commander and could only watch helplessly as Murray was surrounded by several Layer 4 and 5 Lock Realm experts. Hee hee, do you think the Bohan of Corey would be heartbroken if we slay this kid? I think he would. After all, based on his displayed talent, he's definitely not an ordinary disciple in Corey. But, how should we divide the credit? Several Ivor Kingdom officers looked at Murray mockingly, discussing it as if they had already turned him into their prey. At this moment, Murray's nerves were taut as he observed the surroundings. He could break through now, but doing so meant abandoning this border area and heading to another one. To be honest, once he left, this border might cease to exist, and he might never see Alec, Nathaniel, Zoe, Emeth, and others again, especially Emeth. Many had already messaged her, telling her to look at the bigger picture, to hold back and just stay unbeaten by tying up the opponent. Emeth complied fully, but when she saw Murray in peril, she immediately became agitated, increasing her attacks fiercely. My little princess, keep a low profile. The Bohan will be heartbroken if you expose yourself. Can you bear to make your father Emperor grieve? He's old and besides, you can't save Murray by rushing in. Put Murray aside for now. You are far more important than he is. Seeing this, many shouted to Emeth, urging her to tone down, lest she enhance her combat power. Given Emeth's special status, unmatched by Murray, exposing herself because of him could erase any credit Murray had earned. It would surely haunt Murray's soul in death. F***CK. Alec, enraged, tried to break through the surrounding enemies to rescue Murray, but there were too many powerful foes around him, and he was soon completely trapped, unable to move. Others who could potentially save Murray, like Bryson, also found themselves surrounded by numerous enemies, rendering them unable to provide support. Seeing this, Murray sighed inwardly, then suddenly burst forth with fierce power, charging toward a Layer 4 Lock Realm officer. After a painful inner struggle, Murray decided to fight to the death. Escaping was what cowards did. Even knowing they were at a significant disadvantage, Murray refused to act like one. It would be even more painful than death itself. Hee hee, you're delivering yourself right into our hands. In that case, don't blame us. Seeing Murray advancing instead of retreating, everyone laughed. The next moment, they aimed to surround him, but Murray moved like a wraith, swiftly appearing behind a Layer 4 Lock Realm officer. Die! In an instant, Murray's power surged, piercing the officer's chest before fleeing in another direction. He decided to play hide-and-seek, helping resolve issues along the way as he ran. Saving as many people as possible was Murray's biggest wish. F***CK. This kid is trying to escape. Everyone attack. Don't let him get away. Upon seeing this, someone roared in anger. Soon after, over 10 officers chased after Murray. Spells flew wildly as numerous officers pursued him, leaving Murray in dire straits, like a rat on the street, hunted by countless Ivor Kingdom officers. Murray continued delaying time, growing increasingly anxious. Now, almost all Ivor officers were attacking their own, outnumbering them 2 to 1. If this went on, Corey would stand no chance. In the long run, many would fall, and whether or not they could hold until reinforcements arrived was questionable. Thinking about this, Murray felt immense pressure. Despite constantly picking up attributes from the system, the overwhelming number of enemies was overwhelming. Boy, where will you run this time? A Layer 5 Lock Realm officer caught up, panting heavily. Looking at Murray, he said, I didn't expect that while your cultivation isn't strong, your combat power is formidable. Especially your speed. It left us lagging behind. You mustn't be allowed to live. I can imagine why previous feints failed and why the camps here lost before. Probably because you're the key factor, having killed all those Ivor elites, putting us on the back foot, right? Responding, Murray smiled, saying, hee hee, your schemes will never succeed. Rest assured, even if we lose today, Corey will eventually win. Also, while you've lost 2 battles, even if we lose one, we still have the advantage. Haha, who would have thought? Dying heroically while protecting my country makes my life worthwhile. This life was worth it. Murray laughed maniacally, becoming nearly crazed. Seeing this, many Ivor officers angrily rushed towards him. Himph, come then, let me see what a bunch of weaklings can do together. Roaring, Murray charged head-on, releasing his lifetime's strongest power. Note: I've maintained the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. The translation strives to keep the original tone and style intact, ensuring it reads naturally in English while preserving coherence with the preceding storyline. Chapter 182. Reinforcements arrive. Humph, like a flea trying to shake a tree, utterly delusional. When they saw Murray truly charging at them, everyone immediately sneered. The previous loss of one of their own due to negligence had taught them a lesson, and they wouldn't make the same mistake again. It was simply a fantasy for this guy to think he could defeat them. Hee hee. Seeing this, Murray let out a cold laugh. In the next moment, he fiercely thrust his war god spear toward a fourth-rank shackled realm fighter. At such a critical juncture, he naturally aimed for the weaker opponent, picking off as many as possible to reduce threats along the frontier. At that moment, Murray engaged these people in fierce combat. Just when everyone thought Murray was about to be overwhelmed, he suddenly redirected his spear, forcefully striking another fourth-rank shackled realm warrior. This time, Murray seized the opportunity to kill him. Ayah! The fourth-rank shackled realm warrior screamed, as he nearly plummeted down. Next, he realized his arm was gone. Severely injured, he had lost his fighting capability. Witnessing this scene, Murray couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. He hadn't managed to completely slay the foe. If he had, it would have reduced pressure on their side and eliminated an officer. Seeing Murray Shanru Kunjing and having incapacitated an officer, the people in the Kori army camp became restless, eager to assist Murray. They hoped to eliminate the enemy officer this way. Although the credit would still go to Murray, it would alleviate his current predicament. Note: I adjusted the translation for better fluency and clarity while ensuring the meaning is accurately conveyed. Whatever you do, don't come over here. I'm surrounded. If you come, you'll also be targeted by these people. Seeing someone wanting to assist him, Murray quickly warned, then continued battling ferociously. As the battle raged on, the opposing fighters lost considerable attributes, which benefited Murray greatly. However, breaking through to the third-rank shackled realm remained elusive. The system constantly infused him with spiritual energy and blood chi to heal his injuries. Otherwise, under such overwhelming assault, Murray would likely have been slain long ago. Murray fought fiercely for half an hour until he felt he had reached his limit. The primary issue was the sheer number of enemies surrounding him from all directions, making it exceedingly difficult to cope. Seeing the situation turn grim, Murray unleashed formidable spiritual power and fled in another direction. For now, playing hide-and-seek along the border seemed like a viable strategy, even if just killing ordinary soldiers. You useless lot. So many of you can't even take down a single youngster. Seeing the prolonged indecision in the battle, a senior Ivor officer erupted in anger. Such a failure was a stain on Ivor's reputation. So many chasing a single young opponent, yet being led around ineffectively and suffering losses themselves. Upon hearing the officer's rebuke, the men felt aggrieved. They desperately wanted to quickly kill Murray for rewards, but his speed and evasive tactics were driving them mad. Escaping and observing his surroundings, Murray inwardly sighed. The border fort suffered tremendous losses, with many warriors falling and several disciples who once brimmed with vigor and enthusiasm, having lost their lives after 2 initial victories. This sight saddened Murray deeply. His efforts to protect the disciples were limited. He had done his best. Earlier, by slaying their elite opponents, he ensured 2 victories, saving many disciples from dying with regrets. Yet, Murray still felt desolate deep inside. Brothers, we are here. A thunderous voice echoed. Murray soon saw hundreds of people flying towards the border fort. These reinforcements were clearly from Kori's other garrisons. The officers seemed to have temporarily left their troops behind, rushing ahead to provide immediate support. They understood that if all the officers here were killed, they'd face destruction upon arrival. Deciding to act in this moment required great courage. Too severely before, no one had expected that these people would suddenly launch a surprise attack. This time, it was fortunate that Murray and his men went out to scout the enemy situation. Otherwise, if they waited for the enemy to get close and then reported, everything would have been too late. Likely, there wouldn't be enough time for reinforcements to arrive, and everyone might die, with only a few of extremely powerful cultivators managing to escape. Of course, this did not include Murray. After all, his combat strength was well known, and no one wanted to let such a talented individual from Korigua escape to become a future threat. Thus, everyone could escape except Murray, who, in a way, saved others and consequently, himself. Humph brothers, don't worry. They just have slightly more numbers, almost on par with us. Our forces are still here, so victory is still within our grasp. Seeing Murray and his men becoming optimistic, the Supreme Commander of Ivorg was shouted at everyone to boost morale. Upon hearing the words of the Supreme Commander, many soldiers of Ivorg started fighting fiercely. Indeed, Ivorgua was still in an unvanquishable position. Although the enemy's numbers were nearly equal to theirs, there was still some gap because part of Korigua's troops had already been killed before reinforcements arrived. Moreover, Ivorgua had already stormed into the enemy fortress and was nearly occupying it, so they still were destined to pay blood for blood. Immediately, upon hearing the Supreme Commander of Ivorgua, the Supreme Commander of Korigua laughed maniacally and retorted, "Didn't you say earlier you'd capture me alive? This time, let's see who captures whom. To hell with it, I won't believe you can find a loophole this time." Hearing the Korigua Supreme Commander's taunt, the Supreme Commander of Ivorgua couldn't stand it, turning red with anger and responded, "Chuckle, do you think only you have reinforcements? This time we are just the vanguard, intending to secure this place before moving to other battlefields. Ivorgua also has numerous reinforcements. Perhaps your reinforcements are being blocked by ours. At this rate, your downfall is only a matter of time. If you know what's good for you, surrender now. Maybe I'll spare your life." The Supreme Commander of Ivorgua bluffed, half truthfully, half threateningly. Hearing these words, no one knew whether they were true or false, but one thing was clear. Ivorgua's current situation was indeed much stronger. Seeing his leader suppressed, Murray roared in anger. In the next moment, he instantly flew toward a 5th-layer Lock Realm officer, unleashing overwhelming power in a swift and deadly assault. This attack aimed to completely annihilate the opponent. Witnessing this, the officer froze momentarily, Murray's speech only made their anger grow exponentially. At this moment, the Iver State wanted to send out several top generals to capture Douglas and tear him to shreds. But it quickly became clear that they no longer had the capability to capture Douglas. Given his current cultivation, no one could defeat him in single combat. If it weren't for single combat, there simply weren't enough generals available to subdue him. Any stronger cultivator they sent out would immediately be tied down by other Cory State generals who protected Douglas to the utmost. For a moment, despite the great anger of the Iver State's supreme commander, it was useless. They were powerless against Douglas. Seeing this, Douglas grinned wryly and sped off, starting to engage the other generals in battle. Picking out those Iver State generals below the 5th level of the Shackles realm, he darted around the battlefield, causing tremendous damage to the Iver State forces. Charge! At this moment, shouts rang out from far away. The Iver State commander looked over and saw dense masses of people rushing towards them. It was clearly reinforcements from the Cory State. With this arrival, the Iver State lost all its advantage. They had previously relied on a surprise attack and numerical superiority. Now, numbers alone wouldn't suffice. The Iver State's generals collectively gritted their teeth in frustration, while the Iver State's supreme commander was furious, almost to the point of madness. This mission was supposed to be a victory, but this prolonged struggle led to failure. Staying any longer meant certain disaster. The Cory State would mobilize all reinforcements, resulting in their annihilation. Deep within his heart, the Iver State's supreme commander felt bitter regret, having exerted every effort to conquer Cory State. But seeing Cory State's resilience, he realized it was beyond his grasp. Without withdrawing now, they might never have another chance. Biting their lips, the two supreme commanders exchanged a glance and shouted to everyone, "Everyone listen up. We are retreating. Follow me back." Hearing the order, everyone seemed prepared for this scenario and quickly began to retreat. As the Iver State forces pulled back, the Cory State warriors fought even more fiercely. Do not let them retreat successfully. We've paid such a high price this time. We cannot allow them to escape. Since so many of us have already died, what does it matter if a few more join them? We must leave these people here. Kill them all to comfort the souls of our fallen brothers. Voices shouted in agony. This war had taken an immense toll on Douglas's side at this border region, with countless lives lost. Who didn't want vengeance for their brothers? Previously, they had held back due to the overwhelming numbers. Now finally given the chance, who would care about anything else? Only revenge mattered. Seeing this, the Iver State officers and soldiers, who initially aimed for victory, hesitated, wanting to stay and fight to the death with the Cory State forces. At this moment, the Iver State Supreme Commander roared in frustration. "Did you hear my orders? Retreat now, or it will be too late. There will be other opportunities in the future. There's no need to sacrifice ourselves recklessly for fleeting glory. Impulsiveness is the devil. True heroes are not defined by reckless bravery but by their ability to exact revenge later." Encouraging everyone, the Iver State's Supreme Commander faced significant frustration as the soldiers resisted withdrawal. If they delayed further, the best opportunity to retreat would be lost, leading to a complete debacle and falling into Cory State's trap. The last thing Cory State wanted right now was a retreat. You're right. True heroes take revenge later. Rest assured, today's scene won't be forgotten. Someday, we, the Cory State, will personally raise your royal city and slaughter your civilians. Hearing the Iver State's Supreme Commander, Douglas sneered mockingly. Seeing Douglas still defying, the Iver State's Supreme Commander fumed with rage, but knew there was nothing he could do. Perhaps fate indeed had other plans for Douglas. With endless regret, the Supreme Commander could only withdraw for safety. Under relentless urging, the Iver State's soldiers slowly began to fall back, fleeing into the distance. Seeing this, the Cory State's happiness. But this happiness does not only come from wealth, much like Murray's revenge on the enemies today. Living sometimes is also about avenging others, defending collective honor, fulfilling one's mission. Living means realizing one's own value. Murray and his men fought desperately to pursue them. In this moment, everyone was driven by bloodlust, truly hoping these Iver Kingdom people wouldn't escape. Thus, the retreat speed of Iver's forces slowed down significantly as Cory Kingdom soldiers continuously engaged Iver Kingdom soldiers, making their withdrawal very difficult. Humph! Abandon those Cory soldiers and the rear's stubborn resistors. Everyone heed my order. Regardless of everything, run away. We'll have opportunities to return in the future. I sincerely pay tribute to those brave soldiers left behind, but there's no other way. To ensure the survival of all and prevent the total annihilation of our Iver Kingdom, to fight back another day and not fall prey to Cory Kingdom's cunning schemes, you must be sacrificed. I am truly sorry to you all. At this point, Iver Kingdom's commanding general shouted to everyone. Upon hearing these words, not only Iver Kingdom soldiers, even some Cory Kingdom warriors were moved. Truly, such heartfelt speech touched everyone. Who wouldn't hope for a leader like this? Everyone understood that this wasn't because Iver Kingdom's general feared, but he wanted to protect his soldiers. Of course, if Cory Kingdom faced such a situation, their commander would do the same. Everyone loves their soldiers, otherwise, they couldn't reach their current status. All commanding generals are filled with love for their military, loving their soldiers as if they were their own children. Fight! Rockos like Murray fiercely battled amidst the Iver soldiers, aiming to inflict heavy blows. By now, few soldiers remained to intercept them. Many were focused on escaping. Besides, now wasn't the time for a head-on confrontation, so most of Iver's officers had no heart to face Cory's commanders. This led Murray and others to wreak havoc in these camps, causing many Iver soldiers to die. These commanders were much more efficient at killing than ordinary soldiers, but lacked their numbers. Otherwise, these people wouldn't stand a chance. Seeing comrades being massacred, many Iver soldiers' hearts burned with anger, wanting nothing more than immediate revenge. Who wouldn't be heartbroken? Truly, they were torn apart inside. So many soldiers died due to Cory commander's participation. The pain was unbearable. However, this was the time for retreat. No one could disobey orders. Seeing soldiers slaughtered, Ivar Kingdom's commanding general became increasingly anxious. Corey's soldiers clung to them like flies, refusing to leave. If this continued, many soldiers would surely be killed. The commanding general glanced into the distance. Defeated yet? How can we make decisions like defeated ones? Run quickly. Once you're far enough, we'll catch up. Rest assured, we'll soon join you. As officers, we've enjoyed many privileges. Since we've enjoyed them, it's our duty to protect you. The general cried out in desperation. Seeing the general pleading, many sighed, deciding to leave, understanding his sacrifice. Ultimately, Ivar's commanding general barely escaped. After all, Corey Kingdom's formidable force was prepared to take down the commanding general this time, ensuring they wouldn't escape. Translation provided while maintaining original structure and tone. Chapter 186. Can one truly break through between life and death? They helplessly watched as the Ivar Kingdom's generals kept blocking them while their soldiers fled further and further away. Murray and his men were in a state of extreme distress. Unfortunately, the forces of the Ivar Kingdom had only a slight numerical advantage, and they were desperately protecting their troops. Thus, this time, Murray and his men found themselves in an extremely difficult and painful situation. They could only watch helplessly as the enemy continued to flee. Although some soldiers did pursue them, it was largely ineffective. After all, one side was fighting for survival, and the other side was seeking revenge. Their motivations were vastly different. Moreover, Corey's forces still needed to defend the frontier, so they had to leave some people behind for this purpose. The remaining troops chased after the enemy but were not numerically superior. If not for the fear of reinforcements arriving from the Ivar side, perhaps there would have been a real confrontation today. Damn it! Kill those despicable bastards! At this moment, Murray shouted. He saw a figure ahead who had relentlessly pursued them earlier. Without hesitation, Murray dashed forward and quickly eliminated him. After disposing of one enemy, Murray felt deep sorrow, watching the enemies escape without being able to chase them down. How many could understand such anguish? Murray paused for a moment, then took out a transmission jade slip and described the direction the deserters were heading. Once reinforcements arrived, if they managed to intercept these deserters, they would be able to annihilate them since they were now without officer protection and on their own. However, whether or not the reinforcements would encounter these deserters remained uncertain. No one knew how far they could run, but Murray was certain that they would likely be discovered due to the significant commotion caused by their large numbers. Meanwhile, seeing the troops safely escape, the Ivar generals began engaging in suicidal attacks against the enemy. They unleashed their full power to kill as many Corey commanders as possible. Staying there meant certain death for them. Might as well take it, shouted a senior officer from Corey's side, recognizing Murray's immense contributions on the battlefield. His current plight was indeed dire, especially since it was for the sake of defending the frontier. If Murray had died earlier due to lack of protection and relentless attacks, it would have been understandable. But for him to fall into the hands of the enemy under advantageous conditions for Corey, it was simply unacceptable. This would significantly dampen the morale of Corey's forces. While fleeing, Murray spotted Emma. Although she was still fiercely resisting, her demeanor was much more reserved. Emma, apart from Murray, was the only other person capable of transcending boundaries in combat on the entire battlefield. Her prowess stemmed from the abundance of precious resources at her disposal. She was a product of immense wealth, making her combat strength formidable. Seeing that Emma wouldn't be in immediate danger, Murray felt relieved. Then, his allies began helping him fend off the self-destructing adversaries. Murray glanced around to assess the casualties among his disciples. He was concerned because if the losses were too severe, he wouldn't be able to face the sect master upon return. Even if there were countless reasons for fatalities on the battlefield, as the leader, he bore the ultimate responsibility. Any mishap would bring trouble his way, not others. And regardless of external blame, he would be heartbroken over the loss. Therefore, such losses were unavoidable. Seeing so many disciples die, Murray couldn't help but sigh as he steeled himself to continue fighting. Charge! We're here. More reinforcements arrived at this moment, still led by officers. The rest went to engage enemy units on the battlefield. Instantly, Corey Kingdom's pressure significantly lessened. Seeing this scene, Murray and his team finally breathed a sigh of relief. The continuous suicidal attacks by Ivar Kingdom's warriors had inflicted severe damage. Now, they could finally take a break. With reinforcements joining in, Corey Kingdom's forces mustered their courage and began surrounding and attacking the remaining Ivar officers. With countless troops present, the Ivar officers found it nearly impossible to escape. This time, Murray and his men fought with all their might. Finally, after killing everyone, they sat down on the ground, panting heavily. The losses on the frontier were immense. Roughly 1/3 of the soldiers had fallen. If Murray and his men hadn't discovered the two groups attempting a sneak attack, the frontier might have been annihilated. After the war ended, many soldiers cried bitterly. They had experienced great peril, and many would never see each other again. Seeing the soldiers sobbing, Murray looked into the distance and said, I wonder if our reinforcements have completely wiped out the remaining Ivar forces. Why don't we go check? Otherwise, if we don't eliminate every last of the blades. The Ivar camp quickly crumbled upon the officers' entry. Corey soldiers cheered, especially those who had initially defended the frontier, as this allowed them to avenge the recent tragedies. Ivar soldiers began screaming and fleeing chaotically, their morale plummeting. Don't panic. We must launch a suicide attack to honor our princes. This time, we can't escape. So what's the point in running? An Ivar soldier emerged from the crowd, stirring the spirits of his comrades. Humph! Annoyed by this man's rousing speech at such a critical juncture, Murray coldly scoffed and charged forward, impaling him with a single thrust. The man died instantly, falling limp. Your Ivar kingdom has lost. Surrender now. Murray shouted to the soldiers below. Further resistance is futile. Lay down your weapons and we won't kill you. If you resist, you will all die. Murray's words went unheard. Everyone was blinded by rage, especially the Ivar soldiers, who had no interest in negotiation after their prince's sacrifices, wanting only to kill more enemies. frustrated by their stubbornness. Murray knew his appeals for surrender weren't aimed at preserving their lives, but reducing his own casualties. Yet his efforts proved ineffective as they continued to resist. Anticipated that the enemy's attack would be so fierce. For a moment, no one wanted to speak too much. At this point, supplies had already arrived, and the uninjured soldiers helped distribute them, beginning to treat the wounded. The atmosphere inside the Kori border fortress was extremely heavy. All officers who are not seriously injured, gather here, a commander shouted. Subsequently, Murray, Bryson, Allepisode, and Mariana looked at each other and walked towards a military tent where the meeting would take place, all feeling somber. Everyone knew that with such a significant event occurring, this time the great commander would probably be severely reprimanded. Although these officers had earned merit, such heavy casualties would undoubtedly reduce their rewards by half. Merit is ultimately an honor, not a matter of final reward. Therefore, despite the contributions of officers like Murray, they couldn't avoid the collective responsibility due to their mistakes in preparation, leading to such heavy losses. As officers, they bore this responsibility and couldn't blame others. Even if others didn't punish them, they would still feel guilty. After entering the military tent, the 3 border fortress commanders who came to reinforce sat on one side, while Murray's original commander sat below. This time, the officers from the 3 border fortresses sat aside, and Murray's group sat centrally. Sitting here did not represent honor. Rather, it symbolized their impending coming forward now wouldn't lead to harsher punishment. It seemed more like putting on a show. Seeing the young officers confessing their faults, many other officers began introspecting about their own mistakes. The other 3 great commanders sighed after exchanging glances. They were here mainly to represent higher command as the current highest-ranking official wasn't present. However, this incident served as a reminder to the 3 great commanders. Initially, they believed they wouldn't encounter similar issues, but who would have thought that Murray's fortress, after a significant victory, could still be attacked? Frankly, if placed in this position, they might not have done significantly better than this commander. After careful deliberation, the 3 great commanders decided to formally reprimand this commander, deducting some of his original rewards but retaining his position. Appointing a new commander at this juncture wasn't appropriate. Though the commander had erred, most soldiers still respected him. He was a seasoned veteran who had led many battles. Besides, this was a sudden attack, and although the consequences were severe, the mistake wasn't unforgivable. Chapter 189. Recovery and Rest. The loss in this war also sobered up the once somewhat arrogant frontier. Many people began to reflect deeply. If only they could have foreseen some of these things earlier. The Supreme Commander was punished, along with young officers like Murray, which served as a wake-up call for many. In the meantime, the entire frontier needed time to recover before it could adjust properly. The supporting troops that had come stayed only for a short while before return. Staying within the frontier was safer. If he ventured out, Murray couldn't guarantee others wouldn't target him. There were too many stronger warriors who could launch surprise attacks, putting his life in danger. This troubled Murray deeply. How had his information leaked? Was there a mole among them? This idea was quickly negated by Alec. If there was a mole, the enemy would have known their movements earlier and possibly attacked. It seemed the officers reported the information up the chain of command. This realization made Murray feel thoroughly exposed, wishing for anonymity again. One day, Murray was summoned to the camp tent. Inside, he found several unfamiliar faces. Knowing nearly everyone here, these strangers puzzled him. "You are Murray?" one man asked upon seeing him. Murray nodded, replying, "Yes, who might you be?" The man nodded and said, "I've heard much about you. The Emperor has praised your actions." Despite the compliment, Murray sensed something else was coming. Sure enough, another person immediately followed up. "Now that you've had some rest, we need you to undertake a special mission." Hearing special mission, Murray perked up. "Please tell me more." "We're from the 7th encampment, planning a major battle against Ivor. We need dominantful commanders like you to engage and eliminate their young officers," the man explained. "We'll be drafting skilled young officers from your area. Remember when Ivor's Dominic challenged you? We intend to play their game." Murray felt uneasy. Why involve him in this? Elms was truly abnormal. Afterwards, young officers like Alec were also summoned over. The officer informed them one by one that there was going to be a tough battle ahead, and any young officers who hadn't suffered severe injuries and were capable of fighting would be temporarily reassigned. Of course, after leaving, they would return eventually. Hearing this, Alec and the others naturally agreed without hesitation. Then, the officer asked Alec and the others to leave, leaving Murray alone. He looked at Murray and said, "I know. Although you've agreed outwardly, you must have some concerns internally. But this war is extremely important. If we can win it, it will be a historic victory for our Kori kingdom. This time, when you delay the enemy, you won't face any problems. After all, you are Kori's genius. Our kingdom won't be as ruthless as the Ivor kingdom. We won't push you forward for short-term gains. Rest assured about everything." Murray nodded and said, "All right, I understand. Don't worry, I won't harbor any objections. Since we're heading to the battlefield, naturally, I hope to establish great achievements for our Kori kingdom, for our people." Seeing that Murray indeed seemed unconcerned, the officer finally smiled and said, "Fine, go back and pack up first. Also, those young soldiers under you can be handed over to other officers for now. After we win this battle, you'll come back. I know the sect wouldn't let you stay away for too long. This time, we don't know when we'll return, so you should say goodbye to others properly." Murray nodded and walked out. Outside the tent, he saw Alec and the others waiting. "So, how did it go, Murray?" Alec looked at Murray, clearly wanting to know what had been discussed. After all, they only knew they were being sent to war but not the specifics, so everyone was looking at Murray for answers. Murray shook his head and said, "I'm not clear either. We'll just have to take it step by step this time. I don't know what exactly will happen in this war. The commanding officer didn't tell me much, saying it's highly classified, so even I don't have clearance. We should just follow orders and not worry about other things." Hearing this, Alec and the others fell into deep thought, feeling uneasy due to Murray's words. Everyone sensed something strange about this mission. Though these men weren't very high-ranking officers on the border, they hadn't been ignored like this before. Given the high rank of the official, this indicated a large-scale war was imminent, a situation they hadn't encountered despite several battles. Let's go back to the camp. We shouldn't talk about anything else for now. We'll discuss once we get back. Murray waved his hand to signal the others, leading a group of officers back to the camp. Back in the camp, Murray packed up his belongings and put them into his storage ring. Then he turned to everyone and said, "We, the officers, are going on a long trip. While we're away, do not embarrass our sect. We'll be back soon, so during our absence, you'll be led by others. Remember, cooperate fully while we're gone." After Murray spoke, the other disciples froze. They hadn't anticipated this sudden development. They hadn't expected Murray and the others, as officers on the border, to suddenly be deployed elsewhere for battle. This took them completely by surprise. These young men then nodded, reassuring Murray, "Don't worry, Murray. We won't let you down. You can set off with peace of mind." The phrase, "set off with peace of mind," made Murray feel uneasy. He dreaded that term the most, especially given his notorious reputation in the Ivor Kingdom. If he really went to fight the Ivor Kingdom, he was deeply concerned about his safety. He worried that the Ivor Kingdom might become desperate and target him. After all, killing him would bring many future benefits. At least, Corey Kingdom would lose a world-class genius, causing significant damage to their morale. However, Murray didn't argue with the disciples. They meant well. Subsequently, Murray tidied up his tent and handed it over to a disciple for maintenance. Chapter 191. New Military Camp. During this period, since they were no longer staying in the military camp, the tents must be packed away. Otherwise, they would be destroyed by wind and rain. After tidying up the tents, Murray looked around at the unfamiliar faces and the bustling environment. This camp was vastly different from the one they had left behind at the frontier. "Where are we headed next?" Murray asked the officer who had brought them. "Just follow me. We will rest here for a day or two, then our camp will prepare for an attack on one of Ivor Kingdom's frontiers. This battle against Ivor Kingdom will be unlike anything you've encountered before. This particular frontier is very important to them, and many soldiers have already been stationed there." Upon hearing this, Murray and the others nodded and followed the officer toward the camp. As officers, their living conditions were better than those at the frontier. They stayed in a relatively peaceful area with a cluster of tents set up for them. After settling in, Murray and the others had nothing else to do but wait for orders. They were here for the fight after all. "Greetings, officers. I am the attendant here. If you need anything, let me know, and I will arrange it for you," a soldier in his 20s said humbly, looking somewhat dispirited at the sight of young officers like himself. "Don't worry, go about your business." Bryson waved him off and turned to Murray. "Murray, what do you think our purpose is in coming here? We understand your task, but why involve young prodigies in this duel? And if it's not to delay, then what is it for?" "I feel like the secrecy surrounding this mission is too tight. Something seems out of the ordinary," Bryson continued. Raising eyebrows, Alec and the other officers agreed. Yes, we feel the same way, but the officer didn't tell us much, and we couldn't ask. That's what worries me. What if these officers intentionally withhold information, or even use us as pawns to protect themselves? Indeed, it's unclear what our true objective is here." There was dissatisfaction among the group, though they could not voice it openly before the officer. On the battlefield, obedience was paramount. Failure to comply would result in punishment, or even the loss of cultivation abilities. Most Corey Kingdom soldiers fought bravely, yet they had no choice but to fight. If someone refused to participate, they risked being secretly sabotaged. "I can't say. I don't know what's going on either. All I want to know is where the master is and how he's doing." Murray shook his head. "This war will drag on, and we won't know when we'll return to normal life at the sect. Our previous lives will be distant memories now," someone remarked. "Even if we regain stability, some things will never be forgotten once experienced. We were many before, but after the last war, many of our officers perished. Even if we return, without them, we won't be complete again. During the previous war, their forces suffered heavily because of a 2-to-1 ratio. Many had mourned, but losses were shared among all, and sudden attacks were inevitable. This war could last several years, as wars often did. Some historical conflicts lasted centuries, with people entering battles as children and dying old men without the war ever ending." Chapter 192. Marching out. The soldiers couldn't quite understand the tactics at play in this military camp, but since an officer had issued the command to have them face opponents head-on, everyone could only obey. This was a rule that couldn't be changed. If an officer did not follow orders, then that officer would be considered unfit for duty and wouldn't gain anyone's respect. Such behavior was unacceptable within the military. Thus, even if they had questions in their hearts, it was absolutely forbidden to question the decisions of the officers. "By the time we get there, I'll strive to fight on the front lines first. If it comes down to one-on-one battles, remember not to volunteer yourselves. This isn't about bravery or fear. It's because we still have many more enemies to kill in the future, and there's no need to sacrifice ourselves here. If I can handle it, I can eliminate all the enemies. Losing even one person is hard for me to bear. Everyone has come here to return home safely." At this moment, Murray spoke these words to his team. They exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in agreement. Although Murray's words were tough to accept, his intentions were genuinely for their benefit. Thus, they agreed with him. During the following days, Murray and the others stayed in the military camp, exploring every corner. They familiarized themselves with the entire camp, although they didn't fully understand the upcoming combat strategy and chose not to inquire further. The soldiers on the battlefield welcomed them warmly despite Murray not being from their faction, which was deeply touching. Over time, as they spent more time with the soldiers, Murray and his team felt happier. Though they knew people in their sects before, conversations there always came with reservations. In contrast, the soldiers here were straightforward and spoke their minds without beating around the bush, making for enjoyable chats. "Murray, Bryson, Tallulah, now it's time for you to set out with us. We're about to form up. This is your time to shine. This time, you won't be leading soldiers. You are here for single combat. So, prepare yourselves. On the battlefield, you might have to face off against various opponents." An officer approached and told Murray and the others. Upon hearing this, they understood that war was imminent. Immediately after, they gathered at the camp square. This world had a square in almost every location for easy assembly. As they walked towards the square, Murray felt relieved that Emma hadn't come along. Otherwise, unpredictable things might have happened. She had initially requested to come along, but the Supreme Prince and the officers firmly denied her request, standing firm in their decision not to allow her to join. Unable to persuade the commanders and unwilling to appear too overbearing, Emma reluctantly agreed. Honestly, Murray also felt relieved. Having her involved in life and death duels could have been disastrous. Cory Kingdom wasn't like other places where opponents would hold back knowing she was a princess. However, in Iver Kingdom, they would be eager to capture a princess, influencing the war's outcome, and would fight fiercely against her. If something went wrong on the battlefield, they couldn't answer to the emperor. Given Emma's temperament, she was indeed a potential disaster. Upon reaching the square, Murray saw countless soldiers assembled, their faces full of determination and high morale. Warriors of Cory, this time you know our plan. We will attack the enemy border fortress. This operation has been meticulously prepared, and we must win. This battle concerns the overall outcome of our war, and it will be your glory. Everyone, give your best. The rewards for victory this time will be much greater than ever before. A commanding officer gave a rousing speech, and the soldiers cheered enthusiastically. The use of rewards and incentives to motivate soldiers wasn't unusual. While most valued honor, human nature is selfish when faced with life or death situations. So, appropriate rewards were necessary to ensure morale remained high. Even Murray's team, though brave, would feel disheartened if their contributions went unrecognized. This was natural and essential. Inspired by the officer's words, the soldiers began chanting, "Into Iver! Into Iver! Into Iver!" Seeing the surging morale, the officer made another short speech before directing everyone to start moving. Pre-battle speeches required good judgment. Too long or too short wouldn't work. After the pep talk, Murray and his team joined the march at the forefront, heading towards the Iver Kingdom border fort. The army moved with great pomp, and the journey would take several days. As they marched, Murray truly felt the gravity of their mission. Behind them were highly motivated soldiers who remained spirited despite the long journey. Their goal was clear, capturing the fortress. Strangely, the troops seemed not significantly reduced, which puzzled Murray. Did this mean Cory wasn't just outwardly strong but hollow inside? Why was Cory employing Iver's tactics? Chapter 193, Multiple Murray? Though they couldn't quite understand why, Murray and his companions didn't ask too many questions but instead followed the army. This time, they arrived in front of a border fortress called Macro Border Fortress, setting up camp from a considerable distance away. Engaging in battle here naturally required setting up camp first. After all, without encampments, how would they rest? Without proper rest, their soldiers wouldn't endure for long. Thus, Murray's group had to first arrange the setup of the camp. Up ahead, Iver Kingdom scouts were already far out, beginning to gather military intelligence. In truth, it was unclear whether the Iver Kingdom had planned this attack or not, so it was uncertain whether their side was prepared. After completing the camp setup, Murray's group rested for 3 hours. Then, as the hour approached, they began contemplating their tactics. At this moment, Cory Kingdom scouts were sent to the enemy's border fortress to gather information nearby. Being discovered inevitably led to elimination, making being a scout highly dangerous. Yet, these scouts could still provide some basic intel, giving hints to the officers who were in a meeting. Murray and his group's ranks were too low, and thus they lacked the qualifications to attend the meeting. This made them feel somewhat neglected, unable to bear the thought of not having been chosen this time. Previously, while stationed at the border, their ranks weren't high, but they were always included in significant discussions and never left idle. Now, this feeling of being undervalued was genuinely tough. Indeed, one needed to climb the ladder to gain respect and value. Although previously, during border discussions, these officers seldom contributed good suggestions and often remained silent, they had no vanity about it. But arriving here, realizing how little power they held, certainly irked them. When the time came, everyone began preparing the army to set off. They were planning to besiege this border fortress. Murray's group marched at the forefront with the army, then saw that the fortress was heavily guarded. Our plan this time is called Murray's Plan. Everyone must be clear about this operation, a senior officer asked. Murray was baffled. Was this to have him introduce himself and then serve as cannon fodder, drawing hostility? Frankly, Murray was unwilling. He felt he could contribute greatly to this war, and dying here felt incredibly unjust. This time, each of you will be named Murray. To prevent accidents on your part and to avoid the enemies finding the real Murray, 5-second level lockdown realm disciples will be deployed this time. This requires Murray to participate. The goal is to kill everyone cleanly to delay time. Murray, remember, if someone suddenly attacks you or if any of our people are close to being defeated, do everything you can to protect our people, no matter what. The aim this time is to delay and lower the enemy's morale. Remember that. Understanding the senior officer's intentions upon hearing these words, Murray nodded. Clearly, the last time at the border, Cory Kingdom's Cory Sun revealed the entire plan to ensure his survival, causing a severe blow to the Iver Kingdom. Despite Cory Kingdom's victory back then, they chose to learn from this experience and not disclose such matters to juniors. Even under torture, the details couldn't be forced out, likely due to Cory Kingdom's high command designing this approach collectively. With this realization, Murray felt slightly better. While this wasn't specifically aimed at them, they understood the higher-ups' reasoning. If it were solely targeting them, dissatisfaction would arise, but when considering the bigger picture, it became more bearable. Humans were indeed complex beings. Subsequently, the 5 individuals walked together, lining up directly beneath the fortress walls. On the wall, just as someone was about to attack Murray's group, the commander halted the action, recognizing something familiar yet unsure of the intent. Hee, esteemed ones of the Iver Kingdom. We are the prodigies from Cory Kingdom. Murray laughed wildly and introduced himself. My name is Murray. Yes, I've come here to provoke you, wishing to challenge your young prodigies. My cultivation level is the 2nd level lockdown realm. Hearing Murray's name, several officers on the wall instantly buzzed with excitement. The name Murray struck them deeply, causing anxiety and chaos. After all, this individual appeared on the death list of this war, leading to multiple failures, striking fear into these officers. At that moment, a disciple next to Murray repeated his introduction, again declaring his name as Murray, stating that he was there to provoke. The officers on the wall were dumbfounded. Another Murray? Then, madness ensued as the third, fourth, and fifth disciples also declared themselves as Murray, repeating the same lines. This threw the officers into confusion. Layer of Shackle's realm. Send out 5 of your young prodigies to battle us. If Corey State has no prodigies or is afraid of us, then there's nothing we can do, we will have to leave. Currently, with 2 armies in conflict, we don't want to waste too much time talking. We just want a fair and just battle. Murray said this in one breath, making many officers on the city wall think he must be the real Murray. However, this was quickly denied. Indeed, one couldn't confirm whether the person showing up was really him. What if it was a decoy attracting fire? This puzzled the people of Ivor, leaving them unsure how to proceed. At this point, the commander on the city wall hesitated but ultimately decided to observe first. If it was indeed the real Murray, and once confirmed, even at the cost of morale, they had to win this battle. Indeed, while the course of this war could be guided, this time it was a fight to the death, possibly lasting a long time. If that happened, Murray would grow stronger. If Murray grew strong enough, with his potential, he might one day be able to destroy the entire state of Ivor alone. Therefore, sacrificing some to ensure Murray's death would be worth it. But the fear was that the real Murray wasn't among them, and killing the wrong ones would invite ridicule from everyone. That's what truly worried the commander and others. Prince, we request permission to engage. Damn it, these Corey brats are too arrogant. Prince, this issue can be resolved easily. Let us handle it. We'll surely kill them this time. If I fail to kill this guy, then my head isn't worth keeping. The Dominic of Ivor, unable to bear the urgency, spoke to the commander. Young tempers were the same. Even if they weren't young, few could endure such insults. Their hearts burned with anger, but they had no way to act without the commander's orders. Even the soldiers were angry. Many wished to immediately shoot them down with crossbows. It was only 5 people after all. Prince, this matter needs resolution. Corey seems well prepared. If we kill these 5 below, but if Murray isn't among them, won't we embarrass ourselves? So, I suggest sending 5 disciples down to battle them. Perhaps we can detect something. Someone suggested to the commander. They knew Murray wouldn't expose too much strength. Sustaining a non-defeat was enough. But it could still help identify the real one, depending on Murray's acting skills. If the 5 from Corey were all talented and formidable, without any early losses, then this time, they might indeed lose some people. But with the enemy at the gate, they couldn't let doubts about Murray's presence deter them from a true assassination attempt. Such actions would be despicable wherever applied. At least, the soldiers would see it as a sign of lacking confidence from the commander. Considering this, the commander agreed and immediately sent 5 disciples down the city gate to engage Murray's group. Humph, such arrogant fools. Watch me kill you all. As soon as the city gate opened, an enraged Dominic charged. They were clearly superior to the Ivor Kingdom's side. After a prolonged fight, several of the Ivor Kingdom's Dominics were quickly defeated and killed. Consequently, the tide of battle tilted overwhelmingly towards Murray's team. Notably, Murray chose to be the third victor. This made it impossible for anyone to identify which was the real Murray. He neither stood out nor retreated to the rear. Thus, it would be extremely challenging for the Ivor Kingdom to confirm his identity. In this world, there were no photographs, and none of the officers from that area survived, making Murray's true appearance a mystery. This left many people utterly puzzled. Seeing their young talents being quickly killed after engaging in battle, the overall morale of the Ivor Kingdom side plummeted. Did this mean that their Dominicful geniuses were inferior to those of the Corey Kingdom? However, no one dared voice this thought aloud. Hey, up there, are you all cowards? Still hesitating? Is it that there are no more people left in your Ivor Kingdom? At this point, Murray taunted loudly again, displaying an arrogance that even those who knew him couldn't have predicted. Seeing the Corey Kingdom Dominic continue to jeer, all Ivor Kingdom citizens felt humiliated. Immediately, they dispatched a second team. However, this second group of Dominicful geniuses did not last long either. The Corey Kingdom was well prepared this time. Those sent out by Murray were carefully selected. Moreover, having won once already, Murray chose to quickly defeat his opponents and then assist others. A drawback of team combat is that once someone falls, the entire team soon follows. Opponents are generally matched in strength and talent. No matter how strong one individual is, they cannot withstand a combined assault, except perhaps for individuals like Murray, who are rare indeed. Seeing the Corey Kingdom Dominic still taunting, the Ivor Kingdom could not bear it, but they couldn't retaliate against Murray at that moment. Eliminating these Dominics would be easy, but the Corey Kingdom would never agree. Their own soldiers would also refuse. If their commanders attacked Murray, it would signal weakness, likely boosting Corey Kingdom's morale. In this world, while power ruled supreme, in a place like the Corey Kingdom, there weren't many strong figures. Therefore, numbers still provided an advantage. The commander of the Ivor Kingdom became increasingly anxious. If this continued, their Lock Realm's second-level disciples would be entirely wiped out. Morale would suffer greatly as a result. Moreover, he realized the Corey Kingdom was intentionally stalling, though why was unclear. Naturally, this left much to ponder for the Ivor Kingdom side. After the battle, Murray and his companions continued insulting the Ivor Kingdom. Such a large Ivor Kingdom has no one to come and fight? I really overestimated the Ivor Kingdom, considering them our main enemy. Now, how can they match us? If the Ivor Kingdom's young geniuses aren't up to par, does that mean their soldiers are weaker too? I think it's exactly like that. Murray and his team discussed openly, constantly mocking the Ivor Kingdom border. The Ivor Kingdom faces turned red with embarrassment, but attacking Murray now was impractical. The Corey Kingdom wouldn't risk these young geniuses truly, so surely a powerful protector must be watching from the shadows. After careful deliberation, The Ivor Kingdom commander looked at the remaining Lock Realm second-level disciples and decided to have them engage, readying them for a desperate fight to severely wound these Dominics. He explained to them the need to bolster the morale on the border and assured future benefits for their families. Despite feeling helpless, the Ivor Kingdom's Dominics agreed to fight. The result was unsurprising. Another loss for the Ivor Kingdom. Cory Kingdom soldiers grew even more spirited. Ha ha ha, the Ivor Kingdom is finished. Damn, didn't expect Ivor's pups to be so useless. Why even fight under such conditions? Ivor Kingdom, surrender. Just give us your territory and women, we'll spare your lives. Frankly, you men are useless to us. Our Cory Kingdom has no tradition of liking men. Cory Kingdom soldiers shouted mockingly. Witnessing such arrogance and realizing no more Lock Realm second-level disciples were available, the Ivor Kingdom commander showed grim resolve. The situation was very passive for them, and it was unknown if Murray was among the Cory forces. If this continued, the Ivor Kingdom might lose everything. Turning his gaze to some Lock Realm third-level officers and a Lock Realm fifth-level powerhouse, he approached them. This time, you will aid the Ivor Kingdom. Disguise yourselves as disciples and kill these pups. Rest assured, we will support you. This operation must be flawless. This translation maintains the structure, tone, and style of the original Chinese text while ensuring fluency and accuracy in English. It preserves character names in pinyin form and ensures coherence with previous content. Chapter 196, Successive Slays. The Grand Prince's deceit was believed by these individuals. After all, this time they were tasked with eliminating these 5. This time, unlike the disciples who faced pressure, most of them possessed formidable cultivation and combat prowess. Should a real fight ensue with Murray's group, Murray's team would not be their match. Without delay, they agreed to the plan. They began disguising themselves as disciples, changing into their clothes, preparing to ambush Murray's group. Changing clothes was simple. It only required finding a few disciples and stripping them of their clothing. Despite the awkwardness, the disciples were happy, knowing they weren't the ones risked. The moment they clashed, everyone else barely held their ground. The gap between second stage Lock Realm and third stage was significant. The difference was too vast for them to even stand a chance. Cursed Ivor, you're cheating by sending stronger fighters against us. Amidst the uproar in the Cory military camp, the hidden elites rushed to rescue Murray's group. Under immense pressure, especially with a 5th stage Lock Realm among the assailants, Murray decided quickly. Fall back. We can't contend with them. There's a 5th stage Lock Realm fighter. Rushing forward, Murray unleashed his formidable power, shielding a comrade from imminent danger. This must be Murray. Kill him. Prince Ivor commanded fiercely, dispatching some generals to pursue Murray. Murray was critical. Slaying him would be a great merit. On Ivor's side, morale plummeted, soldiers questioning if this disgraceful act spelled their doom. However, without much time to think, Murray focused on the immediate threat. The rescuers blocked the attackers on the city walls while Cory's elite warriors hurried over. Prince Ivor, now impatient, aimed to prevent Murray's rescue. Seeing so many aiding them, Murray gained confidence, striking relentlessly at the 5th stage Lock Realm foe. After an intense battle, Murray's relentless assault overwhelmed the enemy, leading to his ultimate downfall. Killing ordinary disciples meant nothing. However, if he were killed, the rewards were so lucrative that no one could resist. Murray rapidly ran and finally reached the Cory Nation troops sent for support. Only then did Murray feel relieved. But Murray couldn't relax yet because he realized that he seemed like a plague, with nearly everyone wanting to kill him. Therefore, the troops from Ivor Nation chased after him relentlessly, wishing to eliminate him. Murray was also helpless. If he hid at the rear, those people would still come after him. Everyone's target was now him alone. Reflecting on this, Murray sighed, finally understanding why that officer suddenly asked him to challenge here. It was merely to attract hatred. Attack. At this moment, more Cory Nation officers jumped out from ambush points. Even Murray was startled by this sight. These officers hadn't accompanied them but had hidden here specifically. Then Murray understood the aim. It was to lure the enemy by using him as bait. This battle was crucial. Winning required not just dampening enemy morale but shattering their confidence. What was most critical for a border garrison? Or an army? Of course, it was the officers. Therefore, Cory Nation chose him as bait, predicting Ivor Nation would spare no effort. Simultaneously, it allowed them to ambush some of Ivor Nation's troops. Thus, Ivor Nation's officers wouldn't make it back. Learning from past mistakes, Cory knew dispatching a large army rashly could be detected en route too unstable. So, this time, Cory only deployed some officers, leaving other forts weak yet controllable. This reduced the targets, keeping Cory undetected while Ivor fell foolishly into the trap. On the city wall, Ivor Nation's prince-in-chief saw through Cory's intentions, his face turning pale. All of you return to the wall. Hold the city. Seeing officers constantly being slaughtered below, the prince-in-chief was extremely anxious but powerless. Those who descended were besieged and couldn't return quickly. They needed to defeat the enemies first. So, Ivor lost officers due to poor leadership, leading directly to the loss of the border stronghold. Though not completely lost, it was practically as good as. Once all officers died, Cory Nation's troops would easily overrun them. The low morale coupled with lack of response against the officers making seizure effortless. With officers standing amidst soldiers, carnage ensued. Now, whether Murray lived or died mattered less than how to turn the tide. Seeing Ivor officers surrounded, Murray felt relieved. Moving through the battlefield striking lone commanders, helping wherever he could. Ivor's forces crumbled continuously, and the prince-in-chief could do nothing. Haha, I'll ordering them out to meet the enemy. After all, the officers were engaged in intense battles, and the others could only watch. If things continued like this, all the officers would die. Seeing this situation, after some contemplation, the prince finally shouted at everyone, "Let's go, out of the city to fight a decisive battle." After issuing this order, the prince felt extremely frustrated. After all, he truly intended to just hold his ground. His fortress was easy to defend but hard to attack. So under normal circumstances, there was no way he would initiate an offensive. This fortress was very tough to capture and strategically vital. However, today's scenario forced them to go out and engage in combat. If they didn't, even with the soldiers' efforts, the fortress wouldn't be held for long. They could only rescue the officers. Who would have thought that Corey would create such a situation? Had they known beforehand, they wouldn't have let all the officers risk their lives over Murray. Everyone listen up, forget about the little white rat this time. Now, we need to fight a decisive battle with them and make sure they regret it. The prince shouted this to everyone, giving Murray the nickname, Little White Rat. Hearing this, Murray almost froze in shock. A damn little white rat. Although his surname was Bai, he was definitely not a white mouse. How despicable this guy was, coming up with such a nickname. Though this time he did act as a little white mouse, Murray was not at all willing to accept it. At this moment, the Prince of Ivor had sent out a distress signal, asking the nearest fortress for reinforcements. He then personally went down to command everyone to start attacking Corey's forces. By his calculations, with their large numbers, they could delay Corey's forces for some time. As long as they could stall the Corey forces, perhaps they could hold out until reinforcements arrived. It might even be possible to completely defeat Corey's forces this time. At this moment, the Ivor Prince kept fantasizing about defending the fortress successfully. But whether they could defend it or not wasn't entirely up to him. Charge! Many soldiers from the Ivor fortress rushed out, immediately charging towards Corey's soldiers. Meanwhile, Corey's army also started its assault, aiming to capture this fortress. This fortress was something Corey's prince had wanted to capture for a long time. However, due to the lack of a suitable plan and the considerable number of soldiers inside, he hadn't moved earlier. This time, with Murray appearing and the inspiration from Ivor's actions, everyone realized an opportunity had presented itself. So, they decided to send Murray and his group here as bait. Their goal was to lure all the officers down. Moreover, Corey's side had secretly prepared to sacrifice Murray. This time, Murray didn't die, but choosing him as a sad one. Discussing this now is pointless. Let's focus on fighting the enemy. Killing more enemies will help us forget everything. Otherwise, we'll remember this forever, which isn't good. Seeing Murray say this without resentment, everyone else could only suppress their grievances and join the battlefield, sweeping through the enemy soldiers. As for why Murray and his team fought the soldiers rather than joining the officers, well, they were like blacklisted figures. Whenever they approached any officer, they would be detected immediately, and those officers would attack them together. In the end, they would die, and in pieces. Those people thoroughly hated them, so naturally, they avoided direct confrontations. As for killing soldiers, it was too easy. Soldiers mostly had mediocre cultivation levels, making them relatively easy targets. Note, the translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks while ensuring natural English flow and coherence. Chapter 199. Being surrounded again. At this moment, Murray and his companions were fighting desperately to kill as many soldiers as possible, hoping that by doing so they could swiftly capture this border fortress. After all, it was evident that the Grand Prince of Ivor had already reported the situation to other fortresses. If they didn't finish off these soldiers quickly, it would make the war more passive for them, turning an almost certain victory into an uncertain outcome. Present. After disposing of a large number of soldiers, Murray was finally spotted by some Ivor officers. One of them yelled out loud, "The rat is here. Everyone attack together and eliminate him." All the officers held unspoken hatred towards Murray, for he had caused their defeat numerous times. This man had swayed the course of several wars against Ivor, and without him, Ivor might have maintained an edge before the full-scale war began. It was because of him that they suffered continuous defeats and let Corey regain its momentum, a situation no one could stomach. Now, seeing Murray, everyone naturally wanted him gone. Moreover, rumors spread before this expedition that a great mage predicted an upheaval in this war caused by one individual. Initially, nobody paid attention, believing it would only happen if a peerless warrior appeared. But it truly happened. Now, all the officers believed this prediction, thus making Murray's elimination a matter of life and death. At that moment, the battlefield's atmosphere changed drastically. Many regarded slaying Murray as the ultimate honor. Damn it! Murray hadn't expected that just because of his name, he would be surrounded by a horde of people. Would he continue participating under such circumstances? Then, a 6th-rank Locksman Realm warrior slashed at Murray with a blade. Murray barely dodged, almost dying under his blade. Soon after, several more strong fighters attacked Murray, putting him between a rock and a hard place. Witnessing this, Murray knew he couldn't let things go on like this, or he would surely perish here. This was not a solution. He started running rapidly, but those behind him pursued relentlessly. "Kill the rat! Kill the rat!" Everyone shouted. The entire battlefield turned into a hunt for Murray, with everyone devising ways to stop him. Even the ordinary soldiers wanted to kick him. Tears welled up in Murray's eyes. "Murray is over here." Another voice echoed from another direction, diverting many people's attention. Only those who had seen Murray personally shouted back, "Don't fall for their tricks. Murray is here. We saw him." Everyone now understood Corey's attempt to confuse them in order to save Murray. But how could Ivor let him escape so easily, considering their profound hatred for him? Several authoritative officers stood up, declaring, "Do not be fooled by Corey. This time Murray is here. Don't lose him. We must slay Murray at any cost. Otherwise, Ivor will lose face." Suddenly, a cold gleam struck one of these officers, killing him instantly. It was another Corey officer. Many Corey officers rushed to aid Murray, hoping to relieve some pressure from him. Despite having planned to sacrifice Murray, they still could not bring themselves to let him die unjustly. Thus, they endeavored to protect him, at least ensuring he wouldn't die here. Seeing others coming to his aid, Murray felt immense relief and started fleeing with all his strength. He swore that he would never involve himself in such matters again, letting others worry about it this time. Chasing and killing. He was simply done with it. Chapter 200, Commendation Ceremony. Murray was now in a rather sour mood. Everyone had shifted the main conflict onto him, leaving him feeling helpless and emotionally drained. This time around, All of Ivar's officers were after him again, just like before. If this continued for too long, he would surely fall. Who could guarantee that he would never be caught by anyone? Especially during these battles, every time he had been running for his life while a group chased after him. Murray had grown tired of such a life, especially since they had given him a nickname, Little White Rat. With someone intercepting the chasers from behind, the Ivar officers couldn't catch Murray for the moment and could only clench their teeth in frustration as they dealt with other matters. The battle was fierce, and everyone was fighting desperately. However, Murray and his comrades felt thoroughly afraid this time. So many people hated them to the core. Continuing like this would result in them being beaten to death whenever they stepped out. Moreover, if they didn't destroy the Ivar kingdom this time, these people might infiltrate donghua temple and continue their pursuit of Murray and his comrades. Who would want to live such a life? Thus, Murray and his companions began to feel some fear. They needed to either grow stronger or hide under different names in another place. Staying here any longer really wasn't an option. Yet, though Murray thought this way, subconsciously, they still hoped the Corey side would win. After all, they belonged to Corey's camp. Facing the attacks of so many officers, the Ivar officers couldn't maintain their offensive for long. The number of Ivar officers was very small now. They basically couldn't besiege Murray anymore. Seeing this, Murray and his comrades joined the fight. The chase lasted for quite a while, and eventually, the remaining Ivar soldiers surrendered. Then, everyone moved into the border area. Murray, you five did a great job this time. Without you, we would have been doomed. The Grand Commander walked over and patted Murray on the shoulder with satisfaction. Initially, when someone suggested this plan and praised Murray's usefulness, he hadn't fully believed it, but not anymore. Murray alone managed to draw away all the enmity, a feat none of the others could match. Therefore, the Grand Commander smiled more than anyone else. Everyone was jubilant as they took over the border and seized the position. They could continue advancing from there. Murray weakly said, "Grand Prince, can we stop using me like this?" Honestly, it was extremely dangerous this time. You wouldn't know what it feels like to be surrounded by so many people. It might prove difficult over time. Now famous, nearly everyone knew Murray's name. Ivar likely realized their loss was due to him. They might send assassins, even offer huge rewards for his head, tempting allies to act. War's uncertain outcome without him left everyone wondering who'd win between Corey and Ivar. Holding that reward money, one could live comfortably forever. No one understood Murray's melancholy. The next day, the Grand Commander held a commendation ceremony specifically praising Murray and his 4 comrades. Seeing the happy soldiers below, Murray felt slightly better. Everyone knew these soldiers might die without his actions. Taking risks saved many lives. Smiling and accepting the accolades, Murray wondered, did the Grand Commander not worry about Ivar attacking the border stronghold? Ivar wouldn't take this lightly and might send troops soon. Would the Grand Commander risk sudden attacks and losing the stronghold? Murray asked a nearby officer quietly about this concern. Unexpectedly, the officer remained calm. Chapter 201. Return to the frontier. Upon hearing Murray's concerns, the officer smiled faintly and said, "Rest assured. Even if they rush here, it will still take time. Also, this place is easy to defend but hard to..." The next day proceeded as usual. The reinforcements arrived, shocked to see the swift end of the battle. After all, this frontier was notoriously difficult to attack, yet it had fallen so quickly, an outcome defying logic. How did Corey achieve this? Despite the unexplained method, reality stood starkly before them. Corey indeed had the capability. Uncertainty hung in the air about Corey's tactics. After observing for a while, these reinforcement troops immediately began retreating. Given that the frontier was now lost, attacking it would risk considerable losses. Wins and losses are normal in warfare, thus, Ivar could somewhat accept this. Once Ivar withdrew, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of rebirth. Honestly, having just experienced a major battle, they couldn't bear another one so soon. No one wished for any unexpected complications from the enemy at this point. Thankfully, the enemy left. Seeing that the enemy had departed, Murray and his men climbed down from the walls, ready to request their return. They were not originally part of this garrison, and other officers needed to remain in the fort. Since they had secured victory, it was time to go home. After explaining briefly to the Supreme Prince, he agreed to their request and arranged for a flying boat for their departure. All boarded and headed towards their original fortress. After a short flight, Murray and his comrades returned to their original post. Upon your return, you will handle some important duties. Though you've earned commendations, your fundamentals still lack depth. War isn't merely about individual prowess, but also the strength of a nation. Understanding this meant concentrated training. Murray saw the benefit. Letting the young officers meet each other and receive training would prepare them for significant roles in the future. With this thought, Murray nodded in agreement. Then, the Supreme Prince earnestly added, once you arrive there, you may not engage in battles, likely undergoing domestic training within Corey. But during this training, the elite dominics and young officers from various clans will gather together. You must resolve any conflicts among yourselves to avoid friction. This translation maintains the original structure and tone of the Chinese text, ensuring a fluent and natural English rendition. Chapter 202. Bin Training Camp. The Grand Prince's meaning was clear. This time, those going were all young officers, and there would undoubtedly be some extraordinarily talented individuals in various fields. Naturally, when they meet, neither side will be willing to yield. Conflict is very likely to arise. After all, these young officers are all exceptionally proud and would compete with each other. Murray nodded and said, "Don't worry, no matter what happens, I'll do my best to resolve it. Since I can create these miracles, I can certainly handle this situation." Seeing Murray's confident demeanor, the Grand Prince expressed some concern. But don't be overly optimistic. While you've accumulated quite a bit of credit, many aren't from within the sect, so you haven't seen them during the major sect competitions. These people come from the capital city's great families, and the descendants of these great families look down on those within the sections. They think that it's where poor people belong. Don't assume that everyone is equal during wartime and works as hard as you for victory. There are always some who carry a sense of superiority and show off. Such issues even the Chavi cannot address individually. Therefore, much depends on you. Upon hearing about the descendants of great families from the capital city, Murray paused momentarily before nodding. Indeed, when he was in the capital city earlier, Emeth had several of the capital city's children around her. They were indeed quite arrogant. However, Murray wasn't intimidated. If anyone refused to back down, wouldn't a little conflict settle things? Bryson also responded at this moment, Grand Prince, rest assured, we won't provoke trouble. But if someone wants to bully us, well, they'll have to pay a price. Seeing Murray and the others full of confidence, the Grand Prince nodded. Oh, by the way, Grand Prince, will Emeth be going along this time? Murray suddenly remembered an important issue. If she went along, plenty of complications could arise. He was indeed worried about Emeth, as she might be like a bomb exploding among them. After pondering for a while, the Grand Prince replied, Emeth is definitely going. Not only that, she originally didn't want to go, but upon hearing you'd be attending, she chose to go as well. Murray. At this moment, Murray realized that Emeth being able to attend training instead of staying on the battlefield was probably something the Grand Prince and others had long dreamed of. After all, if anything happened to Emeth, it would be a significant loss for their side. Everyone must be very concerned about Emeth's safety, which is why they made this arrangement. Thinking this through, Murray instantly understood that trouble was inevitable. Bowing his head in acknowledgement, Murray accepted the fact. The Grand Prince looked at him again, saying, Murray, I know you feel conflicted, but you must endure it this time. It's simple. Emeth seems to care deeply about you as a friend and really considers you a confidant. For the greater good of the war effort, you must accompany Emeth. Having heard the Grand Prince's words, Murray had no choice but to agree. The airship sent to pick them up would arrive in 1 or 2 days. Murray and his companions didn't have too many tasks during this time, so they started wandering around the camp. They were now familiar with all the affairs within the camp. The disciples of Guishu sect and Jingguang sect seemed to get along better. It appeared the top brass decision to put the two sects together was well thought out. Facing a significant war, all disciples united against a common enemy. Thus, they set aside their grievances and found out that the other side wasn't so terrible after all. The atmosphere improved, and the relationship between the two sides began to elevate. Murray could foresee that once the war ended, there would be many close friendships formed among the disciples of both sects, and the past grievances between the two sects would fade away. War truly seemed to be an excellent method to resolve internal conflicts and shift attention elsewhere. Thinking about this, Murray felt a cynical laugh within. What the Chavi did, ostensibly for Corey, might primarily serve his rule. In Murray's previous life, he lived in a modern world far from such feudal dynasties, thus his thoughts naturally differed from others here. Now, everything in the camp was orderly, so Murray and his companions no longer needed to hunt themselves. Instead, they took full advantage of the nearby stream. Its water was crystal clear and held almost a sacred status for Murray and the disciples. Anyone who dumped trash in it would be severely punished. It was simple. During wartime, supplies were scarce, and the purified water issued daily was often insufficient. Hence, everyone depended on the stream for survival. Like a parent giving them new life, the stream provided them with refreshing water whenever possible. Ordinarily, it might be just a regular stream and could easily become stagnant over time, especially in the absence of maintenance. Yet, Murray and his group were acutely aware of the stream's blessings and treated it kindly. However, if it were someone else, it would not be the same. Murray personally filled a large bucket with stream water and returned to the camp for a bath. This time, Murray knew it wouldn't be long before they left the camp. More than that, they would likely be busy on other battlefields for a long time, since talents like them were needed to establish merit and couldn't stay stationed here forever. Eventually, they would all go to war and earn their achievements. It would be hard to return here, but that was inevitable. Chapter 203, A Creepy Atmosphere. The next morning, everyone was still fast asleep when a group of officers arrived at Murray's camp. This time, the Supreme Prince led the way, followed by all the officers. Hey, wake up Murray. You can leave with them now. At that moment, the Supreme Prince lifted the tent flap and called out to Murray. Half asleep, Murray felt irked upon seeing this scene. Why did they come now? Why did it feel like arresting a criminal? Couldn't they be more normal? But naturally, Murray couldn't voice his thoughts. He began packing up his belongings in preparation for departure. How long will you be gone this time? A disciple asked Murray. Murray shook his head and turned to an officer, asking, How long will we be away this time? When will we return? Hearing this, the officer paused before replying, Probably around 2 months or so. We just need some systematic training, after which you will all return here. Everyone knew that this separation would cause sorrow for many. Thus, these officers were thoughtful in addressing everyone, considering how many of Murray's fellow disciples from the same sect would not want to part ways. Upon hearing that it would only be 2 months, many who were preparing to set off breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was only 2 months, not years of training. Such training could last varying periods, sometimes even 3 to 5 years. Returning to find the war had ended was also possible. Therefore, everyone was understandably concerned about overly long training periods. If it were just 2 months, it wouldn't be too unbearable. Immediately afterward, Murray and his companions quickly packed up and headed to the small plaza to board the flying boat. After 2 months of training, they would become fully qualified officers, making everyone proud. These officers were feeling somewhat anxious. They would soon meet numerous young prodigies, who were not only powerful but likely accomplished many feats. This meant they might end up at the bottom rank among them. No one wanted to be treated as the lowest. As the flying boat took off, everyone saw it leaving the battlefield and heading toward Corey territory. Within Corey's borders lay an ancient sect, the true training ground for these young prodigies. After a challenging flight, they discovered it was akin to a devil's training camp. Here, people wouldn't treat them better because of their contributions on the battlefield. This place was truly hellish. After a long journey, the flying boat finally arrived at this lesser-known sect. Due to the war, many were conscripted away, allowing Murray and other young officers to focus on cultivation. The disciples here were temporarily reassigned to another sect. Upon arrival, Murray noticed several people walking like zombies. Upon seeing the newcomers, they became excited. Murray and his group were confused. What kind of training did this place offer that left people so drained? Without asking much, they retrieved their belongings and descended. Everyone realized this training wouldn't be easy. Leaving this place once they entered would be difficult. Unlike the battlefield, where they had some autonomy, such as moving to logistics if scared, or resigning from the sect to live as commoners, here, there were no such choices. Being selected here indicated Corey highly regarded these young prodigies, who were not meant to falter. Thus, no room for retreat was given. Immediately after landing, the flying boats sped away, as if fearing they might change their minds. Murray and company felt like they'd boarded a pirate ship. The atmosphere was eerie and unorthodox, yet they were supposed to undergo training here. You must be from Guisu sect and Jingguang sect. Follow me. I'll assign you quarters. A burly Homer approached, looking at the young prodigies. Once here, follow the rules strictly. Don't think your accomplishments allow laziness. Men's here can subdue you. Many have greater achievements. So, listen up. Otherwise, your merits will be erased. Upon hearing this threat, Murray frowned. Hard-earned merits shouldn't be dismissed easily. Merits are merits, unrelated to performance here, right? But no one cared what Murray thought. The onlookers' eyes gleamed with schadenfreude. New arrivals didn't know this place's horror. It was designed for cultivating elite war geniuses. Training would be brutal. Most likely, after this ordeal, many would never wish to return here again. Translation ends here to maintain the paragraph structure and style as requested. Chapter 204. Rules. Murray and the others followed this officer to what was referred to as a military camp. However, it was essentially just a dormitory for students. This was the accommodation for the most ordinary disciples within this small sect. The conditions inside the dormitory were difficult to describe. Truthfully, most of these people were heavenly geniuses who came from major sections. Ordinarily, they would never stay in such places. Honestly speaking, even when they were merely outer gate disciples in their own sects, their living conditions were far better than here. But this was the reality of the situation. It was a rundown small sect, and this place was where the most ordinary disciples resided. They already had it good enough having somewhere to stay. Murray and the others put down their belongings and started tidying up the dormitory. It wasn't individual rooms. Instead, over 10 people lived together in one dormitory. Moreover, the entire dormitory area was not large, yet it housed all the geniuses who had come here. To say that the living environment was crowded would be an understatement. However, Murray did not dispute this with them. Arguing about it now would serve no purpose. The most important thing was to clean up the trash as soon as possible. If the garbage wasn't cleared out, various problems might start appearing on everyone's bodies over time. Although this was a cultivation world, diseases still existed. Quickly tidy up here, then assemble on the small square. An officer shouted at Murray and the others. Hearing this, many disciples frowned. After all, in their respective camps, they were all officers commanding several subordinates. Now, this Homer was treating them like the lowest-ranking soldiers and bringing them back to a state of being managed. People always strive to move forward. Once their quality of life and status reach a certain level, being brought back can naturally breed dissatisfaction. Immediately, someone spoke up to the Homer. Hey, are you making too much fuss? Irritably angry, wishing to strangle him. He was behaving arrogantly beyond reason. They had never suffered this kind of treatment before, whether in the previous camp or their sections. Even if captured in battle, enemy troops wouldn't dare trample on their dignity like this. After all, they were also young heavenly geniuses. How dare you treat us like this? Are you asking for death? Seeing the disciples respond this way, the officer remained calm, saying, these are the rules here. If you cannot accept them, then you must accept them. Or would you like to practice outside? Everyone fell silent. Practicing outside with him now would be seeking death. Their cultivation levels were nowhere near his. Really fighting with him would likely result in failure. Yet, the disciples felt very resentful. You may feel rebellious, but if you want to defy me, you must prove yourselves absolutely. Otherwise, I won't back down. Here, this is the rule, said the Homer. I'll leave first. Wait for you on the small square. If you don't gather quickly, you'll regret it. At this moment, some people returned from training outside, looking exhausted. Seeing Murray and the others arguing with the Homer, many laughed bitterly. When they first arrived, they were similar. But the Homer quickly taught them what rules meant. No one was thinking about how to refute the Homer anymore. All they could do was think about desperately training to keep up with the Homer. Seeing the whole cultivation, they would have acknowledged him. Then, the officer addressed everyone again. Now that I've gathered you for training, let's start by training your willpower. At this moment, someone brought over a small plate of pills. These pills looked light, but everyone knew they couldn't be any good. The Homer spoke again to everyone. These are for each of you. Swallow them. After swallowing, your cultivation powers will be temporarily sealed. Then we start with the training program. Hearing that their cultivation powers would be sealed, some immediately protested, loudly questioning the Homer. Why seal our powers? In real battles, how can we fight without using our cultivation powers? Are we supposed to use bare hands? All disciples agreed, clearly dissatisfied with being forced to have their powers sealed. The Homer then sneered coldly. You don't need to question my orders. Just remember, obeying orders is all you need. Even if you're unwilling to obey, you must follow the order. Subsequently, these pills were given to Murray and others. Those up front didn't want to take them and started to defy the command. Seeing this, the officer picked up a pill and forcibly shoved it down one of their throats, leaving them unable to resist. Everyone else's training intensity will be doubled. Yours will be 1.5 times more. After your training, you won't be allowed to leave and continue training with me. Hearing this, the disciples erupted. Many refused to comply and started to disperse from the area. This guy really thinks he's something. To hell with this. What an audacious fellow, taking himself too seriously for nothing. In the future, there might be those among us who surpass him. Why should he be so arrogant? Ignoring the officer's words, everyone started walking away into the camp, Murray included. He and Bryson obviously couldn't bear such treatment. Being treated like servants was unacceptable to high-ranking officials like them, especially since Murray had calculated that his contributions warranted a 5th-rank officer status, and only due to some reasons was he given 4th rank temporarily. They wanted him to complete training before getting promoted to 5th rank. This promotion required upper echelon approval, needing time. Now, Murray considered himself a 5th-rank officer. Following this guy's orders, he chuckled inwardly, finding it impossible to listen to this person. Murray wanted to leave this place immediately. Seeing the disciples depart directly, many in the distant training areas sucked in their breaths. They were indeed incredibly bold. Before, no one dared to act like this upon arrival. Now, these people became idols. Actually, they defied orders mainly because they were fed up and came from the border where they frequently accumulated significant merits due to frequent wars. Everyone survived with great contributions, holding at least 2nd-rank positions. They managed plenty of subordinates in the border and didn't treat them so strictly. So why should they listen to this man now? Moreover, among them were 5th-rank Officer Murray and notable individuals like Bryson and Tallulah. Their ranks and contributions were notably high. As leaders, their group had ample confidence and backbone. Seeing the disciples' strong stance, the officer frowned and said to everyone, "I give you 3 seconds to reassemble. Otherwise, go to hell. Who do you think you are?" shouted a disciple rudely. This made the officer flush with anger, followed by a sharp whistle. Instantly, many powerful officers emerged, heading toward Murray and company. These officers hadn't expected such a collective defiance. Usually, only distinguished figures with high cultivation levels dared cause disruptions, not en masse like this. "What do you think you're doing? Trying to force us?" Seeing this, Murray roared angrily, "I am a 5th-rank officer with numerous merits on the battlefield. Now, you intend to use your cultivation power to attack me? Hee hee." The officer laughed upon hearing about a 5th-rank officer and said, "Indeed impressive, a 5th-rank officer. Someone like you certainly has enough capital to boast. Perhaps among young officers, only you hold such a rank. But kid, don't be too naive. Think you're something because of your 5th-rank title? Try us out." Murray instantly raged, wanting to grab his war gauntlines to train these disciples. Now, as several disciples started engaging, things didn't go well for them. Except for Murray, no one else stood a chance against these officers. Soon enough, many disciples were suppressed. Watching this happen, Murray turned to look at the Homer behind him. "Instructor, we've shed blood for Corey. Isn't it improper to treat us young officers like this?" Hearing Murray's words, the Homer snorted coldly. "There's no question of proper or improper here. Here, you must obey orders. No matter how much power you wield outside, you must follow my rules once here. Otherwise, you'll be disciplined. These are my rules." The Homer's bully-like behavior made Murray extremely angry, but also left him helpless. They were dealing with someone unreasonable, who couldn't be reasoned with. Everyone wanted a fair confrontation and perhaps to leave on good terms, but this Homer behaved more like a street thug than a military officer. After a moment of silence, Murray spoke to the Homer. "Instructor, your methods are too extreme. We aren't common folk. We can endure hardship, but we cannot accept being humiliated." Upon hearing this, the Homer approached Murray. "Murray, is it? I've heard of your name and know about your contributions on the battlefield. But this isn't where you should act recklessly. You've been challenging the rules multiple times. It's time to teach you some discipline." With those words, the Homer moved to attack Murray. This time, Murray didn't retreat, but instead drew his war god spear, preparing for a fierce battle. Since the other side refused to treat them as equals, they wouldn't submit so easily. If the Homer wanted to test their courage, then let him see who would truly dominate in the future. In an instant, Murray attacked. The Homer saw this, sneered, and lunged towards Murray's spear barehanded. Being an 8th-rank Shackles realm expert, he rarely feared disciples and wouldn't back down from Murray. It was a perfect opportunity to establish authority by defeating Murray, their leader, forcing acceptance among the rest. Seeing this, Murray instantly burst into action, rapidly moving towards the Homer. Using the system, he advanced to the 3rd-rank Shackles realm. Though still not very strong in terms of cultivation, facing someone like the Homer, Murray could hold his ground. "Hee, didn't expect you to break through at this moment. But with such a huge gap between us, how do you plan to bridge it?" The Homer scoffed, unsheathed his weapon, and clashed fiercely with Murray. As the fight dragged on, the Homer's face began to change. Murray's combat prowess was surprisingly formidable, and despite falling slightly behind, there was no sign of defeat. Continuing this way, the Homer might become a laughingstock. Enraged, the Homer said to Murray, "Hee boy, you actually have some skills. No wonder you're arrogant. But rest assured, this isn't a place for arrogance. This time, you've overstepped. Initially, I just wanted to gauge your true strength. Now, I will subdue you immediately." The Homer then activated his mystical power, and a golden phoenix appeared behind him. The phoenix seemed alive, diving straight towards Murray. Seeing this, Murray laughed coldly and shouted, "World-ending flower." Instantly, spiritual energy surged around Murray, forming a vortex which bloomed into a crimson mandala flower. The flower's aura surged out, extending green vines toward the phoenix. Murray aimed to see what gave this officer such confidence. The world-ending flower then charged at the opponent. Chapter 207, Shameless Instructor. Wally sneered, and at this moment, he didn't show any signs of panic. On the other side, as soon as the Homer sensed Wally's prowess, his expression started to change. This time, Wally was overwhelmingly powerful, and his abilities were quite tenacious. To be honest, the Homer regretted provoking Wally. However, since the fight had already started, he couldn't afford to lose face. Otherwise, how could he teach these disciples in the future? Only by educating them properly would they become qualified officers who would truly serve the state of Corey. The Homer thought everything through, but right then, his phoenix suddenly let out a mournful cry, and it began to plummet immediately. Seeing this, the Homer was greatly startled, not expecting Wally to have such formidable strength this time around. He actually managed to affect his supernatural power. At that moment, the Homer's face turned grim. The disciples who were previously getting thrashed on the ground now cheered for Wally upon witnessing this scene. Go on, Wally. Teach this guy a lesson and let him know the power of our young officers. Damn, I've never liked this guy. Now you've finally turned things around. What the hell? I'm nearly furious. Brothers over there, stop training and come back with us. We'll beat these guys to a pulp and head back. Many started shouting loudly to the remaining disciples, and for a moment, those still training harbored the same thoughts. But they only entertained the idea. None dared to follow Wally. After all, so far, only Wally could exchange blows with the Homer. Yet, this academy had many Homers and bodyguards, lying dragons and hidden tigers. How easy would it be to leave? Seeing the Homer wasn't giving up easily, Wally smiled faintly and said, Now, do I have the qualifications to negotiate with you? My demand is simple. We didn't come here to endure torture. We've shed blood on the battlefield, and we require dignified training this time. Otherwise, everything can be negotiated. Wally spoke resolutely, his tone unwavering. Witnessing this, many disciples felt reassured. This time, Wally became an idol-like figure to them. Seeing his assertiveness, the disciples felt they found their backbone and were exhilarated. However, the Homer's expression turned sour. Through this encounter, the Homer realized it wouldn't be easy to defeat this Hassan. He indeed possessed formidable talent. Yet, failing to subdue this Hassan would mean losing an invaluable asset to the state of Kori. If he didn't educate him properly, it would be their biggest mistake, and likely the Emperor would hold them accountable. Their role was to serve the elites and educate them. If they couldn't tame the most exceptional talents, educating others would be even more challenging. Therefore, the Homer knew they needed to show genuine strength. Otherwise, negotiating with the Hassan would only excite all the disciples and render everyone unresponsive to commands. How could they explain this situation to the Emperor? Immediately, the Homer walked toward Wally and coldly laughed. Ha, do you think I'm powerless now? Today, I will teach you what it means to be an Homer and a student. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Wally thought he was about to unleash his skill and prepared to defend, but he soon realized the Homer was merely summoning people. In an instant, several Homers appeared and marched aggressively toward Wally, seemingly preparing for a group assault. Seeing this, Wally protested. Are you even a man? Challenge me one-on-one if you dare. What does sending multiple people mean? Clearly, after his earlier failure, the Homer had no intention of a fair fight and aimed to use numerical superiority to overwhelm Wally. Immediately, the Homers rushed forward, and Wally couldn't withstand the combined attack. Soon, he was knocked to the ground and pummeled mercilessly. What are you trying to prove? Fighting together because you can't win one-on-one? Never seen anyone more shameless. Exactly as Homers, aren't you too afraid to lose? To hell with you, so despicable. I've never met anyone as low as you. Many disciples denounced the Homers, but they ignored the comments and continued attacking Wally. Everyone knew that, at this moment, Wally was a troublemaker and must be subdued to maintain order. Naturally, Wally couldn't resist multiple attackers. After struggling to stand up a few times, he was once again pinned down. This time, Wally was bruised and swollen from the beating. So, I admit, you're a genius. Frankly, when you grow up, we won't be able to match you. But now, how can you possibly stand against us? You're thinking too simply. Here, reason doesn't matter. Brute force rules to make you agree to train with us. And that's enough. Remember, whether on the battlefield or here, you must obey orders. Those who disobey will face punishment. The Homer boasted smugly, and Wally almost exploded with rage. Never seen anyone as shameless as these people. Now, Wally understood that they would resort to any means necessary to suppress defiance for the sake of training. Chapter 208. Willpower Training. Murray was rather angry, but he could do nothing to resist at the moment. After all, there was no way out for him now. All he could do was endure his misfortune by gritting his teeth. If he did not accept his fate and submit now, Murray had a real sense that these damned officers would truly choose to beat him to death. How could anyone tolerate such treatment? Who wouldn't be unwilling deep down? Now, forced to bow under someone else's roof, they had to comply in the enemy's territory. It was impossible to defy them. So, Murray swallowed the pill, after which his cultivation level plummeted instantly, as if something inside him had been sealed. This was an act of desperation on Murray's part. Given the current situation, with many people present and the vast gap between their cultivation levels, he had no choice but to do this. Seeing Murray yield, the disciples who were still struggling lost their will to fight and gradually became submissive. Ultimately, they decided to comply with the demands set here. They had resisted, but since they hadn't succeeded, it wasn't entirely their fault. After taking the pill, Murray felt a mix of defiance and resignation but stopped arguing further. This time, he obediently walked into the ranks, and the formation reassembled. Meanwhile, Murray curiously observed the surroundings. In this environment, Emeth should not be able to survive, let alone thrive. He wondered if she had already left, or was still undergoing training. Suddenly, Murray saw a girl, dirty and exhausted, running out from a lineup. Her face was full of regret, and was quickly scolded by an officer, prompting her to run back into the lineup hastily. The silhouette was strikingly familiar, and upon closer inspection, it was indeed Emeth. Even the fearless Emeth had submitted, highlighting just how immense the pressure here was. The Homers must have put immense effort into breaking her spirit, likely even invoking the Emperor's authority. Knowing the Emperor had established this program, he surely wouldn't withdraw easily. Murray realized that this time, Emeth had really dug herself in deep. Then, an Homer walked over and looked at Murray and others coldly. Truly impressive, fine officers of Kori, staging a collective uprising. What do you think His Majesty would say when he hears about this? Losing your positions would be considered lenient. Hearing this, Murray and others remained silent, knowing that a storm was coming. This time, regardless of how powerful one was, escape seemed impossible. The officers were far too formidable. None of them had ever seen such assertive officers. This kind of training might prove tougher than actual warfare. Even during border raids, where they felt extremely tired, it never felt as suffocating as now. Back then, they were merely dealing with a surprise attack. Now, they were fighting for their dignity. The officers continued. This time was supposed to train your willpower. Since you chose to stage a rebellion, it's natural that we can't let this slide easily. Originally, you were to run continuously for 6 hours. Now, it has doubled to 12. Run non-stop, without any breaks. Many scoffed at the officers' words. Previously, they had covered long distances on foot and rushed to reinforce other borders. Such experiences were not uncommon. Now, using running as punishment? That was absurd. Soon, however, they stopped laughing. Without their cultivation abilities, they felt like ordinary people. Moreover, lacking practice in pure physical activities, they were already extremely fatigued after barely half an hour. With another 11.5 hours left, how could they continue? Plus, without cultivation, they burned energy quickly. Within a few hours, hunger would gnaw at them. Have 3 breaths to get up, or else you'll face the consequences. Upon hearing, face the consequences, Tallulah exploded with anger, yearning to use her cultivation to strike the officer down. Having been so close to break through to the locking 4th layer after being in battle for so long, she was almost ready. Chapter 209. Keep running? Tallulah now glared coldly at the officer and said, Instructor, trainees are also people. We need to proceed step by step, right? Honestly, Yu Lingling was extremely tempted to explode with anger at this moment. However, without her cultivation, any such outburst would be futile, so she maintained a composed conversation with the Homer. Otherwise, given her temper, she would have strangled him already. Seeing Tallulah's request, the Homer coldly replied, I'm sorry, you must get up now and finish the remaining time running. Don't ask why. Since you're here, it's for punishment, not for you to throw tantrums. Facing the unyielding attitude of the Homer, Tallulah immediately responded, I've exhausted all my strength and cannot run anymore. If you love running, you can run 10 laps around the track yourself. If you don't want to run, don't force others to do so. At this point, Tallulah felt that her attitude was already very courteous. Honestly, if not for her lack of cultivation, she had countless impulses to beat the Homer into submission. The Homer chuckled and said, let me put it this way. Even Emma, the most beloved daughter of the Chavi, while it didn't impact her combat skills, it didn't affect her determination either. At worst, she'd take a beating but definitely not stand there passively. Witnessing this, Murray sighed inwardly. She really was a qualified warrior, still thinking of fighting back at such a time. It was unbelievable. However, Murray knew that Tallulah was probably asking for trouble. Sure enough, after a few moments of resistance, Tallulah's weapon was snatched away, and the Homer kicked her again. Beside Murray, Zoe, after long distance running, also saw this and complained to Murray, Murray, I can't go on either. I can't take it. This training is suffocating me. As she spoke, Zoe stopped behind. Seeing this, Murray hurriedly came out of the line to accompany her. Noticing Murray causing another disturbance, several officers walked over with batons and started beating him. Bins treated males and females differently. Tallulah only got kicked, but Murray faced relentless beating. Murray wanted to swear profusely. Seeing Murray targeted, Zoe instantly drew her weapon to protect him but was restrained by Murray. This time, Murray did not resist and allowed the officers to beat him. Although Zoe and others didn't understand, Murray knew why. Now was not the time to fight back because of the system within him. He could still use some strength and even unlock his cultivation using the system, but revealing the system was not something he wanted to do. The officers savagely beat Murray. Beside them, Zoe pleaded helplessly, Instructor, please stop, we'll keep running. Then Murray spoke calmly, looking at the officers, Instructor, everyone is human. Is this really necessary? We're almost at our limits. Pushing further will exhaust everyone. We're here to train, not to be tortured. So, please reconsider your position. Hearing this, the Homer retorted, You make it sound easy. Do you know what mental resilience training means? In real battles, strong willpower is crucial for perseverance. Failing to persevere means the collapse of the entire army, a devastating blow to the nation. Do you understand? Now, you must continue running. There's no room for negotiation. Not only that, you must endure for 12 hours straight. Despite everything, the Homer remained merciless. Chapter 210, Gradual Progress. Upon seeing this, Murray chuckled and said to the Homer, You talk so formally. Let me ask you, humans have limits, what happens when they reach their limit? Training in willpower needs to be done gradually, not all at once. Expecting us to keep going for such a long time. Do you think that's possible? At the end of the day, you've gotten used to being domineering here. So, you don't care about the lives of the disciples, as long as you're satisfied. Is that your logic? Faced with Murray's words, the Homer found it difficult to retort. Honestly, no disciple had ever dared speak to them like these newcomers did. Most feared that one wrong word could lead to even harsher punishments. But Murray spoke up boldly, pinpointing the crux of the problem. The Homer felt somewhat embarrassed but coldly snorted, Smooth talking. Murray smiled faintly and replied, People need a gradual process. I know you mean well, but it's impossible to expect us to run for 12 hours straight. If we do that, we'll all collapse from exhaustion. We can barely manage 6 hours, let alone 12. Are you not human? Who gave you the authority to treat us this way? Reprimanded by Murray, the Homer's face burned with shame. At this point, the other disciples could no longer endure the intense running and halted their steps. Seeing this, the Homer was forced to concede. All right, rest for an hour. After an hour, continue with the remaining 3 hours of running. 6 hours is enough. You can spare us the full 12? With that, the Homer left. Murray and his companions finally breathed a sigh of relief. This place was like hell. Faced with these cruel Homers, Murray and his group felt helpless. However, Murray now understood that the Homer's management style had serious flaws. They just hadn't noticed it themselves. Previous disciples were too intimidated to voice any complaints. Now that Murray had pointed it out, perhaps the Homers would consider human limits during future training sessions. This time, Murray had won by reason rather than futile resistance. Many disciples were delighted to see Murray win over the Homer through logic. They realized that in situations like these, it was better to argue logically than to fight recklessly. If you could present an unassailable argument, even the Homers couldn't do much to you. After resting for an hour, Murray and the others, swaying from exhaustion, finished the remaining 3 hours of running. Then everyone headed back to the dormitories. The willpower training session had concluded for the day, and everyone agreed it had been particularly tough. This was only the first day. If things continued like this, how could they possibly survive? Everyone was frustrated, but they knew escaping this place was out of the question. The training would last for at least 2 months. Murray and his group deeply regretted agreeing to the Grand Prince's request to come here for training. If they had known this would happen, they would have asked the Grand Prince to seek special permission from higher-ups to exempt them from training. But it was too late now. Returning to the dormitory, everyone fell silent, each one exhausted and asleep almost instantly. This was unlike before when they would stay up playing or chatting. Now, after a grueling day, all they wanted to do was sleep. Despite their initial frustration, Murray and his group accepted their fate, knowing leaving wouldn't be easy. Later that afternoon, they gathered again on the small square. Compared to earlier, they stood more obediently. This morning, you experienced the intensity of training. Now, we'll give you a break. Follow me to the classroom. Today, I'll lecture on what it means to be an Homer. The Homer addressed Murray and his group. Relieved not to train further, everyone felt a wave of gratitude. Normally, they would have cheered loudly, but they dared not hear, knowing how petty the Homers could be. In the classroom, the Homer personally imparted knowledge on leadership and discipline. Murray and the others took notes diligently, much like students in a regular class. During the lecture, everyone listened intently, treasuring this rare respite from training. Afterward, they resumed their training. In the days that followed, they either trained intensely or studied rigorously. Each day passed quickly, filled with activities. By nightfall, they slept soundly, gradually adapting to life there. By this time, Murray and the others had also recovered their cultivation levels. They later learned that the pill they had taken upon arrival was meant only for new arrivals, to suppress their rebelliousness. The pill was extremely valuable, and if they kept taking it, none could afford it. Once it was clear that Murray and the others had become compliant, the Homer's attitude softened slightly. Life became a little more bearable. After finishing a day of training, Murray and his group returned to the dormitory and lay down to rest. These past few days had been monotonous, but they had adapted. All they hoped was for their time here to pass quickly. Translation completed while maintaining the paragraph structure and line breaks as per your instructions. Chapter 211. Dissatisfaction of the Imperial City students. At this moment, Adrian entered Murray and his comrades' dormitory. At first, everyone was rather puzzled. After all, why would a girl come to their place? When all the young officers saw the figure of the Allison, they immediately understood. She must have come looking for Murray. For the Allison to have certain privileges, everyone had already gotten used to it. After all, her mysterious identity made many curious, but higher-ups had specifically ordered them never to inquire about the Allison's affairs. Seeing Murray, the Allison immediately complained with a pitiful expression. "Murray, I came here to play with you guys, but these past few days have been sheer torture for me." Murray smiled bitterly and said, "Who's to say otherwise? The training programs here are incredibly tough. We almost didn't survive. But this time, I'm sorry for dragging you along." The Allison frowned. "Ah, that damned Homer is so stubborn. Nothing worked on him. Even revealing my identity did no good. He still doesn't treat me any differently. Compared to our great leader, there's a world of difference. Hell, if I knew it would be like this, I wouldn't have come here at all." Hearing her use such strong language, Murray couldn't help but laugh. Clearly, life here had changed this little princess, altering her mindset somewhat. "Don't worry. Life isn't just about current struggles. There's poetry and distant places. Besides, we won't be training here for too long before leaving. It's not as if we're going to stay here forever," Murray reassured her. Upon hearing this, the Allison sighed wistfully, "Even if it's just 2 periods of time. It feels way too long. I can't take it." Just then, Zoe comforted the Allison, saying, "Quinny, don't worry. This is merely a part of your life experience, a memorable journey. After all, as officers, we bear responsibilities, and some trainings are necessary." Hearing the word officer, the Allison clenched her teeth in frustration. Previously, she thought officers were cool, but now she wished her father could strip her of all official positions. However, she couldn't see her father right now. Angry, she muttered, "Those damn officers, just wait till I get out of here. I'll definitely mobilize relations and bring them down." Seeing the Allison say this, Murray panicked. Immediately he advised Allison his instructions, returning to his dormitory. Back in the dorm, he recounted the event to other scions from prominent Imperial City families. Upon learning Corey Callie favored someone from an ordinary sect, they were all very upset. They had tried hard to please Corey Callie but never received favorable treatment in return. Now, a person from an insignificant sect had become close to Corey Callie? Unimaginable. In their eyes, those from ordinary sects were lowborn. Despite Murray's achievements, they deemed them insignificant. His accomplishments couldn't make much difference. Could a mere 5th-rank Ben possibly hold sway over them? In truth, 5th-rank Bens weren't uncommon and their families certainly wouldn't fear one. Hence, they remembered Murray well. During subsequent training sessions, Murray constantly felt unfriendly gazes from members of other squads, not just one person. It was as if many were secretly observing him. Murray realized he had hit a hornet's nest by chatting with the Allison, angering a group of people from the Imperial City. He probably offended nearly everyone there. Murray smirked. Since these arrogant Imperial City folks were so proud, he'd play a game with them. He would show them the real gap between him and them. Frankly, Murray was eager to confront them. No one could hinder his progress, nor look down on him, not even those with special status. Since they dared to belittle him, Murray would settle this score. These Imperial City folks were arrogant indeed. Now, he decided to take the initiative, leading a team to their dorms, though Corey Callie never confirmed it, nor did they pry out of respect. Wally, count me in this time. Me too. Hell, I've been wanting to teach those guys a lesson for a while now. Though this was a training ground, private fights among disciples were common if not discovered by homers. Even if caught, the consequences were minimal. These young, hot-blooded disciples often didn't get along here. Now, representatives from various sects were all training together. Disputes were inevitable. Letting them sort it out themselves seemed reasonable. After their training ended, Wally gathered a group back at the dormitory and marched toward the other side's quarters. With a menacing air, it was clear Wally intended to stir trouble. Challenging those from the Imperial City indeed took courage. Curiosity drove many to watch the unfolding drama. Wally led a group from Jingguang sect and Guisu sect straight to the other dormitory, kicking open the door. Remarkably, Jingguang sect also supported Wally, momentarily surprising him, but Wally quickly understood, their friendship meant mutual aid. Also, Jingguang sect shared disdain for the Imperial City disciples. Who is it? The sudden intrusion infuriated some inside. Seeing Wally and his group, they initially felt mocked. An outsider challenging them? They laughed arrogantly. So you're Wally, huh? A few merits in battle, and now you think highly of yourself? Wally responded calmly. Ah, what can I say? My head is now valuable, likely the most prized among us if you lose or face dire consequences. Saying this, Granville attacked fiercely, aiming to kill. Despite Wally's lower rank, Granville showed no leniency, unleashing his full power. Witnessing this, everyone grew anxious. Killing Wally wouldn't go unpunished, even if they were from the Imperial City. Wally was a prodigy chosen by the Emperor himself. Translation ends here. Chapter 213. The Embarrassment of the Imperial City Disciples. This Murray is finished. He really thinks that because he has achieved some accomplishments, others won't dare to touch him anymore. Sigh. Who would say otherwise? We just hope this guy doesn't die today. Otherwise, it will inevitably affect Granville's future if something happens to him. Murray is too arrogant, but indeed, it will be troublesome if he really dies today. Many of the Imperial City disciples continuously shook their heads. In their hearts, they felt a hint of pity for Murray. There was no other reason. These people did not believe Murray could defeat Granville. They weren't on the same level. Murray had merely gotten lucky with some battle achievements. However, the people from Guisu sect and Jingguang sect, upon witnessing this scene, did not worry. Instead, they secretly sneered inside. These guys really think Murray is inferior to Granville? What an illusion. If Granville could win against Murray, then his ancestors must have been very pleased indeed. These people hadn't seen Murray in a true fight, so they remained arrogantly confident. But this time, indeed, he actually dares to belittle Granville like that? It looks like he has to pay the price this time. Screw it, I was worrying about Murray earlier, now this arrogant jerk dying isn't such a bad thing. As the Imperial City disciples spoke with disdain, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, Murray launched a rapid punch at Granville, whose face immediately turned pale. The next moment, Granville's face twisted as he flew back, spitting out blood continuously. At this moment, Granville was filled with intense shock. Is this guy even human? How can a mere second-rank shackled realm fighter be so powerful? Granville couldn't understand why he lost to this kid. Thinking of Murray's background as a sect disciple, Granville became enraged. His pride would never allow him to lose to someone from a sect. Trying to struggle up, Granville attempted to attack Murray again. However, he found himself unable to move. He was severely injured by Murray. Meanwhile, all the other Imperial City disciples witnessed this shocking scene. Not only did the Imperial City people witness it, but so did the others, who looked at Granville being knocked out by Murray with disbelief. This event was a huge blow to their perception of the world. When did the supposedly powerless sect disciples become so formidable? Many stared at Murray in shock, finding it hard to believe, but they couldn't deny his newfound strength. No, Granville cannot possibly lose. Murray must have used forbidden potions. Yes, it must be so. Otherwise, feeling triumphant. The dissatisfaction with the Imperial City disciples had long brewed. Chapter 214. Provocation. Seeing Murray defeat his opponent, many disciples cheered and jumped for joy, while the faces of those from the Imperial City turned sour. Granville's defeat was a disgrace to them as well. Such humiliation they could not bear. But the issue was that Murray had won fair and square, even using no forbidden drugs. Thus, they couldn't find other reasons to argue. Murray glanced at Granville and smiled faintly, saying, "Who next has an issue with our sect members? I'm telling you, we may be inferior in birth, but if placed on an equal starting line with us, you would surely lose without doubt. Don't talk big here with the pride your parents left you. Moreover, your forefathers also rose up from our sect. The very pride you boast comes from it." Saying this, Murray elegantly turned around and left with everyone else. Initiating a comprehensive conflict between the sect members and the Imperial City residents wasn't practical for now. After all, this would count as a mass brawl, which would inevitably draw severe punishment from the trainers. They'd witnessed these trainers' harsh methods enough over the days and did not wish to anger them further. If the trainers weren't angered, life afterward would be much easier. As Murray and his group quickly departed, the expressions of those from the Imperial City became even worse lately. Plus, we don't know how our frontier is doing right now. Bryson said to Murray. Jingguang sect and Guisu sect members gathered together resting. Who knows? We're restricted here and can't fly out even if the commander perishes. We wouldn't know, Murray shrugged indifferently. Indeed, current circumstances limited their thoughts to other matters. Seeing Murray's helpless look, Bryson felt even more worried. They'd spent a long time on the border before coming here and formed a bond with it. Suddenly unable to return made them concerned. Don't worry, Prince is sharp enough to avoid mistakes again. We'll be back soon, then I'll have a good sleep. Murray replied. Many agreed with Murray's sentiments, hoping to return and rest. At that moment, a strong figure from Qi Xiao sect approached Murray, saying, "Murray, I'm from Qi Xiao sect. Our sects are relatively close." Hearing this, Murray looked at him and asked, "Oh, what's up? Anything specific?" Upon inquiry, the man from Qi Xiao sect chuckled, "I've heard of your achievements. You did pretty well in battles, so naturally, I'm quite curious about you. Just wondering how strong you really are." So, with that, his face turned serious, preparing for battle. Realizing this, Murray understood that the guy doubted his wins, attributing them merely to luck and cross-boundary combat prowess. Considering himself of the same rank, he found the difference in battle merits uncomfortable. Murray waved his hand, replying, "I'm not interested in dueling. If you want battle honors, earn them in real fights. Anyway, just exert yourself in battles." Murray's words carried mockery, insinuating that this person had a simplistic mindset. Battle honors didn't come merely from strength, but from various factors beyond sheer combat ability and cultivation. Smiling upon hearing this, the Qi Xiao sect member countered, "Brother Bai, I've heard much about you. Since seeing is believing, why deny me this opportunity? Or, are you scared?" He smirked slyly. Murray. Sure enough, as the disciple with the highest war honors, challenges were inevitable. Finding this unpleasant, Murray waved his hand again. Yes, I'm scared, okay? Can you leave now? You're annoying." He didn't wish to fuss with this person, knowing they weren't on the same level. Chapter 215. The End. Seeing that Murray was completely unmoved by his provocation and even admitted to being afraid, the disciple from Qi Xiao sect felt rather unprepared for this reaction. At this moment, the Qi Xiao sect disciple found himself in an awkward position. If he continued to challenge Murray, it wouldn't look good. But if he didn't, everyone could see that Murray wasn't interested in a confrontation with him, which would make him lose face. He was at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. There was no need to compete right now. Standing on the plaza, watching the flying boats approach, Murray and his group felt a wave of emotion. 2 months may have passed, but it felt like 20 years to them. Despite initial conflicts with the officers, things had smoothed over by now. Murray and the others still had complex feelings about these officers. On one hand, they were overly strict, but on the other, they truly cared about the Kori kingdom. With backpacks on their backs, they boarded the flying boats. As the boats took off, they looked at the sky, eagerly anticipating the days ahead at the frontier. This time, they could play significant roles. Several days later, the flying boats arrived at the frontier. Fortunately, everything was intact. Upon learning that Murray and the others were returning, the commander-in-chief personally welcomed them. Seeing them again, he smiled. "Haha, how was your time over there? I heard those undergoing training there didn't have it too well." Instantly, Murray and the others put on grim faces. Bryson said, "Prince, you really set us up. Had we known how tough it would be, we wouldn't have gone. Fortunately, it only lasted 2 months. If it had been a year or two, we would have cried ourselves to death. Please don't recommend such experiences to us again. We really don't want this to happen ever again." Seeing Bryson's distressed expression previously, they hadn't undergone such intense training even within the sect. For a moment, the disciples viewed Murray and his peers as gods, while Murray and his group just smiled inwardly, aware of the hardships they had faced but kept quiet about most details. Naturally, they wouldn't reveal everything. After all, they valued their dignity and reputation. Who would willingly share every humiliating moment? Following this, the disciples asked more questions. These days, their lives had been quite dull, with little to do. Chapter 216. New Mission. After Murray and his companions returned, they had a few idle days off, during which the prince-in-chief gave them a short break. Naturally, there was nothing much to do on the frontier at this time, so most of their time would be spent idle anyway. However, a few days later, the prince-in-chief suddenly summoned them back to the main tent. Upon entering, Murray and his group immediately noticed several people sitting inside, waiting for them. Seeing this, Murray and the others felt a jolt of unease. They had learned from experience that whenever unfamiliar people were present in the main tent, it rarely meant anything good. The prince-in-chief greeted them by turning to the strangers and saying, "Here they are, our young officers. All of them are here today." Murray and his companions stood still, looking at the people before them, unsure why these individuals had suddenly sought them out. At that moment, one of the strangers nodded and addressed Murray's group. "Greetings. I am from the second encampment. Recently, we need you to carry out a special mission." Hearing about a special mission made Murray want to refuse immediately. He did not wish to risk his life recklessly. After all, if he survived now, he could continue to kill many enemies. But if sent away on such a dangerous mission, his life would likely be in grave danger. The officer from the second encampment then explained, "You are new officers and aren't too familiar with the overall battlefield yet. This time, the second encampment is handling the main battlefield." Wait. Murray interrupted, looking directly at the officer. "There's something I need to know. Are we going to be used as bait again like before?" This was indeed a critical point. Murray really didn't want to be used as bait to draw enemy attention, as it would likely result in his death sooner or later. To defend his country, he must first protect himself. Otherwise, how could he talk about defending the nation? Upon hearing Murray's concerns, the officer smiled and assured him, "Don't worry, we won't send you to the battlefield as bait this time. Doing that once was enough. The second time, and Ivor might already have figured out the pattern. We can't afford to lose you." Reassured by this, Murray asked, "So, what exactly is this mission?" The officer replied, "You'll find out when you get there. There's no point discussing details now. Follow me for now. This will be a great Ending this cycle had only 2 solutions. Either Murray and his companions died in battle, or Kori won the war. Thus, they knew their fate and followed the officer without hesitation. The second encampment was far from their frontier, serving as a key battleground between Kori and Ivor. Unlike the relatively quiet frontier, this place buzzed with activity, and everyone was preparing fiercely for the upcoming war. When Murray and his group arrived, they saw soldiers training intensively for the coming conflict. The troops here were better trained and more elite, with superior coordination. Upon arriving, Murray was led directly into the encampment, where they encountered high-ranking officials. This was the first time they had met so many influential figures, and it made them somewhat uneasy. Noticing their arrival, an authoritative figure turned to the officer and asked, "These are the disciples from Guisu sect and Jingguang sect?" The officer nodded and excitedly said, "It's wonderful. All our senior members have been eagerly awaiting your arrival." Chapter 217. Going undercover. Seeing the other side so delighted, Murray instantly understood that this time, things would not be good. At that moment, Murray and the others put on a courteous smile and asked them, "So, what exactly is it that you want us to do here this time?" Murray had long wanted to know this. After all, they wouldn't have been summoned here without reason. The disciples from their two sects were doing fine at the border, yet they had been directly brought over here. A rather perplexing move. Though not every part of the border hosted sect disciples, Murray absolutely didn't believe that there were no sect disciples near this second military camp. Upon seeing Murray's inquiry, the important figure chuckled before saying to him, "Let me introduce myself. I'm the Prince-in-Chief here. Just call me Prince. We are on a major battlefield. We've been engaged in prolonged battles with the enemy, but can't seem to make progress. However, we've heard that wherever you are, there's victory. So, we brought you over as mascots, hoping for a change in the situation." At this remark, many officers burst into laughter, and Murray and his companions laughed too. It seemed this commander was approachable. Then, Murray asked him earnestly, "Prince, since we're already here, tell us what this mission is about. Rest assured, we will keep it secret. But we hope to truly understand the task, not be deceived." Noticing the seriousness in Murray's expression, the prince knew he couldn't keep hiding the truth. He said, "It's like this time, we've been locked in a stalemate with the enemy for a while now. Neither side has an upper hand. This time, we need you to infiltrate the enemy camp as spies to gather information." Hearing spies, Murray froze. This was definitely a dangerous mission. Had he known, he would rather be used as bait. At least then, there would be protection. As a spy, if discovered, he could be tortured to death. Worse still, he might suffer terribly, something Murray definitely didn't want. The prince saw their hesitation and consoled them. "Rest assured, this undercover mission isn't meant to send you to your deaths. We have a method to alter your appearances. Plus, we've captured a Ivor country squad on a mission without Ivor knowing. We can disguise you as them and send you back into their camp. Once there, just gather intelligence. We chose you because you are the best among our Ivor's young talents. Others aren't up to the task. The core disciples from other sects are busy with their own matters. And as for the Imperial City elites, well, one such person was planted inside and revealed crucial information after being caught. Though unfortunate, we must rely on you for this mission. Just trust us, you are indeed Corey's strongest group of young officers. We hope you can gather intel and even rise within their ranks." Murray and the others fell silent at these words. If they took this path, would they end up facing their own people in battle? They struggled with this idea. Understanding their dilemma, the prince reassured them, "Don't worry, sometimes you need to protect yourselves. Only by staying alive can you gather more intel, and fewer lives will be lost on our side. No one will blame you. You'll be heroes." Comforted, Murray and his comrades felt better and asked, "When do we leave, and how do we get into the enemy lines?" Smiling warmly upon seeing their acceptance, the prince replied, "Don't rush. First, sign this contract, symbolizing your commitment. Otherwise, we'd fear you backing out, as many would have psychological reservations." Murray felt something amiss but decided to follow orders. Upon reviewing the contract, they found it normal, just agreeing to go undercover and gather intel while ensuring their survival. Relieved, they signed it quickly. Then Murray asked everyone, "When do we leave?" Chapter 218. Are you kidding? After Murray and the others signed the contract, all the officers heaved a sigh of relief. Finally someone had agreed to take on this mission. Immediately afterward, the prince-in-chief addressed Murray and the others, saying, "There's no rush with this. Your operation begins tomorrow night. Rest up for now." Seeing that even the prince-in-chief was not overly anxious, Murray and his companions felt reassured. If the prince-in-chief wasn't worried, what did it signify? It indicated that they were indeed entering this mission fully prepared. Thinking about this, Murray and his comrades felt a surge of honor. They were ready to bring glory to the state of Corey. The Ivor people would never have imagined that their long-sought-after Murray was right there in their camp. Moreover, this time Murray and the others were determined to create a miracle. Walking out of the tent, Murray and the others didn't discuss the mission because being a spy required strict confidentiality. A slip-up could mean death if there were other spies within the camp. Murray's team considered this thoroughly. They began familiarizing themselves with the military encampment. This camp was much larger than any previous ones they'd seen. The soldiers here were numerous, and the impressive sight instilled a sense of pride in everyone. This was the strength of Corey. The battle against the Ivor side was relentless. No one could sway the outcome. Only by wiping out as many Ivor troops as possible could they force them into submission. Only then could the Corey people survive. Although Murray didn't have family here, he had developed an attachment to the place. After so long at war, Murray naturally wished to contribute to the battlefield. Feeling slightly more comfortable, Murray and the others toured the entire camp, getting to know the officers better. Soon, they made their way to their resting quarters. Someone had already prepared tents for them. They were indeed treated as honored guests in the camp, and their welfare was highly regarded. Once inside their tent, after confirming no one was around, Murray and the others discussed their upcoming task. Honestly, none of them had experience as spies, so thorough preparation was essential. Entering blind could lead to fatal errors. They covered all potential scenarios, ensuring their safety above all else. They planned how to interact with people and handled every detail meticulously. Any mistakes could be fatal. Discovery meant torture beyond imagination. The next evening, Murray and the others gathered. Now prepared, they met in a tent where each received a mask imbued with power to change appearances. Afterward, they looked at each other. Where are they now? We can go immediately. We're well prepared. Once we return to Ivor territory, we'll manage. Right, inform us about their contacts and networks. Otherwise, our sudden entry might cause unexpected issues, Murray added. The officers exchanged meaningful glances. An ominous feeling arose within Murray and his team, but they couldn't pinpoint its source. There's something you don't know. We haven't captured a single squad from Ivor. Tonight, at their patrol post, just as they're about to change shifts, you must approach them under cover of darkness and eliminate them. Once they're dead, assume their identities and infiltrate Ivor's camp. Everything starts from scratch. We have no information on their networks. What? Hearing the officer's blunt truth, Murray and his team were stunned. Was this real? If this was the plan, their situation was dire. What could they do in enemy territory? Serve as cannon fodder? Murray was naturally unwilling. Knowing the names and roles of these people was crucial. This was a major hassle, something Murray and his team didn't want to undertake. They suddenly recalled why the Homers made them sign contracts earlier. It was all a trap. Instantly, Murray's face turned grim. He asked the officer, "Are you sure you're not leading us into a trap? How can we possibly enter like this? We'll likely die in battle if we proceed. And if we perish horribly, without gathering valuable intelligence, aren't you sentencing us to death? After all, we've already contributed significantly to Corey. How can you ask us to risk our lives like this?" Murray angrily questioned the officer. He was seething with rage, having been tricked. Bryson and the others shared the same fury. It was all too ridiculous. Deceiving them like this, was this really right? Realizing their reaction, the officer replied apologetically. "I apologize, but if things get tough over there, you can trade Ivor's secrets for your survival. You know many of Ivor's confidential details. We acted this way out of necessity. You may not understand our reasons now." Chapter 219. Willing to give it a try. Murray and the others didn't care why they were put in this situation now. They were fuming, having been deceived by this guy with nowhere to seek justice. They had signed the contract. It was inevitable that they had to carry out this mission, otherwise, the consequences would be more than they could bear. Therefore, Murray and his team felt aggrieved. If they had known beforehand, they would have refused and walked away. At this moment, seeing that they still weren't willing to forgive him, the officer immediately addressed Murray and the rest. "This time we asked you to launch a night attack on their outpost because we had no other choice. Do you know that despite your frequent victories on the battlefield, this is one of our main fronts where we are being continuously squeezed, leading to repeated defeats? Who can solve this kind of problem? We have no way to address this issue. The battlefield changes constantly, making it hard to deal with. This front has been deteriorating terribly, and our soldiers are dying more and more as time passes. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come to you. Honestly, among everyone, only you have the capability to do this. Only young officers like you can accomplish this task. This isn't what we wish for, but what circumstances demand. We deceived you into signing the contract because there was no other way. If not, who knows whether you would have carried it out. If you had given up, we would be doomed." Hearing this explanation, Murray and the others felt somewhat better, but anger still lingered. Seeing that Murray and the others were still unwilling to forgive him, the officer continued. "Here's what I'll do. I've brought Rocco sincerity this time. Our side will take responsibility. If you fail, you will be posthumously awarded first-class hero status. You will be remembered as role models for all dominicful geniuses of Corey, forever etched in our memory. We're in such a difficult situation. Besides, if you refuse, there's nothing we can do. You have the option to leave, of course. If you choose to leave, your officer ranks will automatically be reduced several levels. This time, the decision is yours. We've exhausted all options." The officer said this helplessly, clearly showing his frustration. After a mutual glance, Murray and the others considered their feelings. They weren't afraid of death, but of being used and then discarded like trash without a clear reason. They felt deceived. Yet, understanding the difficulties, their hearts forgave more easily. After all, if not for this situation, they wouldn't have felt so intensely. Moreover, coming here was naturally for defending their homeland. For the safety of Corey, they wouldn't hesitate. With this thought, Murray and the others nodded and said, "All right, but this time we may not necessarily succeed. We're willing to give it a try. If we fail, our military ranks must be restored to their original level. Not only that, we should still receive the rewards we deserve. Since we're willing to try, we naturally want to resolve the issue for Corey. However, our abilities are limited, and there's only so much we can do." Seeing Murray and the others agree, everyone immediately became delighted. Someone said, "Sure, as long as you are willing, anything can be discussed. Rest assured, we aren't sending you to die. Everyone hopes for your success. Don't worry. If things go south, you can retreat. There won't be any objections from our side." Hearing this, Murray and the others felt reassured. Then, they picked up their equipment and started moving according to the map, heading towards the target. At this point, the enemy outpost wasn't too far, but it would still take Murray and the others quite some time to reach. They moved swiftly, knowing that they had to sneak through under cover of darkness to stand any chance of success. Otherwise, once daylight broke, they would be in grave danger, not just from changing shifts, but from possible pursuit. Realizing this, Murray and the others took this opportunity very seriously, understanding how rare such a chance was. As for whether there were spies within their group, they couldn't be sure. Considering it pointless to worry about that, they knew it was ultimately up to fate. Moreover, Murray wasn't planning to die needlessly. If strong enemies did come after them, he was prepared to fight until the end, taking as many down as possible. They soon reached the outpost. At that moment, the outpost was eerily quiet, almost as if the entire valley had become still. However, seeing this, Murray and the others couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. This outpost was built on a cliffside, nearly impossible to sneak and openly replace them. Someone suggested this plan. Upon hearing it, Murray and the others sighed deeply. It sounded simple enough. Killing the guards wouldn't be too hard, but if they did, they would likely be discovered immediately. Then, the Ivor Kingdom might trap them in an ambush. Everyone knew that those capable of becoming spies must be exceptionally talented geniuses. Therefore, once they entered, they'd be like wolves entering a tiger's lair, their fates uncertain. Murray and his team were thoroughly stuck between a rock and a hard place. They looked around, surrounded by mountains. This was a sheer cliff. The only way up led into the Iver Kingdom territory. Attempting a hasty ascent would surely result in detection, and everyone knew what would happen next. So, going up from there was impossible, but returning without success was also out of the question. After some contemplation, Murray suddenly realized they could obstruct the guards' view somehow or distract them. After some discussion, they started brainstorming ways to make this work. Knowing that someone must be watching, they understood any swift movement up this high-altitude cliff would require several seconds, time enough for a message to be sent via transmission jade slip. Murray thought of a strategy and began discussing its feasibility with the others. After a brief deliberation, they decided to give it a try. If it didn't work, they would simply head back, accepting whatever punishment awaited them. Then, they had recognized Murray's team from a distance, even greeting each other familiarly. Since they knew each other, this would be easier. They would use masks to transform into these guards' appearances and blend in. As they moved closer, "Now, state your names," demanded one guard abruptly. Murray and his companions froze, momentarily unsure. Asking for names indicated the Iver Kingdom was indeed cautious. Realizing this, Murray and his companions understood they might need to force their way through. If discovered, they would have to kill a few more and return with their heads. Continuing upward, the guards laughed when they saw Murray's team ignoring them, confusing them. "Haha, brothers, old friends are always good for a laugh. Don't mind us." Seeing the guards were completely fooled, Murray and his team quickly ascended. Now that they were believed to be replacements, the operation seemed to be proceeding smoothly. Chapter 221. Successfully entered the camp. At this moment, Murray and his companions laughed heartily. "Don't worry, we know you guys well enough." As they spoke, Murray and the others readied themselves for battle. This time, their opponents were just ordinary soldiers. If these young officers truly fought against them, who was stronger or weaker would be obvious. Murray and his group approached and then suddenly attacked. They had to act now while there was still time. Otherwise, once others appeared, they would have no choice but to eliminate everyone. If that happened, it would inevitably draw attention from Iver's side, and they would be questioned. By then, there'd be no escape. Caught off guard by Murray's sudden attack, these people froze. Before they could even struggle, they were swiftly eliminated. Murray and his team quickly disposed of the bodies. This wasn't difficult for Murray and his companions. The reason was simple. Their strength far exceeded that of these ordinary soldiers. Murray and his team could annihilate them in minutes. Next, Murray and his companions rapidly changed their appearances to match those of the soldiers they had killed. Notably, they also wore the storage rings and other personal items belonging to the soldiers, making them look exactly like the original owners. After completing this task, Murray began preparing for the arrival of the shift change. "Report your names," Murray shouted at the approaching soldier, mimicking the previous soldier's tone. Hearing Murray demand their names, the man chuckled. "Brother Edlin, is this how you treat friends? Don't you recognize us?" Murray. It seemed that there were significant loopholes in Iver's outposts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have succeeded so easily. However, since the others had already believed them, Murray and his companions naturally didn't say anything more. Smiling, Murray replied, "You'll be stationed here for half a month." Arrived at Iver's military camp. Inside the main camp, soldiers bustled about everywhere, working diligently. Apparently, Iver's side was in high spirits after consecutive victories, which had made many of them arrogant. Seeing this, Murray and his companions inwardly despised them but quietly accepted inspections before entering the camp. Once inside the camp, Murray and his team felt a bit at a loss. They had no idea about Iver's customs, or where they should report, or where their barracks were. They couldn't go around asking others about their camp locations in such a vast area. Murray wanted to search through the storage rings for information, when suddenly, a plump officer walked over and greeted Edlin. "Edlin, you've returned? You all worked hard during the last half-month patrol." Upon seeing the officer, Murray nodded, saying, "Yeah, it's fine." The officer frowned, sensing something different about Edlin this time. Just as he was about to ask something, a soldier ran up and said, "Ben Brecken. All the reports are here." Remembering the name, Brecken, quickly, Murray and his team followed the officer. Ben Brecken was preoccupied with thoughts and barely paid attention to Murray. But Murray and his team were in a difficult position. Clearly, this officer was their superior. If they needed to ask anyone about specific details, it would be Ben Brecken. How could they inquire without raising suspicion? Suddenly, Ben Brecken turned around and asked, puzzled, "Edlin, your camp is right there. Why are you following me?" Murray. With a sullen face, Murray ignored the question and led his team into a nearby tent. Since this was an area filled with tents, upon entering this region, they noticed people present in each area. Chapter 222. A taste for male affection? Here was the military camp where Murray and his companions were currently stationed, the same place where Edlin served as an officer. Upon entering, Murray was once again flabbergasted. The entire area was filled with identical camps, making it impossible to tell which one belonged to them. If they were to ask anyone, it would immediately raise suspicions. Had they forgotten their way home after just a short trip? Worse still, they might be suspected of being imposters. So, Murray knew they couldn't risk it. However, Murray really had no clue which tent was theirs, so he approached an officer casually to chat. "Hey brother, we've been out for quite some time. Did you miss us?" Murray asked an officer, pulling him into conversation. The officer was silent. "What's with you, Edlin? You seem more restless after this trip," the officer remarked, leaving Murray feeling extremely embarrassed. He wished he could disappear into the ground at that moment. Adding to the awkwardness, Murray didn't even know the officer's name. Without knowing his name, it would be hard to carry on a meaningful conversation, putting Murray in a difficult position. So, Murray left this officer and tried approaching another one. "Brother, we're lost. Could you take us back home?" Murray asked in a somewhat defiant tone, hoping the officer would get the hint. Get lost. This left Murray speechless. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him. He approached another officer. "Hey, come over here. Let's go to my tent. I need to talk to you." Murray winked suggestively, trying to confuse the officer into following him. The officer shuddered, thinking Edlin had developed a taste for men. He felt that Edlin's gaze was rather flirtatious. Shocked, the officer shook his head and kept a safe distance from Murray, saying, "Let's talk here." Murray was left speechless again. At that moment, Murray could almost hear whispers around him. Is something wrong with Ben Edlin today? Why does it feel like Edlin has a thing for Aaron? These two have always been close. Maybe they have a secret together. Murray's mood plummeted. Black-faced, he led his group away, greeting other officers. But after rumors about him liking men spread, many officers avoided him or openly teased him, trying to seduce him. Murray was livid. What a terrible start. Seeing this, Alec got an idea. He called one of the soldiers who was flirting with Murray. "You, come here. Ben Edlin needs to talk to you privately." Hearing this, the soldier lit up and eagerly came over. Alec then instructed, "Lead the way, make sure everyone sees you clearly." Thinking this meant he would be officially recognized, the soldier was thrilled and led them all to Edlin's camp. Once inside, Murray breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally made it home. Then, the soldier, with a smug look, said to Murray, "Ben Edlin, when are we starting?" Murray was instantly irritated. In a fit of frustration, he replied, "Not today. Another time, perhaps. I suddenly relapsed on the road, and I'm in immense pain now. I don't have the energy." The soldier, concerned, offered, "Can I help by massaging you?" Murray's face darkened. "No, thank you. Just go back carefully." Realizing there was nothing else to be done, the soldier left, considering how Edlin wasn't as good-looking as he hoped but had power nonetheless. On his way back, the soldier felt disappointed, thinking of the promise that never materialized. After the soldier left, Murray immediately regretted letting him go. People started pointing and whispering, "Look, he's already out. Ben Edlin couldn't handle it long enough?" Hearing these comments, Alec and others held back laughter while Murray's face turned black. Though he wasn't really Edlin, he was carrying Edlin's identity. This embarrassing incident would spread quickly throughout the Dole camp. Murray's mood sank further, while others struggled not to laugh. No one dared approach him, fearing his wrath. Murray sighed in resignation, thoroughly frustrated. Note: this chapter includes elements of mistaken identity, confusion, and unintended humor, maintaining the original storyline and tone. Chapter 223. Not necessarily a bad thing. At this moment, Murray and his men could finally breathe a sigh of relief after returning to their own camp. However, they still hadn't fully settled in. Now, it was crucial to get acquainted with everyone here at least by gathering some information from the message jade slips. Otherwise, with no clue or understanding, trouble would likely ensue. Then, Murray said to Alec, "Alec, immediately use the message jade slip to inform the commander about our successful entry. At the same time, tell the commander about our current situation. Warn them not to be too optimistic and prepare for cleaning up after us." Seeing that even Murray lacked confidence, Alec readily agreed and began sending messages via the jade slip. Subsequently, Murray started thinking about their next steps. They had managed to enter the camp, marking the first step toward gathering intelligence. The rest would depend on how smoothly they could integrate themselves. As for what they could achieve in the future, that remained unknown. At this point, Murray felt a wave of melancholy. This mission could likely bind them to the Ivor Kingdom's military camp for the rest of their lives. As long as the war between Ivor and Corey didn't end, they would remain undercover here indefinitely. The thought chilled him to the bone. Following this, they carefully reviewed the names listed on the message jade slips, studying them meticulously. This gave them a sense of reassurance. "Boss, what do we do next?" Bryson asked Murray. Clearly, he wasn't a strong leader. Although he had been the leader of the Eagle Alliance due to his strength, now he naturally deferred to Murray. Murray responded calmly, "Next, we need to establish ourselves here in the camp. Currently, things are relatively calm. As long as we don't make any significant mistakes, we should be fine. Let's rest for now. As long as we stay within the camp for now, we should avoid trouble. Once we figure out Edlin's network and connections, being undercover won't be an issue." Though it might just be a matter of connections, it weighed heavily on Murray's mind. He knew nothing about the people or relationships involved here, but hoped his team could survive. Murray then walked out of the camp alone, intending to explore. Outside, he realized that while his personal reputation had suffered, he still retained some advantages. For one, many old friends had distanced themselves, reducing the chances of unwanted interactions, a significant benefit. Although some tried to advance through him, Murray knew that maintaining an aloof demeanor would suffice. After all, Zoe was still inside the camp. Continuing his wanderings, Murray noticed names of officers posted in hidden corners outside each camp, useful for identifying people later. With this revelation, Murray felt more confident. Previously, he had overlooked this detail due to tension. The small, concealed plaques were designed to ensure rapid identification during enemy attacks. Deciding to act on this, Murray visited nearby camps where he believed familiar faces would be found. Though risky, it was necessary for him to understand the people here. He walked towards the tent of an officer named Archibald. Seeing Edlin approaching, many officers grew wary, unsure why he was there. With a cheerful expression, Murray asked, "Is Ben Archibald inside?" Hearing Edlin's voice, Archibald emerged, puzzled. "Edlin, what brings you here?" Murray laughed. "Just wanted to catch up and chat?" Archibald shuddered, knowing Edlin's notorious reputation. Everyone avoided him, and now he was here. Uncomfortable, Archibald replied hastily, "No thanks, please return to your camp. I'm not feeling well today." With that, Archibald rushed back to his tent, instructing the guards to prevent Edlin's entry. Despite this setback, Murray felt satisfied. His strategy seemed effective. He repeated the approach with other officers, most of whom dismissed him outright, but he gained valuable insights into several key figures. As Murray approached another camp, preparing to meet the officer, the door opened, revealing someone who froze upon seeing Edlin. This method proved both insightful and effective for Murray, despite its unorthodox nature. Chapter 224. A Powerful Alliance. "Ben Edlin, what brings you to our camp unexpectedly?" the man asked. This officer was named Corey Qian. Seeing that Korichian did not immediately dismiss him, Murray was clearly surprised. Then, he said to the other party, "Well, I just came over for a casual chat this time. Mainly because things are rather boring in my camp, so I thought I'd sit here with you for a while." Upon hearing Edlin's words, Korichian's eyes sparkled with a glint of excitement. He then warmly welcomed Murray, saying, "Really? Please come in quickly. Quickly, get a chair for Ben Edlin." As he spoke, he enthusiastically invited Murray inside, which left Murray feeling puzzled but still obliged to enter. To Murray, it seemed there might be some connection between them. He decided to probe around to establish his footing in the military camp. This would potentially help him rise to higher ranks in the future. After Murray entered, the guards around them walked out of the tent, making him feel uneasy. Something felt off about today's atmosphere. Korichian chuckled and said to Murray, "Ben Edlin, your sudden visit here must mean you want to join forces with me, right?" Murray: "Did I ever say I wanted to join forces with you?" Nonetheless, Murray nodded, wondering how Korichian could make such assumptions. Seeing Murray agree, Korichian's eyes gleamed excitedly, seeming almost fearless. His expression became fervent as he started to take off his clothes. Witnessing this scene, Murray instantly understood what was happening. He immediately waved his hands, signaling to stop. No, that's not what I meant." "Hee, little demon, then what do you mean?" Korichian laughed lecherously, looking at Murray eagerly. He pounced towards Murray as if unable to contain himself. Seeing this, Murray wouldn't back down. Keeping a serious face, he told Korichian, "Korichian, you've misunderstood me." Actually, before Murray could finish, Korichian licked his lips and said, "Let's talk about any misunderstandings on the bed." Murray. At this moment, one could only imagine Murray's frustration. "Listen to me, I have no interest in men. Those are just rumors outside. Don't you believe them?" Realizing Korichian intended to proceed, Murray naturally refused to give in easily. He wasn't someone who submitted to every man. Explaining to the other party, he said, "This time I came to your place merely to build relationships and familiarize myself more, thereby strengthening my network. Never did I expect you to be like this, believing those slanders. I actually considered you a friend. TCH. With that, Murray stormed out. Indeed, being an undercover agent was dangerous. Leaving behind a dumbfounded Korichian, Murray never expected things to unfold this way. It turned out he had misinterpreted the situation. What Murray didn't realize was that in the military camp, where women were scarce, people with different orientations were common. Initially, Murray didn't mind being misunderstood. It somewhat served his purpose since it was Edlin who suffered the reputation damage. As long as the war ended, nothing would concern him. But he hadn't anticipated this. Annoyed, Murray returned to his own camp. By now, he had a fair understanding of the surrounding officers and knew their faces well. Though this damaged his reputation, it allowed him to establish a foothold in the military camp. Moreover, Murray saw potential in leveraging this reputation to achieve more. Reputation isn't all bad. It can always work to one's advantage, right? Sure enough, when Murray returned to the camp, he found a jade slip from Colonel Kramer summoning him. Facing Kramer again left Murray puzzled, especially knowing that Kramer outranked him. But he had no idea where Kramer's camp was. Then, Murray had an idea. He went to Archibald's door and cooed sweetly. "Big brother Yuan, Colonel Kramer wants me to visit his camp. I'm not sure where his camp is. Could you accompany me?" Inside, Archibald felt unnecessary social interactions, making it easier to survive at least for the time being. However, every coin has two sides. This tag would likely distance many people from him, which might not be favorable when he needed to cultivate relationships and gather military intelligence later on. Still, if it meant they could stay alive, it was acceptable. Douglas knew very well that wars like this could last decades. The current battlefield situation was unfavorable, but it wasn't an insurmountable issue. For now, they just needed to stabilize. After all, their general already knew they had infiltrated successfully. What mattered now was waiting for the general's next move. Douglas quickly reached Kramer and reported his arrival. Kramer promptly allowed him in. Upon entering, Douglas felt somewhat uneasy as he faced Instructor Kramer. He knew that he must remain sharp to keep up with the officer's expectations, for any mistake before this officer could lead to disastrous consequences. If he faltered even slightly, the others would be dragged down with him. Kramer glanced at Douglas and said, "Edlin, report on what happened while you were on duty." Douglas's heart skipped a beat. His greatest fear materialized. Then Kramer had questions. Perhaps Edlin had already reported earlier, and now Douglas had no clue. Answering incorrectly could reveal inconsistencies. For a fleeting moment, Douglas considered attacking this man first, forging some kind of proof afterward, and escaping with everyone. Edlin was only at the 6th layer of Jalua realm, requiring effort but achievable for Douglas. Suppressing this impulse, Douglas responded, "Ben Kramer, I'm not sure what you're referring to. Could you please clarify?" "Himph," Kramer scoffed. "You went out once, and immediately your sexual orientation changed. Isn't that worth questioning? Previously, you did a good job of hiding it. You knew that under my command, such matters are unacceptable. I despise this the most. My son severed ties with me over this issue." Kramer then earnestly advised, "Edlin, as my subordinate, I watched you grow like one of my own. This will have no future. Change it, will you?" Douglas. After all that tension, it was just about this? Honestly, Douglas wanted to kill this old man for causing so much worry over mere rumors. Fortunately, he had held back and waited to see if there was any turning point, or else the old man would already be lying here dead. Nodding apologetically, Douglas replied, "I'm sorry, Ben Kramer. I will change. I'll definitely change." Kramer grunted, "I know you're just saying that, but I'll observe you closely. If you don't reform completely, I will focus on training others to their camp with an urgent expression." What this person intended remained unclear. This translation aims to maintain the original tone and style while ensuring natural English flow. It also preserves the paragraph structure and line breaks from the original text. Chapter 226, Mission. Murray looked at the other person with confusion and asked, "Hello, what brings you here?" The other person. It had been a while since Edlin seemed this polite. This felt odd to him. He then said to Edlin, "Edlin, why are you so respectful to me? Remember, you've never treated me this way before." At that moment, the man's face was filled with an amused expression that Murray found revolting. Then Murray said to the other person, "I must apologize for this. Due to some reasons previously, all is past now." Murray wasn't panicking as he knew that if he himself didn't appear guilty, the other party wouldn't sense anything amiss. Anything could have happened in secret. In such situations, showing guilt would only breed suspicion. Sure enough, after hearing Murray's explanation, the man pondered over it and seemed to suddenly understand why Edlin was acting like this. It appeared Edlin's penchant for homosexuality had been exposed, and knowing how much Kramer's officers detested this sort of thing, he must have gone low profile to mend relations with others because he probably knew his backer no longer existed. He then said to Murray with satisfaction on his face, "There's a batch of supplies that needs transporting. I know you just returned and are tired, but there's no choice, right? Now, in these circumstances, nobody wants to do supply runs. Anything can happen. However, Kramer has ordered your camp must undertake this mission." Hearing this, Murray began mulling over the underlying reasons. Kramer probably accepted this task, or rather, it fell upon him. Only because Kramer couldn't refuse it, did he pass it along to him. After all, this was a tricky job, and currently, Murray was likely the one who'd offended Kramer the most. Realizing this, Murray immediately understood and replied, "All right, I got it. Please tell them my attitude is very cooperative. Inform them I'm willing." To others, this might be a troublesome assignment, but for Murray, this was the best solution at the moment. They probably wanted something to go wrong with this mission. But with Murray involved, those supplies would not have any issues. After sending the person off, Murray saw Alec preparing to send a message using the transmission jade tablet, reporting the matter to the commander-in-chief. "What are you doing?" Murray asked silently. In the camp, Murray naturally dared not make too much noise for fear of drawing attention. Alec replied hesitantly, "I'm informing the others." Murray gave Alec a look that expressed both frustration and exasperation. "Are you crazy? Telling the commander to intercept these supplies would expose us. Even if we return to camp, don't you think we'll be suspected? After all, having just come back from the outpost, people might easily guess we collaborated with the enemy. In that case, they will certainly be fine, but we'll definitely have huge trouble." Hearing Murray's words, Alec was startled, thankful he hadn't sent the message out yet. He then looked at Murray. "So, are we just letting them transport it away?" Murray calmly replied, "No need to worry about it. I will report directly to the commander. At least, until we ascertain the specific importance of these supplies, we absolutely cannot allow them to be intercepted. This mission, if not handled well, will mean death for all of us." Murray looked at Alec, adding, "If this cargo is critical, we will let the higher-ups decide, which isn't our call. But remember, you must not contact the commander without me. Any communication must be discussed with me first." Upon hearing this, Alec and the rest nodded fervently, feeling a wave of shock wash over them. Indeed, this matter was too dangerous. They nearly made a grave mistake. If they informed the commander and the supplies were seized, everyone here would die. This infiltration would have been pointless. Sometimes, sacrifice leads to gain. But on a placating smile and replied, we're coming. With that, Murray swiftly led his men onto the flying vessel. As the vessel began to take off, he looked around curiously and asked, "Where are we transporting things to?" Someone responded promptly to Murray's question, "Of course, we're heading back to Ivor Kingdom. Naturally, all our supplies are within our own country." "Ah," Murray nodded, feeling somewhat curious inside. Indeed, since arriving in this world, he had never left Quarry Kingdom. This would be his first international trip, and it came under such circumstances. Instantly, Murray felt his mood dampen. He didn't know what the situation was like inside Ivor Kingdom, but he could be sure that the internal conditions were chaotic, with all efforts devoted to the war. Although Murray was aware that Quarry Kingdom was no different now, neither side wanted their homeland to be ravaged. But war made everything inevitable, and nobody wished for conflict. Yet, who could understand the disputes leading to wars between parties? Such matters did not have right or wrong sides, only issues of alliances. Murray watched as the vessel quickly flew towards Ivor Kingdom. Along the way, much of the scenery had been devastated by war, leaving mountainous regions scarred from fierce battles, which was heart-wrenching for Murray to see. At this moment, he really wanted to ask, who said that in fantasy novels, after thousands of years of fighting, the rivers and mountains remain unchanged? He finally noticed the traces of battles in this world. How about it? Should we report this to the Rocco? Bryson still fretted over the matter and asked Murray. In Bryson's eyes, Murray gazing outside seemed lost in thought, though he didn't realize Murray was merely admiring the scenery. Hearing Bryson's words, Murray responded calmly, "We need to consider this carefully. Right now, we can't draw conclusions, and there's nothing we can do about it. We can only report everything to the Rocco and let him decide. We'll follow the Rocco's instructions on what specific actions to take. Also, we mustn't lower our guard because sometimes the Rocco isn't reliable. If he gets us into trouble, how will we handle it if exposing us could mean destroying something important on the enemy side? Will the Rocco choose our lives or destruction? We cannot make this decision, but we must consider ourselves. Our battles aren't just for Quarry Kingdom, they are also for ourselves." At this point, Murray's remarks reflected deep contemplation. He was well aware that with the system that allowed him to pick up attributes, a mere Quarry Kingdom couldn't restrict him indefinitely. In the future, he would soar above all, but dying here for Quarry Kingdom wouldn't be fitting at the moment. Bryson was momentarily taken aback by Murray's words, but soon realized they made some sense. After all, Roccos like them were unreliable more than once. They only cared about earning merits without thinking about others. Of course, from their perspective, considering the entire battlefield was normal, but Murray and his men did not wish to die here, so they would not allow themselves to become cannon fodder. As the flying vessel soared, Murray suddenly saw soldiers battling below. Instantly, his eyes sparkled. He noticed some of the troops were from Kori Kingdom, which was interesting. If they were Kori Kingdom forces, saving them could give them company. Moreover, there were Ivar Kingdom soldiers as well. Murray pondered and believed this plan might work. Since this transportation mission included 3 officers including himself and no higher command, convincing the other 2 would make the plan feasible. Perhaps this could be an opportunity for merit. He then approached the 2 officers and whispered, "Hey, listen up. I have a suggestion that could earn you credit. Do you believe me this time?" "What kind of suggestion?" The 2 showed immediate interest upon hearing the word merit. They were clearly low-ranking officers, often missing out on opportunities for distinction, so Murray understood their eagerness. Murray continued, "Here's the deal. See those soldiers fighting down there? Suppose we go down and capture the Kori Kingdom soldiers under the guise of help, then bring them on board and send the rest away. Wouldn't this credit be ours?" In this vast summoned, and this time, Murray ensured the plan would capture the prisoners alive. Once everyone boarded the airship, taking these captives directly to Kramer would guarantee him some recognition, whether Kramer wanted it or not. The airship rapidly descended. This time, everyone was prepared. Fear not, for others would bear the brunt of any failure. Murray and his group lay in wait by the airship door. As soon as the airship landed, they burst out and rushed toward the ground. Meanwhile, the Ivar soldiers chasing the Kori soldiers were taken aback by this sudden appearance of an airship. It was highly unusual, and the newcomers looked like they were just delivering supplies. "Haha, brothers, we're from Ivar too. You've been trying to catch these guys for so long. Since we're here anyway, let us lend a hand." Murray laughed heartily. Everyone froze at Murray's words. A supply airship suddenly offering help felt very off. Yet, nobody could pinpoint why it felt strange, as these newcomers did seem intent on helping. "So, thank you brothers. We couldn't have done it without you. These guys are really tough," the officer responded instantly. Murray and his group then charged toward the fleeing Kori soldiers. They aimed to capture them alive, so none would be harmed. "Brothers, move fast. We need them alive," Murray shouted. The 3 military groups quickly converged and engaged the fleeing soldiers. Simultaneously, Murray transmitted messages to the Kori soldiers. "Listen up. I'm a mole within Kori. Follow my lead this time. When we get you aboard the airship, we'll find a way to set you free later. I'm Murray. Trust me. I'm here to save you." Upon hearing Murray's message, the Kori soldiers hesitated briefly. An ally's voice appearing out of nowhere was unprecedented. However, they knew their mission involved secrets, including moles planted in enemy camps. This unexpected turn of events felt almost miraculous. The Kori soldiers immediately approached the newcomers. In no time, everyone was apprehended by the airship crew. "Haha, great job brothers. With your help, we finally caught them. You guys are truly capable," said the Ivar officer, laughing heartily and approaching Murray. This time, Murray had indeed helped immensely. Hearing this, Murray raised an eyebrow and responded diplomatically, "Oh, no need to thank us. After all, we took on the task of capturing them too. Without your assistance in holding them back, we wouldn't have succeeded." In an instant, his true intention became clear. What? These words left everyone stunned. Did he mean to claim the credit? Noticing Murray's cunning smile, the Ivar soldiers realized they had been duped into giving away their hard-earned credit. This time, he might have risen even higher. With this thought in mind, the 2 officers promptly aligned themselves with Edlin's lead, organizing the airship to descend while gathering everyone for action. Murray made it clear, they must capture them alive this time. Once these prisoners were on board the airship and taken to Rocco Kramer, they would certainly earn merit, whether or not Kramer wanted it. The airship began to descend rapidly, and everyone was prepared. What did they fear? The others would bear the brunt of any mishap. Murray and his team concealed themselves at the airship's entrance. As soon as the airship landed, they burst out, rushing towards the ground below. On the other side, the Ivar soldiers who had been pursuing Kori forces were momentarily stunned upon seeing this unexpected sight. An airship suddenly appearing was too unusual, especially since it seemed loaded with supplies. "Haha, brothers, we're from Ivar just like you. These guys have been slipping through your fingers for so long. We'll lend a hand. We've got nothing better to do anyway," Murray chuckled, addressing everyone. Hearing this, everyone froze, bewildered by this sudden appearance and offer of help. It all felt too strange. Yet, no one could pinpoint exactly why. After all, these new arrivals did seem intent on helping them. Convinced, the Ivar soldiers immediately responded, "Is that so? Thank you, brothers. We've had quite the struggle with these fellows." Laughing heartily, Murray and his men advanced swiftly towards the fleeing Kori troops. Since they needed them alive, they would have to take everyone back without killing anyone. "Brothers, move fast. Capture them alive," Murray commanded. The 3 groups immediately surged forward to engage. Simultaneously, Murray sent a mental message to the Kori troops. "Listen up. I'm a mole planted within the Ivar camp. Follow my lead. We need to capture you alive, then bring you aboard the airship. You'll regain your freedom once we're airborne, but not now. I'm Murray. Trust me. I'm here to save you." Hearing this, the Kori soldiers hesitated briefly. A familiar voice was unexpected, but knowing some secrets, including the presence of moles and Ivar, they didn't question it. Fate truly had a way. The Kori soldiers ran towards the descending team, quickly being subdued by the newcomers. "Ahaha, great job brothers. With your help, we captured these rascals right away. You're the real deal." The officer responsible for the pursuit laughed heartily and approached Murray's group, clearly pleased. This was much easier with Murray's help. They had indeed received substantial assistance. Murray smirked and replied, "Oh, there's no need to thank us. After all, we're part of the same mission. We should thank you for holding them off. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had the chance." His words exposed his true intentions immediately. What? Hearing this, the Ivar soldiers were dumbfounded. Did he mean to claim their credit? His cunning grin made it clear. They had fallen into a trap. Damn it. These fellows were deliberately trying to take their glory. Realizing this, the Ivar soldiers became furious, yelling at Murray's group. "You can't do this. It's illegal and immoral." They were aggrieved. They had fought hard, enduring heavy casualties, only for these strangers to snatch their reward. Murray glanced at them coldly. Who can prove you were the ones chasing them from the start? This is clearly our achievement. During our supply run, we happened to catch some criminals for you. More like eliminated a few on the side. This kind of contribution isn't something you can match. You merely passed by, yet you think you can claim credit? Chapter 229, too shameless. At this moment, Murray felt wronged and even began to seethe with anger. The scene left the people on the opposite side stunned. They had seen shameless people before, but never one as shameless as this. This was just too much. He openly took credit for their efforts when no one was watching. Wasn't he deliberately making things difficult for them? In an instant, everyone there grew enraged. One of the military officers leading them sneered, "So, you're sure you want to fight us to the bitter end?" Hearing this, Murray smiled faintly and retorted, "What nonsense is this? I've done nothing wrong. How can taking credit mean fighting to the bitter end? Even if you want to steal credit, you shouldn't be so bold about it. When did Ivor ever have such dishonorable individuals like you?" Listening to Murray's words, the other side almost spewed blood in frustration but could do nothing to Murray at that moment. Their own forces had been a single army unit, which lost nearly half of its 50 members while chasing these people down. In contrast, Murray's group consisted of 3 units totaling over 150 people, almost all of whom remained unscathed. If they were to engage him now, they would likely not stand a chance. Realizing this, they understood they were in for a loss whether they liked it or not. The officer then grinned wickedly, "Fine, consider me unlucky today, but mark my words, I will make you pay for this. Just a few supply officers. Who do you think we won't find responsible for transporting the supplies? Watch out, time will tell. You'll pay for this sooner or later." With that, the other party led his men away. Despite being furious, they had no recourse and could only retreat. They would go back first. Though their achievements might very well be snatched away, it was inevitable. All they needed to know was the name of the person responsible. They would have ample opportunities to cause trouble for him later on. Seeing them leave, Murray couldn't help but smile broadly. This was just too comfortable. He'd instantly established a significant achievement. Thinking about this, Murray looked at the remaining 3 officers and said, "Why are you standing there like idiots? Hurry up, let's quickly transport these captives. We've just accomplished a great feat. We need to get them out of here immediately. Once we return, we'll present all of them as proof of our success." As he spoke, Murray glanced at the Corey soldiers. There were barely a dozen of them left, but they were relatively strong, and he knew he could still manage to send them back to Corey territory. Since he was here, helping as many as possible seemed like the right thing to do. With this thought, Murray and his men immediately piloted the flying boat towards another direction. Soon, they arrived within the borders of Ivor. Ivor's territory was in disarray, looking somewhat desolate in places. Everyone had abandoned normal activities and focused entirely on the war effort. Murray noticed a warehouse where they were supposed to meet and was filled with size. It was clear that Ivor was stretching itself thin to support the war effort, whereas Corey, despite also being busy, still managed without much trouble. Reflecting on this, Murray found himself unsure of what to say. After quickly completing their tasks, Murray and his men headed to the warehouse. Inside, he saw an officer overseeing the loading of supplies. Murray approached and said, "Hey Bear, we're here to pick up supplies. Please load them for us." "Huh?" Seeing Murray, the man scoffed and closed his eyes, pretending to rest. Murray was dumbfounded. "Did you not hear me? What is this?" Noticing Murray's bewilderment, another officer promptly pulled him aside while a third one smiled awkwardly at the man, saying, "Sir, please, sir." The officer then handed over a stack of spirit stones to him. This made Murray puzzled, but then the man finally grunted, "At least you have some sense." Only then did the man begin organizing the supplies they needed. Seeing this, Murray suddenly understood. These guys were trying to skim off the top. If the supplies didn't arrive, they'd take the blame, hence why they were so brazen in demanding money. If they refused to pay, the supplies wouldn't be transported back, and ultimately, they wouldn't be the ones held accountable by superiors. It was likely that not just this officer, but others were involved in such skimming practices. Murray instantly realized that perhaps Corey faced similar issues, and this practice might be widespread. Honestly, profiting off one's countrymen during wartime was morally questionable. However, Murray couldn't reprimand the officer and could only watch silently as the man pocketed the money and loaded the cargo. Clearly infuriated by this, Murray couldn't voice his frustrations given his position. Although he wasn't from Ivor, he couldn't help feeling angered. After all, this was wartime. If everyone was indulging in such behaviors, wouldn't the war effort suffer? Despite Ivor being considered an evil nation, most of its people were decent. Didn't the lives of its soldiers matter? If logistical failures caused by corruption led to food shortages and border losses, who would be held responsible for the soldiers' fates? Soldiers who simply wanted to contribute to winning the war with their fervor. With this realization, Murray felt indignant but remained silent due to his allegiance. Chapter 230, a new plan. Afterward, Murray began moving these items. Only after everyone had loaded everything did Murray and his men leave. Throughout the entire process, Murray kept a stern expression and did not say a word to the officer. The other 2 officers desperately hinted at Murray and then spoke pleasantly to the officer with a forced smile, making the officer feel somewhat satisfied and appeasing his vanity. Otherwise, this time the officer would have surely questioned why Murray didn't seek his help for the supplies and why he had such a cold attitude. On the flying boat, at this moment, all the goods had been loaded. Murray and his group started off. Murray sat there, clearly in a bad mood. Frankly speaking, if this were an issue within the Corey state, Murray would definitely take care of it. However, since this was an enemy country's affair, it wasn't within his jurisdiction and he should not interfere. But Murray was still somewhat angry. Soldiers were fighting fiercely on the front lines, while these people were like maggots behind the scenes, feeding off everyone's efforts. How could such things be tolerated? Honestly, if this happened in Corey, Murray would have flown into a rage and beaten the person to death. It was infuriating. As if they understood Murray's thoughts, the other two officers, who appeared quite accustomed to the situation, said to him, Edlin, you're still young. You've been favored by Ben Kramer before and haven't experienced this kind of thing, so you wouldn't understand. In a place like this, the officers hold life or death power over us. If you don't do well, Ben Kramer will only give you trouble. That's why we have no choice but to follow their demands. It's really unavoidable. From now on, you must adapt to this situation because there's nothing else you can do. Unless you can regain Ben Kramer's favor, which is virtually impossible since he despises homosexuals, so don't even think about it. Upon hearing this, Murray nodded. At present, he didn't care much about how Ben Kramer treated him. What mattered was surviving. Right now, it indeed wasn't worth getting angry over this matter. Elsewhere, Bryson and his team were also upset. Despite being from different camps, they felt indignant witnessing this scene. Murray and his men immediately approached the Corey people. The Corey members watched them intently, wondering how these undercover agents planned to handle them. Frankly, these individuals came here expecting to die, so they hadn't held out much hope for survival. Everyone listen up. This time, I brought you into the Ivor State camp. Then, I'll try my best to arrange for you to become spies in Corey. As long as you behave properly, sending you back won't be an issue. After returning, you can report to the commander. But if they refuse, I can't help it, and will only be able to ensure your journey ends here. There's no other way. Even if I wanted to get you back on this flying boat, it's nearly impossible due to its difficulty. Many are watching this boat closely. If I bring you back now, the officers will inevitably notice, jeopardizing our hard-won infiltration. Hearing Murray's message, they responded telepathically. Don't worry, we're reasonable people. We'll cooperate fully this time. Even if things don't go as planned, rest assured, we won't blame you. These situations are just part of fate, and there's little we can do. Their comforting words slightly eased Murray's heart. He looked at everyone and said, once we return, let's not kill them yet. I have an idea. We can make them reveal some of Corey's targets, giving us a strategic advantage on the battlefield. Speaking, Murray gave Bryson a meaningful glance. Bryson immediately understood and used the transmission jade slip to contact the commander secretly, asking which targets were best to reveal. This time, it was not just about catching them in a... Kramer has never been fond of us, so we might fail. Chapter 231. Unable to turn things around? Hearing Murray's words, the other two officers also sneered, then said, rest assured, we have long understood our own fate. This time, we know our chances of success are slim. We will end up as cannon fodder sooner or later. These two officers mocked themselves. Clearly, they had long become accustomed to their position in this camp and were unable to change anything. They could only endure whatever the others did to them. If they succeeded this time, they would be happy about it. But if not, they would just eat and drink until death. After all, changing things on the battlefield was not easy. Changing things on the battlefield was the hardest because it involved a big picture issue, not something that could be achieved through individual effort alone. Everyone was mentally prepared. Murray began knocking on the door. Soon after, Ben Kramer's aide let them in. Upon seeing it was Edlin and company, Ben Kramer immediately snapped irritably. Why are you here? I don't welcome your kind here. Seeing the visitors, Kramer's temper flared instantly. In an army, there were those who were favored and those who were not. With such a large camp, it was impossible for everyone to be favored. Besides, it was also impossible for every subordinate officer to fully follow orders. Hence, Kramer had his own preferred officers. For instance, the Edlin role previously played by Murray was highly favored, whereas not even give us a look. How can we continue like this? I say, let's just release those Corey men. Since nobody cares in this camp, what good is keeping them? The two officers cursed, completely irritable. Their anger towards Ben Kramer had reached its peak. Murray pondered for a moment and then said to the two officers, fellows, I understand your anger, but we mustn't act rashly. Even though these guys may not be useful in our hands, releasing them right away seems too wasteful. Why don't we leave them with me? Let me think of a way. If all else fails, I'll release them. Murray spoke sincerely, and the two officers considered this arrangement, finding it quite beneficial. Pushing these Corey men onto Edlin meant transferring the responsibility away from them. Moreover, it was evident Edlin wasn't ready to give up, wanting to regain favor. He didn't understand Ben Kramer's resolve. Handing these people over to Edlin meant shifting the blame. Releasing captives without approval from a superior was very risky. If Edlin released them in the future, he could face serious consequences. Originally, they would all share the blame, but now, Edlin was willing to shoulder it alone. A positive outcome. As for using these people to win back Kramer's favor, dream on. Kramer had countless sleepless nights due to his beloved son, naturally hating anything related to male-male relations intensely. To win back Kramer's favor, unless Edlin removed certain parts of his body. But that was absurd. Edlin wouldn't do it. So, they felt secure. After securing their agreement, Murray chatted with them. During the conversation, the two officers advised him earnestly, giving Murray a lot of inside information about the camp. Instantly, Murray felt enlightened and more informed about this place. He bid farewell to them and looked at the captured Corey soldiers. These prisoners were indeed a hot potato in his hands. While he needed to be responsible for these Corey men, they couldn't ensure their safety either. Keeping them was a hassle. Thinking this, Murray picked up his communication jade slip and asked the commanding general if there were any higher-ranking spies in this camp. Chapter 232. The Sorrow of Being a Tool. If possible, Murray sincerely wished to get rid of these few guys. Sending them away would be the best option. At least, keeping them here wasn't viable long-term. Any random officer entering could discover their presence. If too many people found out about them, they'd either have to be killed or handed over to other officers. Sneaking them away quietly was nearly impossible. Shortly after sending the message, the prince replied to Murray, stating that indeed, there were possibilities. However, he couldn't expose certain matters now just for some Corey soldiers. This was not the right time. The prince's intent was simple. Murray should take care of these individuals temporarily, and find like abducted women for the men to indulge in at night. Though bizarre, such occurrences were common during wartime. Independent camps often captured local women or robbed forcefully, leading to all sorts of chaos. This small jail now served its purpose. Murray quickly moved the Corey individuals into it. Edlin's previous captives had been given away when he left for the outpost, leaving the jail empty. Murray wouldn't reclaim those women. Dealing with them would be problematic. After settling the Corey people into the jail, Murray addressed them seriously. You will survive here temporarily. We'll send food and water. Helping you escape is too complicated for now and isn't feasible. Just wait. At least I can ensure you won't die while under my protection. Hearing this, the Corey people nodded without objection. Living under these conditions was already a blessing. Being well-fed and unharmed far exceeded what other officers might do. These individuals were grateful. Having settled the Corey people, Murray arranged other tasks. Ensuring their safety was his top priority. Other matters had to wait. Getting rid of these individuals required cooperation from higher-ups, which was currently unlikely. After exiting the camp, Murray noticed it was noon. There hadn't been battles lately, but they were here to gather crucial information. Without any major developments, gathering information was futile. His status with commanding Bin Ron had declined, yet merit. Considering this, Murray signaled Bryson and the others, telling them his plan. Fine, then let's catch these fellows. If you think this method works, let's give it a try. Bryson pondered over Murray's suggestion and agreed, acknowledging it as a plausible strategy. Then, Murray led the team towards them and immediately bellowed. What are you doing? Finally, I've caught you red-handed. Hearing the rebuke, the group trembled slightly, then turned to see who approached. Upon realizing the arrival was a junior officer, they suddenly regained their confidence. The lead trader stood up straight and retorted to Murray, well, isn't this Ben Edlin? Haha, you're actually bossing us around? Murray frowned and asked, you know me? Caught off guard by this question, the man laughed out loud. Haha, you're recently the talk of the town. Who doesn't know you? Everyone knows how you fell out of favor with Ben Kramer because of your actions. You think you can regain your standing by reporting me? Let me tell you, don't fool yourself. There are complex relationships behind all this. With your capabilities, toppling me is just not possible. I advise you save your breath. Otherwise, if I tell my superiors about this upon return, do you really think you'll be safe? Murray was stunned by the guy's arrogance. He didn't expect such brazenness. Apparently, Edlin's status in the camp wasn't as high as he imagined. Slipped to send a message to the Corey commander. Rocco, please handle this for me. I've caught several people smuggling herbs from Ivor territory. This is a serious offense. The response from the commander was swift. Isn't this good news? Besides, I am the Corey commander. Ivor's affairs aren't my concern. Murray was speechless. Did he really need to spell it out? Continuing, he explained, this might be my best chance for advancement. If I can't climb higher, I might have to withdraw from Ivor's camp. I have no standing here in Ivor. Not only that, but I've incurred the wrath of Ben Kramer and fallen from his favor. If this continues, I'll spend my life here aimlessly. This time, it's up to you. I must use this incident to gain merit or won't last long as a spy. Soon, I'll have to leave with my men. Remember, this is my only chance. If I miss it, there will be none. Murray finally understood what it felt like to be at the mercy of villains. Previously, as a prodigy in Corey and a disciple in the Guesu sect, no one dared treat him this way. But now, he realized how serious it was when someone deliberately obstructed him. Without this opportunity, promotion seemed unattainable. Now, he truly grasped the pain of those who faced persecution. Chapter 234, Military Court. Rocco Corey of the state of Corey remained silent after hearing Murray's words, and after a long while, he replied, all right. Seeing that this matter had been successfully handled, I hint this seriously. After all, performance metrics mattered, and this judge naturally wanted to thoroughly investigate this matter. However, this case had some difficulty. It involved powerful backers behind the scenes. That could not be underestimated. Tracing back to those people would not be simple. Evidence might have already been destroyed. These people could only serve as scapegoats. But the judge glanced at Murray with some admiration. Truly, was this Hassan not afraid of the people backing these guys taking revenge? This was completely cutting off their source of income. Seeing Murray did not say anything, the judge registered the case and prepared to look into it further the next day. The impact of this incident was very negative. Though it did not cause substantial loss, the judge felt the need to investigate it strictly, especially in a military court. The influence of the accused backers couldn't reach this place, so the judge felt confident there wouldn't be any undue interference. After handing these people over, Murray took his team back. Whether this would succeed depended on the Rocco now. If the Rocco didn't handle this properly, Murray would refuse to stay in the Ivor Kingdom's military camp anymore. He'd rather go back and face a demotion than continue with such arduous work. It was up to others if they wanted to handle it. It wasn't his concern anymore. Subsequently, Murray led his people to sleep, not ignore it. For the sake of the Ivor Kingdom and victory, no soldier should die by an insider's hands. Murray's argument resonated with many present, gaining much support. His popularity soared. Seeing Murray's popularity, the judge glanced at the men selling the herbs. This investigation would yield results and benefit everyone except those backed by influential people and Ben Edlin. Many before had tried similar actions for merit, but ended up ruined afterward. Not only did they fail to advance, but also fell drastically. Chapter 235, Smooth Promotion. At this moment, the judge was rigorously interrogating that gentleman. Only then did he realize that his superior could not save him this time. If he wanted to survive, he had no choice but to confess in hopes of getting leniency and a chance to live. After all, a man will eventually get his day in the sun if he does not die. His actions were enough for capital punishment, and they were easy to uncover. The best way out was to admit everything and plead guilty. There might still be a slim chance to live. At this moment, Murray remained indifferent as he watched the interrogation unfold. He awaited the completion of the proceedings, ready to take credit for it himself. This time, Murray was prepared to secure some benefits and break free from Kramer's control. It was intolerable living under Kramer's shadow, never having peace. This was something Murray deeply disliked. So he must let. To be honest, the Kramer officer wasn't particularly powerful within the entire camp. He was similar in rank to Murray, possibly a level 4 officer. However, Kramer controlled many lower-ranking officers, whereas Murray had very limited power among them. Murray was currently only a level 2 officer. As for level 1 officers, such officers only commanded a few people and had little influence or power. They were often honorary titles to make people feel good, usually given to newcomers. Murray stood on the award podium. A senior general personally presented the award, praising Ben Edlund's dedication to the welfare of the entire camp, which was truly admirable and worthy of everyone's emulation. The kingdom would not overlook those who contributed. After some formalities, Murray, who had been close to becoming a level 3 officer, directly jumped to a level 5 officer. The reasoning was simple. If they only promoted him to levels 3 or 4, it wouldn't be enough. Many soldiers would be dissatisfied. Additionally, as a level 5 officer, even the person behind the medicinal robbery incident couldn't touch him. At this rank, he held considerable status, comparable to Kramer. Not only did he receive the promotion, but he also got some elixirs to enhance his abilities. Seeing this, Murray was overjoyed, grateful for the rewards. Following the promotion to level 5, Murray took his troops to a larger camp. In the Iver Kingdom's military structure, a level 1 officer commanded up to 10 men, a level 2 officer up to 50, and a level 3 officer up to 100. Level 4 officers commanded 500, and level 5 officers commanded 1,000 men. 1,000 men was a respectable force, and this new assignment made Murray well known. He moved with everyone to a larger camp, and what surprised him was that several men along the way subtly flirted with him, hoping to elevate their statuses through him. The whole scene amused Zoe and others. Following Murray's rise, everyone benefited. This privilege came with the promotion to a level 2 officer. Arriving at the new camp, Murray felt finally vindicated. Henceforth, any obstacles should be minimal, and his mission to subvert Iver Kingdom's forces would be easier. More importantly, gathering intelligence would be smoother. Murray understood that he now aimed to manipulate the war's outcome. Translation provided by AI assistance. Please review for naturalness and fluency. Chapter 236. Hear when expected. After Murray became a 5th rank officer, not only did his power increase, but more importantly, the number of tasks assigned to him multiplied. Sure enough, not long after Murray was promoted to 5th rank officer, he received an assignment from higher-ups to guard a grain depot that was likely to be attacked by the Corey forces soon. He was instructed to ensure that these supplies were protected and absolutely not destroyed by Corey's men. Upon release, this tranquil location was rarely visited due to its remoteness and lack of spirit beasts. It served as a concealed storage point for the Iver Kingdom's grain supplies. Upon arrival, Murray swiftly organized his troops and prepared to wait for the anticipated attack. He informed Alec, Bryson, and others about his plan, asking them to be prepared so they wouldn't harm too many of their own people during the battle. They had to coordinate well to make the act convincing. When Alec and the others learned of this, they felt conflicted, especially knowing that they were dealing with their fellow Corey nationals, and wanted to minimize casualties on both sides. They spent over 10 days stationed here, during which everything remained peaceful. The soldiers enjoyed the serene environment, without much happening. However, Murray insisted on strict vigilance, a request met with disdain by many soldiers. They thought Murray was merely trying to prove himself, fearing failure in his new role due to inexperience. But one evening, just as Murray expected, the Corey forces arrived. This time, they sent several assault teams totaling around 500 men. Moving stealthily through the mountains, they went undetected initially. However, Murray's internal informants provided timely updates, alerting him as they approached. Murray confronted a soldier caught slacking off, saying coldly, "Why are you slacking? What if the Corey forces attack now?" The soldier, caught red-handed, argued defiantly, "Prince Edlund, you may be nervous, but it's impossible." Although he had been appointed suddenly, likely due to lack of experience, a vice prince was assigned to assist him closely. Thus, this vice prince witnessed firsthand Murray's remarkable leadership, calm under pressure, meticulously commanding every battle step by step until all enemies were eliminated. Murray commanded 500 soldiers in combat, while another 500 defended the grain storage. Only if the first 500 were all lost would the latter take over. Yet, Murray only lost about 30 men and managed to kill over 250 of the enemy. This achievement was nothing short of astounding. Seeing this, the vice prince swallowed hard. He knew a new military genius had emerged. Reporting this to the chief prince would undoubtedly result in direct praise for this new officer. Furthermore, it was clear Edlund would rise rapidly due to this talent. At this moment, Murray was very pleased. He had his own explanation ready. If asked why he hadn't previously shown such prowess, he would simply say he managed too few people at the time and that Ben Kramer despised him because of his long Yang Jihao, making it impossible for him to display his full potential. This would likely draw criticism towards Kramer while securing Murray's assent. Honestly, Murray felt extremely happy. Moreover, he deliberately modified his aura, pretending to have advanced from the 2nd stage to the 3rd stage of the Shackles realm, so he wouldn't need false cultivation. News of the battle's outcome quickly spread to the camp. Upon learning that the Corey forces indeed attacked and that the new officer, Edlund, had handled the situation, the chief prince dispatched reinforcements in haste. But they were too late. Shortly after, news arrived again, announcing the end of the battle and emphasizing Edlund's exceptional talent and suitability for higher positions. The message specifically praised Edlund's outstanding performance. Upon reading this, the chief prince was astonished, clearly surprised and somewhat skeptical. How could a newcomer possess such incredible talent? They suspected that the Jade communication slips might have fallen into enemy hands or were captured, leading to misinformation designed to mislead them. Unexpectedly, reinforcements arrived shortly thereafter. They saw Edlund and his men had laid out over 250 enemy corpses, losing only about 30 men themselves. They finally believed that Edlund was a rare military genius, but wondered how such a talent ended up there. Puzzled, they brought Murray back to the chief prince. Facing the chief prince, Murray was unafraid. Having already seen his superiors before, meeting Iver's chief prince wasn't daunting. "Edlund, explain why you displayed such remarkable talent this time," the chief prince asked. Murray replied immediately, "Report to the chief prince. I've always been studying and developing secretly. However, certain reasons prevented me from showing my full potential until this opportunity arose. Hearing this, the chief prince paused, then looked at Murray and asked, "Is it because of the Long Yang Jihao?" Murray inwardly sighed. Though unwilling to accept this label, it ensured his survival. He nodded shamefully, saying, "Due to limited manpower control earlier and personal reasons, Ben Kramer disapproved of me. I had no choice." But this isn't entirely Ben Kramer's fault. Sometimes, I also understood him. These words almost infuriated the chief prince. What a wasted talent. Clearly diligent and pure-hearted, with no ulterior motives, this child was deeply dedicated to military strategy. Such a person, with genuine talents and little deceit, was precious to any country. Yet, the chief prince wasn't foolish. He questioned Murray to gauge his true capabilities. After all, moving against a seasoned veteran like Kramer needed strong evidence to avoid negative repercussions. Prepared beforehand, Murray recited some interpretations of Sun Tzu's Art of War from his past life, intending to showcase his talents. Chapter 238. Approaching the Center of Power. Murray explained these military strategies very vaguely, not revealing everything. Of course, it was impossible for Murray to fully expound on all these military strategies now. That would be laughable. If he did so, the people in this world had never seen such military strategies before. What if the Ivor Kingdom used them against the Kori Kingdom? In that case, wouldn't the Kori Kingdom suffer heavy losses because of him? Therefore, Murray deliberately held back and didn't completely explain these military strategies, leaving some room. Seeing how thoroughly Murray understood the strategies and even came up with his own insights, the general was extremely excited, knowing that he had gained an excellent protege this time. Very soon, the general officially announced that they had found a promising military genius on the side of the Ivor Kingdom. This was meant to boost morale. As for Ben Kramer, the general directly demoted him to a 4th-grade officer. However, given Kramer's talent, becoming a 5th-grade officer again shouldn't be a problem, especially since it was wartime. The reason for demoting Kramer was merely because he nearly buried this talent, and also to please Edlin. In this way, Edlin would start working wholeheartedly for Norman. After all, everyone is selfish, and there's no denying this. No matter how talented Edlin was, the previous incident probably left him resentful. By dealing with Kramer, Edlin would naturally be more loyal. This was an unchanging truth. Afterward, Murray chatted warmly with the general for quite some time. Then, the general expressed his intention to recall Murray. Not only that, but any future matters would be discussed with him as well. Seeing this situation, Murray finally felt relieved and walked out happily. This time, he had truly profited greatly and likely made approaching the center of power easier. After stepping out, Murray immediately began using transmission jade slips to inform others to return, stating that someone else had taken over, and asked all troops to come back while he continued devising ways to climb higher in the military camp. This time, Murray was crystal clear that should anything stir in the future, he would soar straight up. Due to the general's promise, Murray devoted considerable time to review documents and learn some secrets concerning the entire Ivor Kingdom's military camp. Thus, Murray informed the general about all these secrets. The general, upon seeing this, was immensely pleased. Now they just needed to wait for the right opportunity to kill everyone on the Ivor Kingdom battlefield. Nonetheless, the general hoped Murray would continue rising. Because at present, the intelligence obtained did not play a crucial role. Only by climbing high enough could one acquire important information and influence the war's direction. Murray naturally followed the general's instructions. Back at his side, after everyone returned, Murray quickly reorganized the group and began inspecting the entire camp. Undoubtedly, Murray was currently the strongest dark horse around. However, fame brought troubles too. Since Murray became famous and due to the tag of favoring same-sex relations, many men had secretly fallen for him, which caused Murray significant distress, often having men accidentally bump into him, then fall beside him. Such problems were unbearable for Murray. Had it not been for the Kori Kingdom backing him, he might have already left. One day, Murray received an order from the Supreme Prince that they were all to head into the Gamma Mountains to search for weapons left by their ancestors. According to legend, the forefathers of the Ivor Kingdom had left behind many weapons for their descendants. If they could obtain these weapons, the war could last much longer, and victory for the Ivor Kingdom wasn't out of the question. This was why the Ivor Kingdom waged full-scale war against the Kori Kingdom. Otherwise, given the strength of the Ivor Kingdom, they wouldn't dare challenge the Kori Kingdom openly. Upon hearing this, Murray immediately understood that his task was to ensure certain individuals entered the Gamma Mountains safely. Only then could they retrieve the weapons without being threatened by Kori Kingdom forces. Yet, Murray found himself in a dilemma. If he revealed this information to the Kori Kingdom, they would swiftly respond and send people to obstruct them, potentially ending his undercover career. Should this mission fail, the superiors would certainly hold him accountable. Everyone believed in his talent, but such an event would be hard for anyone to trust or understand. Responsibility would inevitably fall on him. Murray did not refuse the mission since he lacked the authority to do so. Instead, he reported the matter to the general. Upon learning of this, the general promptly convened a meeting. They ultimately decided to recall Murray and his team. Once they returned, their mission would be considered complete. With the current intelligence, they were already prepared to clash with the Ivor Kingdom. Not only would they clash, but this war could likely turn in favor of the Kori Kingdom. This was the only major battlefield where the Ivor Kingdom held an upper hand among the three main fronts, not the minor battlefields. If they won this time, the Ivor Kingdom's morale would suffer greatly, as they were aware this was their sole advantageous front. A loss here would likely place the Ivor Kingdom in a passive position. Upon learning his undercover life was about to end, Murray couldn't help but feel elated. Finally, he could leave this accursed place. In the future, he vowed never to become an undercover agent if he had a choice, preferring an honorable path. Truly, being an undercover agent here was incredibly difficult. One small misstep could lead to death at the enemy's hands. Chapter 239, Departure. Murray returned to the military camp and began rapidly organizing the troops. This time, they were going to seek out the weapons left behind by their ancestors, and this mission was also a war for their liberation. Therefore, Murray took it very seriously. After informing everyone of this matter, Murray privately spoke with their undercover agents, emphasizing that they must take care of themselves at all costs and under no circumstances sacrificers had boarded. The flying boats took off. On board the flying boat, sitting next to Murray were Alec and the others, his loyal followers from the beginning. It was common knowledge within the camp that these people were close to Murray, which many envied. People admired how Alec and his group had smoothly become trusted aides to Edlin's officers, knowing full well that these officers had a bright future ahead and were receiving special cultivation. Hence, anyone who could become a personal aide to an officer like Edlin would have more opportunities for development in the future. To tell the truth, there were many who envied and resented this. Their flying boat soon neared the Gamma Mountains. During the journey, Murray continuously used the communication jade slip to discuss with the commander on how to capture Ivor's forces and safely withdraw afterward. At this point, Murray realized that truly taking responsibility for something wasn't easy. However, since heaven chose him, he had to shoulder the burden. On another flying boat, Humph, that Edlin is clearly not in our league, yet he was directly promoted, and now we have to work alongside him on this important mission. I'm really angry. Yes, Prince, I feel the same. How can that Edlin be on par with you? Exactly, how can such a person even be mentioned in the same breath as you? Isn't this insulting you? But I heard that the commander intends to focus on cultivating Edlin's officers. That's problematic. If Edlin's officers have a bright future, offending him now might backfire on us later. That insignificant nobody, dreaming of climbing higher? What a joke. He's only gotten this far because of Kramer, and look at how he repaid kindness with enmity, taking down Kramer. Truly disgusting. Many soldiers muttered and expressed discontentment over Edlin joining them on this mission. Not only did the officers disapprove, but ordinary soldiers also held grudges. Ordinary soldiers knew that their commanders had great prospects. Suddenly having a lucky fellow share equal standing with their commanders was unbearable for them. Moreover, due to their commander's influence, they considered themselves superior to other regular soldiers, and this situation was unacceptable. I'll wait until we get there. After everything is done, I'll definitely cause some trouble for that guy. Influenced by surrounding soldiers, this officer grew agitated and stood up angrily, storming inside. Several officers harbored similar thoughts, finding it hard to bear sharing the spotlight with someone like Edlin. After all, everyone had pride, and they saw Edlin as just a stroke of luck who shouldn't be on the same level as them. These officers planned to cause trouble for Edlin once the mission was over. At the very least, they wanted to show the country bumpkin that they were not to be messed with. He should return to being his local lord instead of joining them on missions. They felt tainted just working with him. Of course, Murray was unaware of all this. Now arriving at the Gamma Mountains, they were preparing vigorously for the imminent ambush. Regarding his own regiment, Murray hesitated somewhat, considering how recently he had met them but acknowledging their loyalty. For a moment, he wished he could take them all back to his homeland. However, Murray knew that was impossible. This was a matter between two countries, far beyond the reach of someone like him. As an officer, developing feelings for enemy troops was a cardinal sin. Chapter 240, Gamma Mountain Range. Upon arriving at the Gamma Mountain Range, Murray quickly had everyone disembark from the flying boat. This time, he personally took command. After everyone got off the flying boat, Murray looked at them all and said, "This time, for the honor of our Ivor Kingdom, everyone must be extremely cautious. The likelihood of a major battle is very high. Everyone must stay on guard. We cannot afford to have any problems on our side. Everyone knows that because of someone named Murray, our Ivor Kingdom has been suffering defeat after defeat. Now, this is our opportunity, and we absolutely cannot let it slip away right before our eyes." As Murray spoke, the soldiers below shouted slogans in unison. Victory! 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 Looking at these soldiers of the Ivor Kingdom, Murray felt no emotion at all. Then he glanced around. The location of the Gamma Mountain Range was not bad, making it a decent place for these armies to be buried forever. Subsequently, Murray walked toward another officer. As one of the 6 great armies, he needed to ensure everything here was handled properly and discuss matters with others. "So, what should we do next? I have no clue about how to proceed this time," Murray asked them. At this point, he did not want to contribute much to the Ivor Kingdom, so he feigned helplessness to make the Ivor people believe he was powerless and thus didn't need to consult him. Hearing this, the officers laughed derisively and looked at Murray as if he were a joke. "Impressive, Ben Edlin, you've managed to get this far. That's beyond what any of us expected." Upon hearing this, Murray immediately understood they were trying to provoke him. He gave a faint smile and replied, "All that talk is useless. Whether I'm qualified or not isn't up to you. We will all be colleagues in the future. Why cause unnecessary trouble?" The officers fell silent upon hearing Murray's words. Then, everyone began discussing their next move. "I think we should go directly into the mountain range and send those responsible for exploration inside while we protect them here. The main issue is whether the explorers will encounter any trouble once inside. We don't know, and there's nothing we can do but watch." Puzzled by this, Murray inquired further, "Why can't we assist?" The officer rolled his eyes. "We can't because our ancestors left restrictions in place. Only the younger generation can enter. These young geniuses aren't much lower in rank than us, and only such prodigies are allowed entry. Moreover, there are no obstacles inside. All we need to do is prevent Corey Kingdom's forces from entering. If Corey Kingdom doesn't come here, our young geniuses can smoothly obtain the weapons." Curious, Murray asked, "Why can the young ones enter but not us? Is it because of age?" The other officers laughed upon hearing this. One officer thought it would be too obvious if Edlin were isolated, so he explained, "It's like this. Due to our age, anyone over 25 can't enter. Additionally, even at 25, one must be at the Shackles realm level to qualify. We don't know why. Perhaps our ancestors thought that if our younger generation showed no hope, then there'd be no need to save them." Murray nodded inwardly, feeling unconvinced. It seemed their ancestors didn't fully intend to help them, but wanted to test the worthiness of their descendants. Besides, if Kori Kingdom sought the weapons within, these individuals could enter. After all, Alec and others all possessed Shackle's realm cultivation. Moreover, the current officer's cultivation levels weren't particularly high. Such cultivation could easily overwhelm them. Thinking this, Murray nodded. He then saw dozens of young men, all under 25, walking out from a small flying boat. They looked arrogant, disdainful towards the regular officers. These talented Dominic found it normal to look down on Edlin and others since they were merely low-ranking officers who struggled to reach their current positions. You must pay attention this time. No matter what, you must protect us from the elite Dominics of the Kori Kingdom. We must work hard now to save the Ivor Kingdom, the elite Dominics declared arrogantly. Among them was a 12 or 13-year-old boy who caught Murray off guard. Murray had never known the Ivor Kingdom had such a powerful prodigy. To possess Shackle's realm cultivation at 12 or 13, this was something even Murray couldn't match. Clearly, this Hassan must be a world-class genius. Thinking this, Murray resolved to pay special attention to the boy. No matter what, this child must not leave alive today. His talent was too terrifying. If he grew up, he might become a thorn in Kori Kingdom's side. Truly, Murray would feel regret if the boy's extraordinary talent caused issues for the Kori Kingdom. Absolutely, he couldn't let this boy live, regardless of his young age. Murray knew his future did not lie within the Kori Kingdom but in broader horizons. If the boy waited until he was gone and slaughtered everyone in Kori Kingdom, his relatives and friends would disappear. This thought troubled Murray deeply. On the other side, the boy seemed to sense Murray's gaze and gave him a puzzled yet proud look. Chapter 241. Peerless Genius. At this moment, the Joven's clear and delicate face exuded a certain sense of solitude and pride. When he noticed Murray's gaze upon him, he felt somewhat puzzled. For some reason, whenever he saw this officer Edlin, he always had a feeling that they were mortal enemies. Honestly, ever since the war began, the Jovan had been warned by his elders that his biggest enemy was only one person, Kori's Murray. Because of Murray, their side had suffered heavy losses almost entirely due to his actions. Thus, all the elders hoped that one day he could turn the tide and slay Murray. Deep down, the Jovan also believed that Murray would be his greatest adversary in the future. However, for some inexplicable reason, he always felt that Edlin was truly his real enemy. What was wrong with him? Murray saw the boy looking at him, then smiled faintly. However, internally, he was seething. Immediately, Murray communicated privately with the others, telling everyone, pay attention. Did you see that child? This time, no matter what, remember we must kill that child. He is just too incredibly talented. I have never seen such a gifted child. If he survives, he will surely bring considerable trouble to our Kori Kingdom. Do not feel pity because of his young age. Such a character, if allowed to live, will spell disaster for our Kori Kingdom. Our people of Kori are definitely not sure they can contain him. Upon hearing Murray's words, everyone fixed their eyes on the child. Despite the boy's clear and refined features causing many to feel affectionate towards him, they knew they absolutely couldn't let him go. This was the harsh reality of their world. Even if you have remarkable talent, it may prevent you from growing due to allegiance. They could not let you grow up as your eventual maturity would mean catastrophe for others. Hence, even now, despite being just a child and quite innocent, they wouldn't allow him to survive. Thereafter, under the watchful eyes of Murray and others, those people started heading into the deep mountains. Murray seized this opportunity to cozy up to an officer, grabbing his shoulder and said, "Brother, I've just been promoted and am still unfamiliar. Please guide me more. I want to ask about that child. Wasn't it only those who have reached the Shackle's realm who are allowed to enter here? That kid is terrifyingly strong. He seems only 12 or 13 years old. How could someone so young possess such exceptional talent?" Seeing Murray showing friendliness and apparently shocked by another prodigy, the officer laughed and replied, "Young brother, you don't understand. This little brother is a genius from the academy. He has only been training for a short time, so it's normal you don't know him, but he's definitely a remarkable figure. Do you know, this little brother comes from an ordinary family. There's a rumor that he's the reincarnation of an ancient deity and is exceptionally powerful in this life. At just 12 years old, he has already attained the Shackle's realm. Someone once divined that he would undoubtedly become the pillar of our Ivor Kingdom. Even the emperor intended to adopt him as his adopted son, but he refused. His parents, both disabled, have endured bullying in ordinary life. However, here, he has become an outstanding talent. This time, he has come here probably to gain experience. After all, compared to other geniuses, this child is inexperienced. So, bringing him here is purely for experience." Hearing these words, Murray realized something. He looked in the direction the child had left. Regardless, this boy could not be allowed to live. They must root out the threat completely. Otherwise, with such talent, he would become overwhelmingly powerful when grown up. Even Murray, considered a peerless genius among his peers, with the advantages of being a transmigrator, felt insignificant in comparison. The mere presence of this child seemed to dampen his own confidence. Murray returned with everyone to the flying boat. Now, he needed to know where the others were, and if anything unexpected might occur this time. Honestly, before seeing that boy, Murray didn't think much of the ambush. These weapons might not significantly help the men, but after meeting that boy, Murray couldn't sit idly. Allowing this child to grow was out of the question. With so many people around, his chances of success would be slim. So, Murray constantly urged them, hoping they would arrive quickly. Only when the troops arrived could his plan be smoothly implemented. Once that happened, the child was certain to die. Soon, Murray got news that the main force had been lying in wait in Gamma Mountains for several days, and that there would be no problems this time. Hearing this, Murray breathed a sigh of relief. Looking outside, he saw soldiers napping in the midday sun. Murray immediately understood that this was the best time to strike. The success rate would be frighteningly high. Perhaps everyone would earn great merit from this operation. Thinking of this, Murray felt excited. They just needed to strike soon. Due to their position within, they could kill some officers. Once the officers were dead, they could fully occupy the area. After occupation, the world-renowned young genius wouldn't escape. Then they would capture and execute him. This would be a significant achievement far better than any ordinary merit. Chapter 242, Taking Action. Douglas waited like a seasoned hunter, with everyone fully prepared. The moment his side's forces appeared, he would strike immediately and kill these surrounding officers. This was part of the strategy. K, Edlin betrayed us. Kill him. Damn it, I thought he came for real this time, but it's an inside job. The King Ivor Kingdom has a traitor among us. It's maddening. Many people became enraged upon realizing Edlin's betrayal, wanting to eliminate him. Meanwhile, Douglas skillfully targeted only those officers with influence, those at his level. In no time, 2 officers were swiftly dispatched by Douglas. Above the sky, several senior Corey officers flew over, clearly here to assist Douglas by killing the rest of the Ivor officers in advance, ensuring the Ivor army would pose no further threat. I'm Douglas. Here. Upon hearing Douglas shout, the Ivor officers' minds buzzed in shock. How could the top name on Ivor's most wanted list, the Magnus hated by all Ivor citizens, be right under their noses all along? No one understood what was happening, but they knew they were doomed. Damn it, kill Douglas. This bastard is too damn despicable. Some officers charged towards Douglas, filled with hate. Everyone in Ivor despised him deeply and wanted him dead. He had caused their failure once again, and this time, they vowed not to let him escape. Humph! Douglas coldly snorted and began deploying his martial techniques to fight back. Due to Corey's prior preparation, Ivor's officers couldn't encircle him, and Douglas entered the fray, massacring indiscriminately. Bryson and his group also wielded immense power, striking heavy blows against Ivor's army. The battlefield tilted heavily in Corey's favor, with high morale on their side. Ivor's soldiers, foreseeing their defeat, felt disheartened, especially those under Edlin's command. When these soldiers realized their officer was from Corey, they nearly went mad with rage, unable to endure such a betrayal. Soldiers previously loyal to Edlin couldn't accept this reality, and other units took out their anger on them, occasionally killing one. At this point, Douglas refrained from attacking his own men, leaving it to others. Honestly, they were still his army, despite not being the real Edlin, yet he felt unable to harm them. Noticing Douglas's hesitation, others understood. The battle was already overwhelmingly in their favor, with many Ivor officers quickly eliminated. Ivor's defense had crumbled, and some fled toward other directions of Gamma Mountain. However, how could Douglas and his allies allow that? They couldn't risk exposing Douglas's existence, which would be disastrous for Corey. If Ivor learned the details, Douglas wouldn't survive. Just as Douglas wouldn't let Ivor's young genius live. Allowing such a talent to grow would result in severe damage. No one could overlook the necessity of eliminating threats. Hence, Corey's troops pursued the fleeing officers relentlessly to protect Douglas's secrecy. Chapter 243, I Am Murray of the Corey Kingdom. The war continued, and this time it was one-sided. After a period of an hour, everyone saw that the troops from the Ivor Kingdom were utterly unable to hold their ground. Seeing that the Ivor Kingdom was on the brink of destruction, Murray immediately addressed one of the officers. Stay here and secure everything. I'm going inside to eliminate all the geniuses. There are still some geniuses inside. We must move quickly. Otherwise, if they find the weapons, it will be disastrous for our Corey Kingdom. Hearing Murray's words, the other officers thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Be careful. Murray nodded and began gathering Alec and others, advancing deeper inside. This time, he was determined to eliminate all the geniuses. Moreover, any weapons left by the ancestors of the Ivor Kingdom must not exist in this world. They should be destroyed as much as possible. Time ticked by, and Murray knew that now was not the time for any carelessness. The Ivor Kingdom might have already sent reinforcements. If so, a large-scale battle could erupt. This time, there could be no unexpected turns. Murray and his group swiftly moved further in, where they found several geniuses from the Ivor Kingdom at the entrance of a cave. Among them was a 13-year-old prodigy. Kill! Murray roared to everyone, sending secret instructions to Bryson that they should prioritize eliminating the stronger ones first, while the young prodigy could be dealt with last but should not be allowed to escape. Escaping would mean endless trouble. None could afford that cost. Upon hearing Murray's commands, everyone sprang into action. Edlin's officers? How did you get in here? You're insane. The Ivor Kingdom geniuses were taken aback by the appearance of Edlin and his men. They couldn't understand what had happened outside. Edlin had always been on their side, so why attack them? They couldn't fathom the situation, but the reality was right before their eyes. Edlin and his men had somehow made it to their location unnoticed. Wasn't it true that only those under 30 could enter? Hee. I am Murray of the Corey Kingdom. I previously went by the alias Edlin and have been a mole among you for quite some time. Murray bellowed. With the truth out, these geniuses stood no chance of escaping. All other exits in the Gamma Mountains were sealed off by Corey forces, leaving them trapped. Hearing Murray's name, everyone was stunned. Immediately, many of the geniuses realized they had been tricked by the Corey Kingdom, who had calculated their every move. Thinking about this, many Ivor geniuses felt a deep sense of injustice. Some blushed furiously, knowing that this mission was doomed, and the weapons were lost. Filled with rage, some decided to confront Murray. Murray, prepare to die, you traitor. One genius charged at Murray, but he nimbly dodged. In the next moment, Murray delivered a powerful punch, almost knocking the attacker off balance. Let's all attack together. Another genius, who had secretly compared himself to Murray, joined the fray. Everyone understood that Murray was a traitor and must be eliminated to salvage anything from this mess. If not, they would die here without achieving anything. Seeing this, Murray unleashed his ultimate technique, spitting threads of fire essence, continuing to battle them. The sounds of combat shattered everything around. Despite the combined efforts of the two geniuses, they couldn't even touch Murray. Meanwhile, Zoe targeted the Yovan. Upon realizing the truth, the boy's face turned cold, and he instantly began looking for someone to fight. After engaging the boy, Zoe was shocked by how formidable this young talent was despite having recently broken through to the restrained realm. He struggled to contain him. Honestly, this boy was undoubtedly a genius. Zoe took a deep breath. His task now was to tie up this child while Murray dealt with the others. Once they were eliminated, the young genius would have nowhere to run. Would never be another chance. At this moment, with the setting sun casting its remaining glow, the Yovan was surrounded by Murray and the others. His cold face twisted into a mocking smile. I never thought that Joe would also experience such dire straits. Murray and company smiled when they heard him, neither confirming nor denying, their eyes completely cold without a hint of pity for the child. The child wasn't old but had already presented a significant threat. He must be killed. Bryson mocked. There's no way around it, little brother. Who would have thought you'd be so capable? Frankly speaking, your talent genuinely shocked all of us from the Corey Kingdom. Seriously, seeing your talent made us fearful. Do you finish talking? The boy coldly laughed. Have you ever heard the saying that villains die because they talk too much? Murray and the others were momentarily speechless. Honestly, Murray questioned at that moment whether this boy was truly the main character of the book. For despite his young age, he understood so much and spoke with such overbearing power. Murray then laughed and looked at the other party. Very good. You understand this principle. But do you think that with your current situation, you can turn the tables? You are very capable. To possess Shackle's realm cultivation at this age makes us somewhat ashamed. But surely you don't think that your Shackle's realm strength can handle so many of us who are also in the Shackle's realm? Alec and the rest crowded closer, squatting down, surrounding Joe. Slap. Murray slapped Joe on the bottom and then snorted. Little brother, this is your chance to live. If you don't seize it, you won't get another. Now, if you take it, perhaps in the future you could become one of us in the Corey Kingdom. Moreover, our Bohan might even adopt you as a foster son, allowing you to receive top-notch training in the Corey Kingdom. You should know, a prodigy like you, everyone vies for. Everyone present was moved by Murray's words. How impressive this person must be for a prodigy like Murray to willingly speak such words. Honestly, the strength of this boy exceeded their expectations, causing them considerable caution. Even Murray highly praised the child's talent. Upon hearing Murray's words, Joe laughed sarcastically. Heh, are you taking advantage of my Dominic, thinking I'm foolish? Your emperor, how could he possibly cultivate a bomb beside himself? Is he not afraid I will eventually turn against him? I am very clear. If I reveal the secret of the weapon, I doubt I can survive this encounter. It's simple, a person like me cannot survive. No one can overlook my growth, especially since my benefactor is your kingdom's enemy. Seeing this Yovan consider these outcomes despite his age, Murray was stunned, then fell into deep thought. How to extract important information from this kid? If they failed, their efforts would be in vain. Most of the other prodigies were steadfast and committed suicide, leaving only this child. This child probably didn't commit suicide to stay alive. Considering this, Murray made an effort to look kind and friendly, took a candy from his storage ring, and then grinned at Joe. Little brother, if you tell me, this candy will be yours. Joe, Zoe, and the rest. At this moment, everyone felt Murray was insulting this prodigy. Indeed, such a grown-up child understood many principles. How could he care about a single candy? Sure enough, Joe felt insulted and remained silent. The scene became awkward. If they couldn't extract everything from this boy, they would soon reach a deadlock. If they continued, they might never leave here. The reason was simple. The Ivor Kingdom would eventually learn of the situation and dispatch assassins. Hashtag chapter 245, threat. At this moment, it was clear that everyone was stumped by the scene before them. Joe remained silent, leaving Murray and his companions at a loss. If things continued this way, this trip would have been in vain. Murray earnestly said, Young boy, let me explain. Our Bohan of Corey is very generous and benevolent. You only need to tell us how to obtain the weapons here, and we'll be satisfied. We won't make things difficult for you. With your talent, you will definitely receive excellent cultivation in the state of Corey if you come with us. Trust me. Then Murray changed his tone and added, If you want to waste your talent, there's nothing we can do. After all, if you don't speak, we can't take you away. You will die here today. Joe sneered at Murray's words, an arrogant expression flickering in his eyes. Indeed, Murray couldn't compare to him. In the Ivor Kingdom, he was the absolute top genius, well-nurtured. While this guy had to carry out missions here, people were indeed different. He had come here for further training, but Murray was on a mission and under pressure. Seeing that this kid wouldn't budge no matter what, Murray grew furious and immediately started beating him hard on the buttocks. Immediately, pain and embarrassment spread across Joe's face. Honestly, as a supreme prodigy, being hit on the buttocks like this was humiliating. To be treated like this in the Ivor Kingdom? Unimaginable. Joe felt extremely humiliated. But Murray didn't stop. He continuously tried to threaten and bribe Joe, but it yielded no results. Seeing this, Zoe shook his head and said, Kill him. Everyone looked at Zoe, not quite understanding. If they killed the boy, how could they find out about the weapons? From other people's mouths? There were still a few people running away. Most of the Ivor Kingdom people had been killed, but Murray and his group weren't sure if they could. The spear of war was pointed directly at him, ready to pierce his chest. Seeing this, Joe immediately shouted, Stop. Murray blinked. You've changed your mind? You're willing to talk? Murray had almost lost control and almost killed him. Joe had called too late, and it was almost too late. Seeing that Murray was still concerned about the weapons, Joe glared at him through tears. You are bullying a child like this. You'll suffer divine retribution. Murray remained silent. Facing death, Joe was still talking so much. Originally, Murray thought the boy had given up, but now, he was just uttering curses. Murray once again pointed the spear of war at Joe and prepared to strike. Simultaneously, Joe hastily shouted again, Stop! 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 Murray became furious and kicked Joe in the buttocks, shouting, Are you finished? Are you going to talk or not? Stop wasting time. Do you think I'm some pig or dog to be toyed with here? Seeing Murray's rough attitude, Joe understood. Speaking out might give him a chance to live, though it was uncertain. But not speaking would guarantee his death without any doubt. After a moment of hesitation, Joe's face showed a mixture of reluctance and determination. Thinking of the bowhin of Ivor's kindness, but knowing his life was at stake, he bit his teeth and said, I will tell you, but you must promise one thing, let me live. Hearing this, Murray smiled. He initially thought the boy was stubborn, but it was all just an act. Murray pondered for a moment and replied, all right, I promise you will live. Speak. After hearing this, Joe snorted coldly, looking offended. Words mean nothing. How do you guarantee my survival? What if after I speak, you still consider me a threat and kill me? There's one thing I must tell you. No one else knows the core secret. Even if you chase down those who escaped, it would be useless. Murray laughed upon hearing this last part. It was obvious the boy was bluffing. However, Murray thought giving him some assurance might help resolve the situation faster. Chapter 246. Because this is war. If they don't resolve this matter quickly, what if the forces from Ivor come back? Or worse, if the other informants can't be persuaded, or are genuinely unaware? With these thoughts in mind, Murray pondered for a moment and said to Joe, we're not children who would trick someone like you. If you talk, we promise to ensure your safe return to Corey and provide you with top-notch cultivation support. We'll even introduce you to the Chavi. After all, you haven't fully grown into your potential yet. Everything depends on the Chavi's decision. Even if it doesn't work out that way, you could have your cultivation sealed and live as an ordinary person. At least, you wouldn't die. Joe thought about these conditions but found them unacceptable. He wanted to return to Ivor, back to his old life, but that seemed highly improbable now. If he went back and it turned out that the weapons weren't completed, and worse, had been betrayed by him, the Chavi would certainly have no qualms about executing him. Venturing elsewhere was equally daunting. While he was undeniably a prodigy, his young age and bound state cultivation were insufficient to protect him. Considering this, it seemed he should heed Murray's words. Murray looked at Joe and continued, I can't give you any more assurances. Empty promises are useless. I promise to petition the Chavi on your behalf to spare your life, but that's the best I can offer. If you don't agree, then there's nothing more to discuss. Time is running out. Once the Ivor reinforcements arrive, you will certainly die. Hearing this, Joe considered his options. Indeed, it was true. His fate seemed particularly cruel this time. With a sigh, he said, fine. I hope you keep your word. The weapons are buried here underground. However, due to the passage of time, the formation protecting them cannot be activated. We've tried to repair the spiritual array, but we can't get it working. These weapons are crucial. If retrieved, they would double our army's strength and greatly enhance many officers' combat power. Upon hearing this, Murray grew serious. Though uncertain of his fate, Joe knew he had no choice. Dig here until you find a green stone. It contains the formation's sustained power. Just make the stone explode. That will obliterate the weapons, trapping them underground forever. Understanding the gravity of Joe's words, Murray took out a shovel and began digging where Joe indicated. Soon enough, he unearthed a stone radiating energy. Joe reminded Murray, but be warned. If you damage the stone, the formation's power will also vanish. Then, Ivor's experts can enter. We must escape immediately. Murray laughed, surprised by the boy's insistence on coming along. Clearly, this kid was terrified. Joe tensed. Why are you laughing? Are you going to betray me? Murray replied, don't worry. I'll keep my word. Now destroy the stone. Pausing, Murray added, one thing though. If what you said is false and the destruction of the stone fails, this hole will become your grave. There was no leniency in Murray's voice. For in war, mercy was a luxury none could afford. Chapter 247. Not of the same path. Seeing that Murray still did not trust him at this point, Joe suddenly understood that he would never truly be one of them. They would only trust their own people. He would never be a part of their team. This thought caused his hatred for Murray and others to rise once again. Indeed, if it were not for this person, he would never have been in such a dire situation. He should have been in the Ivor Kingdom, living a life where thousands of... Subsequently, Murray and his team exerted all their strength to suppress it, and the explosion occurred internally without affecting them. The entire process went smoothly. Joe watched with complex emotions from the side. He knew that from today onwards, his fate would be left in the hands of these strangers, and he would become a sworn enemy of the Ivor Kingdom which had recognized and favored him. Everything had been decided. After resolving everything, Murray sighed in relief, patted his hands, and looked at Joe, saying, come with us. Can you really guarantee that I will survive? Joe was still uneasy. After all, he was concerned that the bowhin of the Corey Kingdom might not accept this outcome. If the bowhin rejected it, he would face disaster, and he did not want to be stripped of his cultivation and become a mere civilian. This was something Joe refused to tolerate, so he was very anxious. Murray smiled faintly upon hearing this, surprised that the Hassan also had moments of fear. Nevertheless, Murray replied, rest assured, it's highly unlikely you'll die. You've earned credit for the bowhin, and he isn't so rigid. At that time, if you show no hostility towards the Corey Kingdom and express your willingness to live there peacefully, the bowhin will certainly deliberate carefully. Even if he deems you too dangerous, he'll still spare your life. Although reassured by Murray's promise, Joe was still uncertain. However, staying there would undoubtedly be suicide, so he had no choice but to follow Murray. Now, even if he wanted to escape, he couldn't. After all, he was only at the first stage of the shackled realm. He could not leave this battlefield, let alone start anew elsewhere. Honestly, if he could leave, he would definitely start anew somewhere else. With his potential, he would be a highly sought-after asset by any sect or kingdom, and there was no way he would have a miserable future. On the way, Joe suddenly looked up at Zoe and timidly sent her a mental message. Sister, let me go. I promise I won't trouble the Corey Kingdom for the rest of my life. I don't want to lose my cultivation and become an ordinary villager. That's not what I want. Let me go with a flying boat, and I'll leave here. If you ever need help in the future, I'll do everything I can and won't hold today's events against you. I understand it's a matter of position, so I won't hold it against you. Sister. Joe clearly realized that appealing to Murray and the men wouldn't work. Men were too tough-hearted. But it would be different with the sympathetic girls like Zoe. Maybe these sisters would soften and let him go. Zoe smiled and looked deeply at Joe. She was somewhat offended that he underestimated her intelligence. Letting the boy go? Once he escaped, they would live in constant fear, becoming the truly pitiful ones. Understanding this, Joe continued to beg, but Zoe remained silent. Finally, Murray led them to the flying boats. The Corey Kingdom had already prepared the boats for the evacuation. This mission was important, so each person had been provided a flying boat. Hurry up, we must leave now. Otherwise, we're done for. Murray told everyone. Upon seeing Murray and his group safely emerge, the officers immediately started directing everyone to fly back to the Corey Kingdom. The Ivor Kingdom probably hadn't fully reacted yet. On the flying boat, Joe gazed down at the vast land below, his heart full of uncertainty. Several times, he considered breaking the boat but ultimately restrained himself. Though he could break the boat, he could not bear the consequences. He was reluctant but had no choice but to follow Murray toward the Corey Kingdom, facing his new fate in a strange environment. This translation captures the tone and style of the original text while ensuring natural English phrasing. The paragraph structure and line breaks are maintained for consistency with the source material. Hashtag chapter 248, return. Murray and his companions quickly flew over to the Corey army camp. Throughout the entire flight, Joe had tried every possible means, pleading with everyone, but no one chose to let him go. Most of the people on this flying boat were tough guys who wouldn't have any sympathy for a child. Besides, Joe was like a ticking time bomb ready to explode at any moment. Only someone insane would let him go. Eventually, is this child a refugee? Murray and Zoe shook their heads simultaneously. Then, Murray explained everything about the child to the prince. After learning Joe's true identity, the prince's expression turned grave, and his gaze toward Joe became completely serious. Joe was terrified by this stern demeanor from the prince. Honestly, this was the first time he had seen such a terrifying prince. He was very afraid now. If the prince got angry and ordered someone to execute him, that would be the end. The prince frowned, thinking about Joe's situation. Clearly, this was a difficult issue to handle. If mishandled, the time bomb could explode, and the consequences would be too severe for them to bear. What should we do? The prince asked everyone. Should we really send him to the Chavi? Murray shrugged. I can't think of anything either. Honestly speaking, this little guy has done some good for Corey, and he didn't pose much of a threat before. But the Ivor Kingdom holds deep ties with him, which makes things complicated. It's unclear whether the Chavi will take him as a disciple. Honestly, we're quite stumped too. Seeing Murray speak like this without helping him, Joe felt dejected. He suddenly felt incredibly weary, almost wishing he were dead rather than enduring constant fear. This kind of life wasn't what he wanted. He might die of fear even before being killed. You can't betray me like this. I helped you, offended the Ivor Kingdom, and now I'm homeless. So you must be a war orphan. How pitiful. Don't worry, follow your sister from now on. I'll take care of you. Emma looked determined, as if she was set on protecting this little boy. Seeing this, Murray panicked. If Emma took this child, who knew what could happen? She was naive and wouldn't see him as a threat. But Murray knew that although this little boy was young, his mind was as mature as an adult's. Anything could happen if Emma were with him. Moreover, Emma clearly adored the child. If he didn't stop this soon, she might become infatuated. And this boy would endure anything, waiting for the right moment to grow stronger, eventually usurping Corey for himself. Thinking of this, Murray hurriedly advised Emma, Emma, you absolutely cannot adopt him. What's wrong with him? He's so pitiful, and you won't even let me adopt him? Chapter 249. You have scared the child. Murray was completely speechless. He knew all along that letting these two meet was a wrong decision. At this moment, Murray also felt somewhat overwhelmed. To be honest, if Emmett were to fall for this little boy, then with Terrence's doting love for his daughter, it might really let this little boy live. Once he lives, what happens in the future is unpredictable, a possible ticking time bomb. Joe clearly had learned how to read the situation. Upon noticing that this person seemed able to command everyone's respect, and that Murray and company seemed helpless against her, Joe quickly understood who she was. Instantly, he sweetly called out to the princess, Big sister, I've never been here before, take me around to play. Seeing Joe's cute demeanor, the Allison's heart melted instantly. She patted Joe's head and said, Sure, little brother, follow me, big sister will show you around. Finally, Murray and others could not hold back any longer. If they didn't stop the Allison now, there would surely be trouble later. Instantly, Murray intercepted the Allison, with a serious expression, saying, Emmett, you must not adopt this child, I'm not joking. At this point, seeing Murray's stern look, the Allison grew puzzled, sensing that there must be a reason behind Murray's actions. Big sister, hurry up and take me away, those elder brothers on the road were so mean. Upon seeing this, Joe panicked. If Murray continued to block him, God knows what could happen. He absolutely did not want any mishap. Murray looked seriously at the Allison and said, Emmett, if you adopt this little boy, it won't take long before you can no longer suppress him. Not only him, given time, the whole Corey nation will tremble beneath his feet. This child is an absolute landmine. Murray explained seriously, his unwavering stance leaving the Allison thoroughly bewildered. What exactly was going on? It was just a cute little brother. How could it lead to such severe consequences? What were Murray and the others afraid of? The Allison looked perplexedly at Murray. Murray replied solemnly, his name is Joe. You may not understand what Joe means, but in Ivor Kingdom, the name Joe signifies hope. As long as the war continues, giving this child time to grow, soon, not only you but even the greatest genius within Corey may fail to suppress him. You should listen to me. This child is an unmatched talent from the Ivor Kingdom. Barely 12 years old, he already possesses first stage lock realm cultivation. The terrifying speed of growth is something our people cannot compete with. Believe me, this child is absolutely dangerous. As to how to deal with this child, we haven't decided yet, but one thing is certain, you must not adopt him. To him, the Ivor imperial family is like a benefactor. Should we destroy Ivor in the future, what will this child do to us? Have you considered this? Hearing this, the Allison froze. Looking at Joe, she had not expected such potential hidden within such a Yovan. No wonder Murray had captured him despite his age. Frankly speaking, the Allison wasn't entirely irrational either. She understood very well that everything she owned today was due to the Corey dynasty. If the dynasty ceased to exist, so would her life. At this moment, the Allison was thoroughly stunned. Seeing this, Murray continued, if you like little boys, the Corey kingdom has plenty of cute boys for you to choose from. There's no need to introduce this wolf into your home out of pity for this child. Immediately, hearing this, the veins on the Allison's forehead popped out, and she delivered a violent blow to Murray. For crying out loud, what was Murray implying? Did he not know if she liked little boys? Realizing his hopes for survival and normalcy were dashed, Joe's face twisted in pain as tears filled his eyes. Looking at Murray, he said with hate-filled eyes, haha, you've won. Our confrontation hasn't even begun, and it's already over. You've destroyed my entire world. How much I hate this. If heaven allowed me to be born a few years earlier, even just 1 year, you wouldn't dare defy me like this. Saying this, Joe straightened his posture, glaring fiercely at Murray. This time, I admit defeat. Now, I'm in your hands. I know, whatever I say, you won't spare my life or my talents. I understand that I am not part of your clan. Whatever happens, I accept it. Meanwhile, the Allison, still shocked by the vast amount of information, saw Joe's hateful expression and felt a wave of compassion rise within her. Frankly, when she first saw Joe, she liked him immediately. Yet, now, he had become so ominous to reach a conclusion. They would have to keep the boy here for a while until the Chavi resolved some matters and could come to see the child. This wasn't to burden the Chavi, but because of the long distance, they feared that Ivor's forces might intercept him along the way. This Hassan was too important. If roles were reversed, they would undoubtedly go to any lengths to rescue such a valuable asset. But there was a more pressing matter at hand, the campaign to eliminate Ivor's main camp. Since they had gathered intelligence, they would definitely target key locations, aiming to destroy Ivor's army completely. Once this war was won, Ivor would be at a severe disadvantage, and the conflict wouldn't last much longer. Frankly, everyone wished for normalcy. No one wanted to be dragged into war any longer. War wasn't just a test of material and human resources, but also imposed an enormous strain on a nation, which no one desired. Murray received word that they would begin attacking Ivor's camp in 3 days. Everyone needed to prepare before then. Murray and the others, having returned, decided to stay and assist with the upcoming battle. After receiving orders, Murray quickly left, heading toward other parts of the camp to relieve the pressure they had endured as spies. Despite everything going smoothly in Ivor's camp, the stress was always present. No one wished for unexpected complications, but being a spy meant living on the edge, where death could strike at any moment, triggering a series of unpredictable events. This kind of life was unbearable, so Murray and his companions needed to unwind. Walking toward a part of the camp, everyone felt relieved. Soon, they saw Emeth playing with the child. Her approach was simple and brutal. She found some water and mud and let Joe play with it, even joining him herself. Seeing this, Murray and the others almost smirked. Was this disrespectful to him? Frankly, Murray thought this method must infuriate him. After all, Joe was an unrivaled prodigy in Ivor, yet he was reduced to playing with mud. Who could endure that? However, to Murray's surprise, Joe not only didn't object but enjoyed playing with Emeth, even guiding her in their play. This scene made Murray suspect that the boy was up to something again. Truly, they had never seen Joe play with mud before, and they doubted he did this regularly in Ivor. Sister, you're much easier to get along with than those royal heirs in Ivor, Joe said to Emeth. In Ivor, those royal disciples either ignored me or tried to flatter me excessively, and I had no true friends. The Chavi was too busy, leaving me alone. Hearing this, Emeth smiled and patted Joe's head, saying, I'm a good person. Just be happy with me. Frankly, Murray was surprised that Joe hadn't proposed any reason to let him live. Normally, nearly 99% of what the boy said was aimed at convincing them to release him. This time, however, he seemed honest, making Murray suspicious. Leave it, don't hold it against the child. There will be discussions on how to handle him. Don't worry, Zoe reminded Murray. Honestly, women tend to be softer-hearted. If Murray had the final say, he would be far more ruthless. Murray approached, watching Joe play with mud with a curious expression. When Joe noticed they were watching, his face flushed red. Recalling Murray's broken promise, he stiffened his neck and turned away. Why are you all here? Emeth was genuinely excited to see Murray and the others. Her true friends were Murray and his companions, not the boy. Her fondness for Joe stemmed from pity. Murray looked at Joe, then said to Emeth, Allison, please come with me. He glanced at Joe, clearly indicating the matter concerned him. Emeth followed Murray to a corner, where he explained, Allison, you shouldn't develop too much affection for him. You need to understand that this boy is a potential danger. You've experienced little of the world and its realities. Everything revolves around self-interest. This boy only acts close to you to survive. If you can't bear it, allowing him to live could threaten the Corey regime in the future. At least, we won't survive, and neither will your father or siblings. It's the truth. We're not saying he has to die, but we need special measures to control him. Chapter 251. The battle begins. Upon hearing Murray's words, the Allison did not object. Though she was inwardly reluctant for her brother to die, she also realized that everything she had today stemmed from the Corey regime. If the Corey regime were to fall, everything she had would vanish instantly. Relying on herself? It was a joke. With her current cultivation, if not under the protection of the Corey regime, she would have been killed long ago. Even in her daily acts of righteousness that provoked many, it was only because of the powerful backing she enjoyed that no one dared to touch her. Otherwise, she would have died countless times over. At this moment, seeing the Allison agree, Murray heaved a sigh of relief. He feared that she might suddenly take a liking to the Hassan and refuse to let go. Alright, remember, never develop feelings for him. If you like Yovans, there are plenty of them in this world. Why pine for just one Xiao? Hearing this, the Allison shot a furious glance at Murray. Honestly, when had she ever liked Yovans? However, Murray fled even faster. After escaping, he immediately left with Zoe and the others. They had done what they needed to do. As for how to deal with Joe, Murray believed the Allison would have her own plans. Too much interference wouldn't be good. In the future, what happened wasn't within their control. Back at the military camp, Murray and his team started continuous meetings. It was crucial to eliminate the enemy's camp quickly. Iver Kingdom would soon notice something was amiss, but Murray knew that since the impersonated Edlin was missing, suspicion would surely arise. Thus, suspicion might eventually land on him. Reusing Edlin's identity to return to Iver Kingdom seemed impractical now. However, this time he could successfully wipe out the Iver Kingdom's camp. With many key pieces of information in his possession, Murray felt confident enough to destroy the Iver Kingdom. They returned to the camp, organized the troops, and prepared everyone for battle. 3 days passed swiftly. Now, Murray and his men appeared in the small square, visibly excited. This was the moment to prove their infiltration skills. If successful, he would surpass all other officers. Thinking about this, Murray felt elated. Seeing his efforts diminish Iver's forces brought immense pride. At such a young age, to achieve so much was a great honor for him. An accomplishment that could make Corey's young men pale in comparison. But when considering the entire world, Murray knew he was still weak and insignificant. He was nothing in this vast world, and he wasn't sure if there were other Chanyu time travelers, besides him or others with systems. As for Joe, Murray never doubted that he didn't carry a system. Systems would never let their hosts fall into desperate situations. From previous events, it was clear that Joe didn't have a system, and a system wouldn't choose such a Yovan as its host. Asterisk correction. The term Chanyuchira means time traveler, or in this context likely refers to individuals who have been transposed from another world/universe. A more fitting term might be system holders or individuals with special abilities/powers, depending on the broader context of the story. Asterisk. Revised. But when considering the entire world, Murray knew he was still weak and insignificant. He was nothing in this vast world, and he wasn't sure if there were other individuals with systems like him, or others who had been transposed from another world. As for Joe, Murray never doubted that he didn't carry a system. Systems would never let their hosts fall into desperate situations. From previous events, it was clear that Joe didn't have a system, and a system wouldn't choose such a Yovan as its host. Brothers, this is the moment we annihilate Iver's army. The commander stood up and addressed the troops below. This time, we are fully confident. Previously, we struggled on this battlefield, but this time, we will crush Iver utterly and completely. Don't ask why, it's confidential, but I assure you that no one will die in vain. Everyone listen up. This time, we aim to completely destroy Iver's kingdom. We've endured for so long on this battlefield, but all of our previous actions were for strategic reasons. Now, the time has come. The commander then called out to everyone, "Brothers, forward." In an instant, everyone shouted in unison, charging towards the Iver camp. Despite the distance between the two camps due to Corey's earlier retreats, this time Corey was determined not to lose again. The general felt incredibly pleased. Previously, other generals looked down on him due to his poor performance. Now, this opportunity finally arrived for him to redeem himself. As the vanguard, Murray led the charge. Soon, they reached the front of the Iver camp. Just as Iver's forces noticed them advancing, they began organizing calmly. Most battles with Corey soldiers ended in their favor, leading them to believe this encounter would be no different. Seeing this, Murray wondered if news of Joe and Edlin's failure hadn't reached the Iver general yet. Murray knew the general couldn't be protected. Despite being treated well, if the general discovered Murray wasn't truly Edlin, he'd face dire consequences. Thus, his mission was to end the general's life. Everyone, come out and accept your fate. Murray roared, leading the charge toward the camp. Defense measures were already in place, but Murray wasn't worried. He knew every detail and wouldn't fall into any traps. His goal was to start things off right. Humph, Corey scum. You dare challenge us again? Haven't you learned your lesson? Chapter 251. Battle begins. Hearing Douglas's words, the Allison did not object. Although she didn't wish for her brother to die, she understood that everything she had today was due to the Corey regime. If the Corey regime fell, so would everything she possessed. Could she rely on herself? That was laughable. With her current abilities, if not for the protection of the Corey regime, she would have been killed long ago. All those she wronged by upholding justice only left her alone because of her powerful backers. Otherwise, she would have died countless times over. Seeing the Allison agree, Douglas sighed with relief, fearing she might suddenly take a liking to the Hassan and refuse to let go. Remember, don't develop feelings for him. If you like young men, there are plenty in this world. Why pine after just one Xiao? Upon hearing this, the Allison glared at Douglas in anger. When had she ever liked young men? However, Douglas quickly slipped away, leaving immediately with Celia and the others. They had done what they needed to do, and how the Allison would handle Joe was up to her. Douglas felt it wouldn't be right for them to interfere further, as future events were beyond their control. Back at camp, Douglas began holding meetings. It was imperative to destroy the enemy's camp as soon as possible. The kingdom of Iver would likely notice something amiss soon, but Douglas knew Edlin's disappearance would raise suspicions. Eventually, suspicion could fall on him. Returning to the kingdom of Iver as Edlin again would no longer be feasible. However, this time, he was confident in annihilating the Iver army camp. He had a wealth of important information from the Iver kingdom, more than enough to crush them. Douglas returned to camp, organizing the troops and preparing everyone for battle. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Douglas led his men onto the parade ground. excited to see the fruits of their undercover efforts. Success here would place him head and shoulders above all other officers. The thought made Douglas giddy. Watching the Ivor forces dwindle under his efforts filled him with pride. To achieve such feats at such a young age was a great honor. Compared to the entire world, though, Douglas knew he was still very weak. He was nothing in this vast world. Furthermore, he wondered if there were other time travelers, or people with systems like his. As for Joe, Douglas never doubted he had a system. Systems ensure their host doesn't fall into despair, but Joe's previous actions suggested otherwise, and a system would never choose a child as its host. Brothers, the time has come to destroy the Ivor army. The commander addressed his troops. We have counted. Everyone, prepare to meet your doom. Leading his men toward the camp, the defenses were already in place, but Douglas wasn't worried. He knew their every move and aimed for an overwhelming victory. Himph, Corey scum, you dare challenge us again? Haven't you learned your lesson? Chapter 252. The Ivor Nation's pride emerges. Upon hearing this, Murray and his men were almost laughing out loud. These people from the Ivor Nation actually still thought they were eternal gods? Damn it. These guys probably didn't know that all their intelligence had already been gathered by us long ago. With this thought, Murray drew his war god spear and charged forward, immediately engaging in fierce battle with the opposing officer. All brothers, charge. Kill every single one of these guys. This time, we Corey Nation will take this place. Murray roared to his soldiers, then engaged in combat with the Ivor Nation's officer. Haha, Hassan, you are too arrogant. Do you think our defenses are so easy to break? Truly, you want to laugh me to death. Brendan, you even dared to charge alone this time. Rest assured, it's an honor for you to die at my hands. The officer laughed wildly as he spoke, then quickly engaged Murray in battle. However, as the fight dragged on, the officer's confidence waned. This Hassan was far too powerful. Honestly, he was at the 7th layer of Shackle's realm, but now, facing this 4th layer of Shackle's realm Dominic, he felt old and no match for him. Talent from the Corey Nation. Killing such a talented Dominic would undoubtedly pain the Corey Nation deeply, shattering their morale. Without this Hassan, prolonged war could introduce uncertainty, favoring whichever side had more prodigies. Who's there? A powerful prodigy emerged from the camp, glaring fiercely at Murray upon seeing him. For this man to act so arrogantly before their camp was an insult, and as the strongest among the prodigies, he had to challenge this Corey Nation genius to the death. Damn it, I'll definitely kill you this time. The prodigy charged at Murray with deadly intent. Clearly, he considered Murray an easy target. Reacting to the shout, Murray immediately clashed with the foe in fierce battle. Chapter 253, A Formidable Opponent. At this moment, Murray was locked in fierce combat with the opponent. The latter, a distinguished talent from Ivor Kingdom, was not to be underestimated, and Murray finally found an enemy who matched his strength. To be honest, compared to Corey Kingdom, Ivor Kingdom was generally slightly inferior. However, for some reason, Ivor Kingdom continuously produced powerful geniuses, making Corey Kingdom appear somewhat lacking by comparison. However, Murray, having just defended himself, did not give him much time to catch his breath. He swiftly lunged at the opponent with his war god spear. The battle continued, and blood flowed freely across many battlefields. Soldiers from Corey Kingdom and Ivor Kingdom were fiercely clashing, pushing the war into a heated stage almost instantly. No one wanted to lose at this moment. It felt as though this place had turned into a living hell, with blood streaming everywhere, bodies scattered on the ground, and deafening battle cries filling the air incessantly. Now, Murray and Bryson united forces, hovering in the void, ready for the next round of confrontation. Damn, this kid is quite unusual. I didn't expect him to be so strong. Murray spat out a mouthful of blood and said harshly. To be honest, this Ivor Kingdom genius had created considerable resistance for him. Murray now felt he had truly encountered a formidable opponent. What's there to fear? With both of us here, do you think we can't eliminate him? Bryson sneered coldly, looking at the Ivor Kingdom genius before turning to Murray and saying, this guy, whether in age or other aspects, is not in our league. Such a person could easily be considered a world-class genius even within our Guesu sect and would qualify for the core disciple ranks. So, we don't need to feel inferior. Given some time, a few years perhaps, we can also achieve all this. Hearing Bryson's Corey Kingdom, your Ivor Kingdom's days are numbered. Before long, your Ivor Kingdom will cease to exist. You've done enough for Ivor. There's no need for blind loyalty. Join Corey Kingdom, and we'll provide you with top-tier cultivation resources. Even mighty trees fall, and Ivor Kingdom isn't your eternal haven. Many have already started looking for new allegiances. You should consider it. Upon hearing Murray's words, the Ivor Kingdom genius scoffed dismissively and laughed coldly. Haha, such arrogance. Really, where does your confidence come from? Our Ivor Kingdom fall? What a joke. If we fall, we'll drag your Corey Kingdom down with us. Don't worry, I won't follow you to Corey Kingdom. On the contrary, if you're thinking of joining Ivor Kingdom, given your abilities, our Bohan has a passion for nurturing talent and might very well offer you protection and elite cultivation resources. Amidst the war, both sides tried to lure the other over. Seeing the obstinate attitude of the Ivor Kingdom genius, Murray chuckled coldly and said, so arrogant, still defiant at the brink of death? Truly beyond saving. In that case, die now. With that, Murray and Bryson simultaneously unleashed intense spiritual energy, charging at their opponent with their weapons, aiming to deliver a devastating blow. Chapter 254, another breakthrough. This time, Murray and Bryson did not hold back any longer. They used their most powerful abilities to face this heavenly pride of the Ivor Kingdom. To be honest, here, there wouldn't be such a formidable individual in Corey anymore. Moreover, he would be rewarded on his side. And this Corey Kingdom's invasion into their camp also dealt a severe blow to the opponent. With these thoughts, the Corey Kingdom's prodigy swiftly focused on Murray. However, Murray and Bryson were now relentlessly attacking him from all sides. Especially Bryson, although his combat ability wasn't as monstrous as Murray's, the strength he burst forth this time was no less than Murray's, and perhaps even stronger. Nymph, both of you are really impressive. This time, I underestimated you. The Iver Kingdom's heavenly pride sneered with a smile that grew increasingly sinister. His hair flew wildly, making him look like a demon incarnate emerging from hell. You haven't seen anything yet? Murray also sneered coldly, and the next moment, he unleashed another wave of fierce spiritual energy with Bryson, charging at the opponent once more. This time, the battle dragged on for a long while. Murray and his companions engaged in an earth-shaking duel with this adversary. But the outcome wasn't favorable, because this person's cultivation was too powerful, and his fighting prowess was incredibly monstrous. Hard to imagine this came from someone so young. The ability to fight across realms wasn't exclusive to Murray, the opponent possessed it too. Witnessing this, Murray instantly broke through his long-standing cultivation level and ascended to the 5th layer of Shackle's realm. On the other side, when Bryson saw Murray break through again, he was greatly shocked. He knew that Murray might force himself to reach new heights during battles, but he hadn't expected Murray to frequently break through in wars. Honestly, Murray's actions utterly astonished him. At this moment, Bryson was filled with intense astonishment. Previously, he thought Murray's achievements were due to luck, but now it seemed that Murray not only possessed good fortune but also remarkable inherent strength. Ordinary people simply couldn't achieve this. Now that Murray had advanced to the 5th layer of Shackle's realm, his combat power skyrocketed instantly, and he began to strike directly at the opponent using the War God's Spear. Murray had shifted from being at a disadvantage to holding the upper hand, tightly suppressing the opponent. At this moment, the Iver Kingdom's heavenly pride was profoundly startled. Frankly speaking, he had seen many fierce fighters, but none compared to this incredible Dominic. If he weren't the enemy, he would have cheered for him. In this situation, despite clearly being at a disadvantage, the tide turned rapidly, and everything was reversed. He was now being pressed down by the other party. Frankly speaking, he couldn't achieve this level of strength. Bryson, we must definitely slay him today. Absolutely can't let this beast escape. Murray roared, appearing as if a deity or demon had descended upon the world. Radiant, he rapidly rushed towards the enemy. The Iver King was extremely uncomfortable. Immediately, he tried to escape and survive because the opponents were too powerful, far beyond his ability to contend. However, Murray was not going to let him go, making him feel trapped in a dead end. Perhaps reversing the tide would turn things around, but everything was too late. This opponent made him utterly terrified at this moment. He couldn't understand why this guy was so deeply devoted to the Kori Kingdom. After all, this guy was just a disciple of a sect. Weren't sect disciples looked down upon? Why was he so determined? What was the reason? Chapter 255. The war ends. Although he did not know why, this genius of the Iver Kingdom knew he was now in a dire situation. At this moment, the younger genius was tenaciously holding him back, preventing him from leaving the area, driving him into despair and helplessness. Die! Murray roared again. This time, he unleashed a decisive strike. Finally, under Murray's relentless assault, this genius turned to dust and dissipated into the air, dead beyond all hope of revival. At that moment, Murray was blinded by bloodlust. He surveyed the surrounding chaos and rivers of blood. The Iver Kingdom's main camp had been decimated by the Kori forces. Many soldiers of Iver were already retreating and no matter what, we must thoroughly eliminate this kid here. With these words, several officers flew towards Murray. Standing in the sky, Murray saw many people desperately flying towards him, hoping to seize the opportunity to kill him. Among them, few likely recognized Murray. Perhaps even they weren't entirely sure this was Murray. Yet, to vent their anger, Murray became their real target. Seeing this, Murray sneered and flew towards them. Did they want to kill him? Let's see if they truly have the ability. Throughout his life, how many people wanted to kill Murray? Yet, who could actually succeed? Now, Murray fought intensely with many opponents. The Iver officers were red-eyed with rage and desperation, longing to kill Murray immediately. But in this situation, Murray was naturally a protected figure. Many understood that due to his actions, the operation had been successful with minimal losses. His contributions could not be underestimated. Therefore, many protected Murray, and the Iver forces couldn't touch him. Seeing everyone desperately trying to kill him, Murray smiled without comment. Murray knew that the Kori officers, often surrounded by comrades, valued their brothers immensely. Among these, many were his brothers in arms, and in such a scenario, how could they not be? Chapter 256, a great achievement. The war had ended. Numerous soldiers from the Iver Kingdom were killed in this final confrontation, resulting in devastating losses for their side. Reflecting on the events of the conflict, they felt profound regret. They had several opportunities to turn the tide of battle in their favor. This time, they had prepared meticulously, yet suffered an utterly crushing defeat. Initially, both Zane's forces were equally matched. Additionally, the Iver Kingdom had weapons passed down from their ancestors that simply needed to be reclaimed. With such thorough preparations, to end up in this situation caused immense heartache to everyone. Some even committed suicide on the spot as an act of atonement. Murray and his men stormed into the camp. The camp was in disarray, littered with severely wounded Iver Kingdom soldiers moaning in agony. Kori Kingdom soldiers swiftly surrounded them. This battle left the Iver Kingdom completely decimated. Murray's group saw women originally from the Kori Kingdom who had been captured and brought here. Their intended purpose was painfully clear. This sight infuriated Murray and his men, further solidifying their resolve that their decision to annihilate the enemy at all costs was just. Honestly, seeing these women, Murray didn't know what to say. These women had lived respectable lives, only for fate to unfairly befall them. Murray. He found many skeletal remains within. No wonder it felt eerie the last time he visited. The bones, shattered and broken, revealed the commander's violent temper and fondness for beating people, which left Murray chilled. Finally, they stepped out to discuss how to handle the prisoners. Honestly, these prisoners had already caused significant harm to the Kori Kingdom. Initially, there might not be any issues, but long-term maintenance of these captives would be a problem. Yet, every prisoner had a family. Massacre wasn't a viable option. It would reflect poorly on them. Murray was deeply conflicted, as were other officers. If they released the prisoners, that wouldn't work either. Forcing them to stay and work in Kori territory also posed risks. These individuals could revolt, or news of a large number of prisoners might compel the Iver Kingdom to try rescuing them, leading to further turmoil. Meanwhile, feeding and maintaining these prisoners would create substantial expenses. Frankly, I think it's best to execute them all, Murray addressed everyone. These are our enemies. Had we lost, they would have slaughtered our people. Keeping them serves no purpose. Would we really feed them for free for the sake of the Iver Kingdom? Many agreed with Murray's logic. Retaining them would burden the Kori Kingdom significantly. In times of war, addressing such issues was challenging. Prisoners to escape. Any attempt at fleeing would be immediately met with lethal force from the Kori soldiers. Murray approached and stood aside, watching the unfolding scene below. Many officers like Murray had been summoned to participate in this slaughter of Iver prisoners. Especially the young officers, who rarely saw bloodshed, were called here to desensitize them to violence and fear of blood. Murray stood at the edge, sighing inwardly as he observed the Iver soldiers below, anxiously awaiting what was to come. Frankly, these soldiers were ordinary men, wishing to live, some hoping to see Iver restored one day. But therein lay the problem. It was impossible to know who was an infiltrator or who hadn't fully submitted. Thus, they must die here. Failure to do so could have dire repercussions. This decision was necessitated by the very nature of these men. If these people loved the Kori Kingdom and were indifferent about their capture, they could easily assimilate into Kori's army. After all, Kori needed more soldiers. However, spending resources on these prisoners only to risk betrayal when the Iver attacked again was too dangerous. This was what Buster feared, and why he decreed their execution. Buster then flew into the air, hovering above everyone, and said, "Listen up. This time, we will obliterate every last one of these Iver soldiers. Not a single one must be spared." Upon hearing this, many Iver soldiers thought they had misheard. But realizing Buster was serious, panic erupted among them. Some begged for mercy, others cursed, and reactions varied widely. Initially, some did suspect they might be lured into the valley to be killed, but the herd mentality prevailed, and they followed along. A significant portion of them chose to observe rather than act independently, thus leading to this outcome. If they had all tried to escape earlier, perhaps Jim and his men could not have killed half as many, since no Kori soldiers accompanied them en route to the valley to maintain their trust. Only now did the Iver soldiers realize they had been used merely as pawns, guided here to be eliminated. "Attack!" Jim roared, rushing into the crowd, slaughtering indiscriminately. Though hesitant, Murray obeyed Buster's orders. The Buster himself began unleashing devastating attacks, adding to the massacre. The scene was horrific. Many Iver soldiers wailed and tried to fight back, hoping to take down Kori officers with them, but common soldiers stood no chance against seasoned commanders. This world was ruled by power, not numbers. Murray and the others relentlessly cut down their enemies, leaving corpses strewn everywhere. Some Iver soldiers feigned death to escape, but they soon faced tragedy when escaping comrades trampled over them. The reality was cruel. Screams and curses filled the air without end. Yet Murray and the others felt no pity. Mercy toward the enemy equaled cruelty toward oneself, a lesson well understood. Soon, most Iver soldiers were slaughtered, leaving scattered survivors or those pretending to be dead. The officers grew frustrated. These few could still escape if left alive, yet eliminating them posed challenges. Seeing this, Buster hovered in midair and shouted, "All officers, fall back. I will handle this." He inhaled deeply, drawing the valley's essence toward him. Then, with a cold stare, he unleashed a torrent of flames, consuming the Iver soldiers' bodies. These corpses had to be dealt with. The Iver soldiers' ruse failed. Kori would give them no reprieve this time. Here, they would meet their true end. This translation aims to preserve the original tone, structure, and intensity of the narrative while ensuring readability and fluency in English. It captures the grim and relentless nature of the described events, emphasizing the calculated actions of the Kori forces and the desperate plight of the Iver prisoners. Chapter 258. The Iver Kingdom's Fury. After the Supreme Commander's flames dissipated, it wasn't long before these corpses began to burn, with numerous cries of agony instantly resounding from within. In an instant, those who had been severely injured and those feigning death started desperately fleeing. They never would have expected that the Supreme Commander of the Kori Kingdom would carry out his threats so thoroughly. Honestly speaking, this was something they hadn't anticipated. The sight of their comrades' bodies burning ignited a survival instinct in the severely wounded soldiers, giving them the strength to overcome their injuries and flee for their lives. It felt as if hellfire had descended, consuming everything in its path. Murray and the others stood there with impassive expressions. At this moment, watching the soldiers below flee, Murray couldn't help but think that if their side hadn't won this battle, they themselves might be the ones desperately running now. This was something they absolutely did not want to witness. As military officers bearing responsibilities, they could not bear to see their troops being butchered at will. Such a scenario would haunt Murray and his comrades with guilt until the day they died. Thus, all feelings of guilt vanished. They merely stood by, watching the fleeing soldiers, finishing off those who attempted to escape and ensuring that none remained alive. After a thorough conflagration, everything here returned to its original pristine state. Murray and his comrades saw this and quickly followed the troops back to camp. This victory had clearly made the Supreme Commander very pleased. Upon returning, they were sure that a celebratory feast awaited them. At this point, everyone's faces lit up with anticipation. Promotions and rewards were almost certain given their pivotal roles in securing this decisive victory. There was no doubt that the Supreme Commander would not forget their contributions. When they arrived back at the camp, they saw people already busy preparing. Obviously, preparations for the celebration had been underway, as such festivities were common after unexpected victories. After all, War was grueling, and rewarding the soldiers was essential. Without such celebrations, life would indeed lose its meaning. Now, everyone around the bonfires rejoiced, their hearts brimming with excitement. This victory was truly exhilarating. Many were nearly moved to tears. Had they not achieved such a great triumph, the opposing camp would have loomed over them like a mountain, suffocating them. Moreover, they had initially been at a disadvantage. Had their commanders not led effectively, they might have ended up like the Ivor Kingdom soldiers, surrendering only to be slaughtered. Therefore, the Ivor soldiers' demise fueled their own jubilation. Everyone knew that following this significant battle, the tides of war would shift, plunging the Ivor side into utter despair. Within the Ivor Kingdom, inside a grand palace, the emperor sat seething with anger, silencing everyone present. They had just received news of the defeat at the military camp. Truly, the fall of a key battlefield marked their complete failure on this front. Consequently, the entire Ivor Kingdom would plunge into despair. If this situation persisted, the Ivor Kingdom risked annihilation, a fate unacceptable to the emperor officer named Edlin. Over recent times, the battlefield has seen smooth progress without major personnel changes, making it impossible to obtain such comprehensive intelligence. Edlin, previously unknown, rose rapidly, leading to these events. Edlin was also responsible for protecting Joe and guiding him to the ancestral remains. However, the mission ultimately failed, and during a head count, several of Edlin's men were missing. Though body disappearance isn't unusual, it raises suspicion. After further inquiries, we uncovered traces pointing to involvement by Murray. Hearing Murray's name again, the Ivor Emperor's face turned green with fury. Indeed, Murray was particularly detestable, continually causing setbacks. Since Murray's emergence, the Ivor Kingdom had gradually lost its advantage, becoming increasingly passive on the battlefield, most of which was directly related to Murray. Chapter 259. The New Plan of the Ivor Kingdom. No need to guess. These rotten matters were undoubtedly orchestrated by Murray. After all, besides this Murray, the Cory Kingdom seemed to have no other notable talent. His sudden rise caused them considerable losses. Moreover, without Murray, who else could have completed such a difficult undercover mission? Entering their top ranks and stealing crucial intelligence. Such feats were beyond ordinary infiltrators. Or he'll continue bringing me nightmares. It's unbearable. Executing Murray was the Olaf's greatest desire, but the ministers remained silent, for it was an impossible task. If it could be done, someone would have acted already. They did not even know what Murray looked like, let alone killing him. Recovering Joe and restoring the ancestral weapon seemed insurmountable. Your Majesty, I have an idea, said the Jacob. I believe Joe and Murray are still within our reach. They are probably still at the second military camp. If we send a large force to attack, with your Majesty personally eliminating their commander, we would regain supremacy. At that time, we could reclaim the main battlefield, retrieve Joe, and kill Murray. As for the ancestral weapon, we cannot do anything until its energy is restored, which requires your Majesty breaking through to a higher level. However, if you achieve that, we wouldn't be struggling now. So, my suggestion is to prioritize retrieving Joe, reclaim the main battlefield, kill Murray, and begin negotiations until Joe matures, ensuring our future victory. Otherwise, we will face devastating defeat. The Jacob advised the Olaf. Hearing this, the Bohan questioned, Joe is still alive? That seems unlikely. Someone of his caliber would have been killed. The old Edgar replied, from a human standpoint, Joe being a child makes it more likely he wasn't killed. The enemy might want information from him, since children tend to talk easily. Joe probably disclosed everything to save himself. It's understandable. He is a prodigy hoping to grow up. In Cory Kingdom, would they allow Joe to mature? Given his contributions, they won't execute him anytime soon. I have calculated that Joe is still alive. So, we can still retrieve him, although we shouldn't hold grudges over his betrayal. Bring him back, continue his cultivation, and once he grows strong, we can eliminate the Cory Kingdom. Killing Murray and reclaiming the battlefield is our best chance of turning things around. We can't wait, so bringing Joe back is the best plan. Hearing this, the Cory Bohan pondered. The advice made sense. There were no other immediate solutions. Continuing this way, the Ivor Kingdom might indeed be destroyed. Thus, they must act accordingly. The Olaf slowly nodded, accepting the proposal. Note, some contextual nuances may be adjusted for smoother narrative flow. Hashtag chapter 260. The Olaf takes action. At this moment, the Olaf felt a mix of agitation and urgency. He was eager to reclaim the main battlefield and rescue Bernard, as well as to kill Murray. Over the past period, he had been severely frustrated, which led to his poor mood. If this continued, the Ivor Kingdom would become the defeated party. This was something the Olaf could not tolerate. Now that one of his veteran ministers proposed an assault plan to eliminate Murray, recover Bernard, and retake the main battlefield, it seemed like a promising idea. Therefore, the Olaf immediately started preparations, ordering his subordinates to mobilize nearby soldiers and commanders. This time, he must reclaim everything he had lost. Everything that he had lost would be recovered by his own hands, and this prospect filled him with excitement, causing him sleepless nights. The next day, the Olaf saw his subordinates actively planning this operation. Many soldiers were summoned to join. According to intelligence, the Cory Bohan was not currently on this battlefield but inspecting military matters at another primary front. As an emperor, he did not need to handle every detail personally, but often he still needed to intervene directly. After all, entrusting everything to ministers might not be ideal. Moreover, emperors possessed formidable cultivation levels, requiring them to remain vigilant against surprise attacks from enemy emperors. Hence, this was the true role of an emperor. Of course, no emperor was invincible. Each had powerful subordinates and sect leaders who could protect the kingdom should the emperor fall. The Olaf walked among the gathered crowd. Many soldiers, word spread that their genius had fallen into enemy hands. It could demoralize the troops and impact national fortune for years. To this end, the Olaf also established a rescue team. Their primary mission was to locate Bernard and bring him back safely. Concerning Murray, revenge against him was desirable, but priority must not shift entirely onto him. Losing focus on rescuing Bernard would be a grave mistake. Bernard's rescue was paramount. If successful, it could give the kingdom a chance to turn the tide. Pursuing Murray alone was simply not worth the risk. After hearing the Emperor's plans, many were thoroughly invigorated. With the Emperor himself leading the charge, they believed they could achieve a decisive victory, even retake the main battlefield. Honestly, other battlefields were secure, guarded by other forces, leaving little concern for immediate attack. Additionally, Corey had no reason to suspect a full-scale assault from Ivar. They hadn't anticipated Ivar would choose such a fierce confrontation. With everyone's spirits lifted, the Olaf gave a wave of his hand, and countless flying boats descended from the sky. These boats were prepared in advance for an unexpected and intense attack on Corey. All available resources were marshaled for this critical operation. Mobilizing so many flying boats required significant national effort. Only time would tell if this plan would triumph or fail. Once the Olaf finished speaking, the assembly began boarding the boats. Full of confidence, the Ivar forces followed him, buoyed by the Emperor's presence. The appearance of an emperor could instantly elevate the lowest morale. At this moment, Murray and his men were feasting in camp, unaware whether their plan would succeed. But the infiltration was indeed a success, and celebration was due. Chapter 261. Storm Brewing. After making all the necessary preparations, the Bohin of Ivar quickly had people board the flying boats. This time, numerous individuals piloted the boats and flew towards the Corey territory. This time, the kingdom of Ivar returned with a burning desire for vengeance, but no one knew what the final outcome would be. However, the fact that the Bohin of Ivar was personally overseeing this matter demonstrated the importance he placed on it. Even if the other side managed to triumph, they would undoubtedly pay a significant price. Murray and his men were at their camp, relaxing after a hearty meal. At this moment, many in the camp felt content. With this pace, it seemed that annihilating the Ivar forces would not be an issue. The remaining time was merely a matter of when, not if. Everyone was excited and hoped this day would come sooner. In peacetime, people often yearn for war to prove their worth and establish themselves through achievements. But those who have truly experienced the horrors of war understand that peace is far better. During peace, you can do as you please. But once freedom is lost and war looms, many things are rewritten, even altering the goals of children. War is an unhealthy state, yet it perpetually exists in this world. Due to their great victories, Murray and his men celebrated for several days, nearly losing themselves in luxury and forgetting they were still at war, not in peacetime. Objectively speaking, if outsiders saw this scene, they would praise it as a golden age where everyone dances and sings joyfully. But such days were rare. In their camp, due to their overwhelming victory, many became complacent, believing the war would not come near them again. They thought this battlefield could never be reclaimed. However, unbeknownst to Murray and his men, hundreds of miles away, a vast fleet of flying boats was hurtling towards them. Each boat carried a fierce intent to wipe them out. Unaware of this, Murray continued indulging in songs and dance, deeply immersed in this life. He suddenly felt that if the war ended, he would take his brothers to a bustling, peaceful city without conflict, enjoying life and prosperity. Concerning cultivation and such matters, he no longer cared. Living was precious. There were many things worth cherishing. Death, however, meant everything would end. Murray's thoughts turned complex. He remembered the brothers who died under unfortunate circumstances. If the war had ended and they all survived, with his current wealth and combat prowess, he could lead a quiet life in a remote area. A good choice for the remainder of his days. Life didn't need to be about constant competition. Unattainable things would always remain out of reach. As Murray pondered these thoughts, a distant sentry lit the signal fire, followed by shouts of enemy attack. In an instant, Murray and his men rushed to the army formation. Despite the prolonged peace, they could quickly return to wartime readiness. Judging by the seriousness of the alarm, this attack must be large-scale. It appeared the kingdom of Ivar could not swallow its humiliation and sought to reclaim the battlefield. Murray wondered why the enemy was returning so soon. Normally, regaining control after a few decades or years would be more reasonable. This rapid comeback puzzled him. Suddenly, Murray realized that Ivar had endured continuous warfare recently, and the harm caused by his actions alone was enough to enrage the kingdom. Especially concerning Joe, the beacon of hope for Ivar, whose sudden demise was likely unacceptable to most. Murray concluded that this attack must be well prepared, intending to recover some lost ground. Moreover, Joe was still alive and inside their camp. Whether Ivar knew this or not, Murray's name had definitely reached Ivar, signifying their high regard for him. Thus, he needed to escape at all costs. Or perhaps it was too late to escape now. He must secure Joe in his hands. Only by eliminating Joe could Ivar's hopes be cut off. Retaking the battlefield wouldn't be useful in the short term, and another intense battle was raging elsewhere. Ivar, despite being severely weakened, hadn't fallen. Now was the time to test their resolve. Realizing this, Murray immediately used a Jade communication token to inquire about the whereabouts of Rocco, Corey, and Joe. Yet, in such an urgent moment, the general couldn't possibly spare attention for them. Thinking about this, Murray felt panic. He knew this attack was aimed at Joe and himself. To avoid repercussions, he must distance himself from others quickly. Likely, this attack targeted him and Joe directly, with Joe being the focal point. Thinking this, Murray grabbed a fellow officer and commanded, "Immediately bring Bryson and Zoe here." Hearing Murray's frantic shout, the man hesitated for a moment before following the order, knowing Murray's authority as an officer demanded strict adherence. Chapter 262. Arranging Aftermath. Following Murray's instructions, Zoe and the others were quickly summoned. Then, Murray looked at them seriously and said, "Listen carefully. Ivar Kingdom is launching an attack on us. We suspect that they are targeting us, specifically me and Joe. Therefore, you all must change your appearance and by no means allow anyone to recognize you. Absolutely do not let yourselves be exposed. Someone might betray you, but you must dissociate from me. We can't rule out any possibility. I fear something might go wrong. Hearing this, Zoe looked worriedly at Murray and asked, "What about you? What will you do?" Upon hearing this, Murray waved his hand dismissively and said, "You don't need to worry about me. Trust me, I have a plan. You must listen and follow my instructions. I will ensure my own safety." With that, Murray hurried toward the commander to report his thoughts. He believed that this time Ivor Kingdom might attack to kill him and reclaim the battlefield, as well as find Joe. Thus, he needed to temporarily disappear and be cautious of their moves, while also taking Joe with him. Upon hearing Murray's analysis, the commander found it reasonable and agreed with his plan. Seeing the commander agree, Murray promptly led people towards Emma's location. Not many in the camp knew her true identity, but Murray still needed to remind her to alter her appearance and inform her about Joe. Emma was easy to locate. When the war alarm sounded, she would definitely head for the military command center to inquire about tasks she wanted to undertake. Murray soon found Emma discussing matters with an officer. She was supposed to take charge of certain duties when Murray suddenly appeared. "Emma, I've been looking for you. Follow me immediately," Murray said to Emma, then began dragging her outside. "Do you need me for something?" Emma's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Egan asked her, "Where is Joe?" Upon hearing Murray asking for Joe, Emma looked puzzled. "Why are you looking for him?" She remained cautious of Murray since he had once proposed killing Joe. Over the past 2 days, she grew fond of Joe, treating him like a younger brother. To consider Joe's feelings, she even skipped celebratory gatherings, spending time playing with him instead. Now, seeing Murray seeking Joe, Emma suspected nothing good would come of it. Sure enough, Murray immediately told her, "My dear princess, stop making things complicated. Let's find Joe urgently. We have very important matters to discuss." To be honest, Ivor Kingdom's attack isn't simple. It's not just about reclaiming the battlefield. They might also be trying to kill me and recapture Joe. Ivor Kingdom may have special methods to locate Joe, and we cannot underestimate them. If they suddenly seize Joe, it will cause significant trouble for our Cory Kingdom. Who could control Joe in the future? So, Joe must be given to me now. I will take him and hide. Murray spoke with certainty, determined not to let Emma act impulsively. This situation was troublesome. If things continued like this, should Joe be raised with cultivation resources to exact revenge? Such a scenario was terrifying. Murray wasn't sure if he could suppress Joe, even with his system. Are you overthinking? It's impossible for Ivor Kingdom to know Joe is alive. Besides, it's normal for them to be unwilling to let this matter rest. Emma looked naively at Murray. Hearing this, Murray nearly laughed. Of course, you think it's no big deal, but they won't give up on Joe. Even if they aren't sure if he's alive, they'll try every possible way to find him. Joe's talent offers hope for Ivor Kingdom's rise and can be used to eliminate our Cory Kingdom. Chapter 263, Taking Joe Away. At this moment, Murray helplessly explained to the Allison. He was utterly helpless. If it were an ordinary person, Murray could have easily used force to make them talk. But this person's identity was different, and Murray really couldn't resort to violence to make her submit, because she was the Allison. Therefore, he could only try to persuade her gently, hoping to convince her to reveal where Joe was hiding. At the very least, he needed to know everything. Once he found Joe, he could quickly take control of him. At the very worst, he couldn't let the Ivor Kingdom take Joe away. Upon hearing Murray's words, the Allison fell silent for a moment, then proceeded to tell Murray where Joe was, just as he requested. "I've arranged for Joe to stay in a military camp. Follow me." Although she felt a deep sense of reluctance, the Allison had no other choice. Everything she had, including her arrogance, stemmed from the Cory regime. If that power vanished, what would become of her? Therefore, she had to comply with Murray's request and resolve this matter immediately. This wasn't the time to feel sentimental about Joe. If he returned, her family members would undoubtedly be slaughtered by Joe in the future. Immediately, the Allison led Murray to a beautifully set up tent, one she had personally built for Joe, to provide him with a good living environment. Deep down, she genuinely liked Joe. Seeing the beautiful small tent, Murray sighed inwardly. If he had known this would happen, he never would have allowed the Allison to take Joe away in the first place, nor would he have let them meet at all. This was truly disastrous. Most prodigies were indifferent beings who wouldn't care about a princess from a minor kingdom like Cory. Honestly, once Joe grew up, the Allison might not even be worthy to warm his bed. However, he couldn't say such things openly. If they didn't cut off this relationship now, many people would suffer in the future. Moreover, if the Ivor Kingdom learned that Joe was still alive, Cory wouldn't have peace either. So, Murray was very anxious. When Murray barged into the small tent, he saw Joe sitting on the ground, looking melancholic. Seeing that Joe was still here, Murray felt relieved. Did the boy finally realize the gravity of the situation? Had he decided not to run? Just admit one thing. The Allison has treated you well. She truly regarded you as a younger brother. You must promise me something. If Ivor defeats Cory and we're all captured, and you return to the Chavi, you must protect the Allison's life. She has done her best to protect you, and keep you alive despite our opposition. She also wanted to preserve your cultivation and keep you safe. No matter what, you must ensure her safety if you return to the Chavi. Understand? Murray revealed the truth. Though he knew the Allison couldn't bring herself to kill Joe, she needed him to acknowledge her kindness. If they lost the battle today, everyone might die, but Joe might survive and meet the Chavi again. This way, there might be hope for the Allison's survival. Hearing Murray's words, Joe paused, then nodded. Don't worry, Sister Callie has been good to me, and I can tell. I will never harm her life. But if I survive, I will definitely end yours. As he said this, a sinister look flashed across Joe's face, transforming his innocent childlike features into those of a demon within moments. Chapter 263, Taking Joe Away. Murray now explained helplessly to the Allison. He was extremely frustrated. If it were an ordinary person, Murray could have easily used force to make them talk. However, this person's status was different, and he couldn't use violence to make her submit, since she was the Allison. The Corey kingdom would never be peaceful again. Murray felt extremely urgent about the situation. Upon entering the tent, Murray saw Joe sitting on the ground, looking distressed. Finding Joe still there, Murray immediately felt relieved. Did the boy finally grow a conscience and decided not to run? However, Murray quickly dismissed this thought. Joe's alert expression suggested he wouldn't waste his talents by running away. Instead, he probably stayed because he feared being caught and eliminated during an escape attempt, which would waste his potential. Moreover, if Ivor Kingdom failed to attack successfully, there'd still be time for Joe to flee later. If they did invade, he'd need to stay within the encampment anyway. Allison, I'm taking this kid away. Just follow my instructions. I won't harm you. Of course, I promise I won't kill him unless absolutely necessary. With that, Murray grabbed Joe by the shoulder with one hand and held the spear of war in the other, then sternly said to Joe, "To be honest, your Ivor Kingdom is back for revenge and has made thorough preparations. We must ensure that you don't betray us when the time comes. So, you have to come with me now. Immediately cooperate with me, or I'll end your life right here." Then Murray dragged Joe away. Joe looked at Murray with hatred but had no choice but to comply. After all, Murray held his life in his hands. Under Murray's grip, Joe cooperated and started fleeing. They headed in another direction inside the camp, while Murray arranged people to monitor the outside situation. If anything went wrong or they faced defeat, Murray would immediately kill Joe, change into common soldier attire, and hide. To survive was paramount. Only survival ensured no crisis for the Corey side. Reaching a warehouse, Murray muffled Joe's mouth and, after checking outside, whispered sternly, "Listen up. I've been rough on you, but you must acknowledge something. The Allison has genuinely treated you well, like a younger brother. So, you must promise me something. Should Ivor Kingdom defeat Corey and we are captured, you will return to the Chavi, but you must ensure the Allison's safety. These past days, she protected you despite our opposition. You know what your survival means to Corey. Yet, she wanted not only your survival but also to protect your cultivation and prevent your sorrow. Regardless, the Allison has been kind to you. If you can return to the Chavi, you must protect her life and never harm her." Joe remained silent for a moment before nodding. "Don't worry, Sister Callie has been kind to me, and I see that clearly. I'll never hurt her. But if I survive, I swear I will take your life." A look of fierce determination flashed across Joe's Dominicful face, transforming it momentarily into something sinister. Chapter 264. Sorry, Callie. Upon hearing these words, Murray sneered and said, "Now that's the truth. Don't worry, I never expected you to let me go. I know very well that since I've destroyed everything you have, there's no way you could forgive me. I won't hope for anything like that." Then, he looked at Joe and said, "I hope you can honor your promise rather than putting on a show to fool me right now." Seeing how Murray put it, Joe snorted coldly without any further comment. All he could do now was wait. Yet deep down, he knew it would be hard for him to survive this. The arrival of the Ivor people might have been intended to save him, but with Murray around, their coming had become his nightmare. Once the Ivor forces broke through here, Murray would kill him first. He wouldn't just lose his cultivation, even keeping a complete corpse would be an excellent outcome. It seemed heaven envied talent. No one wanted him alive. He was too exceptional. If he were just an ordinary boy, survival wouldn't be a problem. But he couldn't control this fact because his nature wasn't something he could decide. So now, all he could do was leave it up to fate. Other matters were beyond his control. Murray held all the cards in this situation. Murray glanced outside, where battle sounds echoed loudly. Numerous figures appeared in the sky, among which one stood out especially, fully gold-clad, radiating natural authority and grandeur. Seeing this scene, Murray felt as if his mind had exploded. He never thought the Ivor Emperor himself would come. This realization brought clarity to many things. Then, with a cold face, Murray approached Joe, crossed his arms, and calmly stated, "Unfortunately, it seems the Ivor Kingdom really came for you. Let me tell you, your Emperor is descending and currently fighting outside. Before long, he'll probably break in and take you away." Murray announced Joe's doom regrettably, giving him time to prepare mentally. Hearing this, Joe's small body shuddered involuntarily. Terrified, he exclaimed, "You really intend to kill me? I have made contributions to your Corey." Upon hearing this, Murray laughed derisively. "Yes, you did make contributions to Corey, and that's true," he replied. "But you're a bomb. If you return, none of us will survive. Even if we disable your cultivation, can you ensure the Ivor Emperor has no way to restore you? After restoration, even if you're weaker, you'd still be better off than not being restored at all. You'd remain an extraordinary genius, and we'd be slaughtered by you. So in this respect, I'm quite uneasy. Now observe, best pray that your Emperor withdraws his troops quickly. Otherwise, today is definitely your end." Saying this, Murray grabbed Joe directly. Silent for a moment, Joe's face suddenly twisted grotesquely, and he smacked a hand toward Murray. This slap contained all of Joe's power. Determined not to endure passively any longer, he planned to escape and meet his Emperor on his own. So at least he could live and perhaps have a promising future. Sadly, Sister Callie once said she would give him everything as long as he didn't escape. He broke her promise and became a nuisance nobody liked. Everyone knew he was valued in Ivor only as a useful tool. Otherwise, no one would pay attention to him. Such a person was destined to live a sad life. He had no choice. Everything was just for self-preservation, for his life. Who gave him such a troublemaking appearance? Who endowed him with such outstanding talent that both enemies sought to kill him and allies wanted to control him as a useful tool? Sister Callie, I'm sorry. I betrayed my promise to you. I really have no other option. To survive, I can only do this. I'm sorry, if there's another life, even if I have to work like an ox or a horse, I'll repay you." These thoughts swirled in Joe's mind. He planned to flee after successfully ambushing Murray. In the future, he wouldn't return to Ivor. Instead, he'd find a safe place to become a formidable powerhouse. If possible, he would return to marry Sister Callie. If upon returning, Sister Callie no longer existed, Ivor and Corey would perish. None of them would survive. Joe's head closer and looked at his young face, saying, honestly, can you truly promise that after escaping from here, you won't harm Corey Callie? Upon hearing this, Joe didn't quite understand why Murray would ask such a thing out of the blue. He hesitantly nodded and replied, I swear, over the years, Sister Callie has been the first person to treat me genuinely without any ulterior motives. Even the Chavi of the Ivor Kingdom doesn't compare. Hearing these words, Murray immediately nodded in agreement and continued, with that heart of yours, your Sister Callie will be so happy. Now, I'm giving you a chance to live and retain your cultivation. Upon hearing this, Joe's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked, what must I do? Murray smiled faintly and said, it's simple. I need to go outside now to confront the enemy. I have no time to play around with you, kid. And you must stay here quietly, absolutely not to return to seek the Ivor Kingdom's Chavi. After the war ends, I will inform the Chavi of everything and express that you had no ill intentions towards us. With my guarantee, your cultivation will not be stripped away. Furthermore, you will no longer be suspected by us. You will become one of us. At the very least, you'll be recognized here. But if we lose this battle and everyone dies, the Ivor Kingdom's Chavi discovers you hiding here, then you will also lose his trust. You might never regain your status in the Ivor Kingdom and could even be killed directly by him. Now, choose for yourself. If you look for the Chavi once I leave, it means I misjudged you. Our people will certainly try every possible way to kill you. And Sister Callie will be heartbroken, thoroughly disappointed in you. At this point, Murray glanced at Joe, making Joe shiver involuntarily. Sister Callie would be disappointed in him? Indeed, Sister Callie belonged to the Corey Kingdom's military camp. If he left, Sister Callie would undoubtedly be devastated. She had saved him, preventing his cultivation from being stripped away. If he walked away now, Sister Callie would bear a significant blame. Joe's internal conflict reached its peak. Murray continued, looking at Joe. Rest assured, once I leave, there will be no one here to watch over you. I walk straight and act honorably. I wouldn't arrange someone secretly to monitor you while playing tricks on you. This I assure you. Whether you leave or stay is entirely up to you. If you decide to leave, I'll take responsibility for my choice, but you'll never gain forgiveness from Sister Callie again. After speaking, Murray left. In times of war, he couldn't bear watching a child, unable to contribute to the fight. After Murray's departure, Joe remained silent for a long while. Then he checked his surroundings personally and realized no one was secretly watching him. Witnessing this, Joe, who hadn't yet made up his mind, decided to go out and see for himself before making a final decision, just to check if Murray could be trusted. So Joe ran out, his mask concealing his identity. No one arrested him as he wandered around. Suddenly, Joe understood Murray really had given him the opportunity. Seeing the truth of this, Joe felt momentarily overjoyed, then fell back into silence. Should he really leave? If he did, he'd likely never see Sister Callie again. By the time he returned, perhaps she would already be taken away by that wretched Murray. Moreover, Sister Callie would definitely be devastated. Not only that, she would surely feel that she had misjudged him, potentially leading to her own execution. Cases where princes and princesses were executed were not unheard of in the Ivor Kingdom. Though Sister Callie was favored, releasing a high-level talent like him might cause the Emperor trouble in protecting her. Even if the Emperor wished to save her, would the ministers agree? Despite the dynasty belonging to the royal family, the Emperor serves the state, not just his family. So, if Sister Callie died because of this mistake, he'd regret it forever. Recalling Murray's words, honestly, Joe wasn't fully convinced. He doubted whether Murray, a mere genius in a small sect, had enough power. His assurance seemed as hollow as a worthless check. Who knew if Murray would keep his word? What if, when the time came, Sister Callie couldn't protect him, and his cultivation was lost, ruining his future? Frankly, Joe had never been this conflicted, even when betraying the Ivor Kingdom. Standing outside, Joe wrestled with this decision for a long time. Suddenly, he saw a figure battling far away plummet from the sky. It was Murray, injured. Clearly, this time the opponent attacked fiercely. If the Ivor Kingdom won this time, staying here would make the Emperor regard him as ungrateful, possibly executing him. The chances of Corey Kingdom winning were extremely slim. Logically, he should flee and hide far away. Although Murray previously said he'd be watched, Joe believed he could escape using his methods, especially since his dominicful appearance often made people underestimate him. He practiced a technique that allowed him to rapidly enlarge his body, allowing him to deceive and slip away unnoticed. Logically, he should escape and get far away. But if he left, Sister Callie would be devastated, possibly die. Chapter 266, Joe's Decision. After much hesitation, Joe ultimately decided to stay and die alongside Sister Callie. Even though it was highly likely that Sister Callie wouldn't survive this time, as her only remaining relative, how could he abandon her in her time of need? Even if Sister Callie's cultivation was just a bit stronger than his, what did that matter? What was the purpose of a lifetime? Was it for power? No, the ultimate goal of pursuing strength was to protect the ones you wish to protect. And Sister Callie was someone he wanted by his side forever. Honestly speaking, at this moment, Joe had given up all hope. Even if he would be crippled for the rest of his life, he wanted to ensure he didn't regret staying by Sister Callie's side. Most importantly, he couldn't let Sister Callie be taken away by that damned Murray. Honestly speaking, Joe's young mind was swirling with countless thoughts. He was nearly driven mad, his small body shaking uncontrollably, revealing the immense pressure he was under. If it were just him using his abilities, then things would have been simple. However, it meant he would lose everyone dear to him forever. By the time he returned after countless years, Sister Callie might already be gone. Perhaps Sister Callie would face danger this time. But Joe couldn't think about that anymore. He only cared about Sister Callie. All the fixation on cultivation and combat strength became irrelevant. Nothing mattered more than Sister Callie. She was his whole life. With this thought in mind, Joe immediately took out a transmission jade slip and messaged Murray. You're about to fail. Soon, Murray responded. Have you decided to leave? Without delay, Joe replied. No, I believe you can't protect Sister Callie. Tell me where Sister Callie is, and I'll take her away. On the other end of the transmission jade slip, Murray was confused by Joe's sudden words. Initially, Murray believed Joe must have used some method to escape. But now, these words left him puzzled. Why was this kid suddenly concerned about Sister Callie? Had she somehow softened his heart? Murray cautiously responded. You've already left. Spare Sister Callie. She has treated you well, but since you've fled, there's no need to inform the Ivory Empire's emperor about her whereabouts. If he knows where Callie is, he will do everything to capture her. Can you bear to see Sister Callie, who has treated you so kindly, be harmed? Murray quickly received an irate response from the little boy. Unfortunately, the boy's vocabulary was limited, leading him to repeatedly use the same phrases, which made Murray even more puzzled. The kid neither mentioned leaving, nor anything else. Did he truly just want to take Sister Callie away? However, Murray could determine one thing. The child harbored no ill will towards Sister Callie. Otherwise, he wouldn't continuously berate him. Murray then said, if you go looking for Callie now, other officers will notice you. Do you think you can survive then? If you die, Sister Callie will be heartbroken. She might blame me. Upon hearing that Sister Callie would be sad if he died, Joe felt warmth spread through his heart. The next moment, he urgently urged Murray to tell him where Sister Callie was. Seen him before. He looked around 18, yet possessed Shackle's realm cultivation, a strength that should not remain unnoticed. Emma turned to Joe and asked, who are you? Why does your presence feel so familiar, yet I've never seen you before? At that moment, Joe paused briefly before replying to Emma, Sister Callie, it's Joe. We must leave now. The war is almost over for the Cory Empire. I can sense the Olaf nearby. If he wishes, he can annihilate you effortlessly. You have to follow me right now, or it will be too late. Hearing it was indeed Joe, Ouyang Callie was taken aback. In her memory, Joe was merely a child. How did a child manage to escape Murray's watch? Moreover, how did he suddenly grow up, and what had happened to him? Ouyang Callie had many questions, but deep down, she never doubted that Joe would harm her. Thus, she listened to Joe and began fleeing with him. Hashtag chapter 267, go. Seeing that at this critical moment, the Allison still had unconditional trust in him and followed him without any suspicion, Joe felt incredibly warmed. At this moment, he suddenly realized that staying to protect the Allison was the best decision he had ever made in his life. Even better than joining the Ivory Kingdom's emperor back then. At that moment, Joe held the Allison's hand and ran outwards. She closely. The Allison suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. That Joe was full of mysteries, so powerful for his age. What if he had some hidden cards that allowed him to easily defeat Murray? Considering these thoughts, the Allison stopped running, insisting on understanding everything. Seeing the Allison stop, and considering they were temporarily safe, Joe returned to his original form and said to her, Elder Sister Callie, come with me. Your main battlefield is destined to fail. Murray released me to face the enemy, telling me that if I wanted to escape, I could do so. But you would be heartbroken. To be honest, no one has treated me like you do. You truly see me as a younger brother. So, I've chosen you as my only family in this life. I can't bear to see you die here. Joe's innocent childlike voice made the Allison fall silent. This little boy had such complex thoughts despite his young age. However, such deep reflections likely stemmed from hardships he had endured. Thinking of this, the Allison felt a pang of pity. She looked at Joe and said, but how could Murray really trust you? Wasn't he testing you? Joe shook his head. No, he gave me the choice entirely. Then, Joe recounted the entire process. He looked at the Allison and said, Elder Sister Callie, honestly, I love you, which is why I chose to stay with you. Now, this battlefield's potential is fading. The Ivory Kingdom's emperor is here. Do you think you can resist him? Honestly, I hope you can flee with me. Your talent is good, and my talent guarantees I'll be valued wherever I go. Once we reach a place filled with birdsong and fragrance, far from war and chaos, I'll protect you for the rest of my life. We'll live a peaceful life, okay? Hearing this, the Allison smiled and shook her head. You've passed the test, and can return with me to meet my father. He will surely love you. As for loving me, we can talk about that when you're older. I don't have the heart for such matters now. Joe immediately grew anxious. Didn't you hear what Murray meant? Whether or not my cultivation can be preserved isn't decided by you or Murray, nor even fully by your father. Eventually, you won't be able to protect me. I refuse to become a waste, Elder Sister Callie. Can you imagine the blow that would be for someone with my talent? I cannot endure that. Elder Sister, can you really watch me lose my cultivation and turn into an ordinary farmer? I won't, not even in death. I have great prospects ahead. Why should I pay the price for your conflicts? Why won't you go with me? The Allison fell silent. Joe's words were logical. Even after passing the test, her father would still face the ministers, and whether they could preserve Joe's cultivation was uncertain. If they did disable Joe's cultivation, it would be cruel beyond measure. Reflecting on this, the Allison paused before saying, go. Joe was bewildered. What? The Allison continued to provide so much help. Upon hearing this, Joe became somewhat anxious. Sister Callie, do you really not wish to leave with me? Callie gave a bitter laugh and replied, it's not that I don't want to, but that I cannot. Sister Callie has her family and friends here, including White Ganon and my father. Sister can't give up on everything. They are extremely important to me. Of course, you are also very important to me. But Sister can't abandon others for your sake. So, please forgive Sister. Sister knows you consider me your only family. Just as you can't let go of me, I also can't let go of my father and others. Sister will arrange a flying spirit boat for you, and send a few servants with you. Escape now, and never come back until you have enough power. As Emeth spoke, her voice started to choke with sobs. Honestly, letting Joe leave was something Emeth was truly reluctant to do. But if staying meant harming his hard-earned cultivation, then Emeth decided it was better to let him go. Staying with her might not guarantee happiness, whereas venturing out into the world might not be such a bad thing after all. Only, she wouldn't see him anymore. Hearing this, Joe fell silent. He understood Corey Callie's dilemma, her inability to part with White Ganon or her father. Joe wasn't the type to be overly stubborn. He could empathize with her situation. He genuinely felt Corey Callie's affection for him. But, returning to the Corey Kingdom and facing this issue alongside others, if he went back, there was a high likelihood that his cultivation would still be stripped away. Because, a 12-year-old reaching the Lox realm indicated significant potential. Such a person could bring about catastrophic consequences in the future, and sparing him would be difficult for everyone involved. Faced with this predicament, Joe, who finally saw a glimmer of hope, was torn. There was no perfect solution when choosing between Emeth and his cultivation. He hoped to retain both his cultivation and stay with her. But fate seemed cruel to him, presenting an impossible choice. Joe felt like crying. Emeth embraced Joe, saying, "Don't be sad. It was just the circumstances before. In the future, you'll meet many good people. I hope you can live a happy and peaceful life and forget about sister." As she spoke, Emeth began straightening Joe's clothes. If previously she liked him for his adorable appearance, now it was out of genuine concern. Stripping away his cultivation was indeed unfair to him, but she couldn't selfishly confine him. He yearned for freedom and to soar above the world. Corey Callie had made up her mind. No matter what, she would ensure Joe's safety and cultivation. At this moment, Joe suddenly asked, "Sister, what about you? How will those ministers forgive you for letting me go? Won't your entire life be ruined?" Emeth smiled and looked at Joe. "Promise me, no matter what, never seek revenge on the Corey Kingdom or its people, including White Ganon. Can you do that?" Looking at Emeth, Joe felt his heart ache. At this tender age, he experienced the pain of separation. Wiping his tears, he said to Emeth, "Sister Callie, I won't leave. I want to stay by your side and take care of you, watching over you. Whatever happens, we face it bravely. Please understand, I can't accept a life without you. You must promise me that if my cultivation can't be preserved, you won't ever abandon me. Even if we can't be married, I will be your closest brother. Even if it means staying to sweep the floor or wash clothes, don't discard me." Joe spoke while sobbing, reflecting how painful this decision was for him. But he didn't regret it. For if he lost his only family member, Corey Callie, he would likely never be happy again. If Sister Callie wasn't around, what was the point of living? Even if he reached the pinnacle of the world one day, without her in his life, what did it mean? Hearing Joe's words, Emeth was pleasantly surprised and asked, "Really?" Joe nodded firmly, looking at Emeth with eyes full of determination. Emeth hugged Joe tightly and said, "Great! Don't worry. White Ganon and I will do our best to protect your cultivation." Those words, the Allison gave a bitter laugh and said, "Do you really think we can persuade Murray now? He could abandon even you to fight off the enemy. Do you believe he will come back with us? Then let's go by ourselves." Hearing this, Joe became anxious immediately. He feared that if she went back, it would be meaningless to stay and protect her. He had stayed not to die alongside her, but to safeguard and nurture her growth. The Allison shook her head after hearing Joe's words. "Do you believe in miracles?" "Miracles?" Joe was taken aback for a moment, then grew more anxious. What time is this to talk about miracles? Our current strength cannot sway the battlefield. All we can do is escape. Otherwise, we won't survive this. If Murray and his men want to persist, let them. We should leave, my dear sister. I truly don't want anything happening to you." Joe was nearly frantic at this point. He had already made such huge sacrifices. Why did the Allison still want to stay? Shaking her head, the Allison replied, "You have two choices. First, return to our Corey Kingdom's imperial city alone and report everything to my father. I will explain all this in a jade slip. My father will never blame you, and you can wait for me to return alive. Secondly, you can leave temporarily and return later. I trust you completely, of course. Even if you never come back, I will understand and bless you. In the past, it was always my friends protecting me. This time, I do not want them to keep protecting me anymore. I want to fight shoulder to shoulder with them and protect our country." Hearing this, Joe was stunned. He had never truly been loyal to any nation, not even to Ivor Kingdom, which he had merely used as a tool. Now that Ivor Kingdom was about to invade, returning with Corey Quinny wouldn't change the outcome of the war, right? Honestly, Joe was a rational person. But at this moment, even he felt powerless to influence the Allison's decision. After some thought, Joe responded, "All right, I'll go with you and fight alongside you. This time, I officially join Corey Kingdom. Though we're likely to die, being able to die beside you makes it worthwhile. Meeting you in this lifetime has truly been a blessing." With these words, Joe took the Allison's hand and headed towards the battlefield. Seeing Joe decide to support Corey Kingdom, Corey Quinny was visibly moved and deeply grateful. If anyone ever tried to harm Joe or strip him of his cultivation, she would be the first to resist, even threatening to die for him. At this moment, the siblings walked toward the battlefield together. Joe and Corey Quinny arrived at a scene where Ivor Kingdom held the upper hand, relentlessly attacking Corey Kingdom. Ivor Kingdom had clearly prepared thoroughly this time, deploying more forces than Corey Kingdom, and not only in numbers but also in the number of powerful fighters, an advantage Corey lacked since they had no emperor present. Ivor Kingdom, on the other hand, did have their emperor. They were set to take control of this battlefield. Murray and his men were fighting desperately and sending out pleas for help, yet couldn't solve the dire situation they faced. "Sister, think carefully. Once we go, both you and I will most likely die a terrible death," Joe warned, knowing the enormity of his decision to attack his former benefactor, Ivor Kingdom. The Allison laughed in response. "If a kid like you isn't afraid, why should I be?" They laughed together as they stepped into the battlefield. Joe resumed his adult form and began fighting fiercely with the Allison. Fighting side by side, they worked well together, like true siblings. Of course, in Joe's heart, they were now more like Birdie and Reba. Meanwhile, Murray was constantly under attack by formidable enemies who pursued him ruthlessly. Although Murray hadn't revealed his identity, those people were determined to kill all potential threats from Cory Kingdom, including any promising individuals like him. Now forced to flee, Murray watched as the army general fought against the Emperor, clearly struggling. Despite his tactical genius, the general wasn't a match for an Emperor-level powerhouse, who exerted pressure making every move painful. Standing in mid-air, the Ivory Kingdom's Emperor looked down. You actually have a day like this. This is hilarious. Seeing how flustered Murray was, Joe couldn't help but laugh mockingly. The hatred Murray once caused him was so deep that Joe wouldn't let this chance to ridicule him pass by easily. Who are you? Upon seeing this Dominic, Murray felt puzzled. It seemed he never crossed paths with this Hassan before. Why would he mock him so? It gave an eerie feeling of familiarity, yet he couldn't place why. My name is Joe. Joe said smugly through telepathy. Hearing Joe's name, Murray's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected Joe to have such abilities, being able to change his appearance to escape. If this little guy had shown up in military form before, he would certainly have been hunted down. But who knew this little guy already had a hidden card? If Murray had known this earlier, he would never have let Joe go alone at the time. However, what was happening now? According to reason, this little guy should have fled. But why did he suddenly return at this critical moment? And moreover, together with the Allison? Murray found it confusing. This little guy's mind was unreadable. If he stayed here, he might indeed become a part of the Cory Kingdom. Many people could testify and allow him to stay, which meant he wouldn't have his cultivation nullified. Frankly speaking, Murray wasn't too concerned about Joe's cultivation. So many children were stripped of their powers and became useless every year. Murray was numb to it all. His only worry was the attitude of the Allison. Not only was she his friend, but she also played a key role in the stability of the Cory Kingdom. As the most beloved daughter of the Bohan, her importance couldn't be understated. Seeing Murray, the Allison immediately greeted. Joe is now one of us. He decided to stay with us to resist the Ivory Kingdom. So, there's no need to guard against him anymore. If he wanted to flee, he would have done so long ago. He wants to be with me now. Saying this, the Allison felt a sense of pride. She had successfully resolved this matter. Upon hearing this, Murray smiled and nodded. Indeed, this was good news. If Murray had known earlier that Joe could transform, he definitely wouldn't have let him go. Unexpectedly, this little guy gained trust after all. But this was also beneficial. Hopefully, this situation could last until the Bohan of Cory approved Joe's stay in Cory. In an instant, Murray moved to the Allison's side, then began meditating, consuming medicinal pills to recover from his severe injuries. He had been critically wounded. Each move now mattered greatly. Truthfully, Murray didn't want to see Cory fall in this battle. But since the Ivory Kingdom's Bohan was here, winning was almost impossible. All they could do was wait for the Bohan of Cory. The Cory Bohan must have already received news, and was rushing here with all his might. Whether he could arrive in time was another story. Meanwhile, reinforcements from other frontiers were pouring in frantically. This place had become the main battlefield between the two kingdoms, drawing everyone's attention. Murray soon resumed battling. Meanwhile, the great general in the sky looked on the brink of collapse. Despite giving everything for Cory, he had no solution. If there was any possibility, he would try to turn the tide. With the Olaf present, however, victory was out of reach. To buy time until the Bohan arrived, he had to fight to the death. The Olaf clearly sensed that the general was trying to drag him down. But what the Olaf cared about most was finding Joe. Without Joe, this mission would be half in vain. Only Joe could ensure the continuation of Ivor. Looking at Cory's general, the Olaf said, I'll give you a chance to live. Tell me where the child is. He is our kingdom's most important talent. If you reveal him, I guarantee you can enjoy privileges equal to those in Ivor. With a stern demeanor, the Olaf hoped to force the general to reveal Joe's whereabouts. For Ivor, Joe was indispensable. Ivor's future depended entirely on Joe. With him, Ivor could rise to new heights. The Cory general chuckled, sarcastically replying, that little guy, alas, is already dead. His body vanished without a trace. How could we let that little guy live? While preparing for battle, the Cory general muttered these words. Meanwhile, Joe sneezed repeatedly, looking up at the general and grumbling. The kind-hearted people of Cory, why curse me when I'm doing just fine? Chapter 271. Interrogation. At this moment, the Ivor Kingdom's emperor's obvious favor toward Joe was evident in Murray's and others' eyes, causing them deep concern. They were worried that Joe might suddenly decide to return. If Joe were to leave at this point, it wasn't certain he could gain the complete trust of the Ivor Kingdom's emperor, but one thing was sure. His cultivation would be safe, and he could resume his previous life. The Ivor Kingdom's emperor wouldn't give up on him easily. Joe glanced at the Rocco in the sky, hoping fervently that he would be killed. This man was as detestable as Murray. No, not quite as detestable, but equally despicable. Joe felt no affection for them and sincerely hoped the Ivor Kingdom's emperor would finish him off. However, Joe grew increasingly uneasy, fearing that the emperor might come after him again. If found, to save Quinny's life, he would have no choice but to return. The thought weighed heavily on him. At this moment, the emperor chuckled and said to the Rocco, "You are still lying to me. Let me tell you, we have had divinations made, and they confirm Joe is definitely alive. We just haven't seen her," slaughtering many in the crowd. Witnessing this, Murray and the Allison grew deeply anxious. In such circumstances, how could anyone avoid being affected? Would the Cory Kingdom lose its main battlefield? Zoe and her group were not present. Murray had already moved them to the rear lines. Knowing they were safe provided him some comfort, but the greatest uncertainty was Joe. If the emperor persisted in searching, Murray couldn't guarantee Joe's disguise would hold. Turning to Joe, Murray asked, "Does the emperor know what you look like now?" Hearing this, Joe shot a glance at Murray and retorted, "Of course. All these transformations came from the emperor's own powers." Murray's heart sank. If the emperor seized control of the battlefield and began searching among the living, he would eventually find Joe. If Joe died, he would revert to his original appearance. Thus, no matter how he hid, Joe couldn't escape. Thinking this over, Murray felt an overwhelming sense of worry. Without reinforcements from their own side, they might not last much longer. Humph, since you won't speak, die then. With that, the emperor resumed his massacre, intent on forcing the Cory soldiers to break and divulge everything. Ah, the Ivor Emperor's might is truly awe-inspiring. A mocking voice rang from the sky. Murray looked up to see another Rocco arriving. The Arach assured, I can betray anyone, but not you, elder sister Callie. I will risk my life to protect yours. As he spoke, Joe's aura steadily grew stronger. Then, he soared into the sky, transforming back into his original form and floated in midair, looking at the Ferguson and saying, Bohan, cease your attack. With that, Joe shielded the Allison with his small body. If Cory Callie were to die, they would have to trample over his corpse first. Joe? Upon seeing Joe, the Bohan was about to deliver his blow but stopped abruptly to preserve Joe for future hope. The Bohan looked at Joe and realized he was shielding someone, immediately understanding everything. Joe, what is going on? Explain yourself clearly. The Bohan narrowed his eyes as he stared at Joe. By now, he was starting to feel infuriated. Joe was clearly unconfined, yet chose to show up now, implying a possible betrayal. Under the pressure from the Bohan, Joe felt an immense burden. Nevertheless, he gathered his courage and explained to the Bohan, Bohan, you've been kind to me, and I've never thought of betraying you. There was a reason I didn't come forward before. Upon hearing Joe's explanation, the Bohan widened his eyes and then coldly replied, then explain your reason. At this point, the Bohan had already ceased his anger. The raging fury in his heart demanded an adequate explanation. If Joe couldn't provide one, he would forcefully take the boy away and torture him for 10,000 years. Originally, this visit was primarily focused on Joe. However, now there was a possibility that Joe had betrayed the country, leaving the Bohan feeling utterly despondent. His heart burned with frustration. The Bohan had invested all his effort into cultivating Joe, a genius. Some precious herbs, even his own children, did not get the chance to use them. Everything went to this boy. But now, had Joe betrayed the country? It was almost unbearable for him to think about. Joe glanced around and then said, Bohan here, I recognized a sister who has treated me very well. I don't want to leave her. My decision to betray the country was solely because of this sister. If you can ensure her safety, I will agree to anything you say. At this moment, Joe stood tall, gambling that the Bohan would not kill him or the Allison for the sake of future hopes. Otherwise, he would only face death. Knowing that at his current stage, he was no match for the Bohan, Joe could only negotiate and ask the Bohan to let Cory Callie live. As for Murray, Joe didn't mention him. On one hand, Murray was like an enemy to him. On the other hand, Murray had caused significant losses to Ivor, making it impossible for even the Bohan to let him go. By standing there without revealing Murray's whereabouts, Joe had already done well enough. Hearing Joe's words, the Bohan pondered for a moment and then asked, if I'm not mistaken, this sister must hold a crucial position in the military camp, otherwise, you wouldn't have betrayed me for a woman. What is her identity? Tell me. Joe nodded and responded, her identity doesn't matter. What matters is that I was captured here, and only she treated me well, without discrimination, treating me like a younger brother. If you can ensure her survival, I can return to Ivor. I have no hatred toward Ivor, nor any feelings for Cory. Everything is for my sister. If you can't guarantee her life, then I'd rather die. These words came out strongly, demonstrating Joe's resolve to not stop until his goal was achieved. Facing the Bohan's overwhelming pressure, Joe showed no fear. The Bohan fell silent, knowing that sheltering an enemy's daughter was a major taboo. Moreover, if Joe devoted himself entirely to this sister in the future, and if she sought revenge, would this benefactor be killed by Joe? Would he have nurtured a wolf in sheep's clothing? Honestly, the Bohan was torn. On one hand, he wanted Joe to live and submit to him, while on the other, he hoped Joe would abandon the sister. But it seemed neither wish could be fulfilled simultaneously. Meanwhile, Murray and others were profoundly shaken. So, everything seemed hopeless. The Bohan chuckled, but it was a cruel laugh. Before this, when Joe mentioned his sister, the Bohan knew that this sister must hold a high rank in the army, even wielding immense power. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to protect Joe. Now that the truth was revealed, she was a princess of Cory. His plans to use Joe to conquer Cory were dashed. Joe was completely infatuated with this woman. He didn't know what kind of charm she possessed, but she made Joe betray him. If he captured this princess, would he have to halt the war with Cory? Would he have to comply with Joe, and even the palace lord of Cory in the future? Honestly, the Olaf couldn't tolerate such an outcome. He desperately wanted to kill this boy who dared to betray him but hesitated, as Joe was raised and trained by him, almost like a student. Killing him would be too wasteful. After pondering deeply, the Bohan turned to Joe and asked, are you sure your sister can submit to our Ivor? If she refrains from interfering with the war and never hates me in the future, sparing her life and bringing you all back to Ivor isn't impossible. Hearing this, Joe immediately whispered to the Allison, urging her to agree quickly. By doing so, once he grew powerful, her status wouldn't be low. Her life was at stake now, so they should preserve everything possible. At this moment, the Allison saw this scene and flew up immediately. She then looked at the Bohan and said, sorry, I was born to my father and will die as his spirit. I cannot accept your terms. Turning to Joe, she added, Joe, I'm sorry. Thank you for understanding my loyalty to my father. I cannot betray him. Seeing this, Joe's eyes blazed with anger and despair. He rushed towards the Allison, shouting frantically, Sister Callie, are you mad? Do you realize our situation? Even if we die, the war won't change. Even if we survive, nothing will change either. Why not save ourselves when we have the chance? Joe was truly panicked. If this continued, both sides would blame him. The Olaf might not accommodate them, and the Allison refused their offer. Ultimately, the Allison would die, and so would he. Observing this princess, the Olaf laughed again. Joe, see her answer? He's quite honest. Listen, Joe, I'll give you a chance to capture her. From then on, she will be your slave. You shouldn't listen to her. She's your slave. What do you think? Stay loyal to me, and I can overlook this betrayal. This is my greatest concession. The Olaf planned to take Joe back, deciding later how to deal with him. But one thing was certain, Joe's status would drastically decrease. Now, it was all up to Joe's decision. Joe understood the implications fully, knowing peril without helping. He would regret it for the rest of his life if he didn't act. There are no perfect solutions in this world, and he could only do his best. As for Zoe, he hoped she would forget him and live happily. He truly felt guilty toward her, but he couldn't stand by and watch his friends suffer. Thus, this was his only choice. Meanwhile, the general of Cory fought fiercely against the Bohan's attacks, trying to ensure Joe and the Allison survived. Chapter 274. Giving you one chance. Faced with Emma's capriciousness, Joe could do nothing but indulge her. After all, who was he to blame? In his heart, he had already regarded Emma as family. Truth be told, it was already quite fortunate in life to meet someone worth risking one's life for. Therefore, Joe had no intention of giving up on Emma. If she refused to submit, then he would follow her in her defiance. At this moment, the two great generals were desperately blocking the path of the Iver Emperor to buy time for Murray and company to escape. Seeing that the Emperor was being held up, Joe promptly pulled Emma along and started fleeing for their lives. Murray, on the other hand, had secretly relocated. Upon noticing Joe and Emma escaping, he discreetly eliminated obstacles for them. A few Iver officers attempted to seize this opportunity to capture Emma and Joe, but were quietly dealt with by Murray. Recently having advanced to the 6th layer of Shackle's realm, Murray was more than willing to ensure their safe escape. With his newfound power, Murray felt confident no one could harm these two under his watch, unless a soul pattern realm expert intervened. However, such experts were few and far between, and even more so, spread across different battlefields. Thus, Murray hadn't encountered any soul pattern realm opponents targeting Joe and Emma. After all, a soul pattern realm expert valued their reputation. Two mere first-layer Shackle's realm children weren't worth their attention. Thus, protected by Murray, they successfully escaped. Later, Murray arranged a flying boat from somewhere and set out to find them. He also took care to look for others like Bryson, knowing they came together, and thus should flee together, especially considering Zoe was among them. Currently, finding them wasn't difficult since Zoe and the others helped each other and remained unharmed. Upon locating them, Murray immediately rushed off to find Emma and Joe. Now, Murray only wished to lead everyone back safely to Cory territory, at least to ensure their survival. Behind them, the Iver Emperor sought to pursue and annihilate them. At the level of the Emperor, their demise could be decided with a flick of his finger. The two great generals wouldn't hold out much longer, and when they eventually fell, there would be no one left to offer protection. Murray quickly caught up with Joe and Emma. Given their current cultivation levels, their speed of escape was not particularly fast, so Murray easily overtook them. Once he found them, he immediately brought them aboard the flying boat and hastened their escape. "Are we abandoning the battlefield, Murray?" Emma asked wistfully, her voice reflecting her unprecedented defeat. Hearing this, Murray shook his head and replied, "What does the battlefield matter now? We should escape because our presence there adds little value. The most important thing is surviving. If we don't escape now, the Iver Emperor will be both grieved and enraged upon hearing of our deaths. This isn't good for his morale or the overall battle situation," explained Murray. He considered that if Emma were captured here, the Iver Emperor might not immediately kill her, but rather keep her as leverage against Cory's Emperor. As the Emperor's favorite daughter, Emma falling into enemy hands would complicate matters. So, Murray chose to prioritize her safety over the battlefield. Understanding this, Emma's expression turned somber. Though the battle wasn't her fault, she realized that without the Cory dynasty, everything she had, including her princess status, meant nothing. Joe looked at Murray with new eyes. Previously, he had always seen Murray as detestable, a bully. But this time, seeing how Murray saved Emma and risked himself in the process, Joe's perception changed. Although Murray remained an unpleasant person, Joe recognized the cost he paid this time. Had Murray stayed so confident, begin to lose faith. He could fight across realms, but not over such a vast gap. It was simply impossible. Now, Murray wanted to find a small village where he could let Zoe and the others rest and hide while he fled with Joe and the Allison. However, Murray knew that Zoe and the others would never agree to this. If he did so, they would hate him forever. Thus, Murray had no choice but to continue fleeing for their lives. The remaining group remained silent, but everyone felt an overwhelming sense of depression. If this escape failed, they would all die. This pressure was unprecedented. No one knew what would happen next, so everyone's hearts were clouded with anxiety. "Giselle, don't be afraid. Even if the Chavi of Iver catches up, as long as we stick together, we can always escape." Joe comforted the Allison. Seeing this, Murray and the others couldn't help but feel a bit amused. This Yovan, not even fully grown, already thinking like this? Honestly, he was merely a source of amusement to them. Such a young child, yet he had developed feelings early on. Moreover, no one was certain what those feelings were. Could it be love? Hearing Joe's words, the Allison smiled and asked, "Do you really not regret following us on this run? Right now, our fate is uncertain. No one knows how it will end." Upon hearing this, Joe became anxious. Was she implying he was cowardly? He shook his head vigorously, saying, "No, I do not regret it. Even if I die, I must protect Giselle." Laughter erupted within the flying boat, causing Joe to glare continuously. These people were just too malicious. From the start, they hadn't been nice to him, and now they were mocking him. What exactly was so funny? These people treated his sacred love like a joke. If he could, Joe would have fought these mockers tooth and nail. Currently, there was no sign of pursuit behind them. Everyone still felt uneasy. When fleeing, there's an inherent fear. People wish for the pursuers to catch up, so they don't have to worry endlessly. But when the pursuers do appear, it only heightens the fear. At this moment, Zoe continually contacted her father and the Chavi, informing them of their escape route. She hoped they would come to their rescue soon. Only with their safety assured would the Chavi be able to rest easy. Otherwise, he would remain preoccupied by this matter. Suddenly, several figures rushed past behind them. They were clearly at the 9th stage of Locking Realm. Evidently, the primary objective of the Ivor Chavi wasn't revenge but focusing on the ongoing battle, hence why he didn't come personally. However, the pursuing force was significant and divided into multiple groups, as their escape route was unknown. Seeing this, Murray sighed and rapidly propelled the flying boat. Although he could withstand these foes for a moment, he knew it wouldn't hold long enough until the Chavi's reinforcements arrived. They've been spotted. Hurry, chase after them. Chapter 276. The Josue arrives. Murray quickly descended from the flying boat and assumed a combat stance to meet the enemies. At this moment, Murray knew very well that his mission was to protect everyone's safety. Among all, his cultivation and combat strength were the strongest. Only he could fight against them, while others wouldn't survive a single round. Therefore, in this situation, he had to do his best and at least not let anyone lose hope. Once they started feeling negative emotions, everyone might die here. This was a battle fought with their lives on the line. It was undoubtedly the most powerful enemy Murray had ever faced, but he knew that as long as he used his system, he could at least stall for quite some time. If he could successfully keep these people tied up, then the chances of survival for others would increase significantly. Murray was very clear about this, so he chose to engage in battle alone first, giving others a chance to survive and must now hold these foes back. Murray. Seeing this, many people became worried for Murray, especially since his cultivation wasn't nearly enough compared to those pursuing them. If Murray forced himself into battle, even if they could eventually survive, he definitely wouldn't. Thinking of this, many people felt like crying. Murray was sacrificing himself for their safety. Such spirit truly moved them. This kind of dedication for friends wasn't something ordinary people possessed. At this, they'd carry lifelong guilt. Murray charged forward fearlessly. Those 9th rank Lock Realm experts naturally wouldn't let him off easily. Everyone knew they had to capture all alive, so initially, they held back when attacking Murray. However, none expected that this Hassan, far weaker than them, could unleash such power. Anger surged as one of their own fell as a cost for holding back. Realizing he wouldn't be caught easily, they began unleashing full power attacks. Yet, Murray remained incredibly agile, knowing direct confrontation gave little hope, so he constantly adjusted his fighting direction. Thus, the pursuers were thoroughly preoccupied by him. Meanwhile, Joe and the others pushed forward desperately. Suddenly, towering figures appeared before them. Emeth immediately recognized them as the Josue of the Kori Kingdom and his entourage heading this way. Seeing this, she almost cried tears of joy. Simultaneously, they worried about Murray's safety. He had stayed behind to face the pursuers alone. They had to inform the Bohan quickly so he could organize rescue efforts. The Josue didn't slacken speed upon seeing the flying boat ahead. He wouldn't breathe easy until his daughter appeared unharmed before him. She was incredibly important. In fact, among all his children, Emeth was the most significant, sometimes even causing him to defy ministers to indulge her. For this reason, Emeth grew into a passionate advocate for justice. After rushing for a long time, the Josue finally met Emeth. Seeing her alive, he was overjoyed. At this moment, Emeth tearfully said, "Father, Murray protected us by facing the pursuers alone behind. We need to go in and save him. If we're too late, Murray may get hurt." Emeth was extremely anxious. If Murray died, how would she face Zoe? She couldn't bear Zoe's heartbreak. There were also Alec and their group of brothers. Honestly, Murray's potential death was mostly due to her. Without her involvement, Murray could have escaped alone since he wasn't a prime target, especially given his combat prowess. But to protect her, Murray gave everything, leaving her both moved and pained. Yet, this was war. Chapter 277. Rescuing Murray. Upon hearing the Allison's report, at this moment, the Chavi realized that Murray was not here. He began to worry. If something happened to Murray, he wouldn't know how to face the Tyson of Gueshu sect. Moreover, he truly placed high hopes on this Hassan, Murray. If anything were to happen to him this time, he would feel guilty. To die while protecting his daughter, it was too emotional and overwhelming. He couldn't accept it. At this moment, the Chavi immediately increased his speed, rushing towards where Murray was. No one could have predicted that Ivor Kingdom's Chavi would be so desperate. Otherwise, they would have prepared in advance. Who knew he would come to this recently defeated battlefield? Frankly, a normal person's thinking process shouldn't be like this. Attacking this place required far too many troops, which seemed impossible for war operations. Yet, Ivor Kingdom's Chavi was just such an eccentric individual, launching an assault on everyone there. Thus, although he had initially prepared defenses on another side, Ivor Kingdom's Chavi did not come there but unexpectedly arrived at Murray's location instead. Not only did he attack Murray and others, but he also pursued and attacked all the younger generations he had nurtured, as well as his own precious daughter. Had he not seen his daughter alive now, he would have lost control. Soon, with the Chavi's speed, he arrived where Murray was. Murray was already covered in injuries, but hadn't backed down easily. Instead, he continued fighting desperately. After Kori Kingdom's Chavi arrived, Murray, who had been too engrossed in battle, failed to notice the Bohan's presence. At that moment, Kori Kingdom's Chavi was almost moved to tears by such a Hassan. Where could one find someone like him? Such a Hassan was indeed a rare find. You made quite a contribution this time, a major one. Don't worry, you will be rewarded properly. Now isn't the time for idle chat. Let's hurry to the battlefield. I fear prolonged delays might cause changes. Speaking, a deep concern appeared on the Chavi's face. If Ivor Kingdom succeeded this time, they would be in grave danger. The accumulated advantage from the previous battles would be wiped out. Although they still held the upper hand against Ivor Kingdom, the gap between them would be significantly reduced. By then, all their efforts would have been in vain. Thinking of this, the Chavi naturally felt very reluctant. Watching his kingdom improve step by step, nobody would want to see it crumble, sacrificing more lives. Therefore, the Chavi was also feeling conflicted. Hearing the Chavi's words, Murray nodded immediately and boarded the flying boat. This time, the Chavi would pilot it, making it much faster than when Murray piloted it himself. Once on board, Murray saw the Chavi look deeply at Joe and said, "Your name is Joe, right? I've heard you're an unparalleled genius from Ivory Kingdom." Hearing this, Joe hurriedly explained, "I am now part of Cory Kingdom. I have proven myself. Please investigate clearly, Your Majesty." Due to the war, the Allison hadn't said much beforehand, so the Chavi was unaware that Joe had exposed himself to save the Allison. Hence, his attitude towards Joe wasn't too good, which was understandable. The Chavi, while piloting the boat, replied, "You've done well bringing this Hassan along. It's a good decision, thorough thinking. I will seriously consider how to handle this Hassan. I know he has done us a huge favor by helping destroy Ivory Kingdom's weapons. However, this Hassan possesses immense power, so we must strictly deliberate on this matter." Upon hearing this, the Allison, now that she was safe, couldn't hold back and said to her father, "Father, there's no need for discussion. Joe is no longer under suspicion. We are completely united as one family." She quickly recounted some events from the battlefield, even fondly patting Joe's head. Joe blushed when these embarrassing moments were mentioned and quickly reacted. Honestly, this person before him was essentially his father-in-law now. How should he face his future father-in-law? Hashtag chapter 278, the future father-in-law and son-in-law. After learning about Joe's situation, the Chavi gained a clear understanding of the matter and realized that Joe would never betray his daughter. He breathed a sigh of relief. Honestly, recruiting such an extraordinary genius under his wing was an incredibly worthwhile investment. This Joe would grow to become a formidable force in the future. If his own son turned out to be unworthy, he could pass the throne to the Allison. This way, his dynasty would remain secure for generations to come. The thought made the Chavi feel extremely pleased, but he maintained a teasing expression as he looked at Joe. Joe felt uncomfortable under the Emperor's gaze. Honestly, after his personal matters were brought up, he felt his cheeks flush red, knowing how deeply he had been infatuated with the Allison from a young age. He found it difficult to face this supposed father-in-law. At that moment, Joe felt lost as he faced the Chavi. Slap. The Chavi suddenly slapped Joe on the bottom, causing him to jump up in pain. The Emperor then looked at Joe with amusement and said, "So, you're the one who wants to marry my precious daughter?" Caught off guard by the Emperor's questioning, Joe's face immediately turned red, unsure of how to respond. The Chavi looked at Joe with interest and continued, "You're not even fully grown yet, and you're already thinking about marriage? Quite impressive for someone so young." Laughter erupted from the flying boat. Blushing furiously, Joe struggled to escape and hid himself away on the upper deck of the boat, no longer wanting to see this father-in-law. It was truly humiliating. A renowned prodigy like him facing such an embarrassing situation, ridiculed by everyone. It was bizarre. But there was something oddly pleasant about it. It seemed the father-in-law did not have any objections to him. Thinking that the father-in-law didn't seem to mind, Joe couldn't help but chuckle to himself. As long as he could be with the Allison, he wouldn't care if he had to go through hell and back. Seeing Joe flee, the Chavi chuckled before speeding towards the battlefield with great urgency. Indeed, if anything went wrong on this battlefield, Cory Kingdom would suffer greatly. The Chavi couldn't bear the thought of losing a hard-won victory so quickly. So, he was now in a frantic hurry. As for this little son-in-law, well, let him play in the mud for now. This kid knew nothing. He was just a child. The Chavi couldn't possibly finalize such important matters at this moment. After all, the Allison was still young and needed time. They'd wait until the boy grew up. If he still harbored deep feelings for his daughter, and the Allison reciprocated those feelings, then perhaps they could consider the arrangement. In fact, having a son-in-law of such exceptional talent would be highly beneficial. With someone like him around, expanding Cory Kingdom would be effortless. Cory Kingdom could even lead among all nations, which was not impossible. Moreover, the Chavi wanted to show his former senior disciples his glory. Murray and others didn't know that the Chavi had his own circle of acquaintances at this level. Among these circles were the Zavis of various neighboring kingdoms, who followed certain unwritten rules. Ivory Kingdom and Cory Kingdom were both average within this circle. Everyone desired to rise above the others, yet none could achieve it. Thus, the war between these two countries began because both Zavis wanted to stand above the rest. Moreover, this circle wasn't limited to Zavis. There were also influential figures from other countries and local sects involved. This group was unknown to ordinary people, but was extremely powerful and mysterious, controlling the lives and deaths of all beings in their realm. They manipulated everything within their reach. However, Murray and others were not yet part of this circle. Even the head of the Gueshu sect was merely at the lowest rung in this circle. At that moment, worry filled the Chavi's eyes. Now that Joe was here, the issue of finding a son-in-law was less of a concern. Previously, he had noticed that his daughter liked Murray, but Murray already had a partner. If this partner were an ordinary person, he might have offered her some positions or benefits, hoping Murray would abandon them. Then, what happened to the girl afterward wouldn't matter much. But since Murray was married to the Addison, things became complicated. The Chavi would never promise any favors easily because the Gueshu sect was not to be trifled with. Although it appeared that the Gueshu sect belonged to Cory Kingdom and followed the Chavi during wars, they were more like allies. Often, the Chavi's authority surpassed that of other leaders, hence why such situations arose. Forcing the Gueshu sect into submission could trigger a war between Cory Kingdom and the Gueshu sect. Honestly, once internal warfare broke out, other sects would take sides. While the Gueshu sect alone wasn't intimidating, if their allies joined the fight, chaos would ensue across the nation. Once chaos set in, the entire kingdom could crumble. Even if the Chavi could suppress many sects, his side would also be severely weakened. This was precisely why he wouldn't easily pressure Murray. Due to these reasons, the Chavi was troubled. His daughter needed a suitable match, but who that match should be was undecided. If the Allison held deep feelings for Murray, this situation would be extremely complicated. Hence, upon seeing that the Allison also liked Joe, he felt a glimmer of hope. Chapter 279. The plans of two great figures. Terrence led Murray and the others to the battlefield quickly, and shortly after, Murray observed the nearby situation. At this moment, the entire battlefield was in chaos. Ivor's bowmen stood there steadfastly, while Corey's side had suffered many losses but continued to resist fiercely. This time, several sect leaders came to assist, including the leader of Guishu sect, or else it would have been impossible to hold on for so long. However, despite their efforts, the battle remained brutal. The few sect leaders like those from Guishu sect were still not a match for the Olaf. They only managed to contain him without inflicting any fatal damage. The struggle continued with great difficulty. After Murray and the others returned, when Corey's bowmen arrived, the entire battlefield erupted into a frenzy. Immediately upon descending from his flying boat, Corey's bowman mockingly looked at Ivor's bowman and said, "I never expected you to pull such a move." This time, thankfully, I received the information in advance. Otherwise, we would have paid a hefty price. Truly thank you. Humph. Ivor's bowman coldly laughed upon hearing this. You did very well by leading all my forces away. Moreover, even our talented Dominic Joe has defected to your side. I must say, you played this card brilliantly. Hearing this, Joe's face turned red instantly. Although Bohan Ivor used him, Joe still felt guilty toward Bohan Ivor. Without Bohan Ivor, Joe wouldn't have had everything he achieved now. He might have perished completely. Even in his final moments, Bohan Ivor still gave him a chance to reconsider. Without Bohan Ivor's cultivation, Joe would have forever remained that Hassan from a small village, never witnessing such vastness. In a sense, Bohan Ivor had shaped Joe, yet Joe betrayed him. Sensing Joe's inner turmoil, the Allison tightly hugged Joe, comforting him. In times like these, right and wrong are hard to define. Joe's defection seemed unforgivable to outsiders, but he had his reasons. Everything was forced upon. This time, he wanted to lure Corey's Bohan into a decisive battle, preventing him from massacring on other battlefields. All this was part of Ivor's Bohan strategy. Knowing that his chances were slim, if he didn't act, defeat was inevitable. Thus, he went along with this plan. Seeing Corey's Bohan arrive as planned, with minimal additional troops, Ivor's Bohan believed his plan succeeded. While he might not win outright, even if Corey won, it would be a costly victory. Ivor's Bohan hoped that some countries would avenge him later. Thus, this was his true intention. Hearing the two Bohans converse, Murray felt they had reached an unspoken agreement. The earlier chase was merely a ruse to draw Corey's Bohan here. Feeling manipulated, Murray approached Joe quietly and slapped him on the buttocks. What? Are you sick? Did someone provoke you? Joe glared at Murray, clearly displeased. Chapter 280. The course of events. It's fine. Murray replied. I just suddenly felt that my chi and blood weren't circulating smoothly, so I gave you a slap? Joe thought inwardly. In %#, ***. Honestly, if Joe could fight against Murray, he would definitely go all out against this guy right now. Damn, is it not enough to make one mad? You feel uncomfortable and hit me? What does it have to do with me? At this moment, the two Zavis had already begun their game. The conflicts between these two Zavis had been brewing for a long time and were far beyond what ordinary people could resolve. This war was precisely ignited by the two Zavis. The two emperors intended to take advantage of this moment for a decisive battle. After all, both Zavis were present, and they, as emperors, understood clearly that without a clear winner, many innocent people would inevitably be implicated, and many would die because of this. Worse, these ordinary people might lose faith in them completely. This was a personal conflict between the two, but many commoners had to participate in the war. If one of them died, then perhaps there wouldn't be as much conflict, and the war could end. It was a good plan, but it required cooperation from both Zavis. If they didn't cooperate, it would be pointless. Now, it seemed that the two emperors were clearly set on a decisive battle. Many people started to retreat rapidly, wanting to stay as far away from the two emperors as possible. After all, the current state of the two emperors was very dangerous. If they engaged in a large-scale showdown, these people might be affected. Thus, this became a real concern for the two Zavis. Murray was retreating with everyone, almost dragging the entire household along. The two Zavis had already taken their positions against each other. This time, when our fathers face off, do we really not need to participate? The Allison asked, somewhat worried. Ivor's state was currently at a disadvantage, and if the Ivor Chavi went berserk, her father might bear many blows. What if he wanted to drag her father along in his demise? Hearing the Allison's words, Murray smiled faintly and said, Don't worry. This time both emperors must have made arrangements. They absolutely will not sit idly by. Not only is this a showdown between the two Zavis, but also a confrontation between national powers. The generals and commanders will all have to join the battlefield. Our cultivation levels are currently too weak, so we can't join the battlefield temporarily. After all, we cannot influence the war. Anyone who can will certainly join the fight. To some extent, many people could influence the war, but in peacetime, they held great power and lived comfortably. However, in crucial moments requiring strength, these people still needed to go to war. Otherwise, the outcome of the war couldn't solely rely on the power of the Zavis. There were still forces below the emperors that could counteract them. Therefore, this time, the upper echelons of both sides would engage in a major showdown. Who won would survive. So, what if my father loses? What should I do? Upon hearing Murray's words, the Allison became anxious. Everything she had was due to the Corey regime. If her father lost this war, what would happen to her? What if something happened to him? Shrugging his shoulders, Murray responded, That's beyond my control. I can tell you that this is not something at our level that can interfere with. Too much is at stake here. If your father doesn't fare well, rest assured, you will die too. Not just you, but me and Joe won't survive either. This is an unchangeable law. As aristocrats, we cannot escape it. Then, we don't need to worry so much about it, or care for your father's safety. If he doesn't handle this properly, you will likely die together. Murray spoke casually, having obviously placed his bets on the Chavi. If the Kori Chavi truly couldn't match the Ivor Chavi, he was helpless. Reality was this cruel, and there was no time to react. Thus, Murray could speak so lightly. If he had any choice, he wouldn't let such a thing happen. Hearing this from Murray, the Allison felt saddened. Just then, Joe ran over to the Allison and said, "Sister Callie, Murray is right. We indeed can't intervene. We can only watch. After all, it won't just be us who die, so what are we afraid of? Many people, including soldiers here, will also be wiped out. The Ivor state will never allow Kori soldiers to exist. So, we can only calmly be spectators. Sometimes, the course of events cannot be defied. Personal power is ultimately too insignificant." Even Murray was surprised that Joe, the paragon of talent, could say such words. It indirectly revealed the severity of this war. This war was so brutal that even someone like Joe, known for his brilliance, admitted to it. Normally, he would be concerned about himself. However, since he was now part of Kori's camp, he could only support the Kori Chavi. Although the Ivor Chavi treated Joe well, to him, it was merely temporary, for his own survival. Joe knew that while living might make him feel guilty towards the Ivor Chavi, dying wouldn't evoke any guilt from him. In fact, the Ivor Chavi might even kill his family. This was inevitable. It was all about allegiance. If there wasn't an issue with allegiance, Joe would never fear death. But now that he was part of this side, he had to contribute to Kori. Chapter 281. Peak Confrontation. Even someone like Joe had spoken up, so the Allison became docile for a moment. She no longer dwelled on it. Everything now hinged on how her father would handle the situation. Murray approached at this time with a smiling face as he looked at Joe and said, "What do you mean by this guy, referring to me? Do you hate me that much?" Hearing Murray's words, Joe shot him a disdainful look. Clearly, did Murray not know why he was so dissatisfied with him? Not only that, but Murray had slapped him before, and he hadn't even avenged it yet. Joe ignored him. Seeing Joe's indifferent demeanor towards him, Murray chuckled. Then he suddenly slapped Joe's bottom again. He needed to make this a sign, just one step away from the spirit pattern realm. This spectacle left Joe utterly stunned. How did this guy manage it? Knowing the abnormal speed of advancement, even Joe couldn't achieve such feats. In the later stages of the Shackles realm, advancements became increasingly difficult. Joe doubted he could reach the 9th layer at Murray's age. Not only Joe, everyone else was also shocked by Murray's progress. Seeing this, Murray shrugged and said, "It's fine. We're about to fight soon, so I'm just preparing myself beforehand. When we sweep through the Ivor Kingdom's forces, I'll definitely do my best since, to be honest, my contributions in this war are immense." Upon hearing Murray's words, Joe was startled once more, then became incredulous towards Murray. He had always believed himself to be the son of destiny, while Murray was merely a side character. Now, Joe suddenly felt that perhaps Murray was the main character of this world. Maybe they were characters from some novel where Murray was the protagonist. Otherwise, how could he have achieved all of this? Otherwise, this guy's speed was just too freakishly fast. Considering this, Joe began feeling a mix of sorrow and hopelessness. He thought of the future when Murray would be on par with him as one of Kori Kingdom's top prodigies. Worse still, Murray might always overshadow him because of his formidable cultivation. Would he be slapped forever by Murray? Thinking about it, Joe felt extremely uncomfortable. Why was it always like this for him? Could he never escape the shadow cast by Murray? After all, it was all because of this guy that things had turned out so badly for him, leading to his capture and forced betrayal of the Ivor Kingdom's emperor. If it weren't for Murray, maybe he wouldn't have met elder sister Callie, but then life wouldn't have meaning either. Thinking of elder sister Callie, Joe felt somewhat comforted. With her, even enduring humiliation didn't matter so much. At this moment, Murray looked at Joe and chuckled inwardly. Was this kid still dreaming about pinning him down and beating him up? Right now, Murray felt full of power from his system. Whenever he wished to break through, drawing some nourishment could instantly propel him forward because he was the true son of destiny. Everyone else was just supporting roles and couldn't compare to him. Above them, the emperors and some high-ranking imperial officials had begun battling fiercely, turning the sky yellow with their conflict. People below watched anxiously, unsure of the final outcome. If their side lost, everyone would die. Conversely, if the opposing camp failed, their side would carry out massacres. So, everyone was deeply concerned about the outcome. At this moment, the emperors truly embodied the role of supreme leaders. Murray observed the battle above. If he guessed correctly, the Chavi should be around the 9th layer of Spirit Pattern Realm. The gap between him and the 9th layer was enormous and couldn't be bridged within a short period. Therefore, Murray knew he was far from becoming an emperor. Even with his system, advancing to that level would take him 1 or 2 years. But those 1 or 2 years would suffice. Ultimately, he was the true son of destiny. Even if Joe was powerful now, what about the future? Could he match Murray's rapid breakthroughs? After all, having the system meant all problems could be solved. As long as the system remained, his abnormal breakthrough speed would continue indefinitely. Joe was different. His cultivation and potential were limited, and he had to bet everything on them. Note, the translation is designed to maintain the original tone, style, and paragraph structure while ensuring natural English language and coherence. Chapter 282. Understanding. This was the aspect where Joe was destined to be unable to compare with Murray. Joe was just an ordinary person. Even if his aptitude were higher, could he really compare himself to someone who had traveled through time like myself? Of course not. Joe was a kid with some potential, but compared to someone like me, who carries a cheat at all times, the native locals were simply too weak. On the side, Joe saw this scene and was thoroughly discouraged. He no longer harbored any thoughts of resisting Murray. In the past, he used to fantasize about the day he would raise his head and give Murray a sound beating. Now, it seemed he would be suppressed by this guy for life. At this moment, although Bryson and the others were shocked by Murray's breakthrough, they were not too surprised since Murray consistently brought surprises. They had become somewhat numb to it. However, there was a hint of joy within their hearts because Murray had advanced so many realms in one go, which meant that his cultivation and talent were now not inferior to Joe's. As such, they would never have to worry about Joe seeking retribution against them. Joe was now on their team, but deep down, they still feared that one day Joe might harbor resentment and seek vengeance. After all, people change over time. Who knew whether the Allison could always protect them? Not to mention, they were unsure if Joe would remain loyal to the Allison in the future. So, they were anxious. But now, Joe wouldn't act rashly anymore. With Murray always having the upper hand, they needn't fear being retaliated against. Their lives could proceed comfortably from here on. In the sky, the powerful individuals continued battling fiercely. This time, the Bohan of the Kori Kingdom performed exceptionally well, quickly gaining the upper hand over the Bohan of the Iver Kingdom. The Iver Empire's Bohan hadn't expected that he would be outmatched by the Kori Kingdom's Bohan. Moreover, the Kori Kingdom's powerhouses often launched surprise attacks, putting him at a significant disadvantage. Continuing this way, the Iver Empire's Bohan clearly understood his situation. He was bound to die here. With his dream of revival extinguished, all the royal offspring and families would be slaughtered. This was a situation they could not accept. Therefore, the Iver Empire's Bohan was nearly driven mad. Not only had their unparalleled geniuses fled, but they also lost ancestral weapons left by their forefathers. Adding insult to injury, they were losing the war. All these events signaled the loss of their advantage, tipping the scales heavily in favor of the Kori Kingdom. The Iver Empire's Bohan found it hard to accept this reality, yet he could not change fate. Watching his men fall one by one, the Iver Kingdom's army collectively fell into panic. If things continued like this, after the Bohan's defeat, they would also face execution. No one wished to die, so the Iver Kingdom soldiers united and attacked the Kori Kingdom forces. The Kori Kingdom responded swiftly, sending troops to resist the Iver attack. Not only did they defend, but the Iver soldiers' tactics became varied. Some even stripped clothes from the dead Kori soldiers and disguised themselves as Kori Kingdom troops, while others begged for mercy to survive. War had unveiled its myriad faces, but this was normal. Had roles been reversed, the Kori Kingdom would do the same. People are the same. They all value their lives. Witnessing the relentless attacks from the Kori side, the Iver Kingdom grew increasingly alarmed. Even though they fought fiercely on the ground, if their Bohan failed, they would ultimately die anyway. Hence, their chances were pitifully few. Seeing this, Murray wanted to offer assistance. Clearly, the right move was to swiftly subdue the Iver Kingdom, accept their surrender, and annex them into the Kori territory. Speed was critical. However, Joe couldn't conveniently intervene. After all, the Iver Kingdom had shown him great kindness, and aiding in their downfall would be ungrateful. Though Joe had betrayed them, it was out of necessity. Had Callie joined the Iver Kingdom with him, he wouldn't have betrayed them. There was no other choice. They had to make these sacrifices. Therefore, Joe definitely wouldn't act now. The Kori people wouldn't blame him either, knowing everyone had their own stance and emotions. One couldn't expect someone who had just joined to be overwhelmingly devoted immediately. That was unrealistic and rare. Seeing this from above, the Iver Kingdom's Bohan felt a wave of relief when he noticed Joe not joining the battle against his army. At this moment, he forgave Joe's betrayal. After all, Joe hadn't completely turned his back on him. If Joe helped suppress the Iver Kingdom's forces, it would solidify his position in the Kori Kingdom even more, and Joe wasn't unaware of this. Yet, despite realizing it, he chose not to. In this moment, the Iver Kingdom's Bohan suddenly recalled the scenes of Joe's arrival and growth over the past 2 years. Joe had grown under his watch, and he knew Joe well. Suddenly, he realized he couldn't claim to have treated Joe perfectly. Everyone had seen him as a tool, hoping he would grow strong in the future rather than his family. Perhaps this was the difference between him and the Kori Kingdom's princess. Chapter 283. The Last Blessing of the Iver Nation's Chavi. A man's words turn kind when he faces death. At this moment, the Chavi of the Iver Nation felt that his fate was sealed. It seemed like there was nothing more he could do. When he saw Joe again, many things became clear to him. No wonder Joe was captured by the Allison and betrayed the Iver Nation for her sake. No wonder, even in such dire times, Joe held firm to his position, choosing to follow the Allison even during life and death moments. At this moment, the Chavi finally understood everything. Previously, he had always felt that he treated Joe too well, sometimes better than his own sons. Many people disagreed, even isolating Joe at times. But now, the Chavi realized that he had never truly been good to Joe. All along, they placed their hopes on Joe, expecting him one day to help them stand above all others. Yet, throughout this time, Joe remained a child without any family. What would such a lonely environment do to Joe's heart? Previously, one of the princes had spoken rudely to Joe. Even though he punished the prince, those harsh words had already taken root in Joe's heart. Joe knew he was just a tool. Now, not attacking him showed that Joe still had gratitude and was unwilling to hurt him. This proved that the boy hadn't made the wrong choice. The Chavi also knew about Joe's previous capture. At this critical moment, with a clear head, he finally understood that Joe was a person, not a tool, and had feelings of his own. When someone treated him well, he naturally wanted to protect them for life. From start to finish, the relationship between him and this boy had never truly changed. Thinking of these things, the Chavi looked at Joe. At this moment, as if sensing the gaze, Joe glanced up at the Chavi before quickly lowering his head. Seeing this, the Chavi secretly transmitted his voice to Joe. "Child, you don't need to feel guilty. I understand your choices. Don't worry, I won't blame you. Now, I have realized much. I want to wish you happiness and hope you can live joyfully in the Kori Nation. You owe us nothing. In fact, your decision to join their side is quite normal. You shouldn't feel guilty but should be grateful for yourself. For the rest of your life, I hope you find true happiness in someone who truly loves you." As he spoke, the Chavi swiftly moved toward the Kori Nation's Chavi. Hearing the message from his benefactor, Joe was overwhelmed with tears. In this moment, the Chavi chose to forgive him. Joe felt incredibly uneasy. If the Chavi still hated him until the end, it might make him feel better, but the forgiveness and instructions to take care of himself left Joe genuinely feeling unworthy. What happened? The Allison noticed Joe's strange behavior and asked. Joe shook his head, saying nothing. He wouldn't tell the Allison everything. nor would he express his deep guilt or the willingness to sacrifice everything to save the Chavi. Unfortunately, this was just a fantasy. It couldn't happen. Meanwhile, Murray charged into the enemy ranks, swiftly slaying many. Though the enemy was numerous, Murray was now one of the strongest warriors in the army. Most warriors at the Spirit Pattern realm were fighting in the sky, leaving no one below capable of stopping him. Murray's rapid slaughter drew much attention. He shouted to the crowd, "I am Murray. Come and fight me." This caused a commotion among the enemy, who rushed to attack Murray, wanting to eliminate him quickly. Although Halston was nearly defeated, they needed to get rid of Murray to vent their frustration. Thus, everyone charged at Murray, but he fought like a god of war, leaving no one unscathed. Soon, the surrounding enemies dared not engage him. Even those fighting above hesitated to target Murray, knowing his formidable strength could shock many into realizing they might not win. With Murray dominating the battlefield, the Allison and others sighed in relief. Victory for the Kori Nation seemed inevitable. If they won this battle, the Kori Nation would have no other enemies. Then, they could rest and recuperate for a long time, ensuring their safety. Suddenly, the Ivor Nation's Chavi stepped back several paces and shouted to the Kori Nation's Chavi, "Hold, I have something to say." The Kori Nation's Chavi looked suspiciously, unsure if this was a trick or genuine intent. The Ivor Nation's Chavi said, "Cease fire. We surrender. This time, your Kori Nation has won. I admit defeat. Please do not annihilate the Ivor Nation completely. Our soldiers have lost the will to resist. Let them return home peacefully. And I offer the Ivor Nation as Joe's dowry. Treat him well and accept him as your son-in-law, since he loves your daughter." The Ivor Nation's Chavi coughed twice, clearly severely injured. After a moment's thought, the Kori Nation's Chavi nodded. "Don't worry, I will treat Joe as my son-in-law with utmost respect." Translation completed while maintaining paragraph structure, tone, and style as requested. Chapter 284, The End of the War. Upon hearing the Kori Bohan's assurance, the Olaf finally nodded with relief and then looked up at the sky, letting out a bitter laugh before casting one last glance at Bernard below. Immediately after, he began to self-detonate. Everyone witnessing this scene quickly retreated as far back as possible. The explosion caused by an Bohan's self-destruction was something beyond the reach of ordinary people. If anyone were accidentally caught in it, they would surely die. This time, the Olaf had conceded defeat. Seeing this, Murray and others hurriedly stepped back, while the Ivor soldiers on the ground seemed to sense their Bohan's intent and immediately knelt in unison toward the direction of the Bohan's explosion. Their country had lost this time, completely. They would become nothing more than pawns for the Kori Empire. In the future, they would likely be entirely under the control of the Kori Empire, leaving the Ivor state without its own independent power. At that moment, following the Olaf's self-destruction, the senior ministers in the sky also began to explode. Only by their deaths could their descendants survive. High-ranking officials might usually behave arrogantly, unreachable by common people. But the higher one's position, the heavier the burden. Should adversity strike, these individuals must bear responsibility. Everyone silently watched as the Olaf and other top figures fell from grace. At that moment, their hearts were filled with boundless emotions. From afar, Murray observed everything, knowing that the war was finally coming to an end. What remained was merely integrating the remaining people of Ivor. There was no longer resulting in many deaths and leaving them with a mess to clean up. The Bohan was still in his prime and did not need to abdicate yet. With time, he could restore everything. Seeing the Bohan's declaration, Murray and others nodded. The entire scene began to stabilize as they arranged the Ivor soldiers. The war had ended, and there was no need for pretense anymore. In the coming days, they would have much work to do. Although the war had ended, Murray knew that reclaiming Ivor's territory would take time. Such tasks generally fell on the officers, and despite being a senior officer, he knew that his current cultivation was far inferior to true strong warriors. Thus, he decided to handle it proactively. Otherwise, he might be sidelined. This time, they had truly brought everything to an end. However, the next step was likely the Bohan's ambition to dominate all. Therefore, Murray anticipated another major conflict soon. After handling external affairs, Murray and others took the Allison and Bernard into the military tent. With the war over, they needed to hold a meeting to discuss upcoming plans and strategies. Inside the military tent, when Murray and company entered, many officers looked at Bernard. During this war, Bernard had played a crucial role. Without Murray capturing Bernard and infiltrating the enemy to gather vital intelligence, many unforeseen events could have unfolded, and the war wouldn't have ended so swiftly. Many were also curious about Bernard, who had become a legend in this war. Such a prodigious talent was unprecedented on their land, and his incredible abilities were unparalleled. As Bernard appeared in the military tent, the Bohan chuckled and said, "Bernard, I've heard about your deeds. Rest assured, concerning your cultivation, you will remain a top talent of our Kori Empire. We won't harm or disable you. You can be at ease now, right?" Hearing these words, relief washed over the faces of the Allison, Murray, Zoe, and Alec. The heavy weight on their minds was finally lifted. As long as Bernard's cultivation remained intact, he would surely rise again, and they wouldn't feel guilty. Losing a supreme talent was always a painful thing for anyone. But with the Bohan's assurance, they no longer needed to worry. Note: names like Bernard are kept as given, maintaining their pinyin form accurately as requested. Chapter 285, The Handling of Ivor Kingdom. After hearing the words of the Chavi, Joe nodded. Honestly, this was the first time he had truly relaxed since coming to Kori Kingdom. He then looked at the Chavi and asked, "So, Chavi, about my relationship with Emma, should we?" This was one of Joe's main concerns. He had two primary concerns: his life or death and his romantic involvement with Emma. The first point had an answer from before. The second point: there were no powerful figures left to provide any significant resistance. The Chavi responded, "Heh, little brat, wait until you grow some hair and talk again. There's no point discussing this now. You're just a child. You don't understand love yet." Feeling belittled, Joe was about to retort when suddenly Callie covered his mouth, signaling him to stop. Her face was already flushed red. She didn't want to make things more awkward. Seeing that elder sister Callie didn't wish to discuss this further, Joe promptly stopped, despite feeling extremely anxious. He decided to ask the Chavi privately later once everything settled down. If this matter wasn't resolved, he feared he wouldn't sleep peacefully. This torment was far worse than facing life-or-death situations. After concluding this discussion, Murray and others proceeded to discuss the upcoming matters regarding the reintegration of Ivor Kingdom and other issues. They also awarded honors to Murray, since he had contributed the most in this war. Refusing the reward might cause dissatisfaction among others. Everyone knew Murray's future was promising. Murray gladly accepted the rewards. Following their discussion, they decided to visit Ivor Kingdom next, leading all Ivor Kingdom soldiers back, rebuild the border fortifications, and officially incorporate Ivor Kingdom into Cory Kingdom's territory. Time would take care of the rest. Soon, they could return to their peaceful lives. This war had profoundly impacted Murray. He witnessed countless scenes of human suffering and death. Ever since the war began, he often wondered when it would end. People struggled fiercely for survival, and it was evident many gave their all just to live another day. Previously, Murray had read many war novels, finding war fascinating and noble. However, this experience deeply moved him. He realized that war always brought death, embodying the saying, "One general's success comes from the bones of 10,000." Being the protagonist or a destined son meant gaining glory while ordinary people suffered. Therefore, Murray decided that in the future, no matter how powerful he became, he would resolve conflicts like the Ivor Kingdom's Chavi did, rather than initiate wars, ensuring the people wouldn't suffer unnecessarily. Upon finishing everything, Murray led the army to Ivor Kingdom. Ivor Kingdom cities were eerily quiet, its people aware of their defeat. Many were disheartened, despite mixed feelings toward the previous emperor. As citizens of Ivor Kingdom, they still supported their side. Learning of the defeat, many found it hard to accept. Some worried about when Cory Kingdom would arrive. Deep down, many simple-hearted people only acknowledged their emperor, respecting him for all his sacrifices. Accompanied by Joe, Murray toured the land, feeling profound emotions. In the royal city of Ivor Kingdom, noble families had fallen into decline. These families experienced true despair. Though the sects would survive under Cory Kingdom's rule, what about them? Lacking significant contributions, their futures seemed bleak. Many elders had perished in the war. Their families realized their impending doom. Upon returning, many families came to pay respects. Chapter 286, the capital of Ivor Kingdom. The moment Murray and Joe descended into the Ivor Kingdom, they immediately felt the power that authority bestowed. Too many people came to worship them, begging for mercy, pleading to have their lives spared, asking only that their families not be ruined. Even kneeling before Murray and his men was acceptable. At this moment, Joe was filled with emotion. Previously, despite his past successes in the capital of Ivor Kingdom, he mostly remained in an ordinary position, having once been just a child from a common family. Now, he truly felt the difference in status. There was a small sense of satisfaction within him at this moment. Murray led Joe in rejecting these families one by one. Meanwhile, they meticulously reviewed some records, gaining a thorough understanding of the basic situation of the Ivor Kingdom. Now, all they needed to do was gather some key figures for a meeting to wrap up everything, and then they could leave this place. After all, there was nothing left to linger over in the now fallen Ivor Kingdom. Murray and his entourage entered the imperial city. At this point, Murray had no fear of sudden attacks, as the surviving forces of Ivor were no match for him. He was undoubtedly the strongest presence in the Ivor Kingdom now. Murray led a group of people straight towards the palace of the Ivor Kingdom. Their immediate priority was to eliminate all members of the royal family. After all, how could the offspring of the Ivor human emperor be ordinary? If any of them managed to escape and grew strong, they could pose a threat to Cory in the future. Murray's force advanced swiftly, soon entering a rear garden of the Ivor Kingdom. The servants inside were terrified when they saw Murray and his band of unfamiliar soldiers enter. Approximately how many heirs does the Ivor Kingdom have? Murray asked Joe. Joe counted on his fingers and replied, "There are 14 in total, 8 boys and 6 girls. They should all be here in the rear garden. After all, this is their territory. But, you must spare one person." Joe told Murray. Who? Murray didn't quite understand Joe's intention, especially since Joe was now aligned with Cory. Why would he want to preserve Ivor bloodlines? If the Chavi of Cory found out, he might be furious. Joe explained. That would be the Zak. He's practically a cripple, holding a very low status here. The Chavi of Ivor rarely visits him. He has been crippled for many years, secretly watched them. If they tried to escape, the nobles wouldn't agree, as doing so would implicate themselves. Therefore, they couldn't escape. Emma gazed at everyone, feeling immense emotion. If they had lost, she and her siblings would likely face the same fate. Few could endure becoming captives, and Emma felt this acutely. Many princes looked at Joe, and one shouted angrily, "Joe, my father treated you kindly. To repay him like this? You heartless bastard. You'll never have a good end." Several princes began berating Joe, knowing their status made survival unlikely. The other side wouldn't spare them. ####Chapter 287, Nation and Family Ruined. After hearing these words, Joe sighed deeply. He then looked at them with a melancholic expression and said, "I know you hate me in your hearts, but all this was the old emperor's command. The old emperor entrusted me to inherit this place. It's not entirely my fault either. After all, there's always a winner and a loser in war. It couldn't be helped. I've served the Ivor state, and I came here following the order of the emperor. Many can testify that I only aim to fulfill the emperor's last wish. I understand that from your perspective, I seem to have wronged the Ivor state. Regardless, I will remember the old emperor forever." Joe said a lot at once. It was evident that his mood was also far from good. Indeed, attacking the state of his benefactor, Norman, was something no one would truly want to do. However, in this world, things were often unavoidable. Often, power decided everything. If you were strong, only then could you ensure your race's continuation. That was the rule of this world. Many scoffed upon hearing Zhou's words. Though they had heard these claims before, they still didn't fully trust him. How could their father suddenly choose someone like Zhou as his successor? At this moment, Zhou looked at everyone and said, "End your lives. I don't wish to take action against you. Moreover, the Zack does not need to die. I will vouch for him, ensuring the continuation of your bloodline. This is the only thing I can do for you now. I promise you. I will protect the Zack and ensure his descendants endure forever." Saying this, Zhou gestured towards the Zack. Upon hearing Zhou's words, the Zack felt as though he was dreaming. Being an imperial offspring, he was actually not going to die. Not just the Zack, but everyone else was equally shocked. Given their special status, they knew very well that none of them, the Emperor's children, would survive this ordeal. Hearing that the Zack would live, many began to believe what Zhou had previously said. After all, sparing the Zack, who was considered nothing more than a cripple, clearly indicated that Zhou did not intend to annihilate them completely. Besides, Zhou probably didn't have full control over this decision alone. Thinking of this, some found solace. Some princes and princesses approached the Zack, saying, "Zack, we realize now how wrongly we treated you in the past. Because you were a cripple, we neglected and belittled you. Now, as we too are about to die, you get to live. We hope that in the future, you can continue the lineage of our father. We hope you can forget all this, allowing the Ivor family's bloodline to persist in this world. All our past actions were indeed unforgivable. Although it's too late to repent now, we still wish to say this to you." The 14-year-old Zack felt shock mixed with overwhelming emotion at hearing this. Perhaps it was a cruel joke played by fate. Only at this moment did these people express their true feelings to him. Although late, the Zack still felt warmth in his heart. "Rest assured, brothers and sisters, I am sorry I can't save all of you. I can only save myself." Rusty nodded upon seeing this scene, then addressed the Zack. "Eighth brother, remember this. In the future, live as an ordinary person, lead a simple life, and never think of revenge. Remember, never let your descendants seek vengeance. We will bless you from beyond the grave. If you let them seek revenge, we will no longer recognize you as a brother. Remember to live an ordinary life, and heed our words so we can rest peacefully." The Rusty spoke sincerely. He forbade the Zack from seeking revenge not because of any affection for the Kori state, they were enemies, but because he understood that the presence of Murray and Zhou made the Kori state unassailable. Even if the Zack became a formidable cultivator, would it change anything? In the end, being an ordinary person was for the best. Life in this world should be enough without dwelling on deep-seated grievances. Such hatred, even the Emperor couldn't avenge, let alone them. None of them might achieve the same caliber as the Emperor. Actually, the Ivor Emperor was quite young. Rockily, emperors like him, to secure the dynasty's legacy, would sire dozens of children and raise them, investing time and effort to produce a worthy successor, until such a person emerged. Ultimately, an empire like this could not be entrusted to just anyone. Ordinary people couldn't sustain such a vast country. However, with only 14 siblings, the Ivor nation and family had been ruined. It was almost comically ironic sometimes. Hearing the eldest prince's advice, the Zack nodded seriously. He understood exactly what the Rusty meant. Then, walking towards Zhou, he addressed everyone. "Please rest assured, I will not seek revenge. I will do my best to spread our bloodline." At that moment, the Zack was clear about his mission. To ensure the family continued to eliminating all the royal relatives, the rest could gradually restore order on its own. During these days, due to constant warfare and killing, Murray's system kept accumulating more and more chi blood points, allowing him to break through to the 9th level of the Spirit Mark realm almost instantly. Many people had long been yearning for this realm, as it was only a single step away from the ultimate supreme sovereign realm. Yet over the years, no ruler of any state, be it Ivor, Kori, or any other, had ever managed to break through to the supreme sovereign realm. It could be said that achieving it was extremely difficult. After handling everything with Zoe, the two returned to the state of Kori. Since their previous victory, the Chavi of Kori had highly regarded Murray. When the Chavi learned that Murray had broken through to the 9th level of the Spirit Mark realm upon his return, he was greatly astonished. "Haha Murray, you're truly something. Truly a formidable Dominic. Never did I think that the realm we old folks have strived for our entire lives, you would achieve so smoothly." The Chavi of Kori laughed heartily while looking at Murray. At this moment, many ministers were also congratulating Murray, as after this prolonged war, he had undoubtedly become the pillar of the state of Kori. Everyone knew that in the future, Kori might flourish because of Murray. Hearing everyone's congratulations, Murray smiled faintly. With the major enemy now eliminated and everything gradually restoring order, breaking through to the supreme sovereign realm wasn't impossible, but it would require a considerable amount of time. During this period, using the system to collect chi blood points was necessary. However, the amount of chi blood needed to break through to the supreme sovereign realm was terrifyingly enormous. Even if an army accompanied Murray daily, it wouldn't yield enough chi blood points for him to reach that level. Breaking through to that stage still required favorable circumstances and conditions. At this time, Alec, Lachlan, Zhou, and others were all congratulating Murray, each person enviously watching him. Why was there such a vast difference between them, despite all being prodigies? Murray had grown alongside them, yet within just a short span, he became a giant figure. While they were still young and accomplished, they were far behind him. Not only were these old friends amazed, even the Xander of the Void Abyss sect, who had watched Murray grow up, couldn't help but marvel at his strength. Reflecting on how his daughter chose Murray, the Xander felt somewhat emotional, glad that he hadn't interfered back then. Though he hadn't opposed Zoe and Murray's relationship, he hadn't fully supported it either. After all, Murray was just a low-ranking disciple without power, authority, or background. Who would have thought that such an insignificant Hassan would grow into the brightest star of this war? Perhaps Zoe's judgment was better than his old self. At this moment, everyone sat together drinking and chatting about recent events. With the execution of the Chavi of Ivor, there were no longer any conflicts left in the world. They only needed to recuperate and rebuild. Now, not only Murray but even the Chavi himself desired to attain the supreme sovereign realm. Such cultivation levels had been reached before, but it was incredibly difficult. Once one achieved the supreme sovereign realm, they would become the strongest existence in the world. Yet, how could one possibly break through? The Chavi and the other powerful figures had no answers. Clearly, they didn't believe they could break through to the supreme sovereign realm themselves. Sigh, we're old. Perhaps, in the end, everything will depend on Dominics like Murray and Joe. We may never have the chance to break through to that level in our lifetimes. Seeing this, the Chavi looked at Murray, feeling profound emotions. Breaking through to that level was indeed too difficult. Hearing this, Murray smiled faintly and said, Senior Chavi, I have a method that could allow me to break through to the supreme sovereign realm. But, leaving some suspense, Murray paused. Hearing this, the Chavi immediately perked up, asking Murray, what method do you have? Have you gained insights into the supreme sovereign realm? Murray nodded and replied, however, I need powerful figures like you to continuously spar with me. Through relentless battles, once we reach a level of mastery, sovereign realm. Many felt Murray's breakthrough. The Chavi and others all came to congratulate him on successfully breaking through to the supreme sovereign realm. Murray knew that at this moment, he no longer needed to strive so desperately. From now on, he only needed to protect Zoe and ensure their everlasting happiness. End of story.